Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel only for fun, not for girlfriend. Chapter 1 X776 Ishgar Continent Kingdom of Fiori. It is a permanently neutral country with a population of 17 million. It is also a world full of magic. Gorgeous and powerful magic has become a part of people's lives in the passage of time. Santa Kasia Town. As a town in a remote part of the Magic Kingdom, it doesn't have a lot of magical shadows like other towns. After all, the economy here is relatively backward, and there are no magicians willing to come here. Due to the remoteness of the terrain, it was far from the jurisdiction of the royal capital. Therefore, the residents here are also persecuted by many bandits. By the way, Uncle Gildarts, what should we do next? The long crimson hair was tied into a braid and draped behind him. He was wearing silver-white armor that was different from ordinary people, and his lower body was a white pleated skirt that reached his knees. The girl with a western sword hanging from her waist turned her head. On the delicate face, the smart big eyes looked at the sloppy uncle beside him and blinked. Well, the first thing is to collect information. The sloppy uncle named Gildarts smiled slightly. Obviously everything is in his grasp. One more thing, Urza. Gildarts' face became unusually serious at this. He looked straight at the little brat in front of him. Gildarts said, "First of all, I'm still young, so don't call me uncle. Secondly, don't call me uncle. Do you understand?" Putting those words down, Gildarts walked past Urza and headed forward. Really? The girl named Urza tilted her head slightly. There was a little confusion in his eyes, but everyone in the guild is called this. Is there something wrong? Looking ahead, he was wearing a tattered cloak, with orange hair that seemed to be greasy after a long time. It was obviously tall, but slightly squat and slightly wretched figure. According to Urza's understanding, they should all be classified as uncles. Shaking his head, really, anyway, the task should be more important now. How can I be distracted during the task? Shaking his head reproachfully, Urza stepped up to catch up with Gildarts. Outside the noisy dilapidated pub, two figures, one big and one small, came here. Urza's eyes stared directly at the half of the tavern plaque. Buzzing flies echoed in her ears, and the stench of untreated garbage seemed to linger around her. All this made Urza frown slightly. Although his own guild is also so noisy, it is not so unbearable. There are only 3 words for Urza's first impression here. Dirty, messy, bad. Gildarts is big, Urza habitually wanted to call uncle. But after seeing Gildarts' extremely serious face, he held back. Seeing this, Gildarts nodded in satisfaction. Just call me by my name, or big brother or something. A smile appeared on his bearded face. Urza shivered slightly. Anyway, is this where you are talking about inquiring about information? She asked softly. Gildarts nodded. After all, the bugs lurking in the dark like to be in this kind of mixed place. As he spoke, he took out a task order form from his arms. The specific content of this task is marked at the top. Defeat the dark guild that is entrenched near the town of Santa Kasia. Death Wing. Although it is a dark guild, according to the client's estimate, its strength is not strong. So it was just right for Urza's first mission. Of course, it was just right because of him and Gildarts. If it was someone else, it would be seriously out of line. After a little narcissism, Gildarts walked Urza into the pub. As soon as you step into this place, into the ear, is the countless noisy sounds. Those blushing big men, one by one, raised the wine glasses in their hands. The laughter was mixed with anger and curses. Perhaps it was a little uncomfortable for Urza, who was young and a girl. But for old fritters like Gildarts, it's no surprise. With Urza, he didn't have the slightest bit of life, and walked straight towards the empty seat inside. After being seated, Gildarts reached for a beer. Given that Urza is underage, Gildarts has no plans for Urza to drink. Urza didn't care about that either. After the beer was brought up, the uncle's eyes were brought up unconsciously, and the scantily clad young waiter attracted him. I don't know if it was an illusion, Urza suddenly felt. This uncle, known as the strongest wizard in the guild. At this moment, the wretched atmosphere became more intense. Shaking his head, considering that he and others were here to collect information, Urza quickly entered the working state. After all, it's my first mission. So Urza felt that he had to do it perfectly. With his hands on the table, Urza stretched his neck hard, trying to listen to the chatter of the people around him as much as possible. See if there is any information on the Dark Guild of Deathwing. But, unfortunately, it took 10 minutes to come down. Urza didn't gain anything. Boom! Suddenly, a not-so-loud palm clap sounded to the bar. Hey? Did you make a mistake? Is this pub too bad? Not even a milk. It was a slightly green male voice. There was a little strangeness in the voice. Urza looked in the direction of the bar, following the source of the sound. At a glance, he found the owner of the voice. No way, it's too conspicuous. After all, in such a bar full of big men, there is actually a second child besides himself. No, it should be a teenager. After all, the youth looked like 12 or 13 years old. The boy has short, clean, crisp black hair. There was a sharp and stern look on his smooth and white face. Since the distance is not too far, the juvenile's upright facial features can be clearly seen. And the eyes that seemed to reflect the stars and the sea immediately caught Urza's attention. And this also confirms that sentence, appearance is always the first impression of judging a person. Even though Urza doesn't know anything at the moment. That. I'm sorry, we are a bar here, and bars don't sell milk. At the bar, the bartender's hands helplessly spread out. If it's normal, when you meet such a little kid who shouts to drink milk in his own bar, the boss must think someone's spoiled brat. Not to mention driving it out of the gate. But he wouldn't take care of such a child. But after seeing the large bills slapped on the table, the boss's original unhappiness all vanished. Even, still thinking about how to restore such a big customer. After all, no one can live with money, right? How about, can you see other juices? The boss asked tentatively. As he spoke, he pointed to some fruits that were originally used for bartending. As long as you think it's okay, I'll squeeze it for you right away. Or, if it really doesn't work, I'll go out and buy it for you right away. What do you think? The boss looked at the young man in front of him with a shy smile. His eyes were full of flattery. After all, this young man made a lot of money. As long as you hold steady, that bill might be worth the price of selling 10 or even 20 glasses of wine. Although very helpless, but due to thirst for a long time, Luo Xingchen finally compromised. Forget it, just juice, please hurry up. Okay, wait a moment. The boss immediately put away the notes Luo Xingchen slapped on the table. Then he turned around with a smile on his face and went to squeeze the juice. Seemingly aware that someone was watching him, Luo Xingchen couldn't help but look back. Next second, the eyes of the boy and girl met. And the gears of fate are turning quietly at this moment. At this moment, fates that were originally unrelated are intertwined. Chapter 2. After looking at each other for a while, Luo Xingchen took the lead to withdraw his eyes. Although it just felt a little different. But Luo Xingchen didn't take it too seriously. After all, Luo Xingchen has become accustomed to these things since he came to this world. That's right, Luo Xingchen is not from this world, but a traveler from the Celestial Dynasty. I was so excited that I was admitted to the university of my dreams, and my eyes were black. When he woke up again, he came to this magical world as a child. As a young man in a new era. Luo Xingchen naturally knew what was going on. Although there are some memories of the past life, it is not to the point of being unacceptable. After all, he had nothing to worry about as an orphan in his previous life. In any case, he is alone in that world. However, as a traveler, Luo Xingchen also naturally obtained the gold finger. A plugin called Magic Sublimer. This plugin is very simple, with only two functions. They are collection and manufacturing and fusion sublimation. The first is to collect and manufacture. The Magic Sublimer can collect the magic molecules floating in the air to create different magic crystal badges. Magic crystal badges can be roughly divided into three types according to their strength. It is distinguished by the color of the pattern on the edge of the badge, which are: the lowest level green badge does not have any special ability, and can only provide people with pure magic power for cultivation. But according to Luo Xingchen's experimental results, much faster than normal meditation to absorb magic. Next is the red badge. This level of badge has the ability to attach regular magic to the magic crystal badge. When fighting, use the corresponding badge to integrate into your body. The corresponding magic can be used. How should I put it? It smells like a new generation of Ultraman. At present, Luo Xingchen's strongest cognition is the golden magic crystal badge. Follow the sublimator instructions. The magic attached to this level of badge is all very special magic, such as lost ancient magic, super magic and so on. Each offers extremely powerful abilities. But due to normal circumstances, the magic molecules in the air are only the magic molecules in their original form. That is, absorbing this magic power can only condense the lowest green magic crystal badge. If you want to get high-level badges, you can only collect the magic power of mages who have mastered powerful magic. Due to the transformation of the sorcerer, this magic has a higher chance of condensing high-level magic crystal badges. As for how to collect these magic powers, Luo Xingchen has also done research, whether it is the magician who actively releases magic power, or the magic left over from the wizard's battle. It is possible to condense the magic crystal badge. But according to the results of Luo Xingchen's practice statistics, the magic left over from the battle, the chance of condensing the magic crystal badge is much higher than that of the magician actively releasing magic power. In this regard, even the description of the sublimator does not explain why. After learning about this, Luo Xingchen's first thought came to his mind. That's it, it's more like the protagonist in the previous special film. Borrow strength everywhere. No. It should be said that it collects power to strengthen itself. After all, there is no need to pay it back. How can this be called a loan? However, although the advantage of this plugin is that it allows Luo Xingchen to use a variety of powerful magics, but the shortcomings are also obvious. That is the acquisition of magic power, which is somewhat difficult. Not to mention if you go to someone else to borrow strength and they can agree. Even collecting the magic power left over from the Battle of the Mages was extremely difficult. After all, the magic power of the sorcerer left in the air will soon be assimilated by the world. Unless... Luo Xingchen immediately ran over to guard when he saw someone fighting. However, this approach is likely not to be regarded as a conspiracy. And then a fat beating. What's more, there is no such thing as a novice gift bag in this broken system. So in the beginning, the magic sublimator was useless to Luo Xingchen. However, all these problems came after Luo Xingchen awakened his own magic. It disappeared completely. In this magical world, everyone has something called the source of magic in their bodies. When the magic source is activated, magic can be mastered, also commonly known as awakening. According to Luo Xingchen's understanding, magic is a strange thing. Some people can awaken magic by relying on themselves, and some people can master magic through acquired learning. But no matter which way the magic is obtained, how to use it is the most important. And since Luo Xingchen got a plug-in like the magic sublimator, he must turn on the magic source. And this time, the magic that originally belonged to Luo Xingchen also awakened. Devouring magic is the original magic of Luo Xingchen's awakening. As the name suggests, it is just like the star-absorbing Dafa in the costume films of the previous life. It can forcibly absorb the magic power from the mage's body and use it to strengthen its own magic power. But there is a limit, the magic power absorbed is not permanent. It only temporarily increased Luo Xingchen's magic power, and after the devouring magic power was exhausted, it would not recover. Moreover, this move can easily damage the magic source of the magician. After all, it is still violent to snatch magic power. If the control is not good, it will directly drain the magic power in the target body. You know, for wizards. If mana is forcibly emptied, he will suffer from mana deficiency. This is a deadly condition. Therefore, devouring magic needs to be used carefully. Overall, a bit tasteless. But with the magic sublimator, the shortcomings of both sides are compensated. Relying on devouring magic to forcibly absorb the magic power of the enemy mage, and relying on the magic sublimator to transform it into his own permanent power. Combining the two, Luo Xingchen can proudly say, I have never relied on such absurd things as borrowing strength, but robbed them with my own ability. Cough cough. It should be obtained by virtue of his own strength and fairness. Then came the second function of the magic sublimator. Fusion sublimation. This function is somewhat powerful, and it can fuse the power of two or more magic crystal badges of the same color with itself. This sublimates into a more powerful new combat form. It's not that 1 + 1 = 2. It is far beyond, and may even give birth to all kinds of incredible power. However, because of its strange rules that can only be merged with the same level badge, Luo Xingchen has only experienced the form after the fusion of the red badge once. No way, badges are really hard to get. Obviously, according to the description of the sublimator, the explosion rate of high-level magic crystal badges is about 20%. But after really experiencing it, I realized, where is this 20%? To say that 2% is to lift it up. In the years since Luo Xingchen came to this world, he has only obtained 4 high-level magic crystal badges. 3 red and 1 gold. They are a red badge of flame, a red badge of wind, and a red more special magic badge. The last is the most powerful golden badge so far. Its name is Extreme Ice Dragon Slayer Badge. It can bring Luo Xingchen extremely cold dragon slaying magic. You know, according to Luo Xingchen's knowledge, there are people in this world who can use dragon slaying magic. Extremely rare. And as a magic that can slay dragons, its own attack power is far beyond the ancient magic of ordinary magic. These badges are all the power Luo Xingchen acquired when he stepped into the mainland. With the pure magic power contained in the green magic crystal badge produced in 3 days, Luo Xingchen's magic power builds up surprisingly fast. After mastering the devouring magic, Luo Xingchen embarked on the road of traveling the world, robbing, gathering power 2 years ago. After 2 years of travel, Luo Xingchen has basically traveled all over the mainland and have a general understanding of the world. The continent where he is located is a place called the Eastern Continent. The popularity of magic is not high. That's why he only got 4 badges in 2 years. It is said that on the opposite side of the vast sea, there is a place where magic is highly developed. Its name is Ishgar Continent. It was at that moment that Luo Xingchen seemed to understand where he had come. The world of magic, the continent of Ishgar, plus Dragon Slayer magic. All this seems to point to an anime Luo Xingchen watched in his previous life. However, the real situation still needs to be verified. So Luo Xingchen set foot on a ship to the mainland of Ishgar. After 3 months of sailing, Luo Xingchen finally reached this continent and came to this tavern. Thoughts return. Luo Xingchen didn't care about Urza's sight anymore. In the 2 years of wandering, the attention from others is too much. After all, an underage child roaming the world alone. Plus that handsome face. Luo Xingchen almost always becomes the focus of the crowd wherever he goes. So, as I said before, he's pretty much immune to this kind of thing. Turning around, he quietly waited for his juice. He didn't notice a trace of loss in the young Urza's eyes behind him. Chapter 3. What, are you saying that you like that kid? Urza was taken aback by the sudden sound. Haha, just kidding, kidding. Looking at Urza's appearance, the unscrupulous uncle laughed without hesitation. However, to be honest, that kid is indeed handsome, and it's just a little bit worse than when I was a kid. Gildarts looked at Luo Xingchen's back and murmured. So it is. Urza nodded knowingly. Glancing at Gildarts, he recalled the face of the teenager just now. After comparing the two, it seems that what happened to the uncle has caused the long-term disability. Urza asked seriously. Gildarts opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond. I suddenly feel that I hate children a little bit. It took a long time for Gildarts to spit out such words. Boom! The originally dilapidated door was kicked open by Julie. The sudden loud noise completely alarmed the crowd in the entire tavern. The originally noisy atmosphere fell into a short-lived congealing in an instant. Bandit Chief Perlin Jeffrey with a mace. He walked in with 8 character steps. A group of younger brothers followed behind. At first glance, there are about 30 people in number. A piece of Wu Yang Yang poured into this small and extremely dilapidated tavern. Therefore, the whole pub also seemed crowded. Where's the boss? Hurry up and serve us drinks. Celebrate the big money we made today. Pulin roared. Saying that, Pulin took the younger brothers behind him to find a seat nearby and sit down. When there is free space, sit in the free space. If not, the people who were originally sitting in the seats were rudely and directly driven away. No one dared to say anything more about it, or get used to it. Most of them are residents living in this town. The chaos of law and order has created a numbness of people. In order to relieve the enormous pressure of life, had to pass the boring time in the bar, relying on a lot of low-quality alcohol to numb his false soul. Therefore, it is not surprising for these bandits who often haunt the town. Not only did not resist, there are even many people who are flattering these bandits. Want to join their team. After all, there have been many lessons learned, as long as the boss of the bandit takes a fancy to the income of the younger brother, then it can be said that he is standing on the heads of many honest people in the town. Seeing this, the bandits laughed even louder. That's why they became bandits. Isn't being a bandit just to make ordinary people fear them and compliment them? They like to see these people humbly. I like seeing these people face them and they don't even dare to pick up their weapons. They like this sense of superiority. Gildarts, who was sitting in the corner, narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "The target is here." Urza on the side waited for Gildarts' explanation in confusion. Since it is a guild hidden in the darkness, only those who are close to the darkness can know it. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Gildarts' mouth. I'm sure that these guys must have something to do with the dark guild hidden in this city. Listen to their conversation. Compared to forced confessions, what comes out inadvertently between conversations is the truest information. After explaining, Gildarts stopped talking. Instead, he focused on the noisy bandits. Listen to the teaching experience from the seniors. Urza nodded seriously. Also focus on them. What's the matter? Boss, is this wine mixed with water? Why is it plain? Pran Jeffrey took the glass from the waiter. After tasting a mouthful, immediately vomited again. Annoyed, he shouted at the bar. I'm sorry, bosses, although this shop is dilapidated, it won't sell fake wine for money. Ordinary beer is just like that. The boss, who was making juice for Luo Xingchen, bowed slightly and looked apologetic. Boss, you don't come to this hotel often. I don't know very well. This is the beer sold in this pub. There is also a younger brother explaining. However, This tavern is most famous for the owner's bartending skills, I think it will surely satisfy you. Is that so? Pran Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. He looked in the direction of the tavern owner. In that case, boss, make me a cup now, the strongest one. Pran Jeffrey smiled and said. If it doesn't meet my requirements, then we won't pay today. Seeing the boss still standing there, he frowned. Immediately. This. I felt the sharp eyes of these bandits. The owner of the tavern glanced at Luo Xingchen at the bar, a little embarrassed. Although he is greedy for money, he still has his own principles. Logically speaking, Luo Xingchen came first and paid. You should do Luo Xingchen first. But he is the owner of a broken tavern. Where can you fight these outlaws? He wanted to make the bandits wait a moment. But in reality, he couldn't help but say no. Clenched fists. There was a hint of apology in Luo Xingchen's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Xingchen turned around and faced the bandits. I said, if you think the degree is low, why don't you just drink alcohol? A calm and slightly immature voice echoed in the small tavern. The bandits who were still noisy just now fell silent. Chapter 4. What did they hear? As a bandit boss whose sphere of influence has radiated several nearby towns. To be mocked by a stinky kid? Yes, in the eyes of these big men. Luo Xingchen, the guy who can only reach their shoulders, is a stinky kid. What is it to say that he is brave? Or should I say he is ignorant? Besides, didn't you see that the boss was busy? Can't you wait for a while if you really want to drink? Luo Xingchen brushed aside Pran Jeffrey, who was standing at the front, or, no one taught you the principle of first come, first come. Problem occurs. This was the first thought that crossed the boss's mind. As he has opened a tavern in such a chaotic place for many years. Very clearly, in this boundary. Who can be provoked and who can't be provoked? And Pran Jeffrey, the bandit boss famous for his brutality in this neighborhood. Naturally, it is in the ranks that cannot be messed with. The boss raised his head slightly. His eyes turned to Pran Jeffrey. Sure enough, Pran Jeffrey, who had been refuted and a little displeased. At this moment, his face became even darker. The doglegs who followed him immediately fried the pot. They picked up their weapons and stood up. Pair of bulging eyes glared at the boy at the bar. What are you talking about, BD? Do you know who you're talking to? I think you don't want to live. Stinky brat, this is not a place for a brat like you to come. Countless shouts of anger. The sound of sticks hitting the table reverberated in the small tavern. This moment, some people who did not belong to the bandit gang hurriedly carried their own wine glasses. Hide away from the pub. In this world, some liveliness are better not to watch. After all, there are no rules to control this group of desperados. They don't know. Will staying on my own become a frustration tool for these guys? But they knew that it was in the hands of these brutal bandits. I'm afraid that ignorant little devil can't get out of this tavern. But not everyone is like that. At least 2 people were still sitting in the seats. Do these guys usually bully others like this? Urza clenched her fists. He stood up abruptly, even though it was none of his business. But she still wanted to get ahead. Not for anything else, just simply dislike it. Wait a minute, Urza, since that guy dares to touch these people's brows, I'm afraid he has something. Gildart stops Urza. His eyes turned to Luo Xingchen's direction. Let's see what this guy is going to do first. If we lose, we're going to help. Listen to Gildarts. Urza gave the bandits an indignant look and sat down. At this moment, watching countless people copying weapons, surrounded them aggressively. The tavern owner gently tugged Luo Xingchen's cuff. Don't say it, these guys are not something that people like us can afford. Luo Xingchen shrugged. He turned around reluctantly. The index finger tapped on the bar table regularly and continued to wait for his juice. The tavern owner ignored Luo Xingchen's attitude. Instead, he smirked and said to the crowd, "Don't be angry, he's just a child. In this way, I will tune it for you first, and it will be fine soon." However, the bandits at this moment did not intend to give up. Naturally, he would not listen to the words of a tavern owner. In particular, as the leader of the bandit, it is impossible for Pran Jeffrey to lose face among his group of men. Although the other party is only a minor child. He took a step. Came behind Luo Xingchen. As an adult, he is much taller than Luo Xingchen. In addition, he is standing at the moment, Luo Xingchen is sitting. Therefore, with his height advantage, he looked down at Luo Xingchen's back. "Little brat, what did you mean just now?" Pran Jeffrey's voice was low. Like a beast about to rage. But Luo Xingchen didn't seem to notice the anger in his tone. With his back to Pran Jeffrey, his voice was still as calm. "It doesn't mean anything, it just means you have no education." This indifferent attitude. It made Pran Jeffrey completely angry. Parenting? When did a little kid dare to come and tell me about parenting? Stinky brat! Pran Jeffrey pulled out the huge mace he was carrying. He was about to smash Luo Xingchen's head. This is not the first time this kind of thing has been done. Countless people have been begging for mercy, trembling under this mace. There are also many people who will turn into a pile of rotten meat under this mace. It was with this ruthlessness that Pran Jeffrey was able to sit on the position of the bandit boss. With the mace in his hand, he won a high status. It has won the fear and compliment of countless people. For this reason, even if you kill a few more people, it doesn't matter at all. In his opinion, human life may not be worth as much as a bottle of beer in his hand. As long as you have the strength, you can have as much of that kind of thing as you want. But the familiar picture did not appear before. The young man was not afraid, nor begged for mercy. He didn't seem to notice the mace that was gradually falling behind him. The fingers that tapped the table were still regularly lifted from the table. Then slowly fall. Thump. A crisp sound came out. Next second, Gildarts and Urza, who had planned to come to help, stopped in an instant. That was enough magic to amaze Gildarts. It exploded suddenly at this moment. All of a sudden, the overwhelming cold air poured out from Luo Xingchen's fingertips. The pure white ice crystals spread at a speed beyond what was visible to the naked eye. From seats to benches, from floor tiles to people standing. The dilapidated and stained tavern was at this moment. It turned directly into a world of ice and snow. But behind Luo Xingchen, Pran Jeffrey, who had raised his mace, and the dog legs behind him didn't react at all. Still maintaining the action that is about to attack. It was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. There was an indescribable look of horror on his face. Call. Luo Xingchen slowly exhaled a cold breath, forming a layer of white mist in the air. The originally black broken hair and bangs were also stained with white ice crystals. Raise your eyes slightly. He looked at the tavern owner who had been sluggish in front of him. He reached out and gestured for the cup in his hand. Due to the influence of the cold, the juice in the glass has turned into ice cubes at this moment. The juice with ice cubes should taste better. Chapter 5. Oh. After Luo Xingchen's reminder, the tavern owner finally came to his senses. He frantically fiddled with the cup in his hand. Perhaps because of the surrounding cold, the entire body of the owner of the tavern was trembling at the moment. As a result, the cup in his hand was not held steady several times. Maybe it was because of the boy in front of him. After all, just for a moment, it will wipe out all the bandits who have been in this city for many years. This kind of person with great strength, even though he is only a teenager. But it's not something he can neglect. Luo Xingchen sighed helplessly, and didn't care about the boss's actions. Instead, he turned to look at the group of people who were frozen into ice sculptures. Just when I was thinking about what to do with these guys. A lazy and casual voice came from beside him. Haha, I said that this young man is young and has strong magic power. The tall man with the crimson-haired girl came to Luo Xingchen and sat down carelessly. But because of Luo Xingchen's previous release of magic, the chair beside him was also covered with pure white frost. So much so that Gildarts felt a bone-chilling coldness as soon as he sat down. In an instant, Gildart's pupils shrank. Even his teeth began to chatter involuntarily. Ha, ha ha, as soon as you get older, you can't sit for a long time, he said. Gildarts stood up. His right hand unconsciously covered his butt. But didn't Gildarts say you were very young? Urza on the side tilted his head slightly, recalling what Gildarts had said before. Sure enough, children are really annoying. Gildarts muttered Urza silently. Luo Xingchen on the side twitched the corners of his mouth. This kind of clumsy acting is naturally impossible to deceive him. But he didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Gildarts. In terms of magic, your magic is truly amazing. You know, even though Luo Xingchen just released the magic, deliberately avoided the tavern owner, as well as these two people who obviously did not belong to bandits. But Luo Xingchen still noticed the middle-aged uncle. At that moment, to resist the magic power that burst out of the ice. It is no exaggeration to say. That was definitely the strongest mage he had seen over the years. None of them. Therefore, Luo Xingchen has no intention of underestimating this middle-aged uncle. And, even the crimson-haired girl beside her. Guess it's not that simple either. Thinking of this, Luo Xingchen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a continent with extremely developed magic. As soon as I set foot, I met such a powerful wizard. But why does Crimson look familiar? With such a question, Luo Xingchen asked aloud. By the way, who are you? The Wizard of Fairy Tale, Gildarts Clive. Gildarts smiled. It seems to be when Fairy Tale is introduced. There was unstoppable pride in his eyes. I am also the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Urza Scarlet, please advise. Urza was much more normal, bowing slightly as he spoke. Do enough etiquette. Don't be so polite. In my hometown, shaking hands is more popular. Saying that, Luo Xingchen stretched out his hand. Luo Xingchen, please advise. Look at Luo Xingchen's outstretched palm. Urza was stunned for a moment, then quickly stretched out a small hand. Gildarts, who was watching this scene, couldn't help raising the corners of his aunt's mouth. I don't even know what's going on in that head. After retracting his palm, Luo Xingchen looked at the two people in front of him. There was a flash of understanding in his eyes. At the moment when the two of them introduced Fairy Tale, Luo Xingchen finally determined where he had traveled to. Fairy Tale world. I remember that in my previous life, I followed anime for a while. But it's a pity that I didn't finish it. First, it was still being updated at that time. The second is just in time for high school. For Luo Xingchen, an orphan who will never find a way out if he doesn't study. You can only devote all your energy to your studies. Only in this way can we live up to the expectations of the orphanage. Therefore, I am not following this anime anymore. When his thoughts returned, Luo Xingchen was not too surprised. After all, there was a vague guess before, but it's only confirmed now. But even in the anime world. But in Luo Xingchen's eyes, it is also a real world. The people here are not ink drawn by cartoonists. But a real human being with flesh and blood. Just like in the past. What kind of attitude should I live with? It is enough to live with whatever attitude you have. Luo Xingchen doesn't have a last name. Urza asked his own question. From her point of view, Luo Xingchen is the same as she used to be. Only Urza's first name, not Scarlet's last name. This surname is a later friend. No, it is no longer a friend, but someone who counts as an enemy helped to get it. Luo Xingchen smiled helplessly, it's not like that. I'm from the eastern continent. On our side, the surname is the first word. Therefore, my surname is Luo and my name is Xingchen. This is not a lie. After all, in the eastern continent, the name format of the people there is really like this. And when I crossed over, I was a child. It is true that he grew up in the eastern continent. So that's it. Erza nodded silently. Then, realizing that she had just said something wrong, she bowed sharply. I'm really sorry, but I'll definitely remember it. Erza's expression was unusually serious. Luo Xingchen was a little overwhelmed. He quickly helped the girl up and said, "That, you don't have to be so serious, I don't have any ideas." "Haha, don't worry, Erza has such a personality, you'll get used to it after you've known him for a long time." The unscrupulous uncle on the side waved his hand. "Oh yes, I almost forgot about this." His eyes turned to the bandits who were frozen to the side. Gildarts quickly restrained his smile. His expression became serious. "Can these bandits be handed over to us to deal with?" Chapter 6. Squeak. The dilapidated tavern door was slowly pushed open. Luo Xingchen, holding a juice glass, stepped out first. Followed by the unscrupulous Uncle Gildarts he just met. And the crimson girl Erza who takes everything seriously. In previous conversations, Gildarts proposed that he wanted to hand over the disposal of these bandits to himself. The main reason is because they want to be in the mouth of this group of bandits. Ask about the whereabouts of the Dark Guild Deathwing entrenched in this area. Just because Luo Xingchen caught the person. Gildarts naturally didn't think that Luo Xingchen would help himself and others for no reason. So it was proposed that it would be time to get paid later. Give a portion to Luo Xingchen. But Luo Xingchen refused. The reason is also very simple, although money is very important to me. But there is one more important thing. That's this so-called Dark Union. As a sorcerer's guild that has fallen into darkness, there must be a lot of sorcerers in it, right? Rather than being able to gather power. What is money? At this moment, Luo Xingchen said, I am interested in Qian Mu. So Luo Xingchen made a request to participate in their mission. Gildarts asked Erza for advice. After all, this mission was Erza's first. Gildarts only brought Erza as a senior. Gildarts can point Erza during missions. But Erza had to nod for that sort of thing. However, Erza happily nodded in agreement. He even expressed his gratitude to Luo Xingchen for being willing to help him complete the task. Within the scope of this girl's cognition, people like Luo Xingchen who are willing to help themselves without being paid. She hardly ever saw it, so much so in her heart. Labeled Luo Xingchen as a good guy. So there was this scene. That Xingchen really appreciates your willingness to help me. Erza had even walked outside the door, not forgetting to thank him again. Haha, actually, I have my own purpose, you don't need to care too much. Luo Xingchen twitched the corners of his mouth. It is true that this girl has thanked her no less than 5 times from the inside of the tavern to the outside. Luo Xingchen didn't know how to respond. By the way, it shouldn't matter if I call you Xingchen? Because in this continent, people are used to calling you by first name, not last name. Suddenly Erza thought of something and explained it out loud. That doesn't matter, the name is just a code name. Luo Xingchen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Oh, that's fine. Erza nodded slightly. Then he took out a map from the bag of the pleated skirt. Perhaps because of the small size of the bag, the map has been crumpled. Erza pouted in dissatisfaction. It seems that you still have to bring a suitcase when going out in the future. Otherwise, there is no place to put things. After muttering a few words, Erza unfolded the map. Pointing to a circled point above, he said, this is the town of Santa Casia, which is where we are. After speaking, he pointed his finger to the mountain range marked with the words Nikoro. Here is what the bandits said, the approximate location of Deathwing. But, this mountain is so huge that we can't find it at all. Saying that, Urza frowned. Different from the cuteness just now, perhaps it is a relationship that has entered a working state. Urza's face was serious at the moment. Didn't the bandits say it? At the end of every month, the bandits in this area will pay protection fees to those guys. Luo Xingchen, who was leaning against the wall, spoke up. That's called a membership fee. To be blessed by the Dark Guild, you have to pay a price. Guildarts corrected Luo Xingchen's words. The nature is the same. Luo Xingchen took a step. Handed the empty glass in his hand to Guildarts. Please help me deal with it, thank you. Saying that, Luo Xingchen didn't pay any attention to Guildarts' surprised eyes. He turned around and came to Urza, taking the map. If there is no mistake, tomorrow is the time to pay the protection fee. Those guys will send people to this place to collect protection fees from these bandits. I think, we can make a fuss here. While talking, Luo Xingchen's hand pointed to the small village called Roseau next to Santa Cassia. A smile appeared on his face. Let that bandit boss sneak in with us, and then follow the vines and hit the yellow dragon. The time came to the next morning. Luo Xingchen and Urza are at the forefront. A listless Guildarts followed. Because yesterday did not find a suitable hotel to stay in. Therefore, Luo Xingchen and others had no choice but to set up tents in the forest outside the town for a simple night. Just considering that Luo Xingchen and Urza are both children. And also brought the bullied bandit boss. Therefore, the oldest uncle Guildarts had to choose to keep the vigil by himself. So this scene happened. I can already see it, Roseau village. Luo Xingchen, who was advancing, suddenly stopped. He looked at the dilapidated village in front of him. It's hard to imagine that the dignified Dark Guild would choose such a place to trade. Urza murmured. After all, it is a mouse in the dark. If it is swaggering, it is not called a mouse. Luo Xingchen, who was on the side, said, and looked at the bandit boss Perlin Jeffrey. Smile, but like a devil. Then trouble you, from now on we are your little brother. Seeing Luo Xingchen's expression, Perlin Jeffrey, who was tied up with 5 flowers, was about to cry. He wanted to say something. Is there such a kid who kidnaps the boss? Chapter 7. The village of Roseau is a village even more remote than the town of Santa Cassia. It's so remote that few people come here. As a result, there are only a dozen or so Aboriginal families living in this village. But today, the small village that should have been deserted to the extreme. Today there is a lot of anger. Bandits from various nearby areas converged here today. Loud noises echoed in this mountain village, accompanied by scolding from time to time. Perhaps an abnormal relationship is perceived. Residents of the village are all locked out of their homes. Even the bankers dare not go out to sow seeds. Luo Xingchen and Urza and Guildarts after some disguise got in here with Pran Jeffrey. Along the way, there were also some people who were familiar with Pran Jeffrey and said hello. And also made fun of why Pran Jeffrey today. Even brought 2 little kids here. Feel the death gaze coming from behind. Pran Jeffrey had to respond to the crowd with a smile that was uglier than crying. Very good, don't talk nonsense with these guys, take us to our destination quickly. Luo Xingchen, who was behind him, threatened softly. I understand. Pran Jeffrey nodded silently. Soon under his leadership, Luo Xingchen and others came to the central square of the village. At this time, there were already many people gathered here. But since Deathwing's people haven't arrived yet. Therefore, the bandits began to whisper here. By the way, I've heard that you kidnapped a rich lady recently and made a fortune. Haha, where is it? It's just luck. It's you, how's your business going? Hey, don't mention it, there aren't many children we can catch during this time. I don't know how to explain to the adults of Deathwing. What are you? My mining farm has been exhausted by a dozen people recently, which has slowed down the progress of the recent magic crystal mining. The pariahs are really weak, and now I don't know how to explain. Listening to the constant discussions around, Urza clenched his fists tightly, his eyes seemed to be burning with anger. He seemed to think of what had happened to him in the past. If it weren't for the Avatar guys, they would have taken themselves. Maybe I won't experience the pain of Tower of Heaven. These guys really do all kinds of evil, even arresting children. Damn it! Urza raised his head sharply, at the moment when he was about to sacrifice the blood of this group of people under the sword. Luo Xingchen stopped Urza. He whispered in her ear, "Don't be impulsive, if you take action now, you will probably startle the snake. If you don't find the source behind it. Even if this group of people kills one batch, there will be another batch, understand?" Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Urza pursed his lips. Finally endured. "I'm sorry, I almost did something bad." She apologized softly. Smiling slightly, Luo Xingchen rubbed the girl's long crimson hair naturally. He spoke slowly, "Don't worry, they won't be able to leave this village today." Gildarts, who was on the side, did not participate in the discussion between the two. Listen to the conversation just now. The experienced uncle immediately noticed something was wrong. To know, follow the description of the task principle. Deathwing should not be a powerful sorcerer's guild. However, after a preliminary understanding, he found out. This guild is not only involved in extortion and kidnapping of children, even has a magic crystal vein. All this proves that this so-called Deathwing, not the weak guild you imagined. It is possible that there may be S-rank mages in this guild. Looks like the information is wrong. Gildarts narrowed his eyes and murmured. As time passed slowly, without making Luo Xingchen and others wait long, the people of Deathwing appeared in this square. The visitor was a middle-aged bald man. Once here, there is not much nonsense. The middle-aged man immediately started asking everyone to hand in their protection fees. According to the different incidents involved in each bandit group, the things handed in are also different. But most of them are money, and magic crystals and so on. Soon it was plain Jeffrey's turn. Pran Jeffrey, who brought Luo Xingchen and others, walked forward tremblingly. Looking at Pran Jeffrey like this, the middle-aged bald man frowned slightly. What? Didn't you make enough money raised? The dull tone seemed to reveal an imperceptible crisis. Pran Jeffrey was stunned for a while, then quickly said, that. His eyes turned to the few people behind him, his eyes filled with pleading. What exactly are you trying to say? The middle-aged man was slightly angry. There were even strands of blue veins bursting out of the head without the slightest hair. What he wants to say is that your end has come. A slightly immature voice came from behind Pran Jeffrey. Luo Xingchen then waved and threw Pran Jeffrey aside. At the same time, Urza quickly drew the long sword from his waist and pointed it at the middle-aged man's throat. Quick! Too fast! It was almost time when no one at the scene responded. The girl holds the power of life and death for middle-aged men. Master Baker! Suddenly countless shouts came from below. When it was discovered that the people holding the messenger sent by Deathwing turned out to be 2 children. This group of bandits who were always licking blood on the knife edge instantly became angry. Damn it, what do you want to do? You little brats, aren't you afraid of death? Let's go together and rescue Lord Baker. What's the hurry, your accounts haven't been settled yet. Luo Xingchen frowned slightly. Raising his arm, he snapped his fingers suddenly. In the next second, endless cold air suddenly poured out. The white ice crystals spread rapidly towards the outside world with Luo Xingchen as the center. The voice that was still clamoring just now stopped abruptly. For a moment, the world seemed to be quiet. All that remains is a white statue that looks like a work of art. Chapter 8. I heard your name is Baker, right? After freezing a group of miscellaneous soldiers, Luo Xingchen came to the middle-aged bald man. At this moment, he has long lost his previous lofty attitude. Yu Guang twitched the sharp sword flashing coldly around his neck. He secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I want to reach out and push the blade away. But under Urza's fierce eyes. In the end, this unrealistic idea was abandoned. You, what do you want to do? Maybe it was because of fear. Baker's voice trembled a little. You should be a member of Death Wing, right? Luo Xingchen squinted the black winged coat of arms on Baker's neck. Baker nodded slightly. That's good, we want to visit your guild, so please show us the way. Luo Xingchen said with a smile. Visit? Who are you? Baker frowned and asked. The Wizard of Fairy Tale. Urza's sword moved forward again. But in an instant, Baker broke into a cold sweat. So, you'd better take us there obediently, otherwise. The sword seemed to cut through the skin. The oozing blood immediately dyed the sword red. At this moment, Baker seemed to have seen death. That touch of icy cold, no exaggeration, will be this crimson-haired girl. It's a real killer move. Okay, I'll take you there. Baker hurriedly shouted. Upon seeing this, Urza slightly loosened the blade in his hand. Hey! He breathed heavily, while his life was temporarily worry-free. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Let's go, I'm still in a hurry to get everything done before the sun goes down today. Luo Xingchen motioned for him to walk ahead. Threatened by Urza's sword, Baker rose to his feet. He looked at the people in front of him. For their purpose, a little thought will be able to understand. 80% of the time it was someone who went to trouble with Death Wing. So he said, you can't win, that's a guild. A guild assembled by sorcerers is not something that ordinary people can compare to. You'd better worry about yourself first, if you can't find it before the sun goes down today. Having said that, Luo Xingchen paused. Senran's cold air began to spread in his hands, then you are in big trouble. After a beating, Luo Xingchen looked at Guildarts. By the way, what about the guys like Uncle? He pointed to a group of bandits who had been turned into ice sculptures. Dad. Uncle. Guildarts didn't seem to hear Luo Xingchen's question. The whole person is a little lost. Luo Xingchen was confused, quietly put his head next to Urza, and asked softly. What's up with him? Guildarts doesn't seem to like being called uncle or something, Urza replied. Oh. Luo Xingchen nodded knowingly. Don't worry, uncle, I will pay attention. Luo Xingchen patted Guildarts' arm with a smile. Guildarts twitched the corners of his mouth. He didn't know how to respond. There was even some self-doubt. Could it be that he has really reached the age of an uncle? Shaking his head, Guildarts wasn't struggling with that. Instead, he looked at the crowd in front of him. Said, your ice should be able to freeze for a long time, right? About a year and a half. Luo Xingchen touched his chin and thought for a while, then replied. However, if it really happened then, people would be dead long ago. Generally, if necessary, I can take the initiative to unfreeze it. Hearing this, Guildarts nodded and said. It's easy to handle. When the time comes, I will contact the Fiori Kingdom army to take in this group of people, including the group of bandits you solved in the tavern. Moreover, you will also get a lot of money. After all, you are helping the Kingdom of Fiori get rid of the evil, and the royal family will definitely reward it. It seems that the Fiori royal family is very reasonable. Luo Xingchen smiled. Although in his opinion money is not the most important thing. But it has to be on the premise of maintaining a normal life. Therefore, since everyone else has come over, there is no reason to refuse. While chatting like this, several people moved towards the Nicker Low Mountains. There are still 4. It's just that the guy who was kidnapped changed from Pran Jeffrey to Baker. Nicolo Mountains. On a mountain that nobody cares about. The winding path leads to a weed-shrouded cave entrance. The cave is very big, but because of the dark light, can't see what's inside. But if you stand at the mouth of the cave, however, he could faintly hear the echo of the noise coming from the inside. It's hard to imagine that there will be traces of people in such a place. But precisely because of this, it was here that Deathwing chose to be the headquarters of the guild. Because only such a no-man's land can completely hide himself. Inside the cave, different from the barrenness of the outside world, it is still decorated here. Seats, benches, bar drinks, etc. There are basically things in a normal guild here. The huge space seems to have dug a big hole inside the mountain. Since there is no recent activity, therefore, hundreds of people in the guild are basically gathered here, chatting and spanking. By the way, why hasn't Baker returned at this time? A sturdy man looked at the time and said. The man's name is Ella, the first person under the president of Deathwing. At the same time, he is also the strongest in the guild, with strong muscles covering his 2-meter-high body. The rough voice was as fierce as a beast. Maybe it was delayed on the way, but I don't know how much money those guys handed in this month. One person in the guild kept rubbing his hands, his face filled with excitement. For the group of them who have already put their life and death aside, I'm afraid only money can make them excited. Why don't I go and have a look? Maybe there are too many things and I can't lift them? Haha. One member said half-jokingly. Ella nodded slightly. After all, even he felt that something was wrong with Baker hadn't come back yet. Upon seeing this, the member stood up. He took a step and walked towards the door of the cave. Just approaching the gate, the member was keenly aware of the sound outside the gate. Did you come back? With such doubts, the member walked forward. I just touched the door with my hand. Boom! The gate built in the cave shattered. The huge impact even directly knocked the member into the air. With a puzzled face, he saw the culprit who broke the door. Baker. It should be said that Baker's body broke through the door. Because, at this moment, he is flying at the same level as himself. The two flew towards the inside of the cave together. At the entrance of the cave, Luo Xingchen retracted the kicked right foot. A smile rose on the corners of his mouth. It's really hard to find, the guild headquarters of Deathwing. Chapter 9. The sudden appearance of several figures shocked everyone. The two of them looked at their guild who fell heavily on the ground. Ella seemed to have reacted, and her face gradually burst into blue veins. That's a precursor to anger. He didn't ask Baker, who was lying on the ground, what was the reason for this. For them, the reason doesn't matter. Whether they take the initiative to provoke others, or others take the initiative to offend. What matters is the result. The result now is that others have provocatively come to the door. Then he couldn't keep silent. He looked at the three figures at the entrance of the cave. 2 children, and a sloppy middle-aged man. Ella was about to laugh angrily. When had he seen him alone with 2 little brats dare to come to trouble their guild? But now I see it. Right in front of his eyes. This not only made him sigh that there are people in this world who are not afraid of death. I said, do you know what you're doing? Ella with a low face spoke slowly. Boom! Ella's fist as big as a sandbag fell on the table in front of her. Do you know what the consequences are? Ella glared at several people, as if tearing them to pieces. Why do you need so much nonsense to deal with the mere 3 people? Just kill it. Wait a minute, that chick looks pretty good, or if the chick stays, maybe she will be a beauty when she grows up. The voice of a member of the Deathwing Guild just fell. The originally quiet guild immediately boiled over. Hundreds of sorcerers opened their mouths one after another. There was wanton laughter. Some even raised the wine glass in their hands and sipped happily. As expected, it is a guild that is outside the rules. The mention of murder, women, money, and the like can instantly arouse their beastly desires. Urza listened quietly to the group's discussion. It's just that the little face has gradually become gloomy at some point. The clenched fist is open. A crimson magic circle appeared in her hand. In the next second, a long sword more than 1 meter long appeared in her hand. Although the height of the long sword has even reached Urza's shoulders. But she held it without the slightest sense of disobedience. As if she was born to be a sword. Holding the hilt tightly, Urza slowly raised his head. If no one teaches you how to respect people, then I will teach you. Urza's voice just fell. The scene suddenly fell silent. Countless people looked at each other in disbelief, as if they had heard a joke. The next second, everyone burst into laughter. When can a little kid be able to talk nonsense here? It's so funny. Ella smiled disdainfully and shook her neck that had not moved for a long time. There was a crackling sound. President, can I take action? Ella licked the corners of her chapped mouth. His eyes turned to the shadow behind him. In the place shrouded in black, there was only a vague figure leaning against it. Clean it up. A lazy voice came from the dark corner. His unwavering tone seemed to reveal his disregard for life. Understood. Ella's smile gradually became excited. Magical power began to flow out of the body. The already tall body began to swell rapidly. Pieces of angular muscle propped up his shirt. One by one blood vessels burst out from the surface of the skin. There was a loud noise with every heavy breath. Enhancing the magic of his own shape, his blood boils. All-round magic that can strengthen one's physical strength, defense, and attack in a short period of time. Hey! 2 wisps of blue smoke came out of his nostrils. Ella stomped on the ground with both feet, and the man charged towards Luo Xingchen and the others like a beast. Shaking his arms, Luo Xingchen was about to go forward to meet him. But there is someone faster than him. Urza. He looked at the crimson figure who quickly passed him with the sword in hand. Luo Xingchen was a little stunned. Blinking his eyes, he looked at Gildarts. Are you okay? At this moment, Gildarts was holding his arms in his arms, and he still had no intention of making any move. Looking at the 2 people, one big and one small, who had been confronting each other in an instant, they smiled slightly. Don't underestimate Urza, she's very strong. Luo Xingchen certainly knows that Urza is strong. It can even rank in the forefront of all the wizards in fairy tale. But that's after the armor that can be changed in the future. But now Urza. After 2 days of Luo Xingchen's understanding, Urza just joined the guild not long ago. This is the first mission. Where can I get the money to build armor? Don't worry, that guy is still in Urza's range or something. Gildarts waved his hand. As he had seen Urza fight in the guild. It's a bit of understanding where Urza's limits are. So he's not worried yet. However, I think you should feel that the man hiding in the shadows is the most troublesome. Gildarts glanced into the darkness at the end of his vision. Of course. Luo Xingchen nodded and said, leave that guy to me. The corners of his mouth slowly evoked a smile, I'm very interested in him. After that, Luo Xingchen stepped forward and walked towards the crowd of hundreds of mages in front of him. As for Gildarts, he leaned against the wall quietly with his arms around him. Obviously not going to make a move. Originally, this mission was so out of line that he made up his mind to take the lead in solving the so-called chairman. But after seeing Luo Xingchen's confident expression, he changed his mind. Luo Xingchen's powerful magic, he had seen the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, he wanted to know, Luo Xingchen, a 12 or 13-year-old boy. How powerful is it? Gildarts slowly raised a smile. Young teenagers and girls. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 10. What do you mean? Is a kid like facing our entire guild? Watching Gildarts lean back leisurely. And Luo Xingchen, who was less than their shoulder height, walked towards them alone. Except for El, who was already fighting with Urza. Everyone was stunned. What are you kidding? Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Someone roared. In an instant, everyone agreed. They all picked up the magic tools in their hands, and rushed towards Luo Xingchen one after another. Stars? Not far away. Urza, who was fighting El, put the blade in front of him and blocked El's punch. Sensing the situation on the other side, she immediately exclaimed. Don't worry about me, focus on your battle. Luo Xingchen said without looking back. Facing the front almost invisible crowd, he moved forward without even the slightest hesitation. Slowly raising his right hand, the golden light began to flicker in the palm of his hand. And in the center of that dazzling light, the golden emblem appeared. The center of the badge is engraved with an ice-blue dragon. The dragon's wings were raised high, and its hideous head was facing the sky, as if it was roaring. And below the dragon, the four characters Extreme Ice and Dragon Slayer seem to have a strange magic that can immediately attract everyone's attention. A brilliant golden pattern wraps around the edge of the badge. It seems to be showing its strongest noble level. Usually, if you just use a little power, you don't need a fusion badge. Just borrow it directly to use it. But if you want to unlock the full power of the badge, you must completely integrate it with yourself. According to Luo Xingchen's understanding, fusion badges are equivalent to integrating the badges into themselves as an independent source of magic. This frees up all the power contained within the source of magic. Play with the Ice Dragon Slayer badge with one hand. Luo Xingchen's expression did not change. But this indifferent attitude completely angered the wizards who rushed up. Unbearable. In the face of hundreds of wizards, this guy has no fear at all? Damn it, kid, I'll make you cry and beg for mercy. The burly man who rushed to the front with the giant sword on his back roared angrily. Having approached Luo Xingchen within 10 meters, he jumped up abruptly. The great sword in his hand was raised high by him. The same moment, Luo Xingchen stopped the magic crystal badge he was playing with. Then it bounced high. OM. The golden magic circle spreads out inside the badge. The dazzling light shines on Luo Xingchen below. The magic that contains the meaning of extreme cold is constantly climbing in his body. Even ice-blue dragon scales began to appear on his cheeks. And now, the giant sword pierced through the air and slashed straight at Luo Xingchen's head with enormous force. Ice crystals cling to Luo Xingchen's palm. Without any hesitation, Luo Xingchen reached out and stopped the giant's sword. Boom! The huge force rolled up waves of air, blowing the smoke and dust around. But it was beyond everyone's expectations. It was such a blow that it failed to shake Luo Xingchen's body in the slightest. Click, click. The huge giant sword was frozen by the cold air, and then the cracks spread like a spider web. Luo Xingchen's palm slammed hard. Boom! Like shards of broken glass, the giant sword instantly shattered into tiny ice crystals. The burly man who lost his support point was startled, and his entire body staggered. Luo Xingchen's right foot was lifted up, and the whole body was slightly sideways. Provides more power storage space for kicks. Next second. Boom! Luo Xingchen's right foot directly kicked the burly man's abdomen. His eyes protruded suddenly, his mouth opened involuntarily. It was even accompanied by some unknown liquid. His whole body is curved in a bow shape. Unspeakable pain filled his body. With a whimper that stirs up pain, the burly man flew back faster than before. Along the way, it directly overturned the crowd that followed closely behind. For a time, screams and wailing echoed through the airtight cave along with the dancing people. The sudden appearance shocked some lucky people who were not affected. They all stopped. His wide eyes looked towards the position of the burly man who fell behind. At this moment he was completely unable to move. I don't know where the ice crystals began to spread little by little in the belly of the burly man. Even Ice crystals began to appear on the people who were affected by the burly man. After a while, someone said, "Just kidding. What's going on with this guy? Will even indirect contact be frozen?" Luo Xingchen withdrew his right foot and spoke in a flat tone. "Every blow of the extreme ice dragon will bring an unimaginable chill. If you touch it rashly, there will be unpredictable consequences." The members of Deathwing began to panic. This little devil who doesn't know the depths seems to be extremely dangerous. What a useless bunch of guys! An angry shout came from the depths of the darkness behind. The members who were stunned in place all shuddered. They know that their president. Angry already. There seemed to be crisp footsteps from the depths of the darkness. Every sound was accompanied by powerful magic power raging around. The figure gradually came to the place where the light could illuminate. It was an extremely thin old man. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is skinny. Just like a person who has just recovered from a serious illness, the whole person is a skeleton covered in skin. It is hard to imagine that such a person would become the president of the Dark Guild. Will be the object of fear. Luo Xingchen raised his eyebrows and said, "I wanted to find you out myself, but now it seems that you can't sit still anymore." Chapter 11. Can't sit still? Maybe, in the final analysis, it's just that these guys are too weak. Fern Roy, the president of Deathwing, slightly brushed aside the crowd. The wizards who were staring at him lowered their heads. "Don't dare to look at it. Therefore, if I can't stand it, I'm going to solve you myself," Fern said slowly. There is confidence in the old tone. A strange smile appeared on his wrinkled cheeks. Turning his head slightly, Luo Xingchen said, "It seems you are quite sure. This is going to try." Fern raised his palm, blood-red energy gathered in his hand. "Call out." Blood-red rays like lasers shot out. The speed is even outrageous. Gildarts, who was watching from a distance, frowned tightly at this moment. "You can't be wrong, this guy definitely has S-rank strength." Looking at Luo Xingchen, he murmured in a low voice, "Young brat. Is there a way to deal with it?" The body that had been leaning against the wall straightened up. Gildart's face was serious. After all, Luo Xingchen was facing an S-class enemy alone. Although it is not as strict as the S-class defined by fairy tale. However, it must not be underestimated. Therefore, Gildarts also cheered up, and if Luo Xingchen lost, he could help. It's not that he doesn't like him. On the contrary, Gildarts has great expectations for young people like Luo Xingchen. But now Luo Xingchen is still too small. At such an age, it is no exaggeration to say that almost no one has reached the height of Luo Xingchen in the past 100 years. Blood-red beams approached. Because the body has been transformed into a dragon's physique, Luo Xingchen could smell the blood in the beam with his sensitive nose. This guy's magic is a bit special. After coming to this conclusion in my heart, Luo Xingchen's eyes narrowed. The cold air burst out violently. Next moment, the blood-red light beam that was heading straight for Luo Xingchen seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance. It's getting slower and slower, slower and slower, until it stops in front of Luo Xingchen. Looking at this scene, Fern was stunned. "Blood," Luo Xingchen said. Looking directly at Fern, "Your magic contains blood, so it is not difficult to freeze." What an amazing insight, what a horrible kid. At this moment, even Fern couldn't help but exclaim. But that doesn't mean he will stop attacking. The legs were slightly bent, and the thin calf began to bulge. As if there was something between the bones and the skin that wanted to break out of the skin. At the same time, the magnitude of Fern's bending started to get lower and lower. Until it bottomed out, and then bounced back suddenly. The powerful recoil directly boosted Fern's speed to an extreme. In just a split second, Fern came to Luo Xingchen. The right fist was clenched, and the bulge that had just swelled near the calf appeared above his arm. The clenched fist swelled to the same size as Luo Xingchen in an instant, then crashed down. Almost instinctively, Luo Xingchen raised his arm and slammed it. Two fists, one big and one small, collided directly. The ground beneath Luo Xingchen's feet began to shatter, and the raised stones were blooming like flowers. But Luo Xingchen's body remained motionless. There was surprise in Fern's eyes. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead burst out. It seems that even the strength of feeding milk is used up. But even this can't bend the back of this young man. Is it only this level? Luo Xingchen raised his head, the mockery in his eyes was clearly visible. Not even a child can compare. Luo Xingchen stepped forward and swung his right arm vigorously. A shocking scene happened. The originally small fist, however, repelled the fist as tall as Luo Xingchen's body. With horror and unspeakable anger in Flo's eyes, the whole body took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Damn brat! He stopped backing, and Fern, who couldn't believe the situation, attacked again. The arms swelled even more. This time, he will completely smash the little ghost in front of him into meat patties. The huge fist blocked Luo Xingchen's sight. Extreme ice dragons, broken tooth. Shaking hands into claws, Luo Xingchen stepped back to avoid the punch, and the dragon claws swung down. Puff! This is the sound of flesh being cut open and blood gushing out. The other hand was raised and grabbed towards the blood that shot out. The next moment, the originally hot blood was under the chill of Luo Xingchen's palm. In an instant, it condensed into ice ridges. As soon as he turned around, Luo Xingchen passed the huge fist. The blood-red ice ridge in his hand plunged directly into Fern's chest, which was briefly stunned by the pain. Ugh! Fern's eyes widened. The severe pain that had not dissipated just now increased again. However, Luo Xingchen has not stopped. The palm inserted into Bingling grabbed it and grabbed Fern's neck directly. The arm suddenly exerted force and directly threw Fern into the air with his huge fist. The right foot took a step back, and the tip of the toe drew a small ice surface on the ground. Extreme ice dragons, broken claw. The target was aimed at Fern, who fell in the sky, and his right foot was kicked straight out. Boom! The right leg wrapped in ice kicked directly on the blood-red ice edge on Fern's body that was not fully inserted. Under the action of this terrifying force, the blood-red ice edge directly penetrated Fern's body, causing a huge blood hole about 10 centimeters in diameter. The huge force of the kick directly made Fern fly out at a very fast speed. This familiar pose. It was the same gesture of the weak man he just said he looked down on. Even faster than that. Go even further. Boom! Fern's body slammed into the wall of the cave. The wall shattered instantly, and countless rubble flew. The smoke and dust that filled the air seemed to completely drown the huge cave. Chapter 12. Quiet. Deathly silence. Countless Deathwing mages stared blankly at Fern, who was silent in the ruins. They couldn't believe that their own president would lose. And it's been crushed from beginning to end. And Luo Xingchen's face, who had done all this, still didn't change. It was as if he had done something trivial. The other side. The battle for Urza was also drawing to a close. Although the current Urza has no armor blessing, but its own magic has far surpassed its peers. And his own swordsmanship is also under the serious training every day without slack. Become extremely powerful. As Gildarts said. Perhaps the current Urza vs Fern will be completely suppressed. But against Ella, who is much weaker than Fern, there is no problem at all. BD. Ella growled angrily. At the moment he is not in a good state. The bloody scar on the left arm is still flowing with hot blood. For him who uses blood magic, the loss of blood will greatly reduce his combat effectiveness. With only one hand moving, he clenched his fist and waved it wildly. He had already lost his mind because of his anger. Even the basic combat literacy has long been forgotten. On the other hand, Urza is completely different. Whether it's the timing of swinging the sword or the timing of dodging. Urza was firmly in his mind. Sideways dodged the punch of an angry Ella. Urza clenched the sword in both hands. Magic power was injected into the sharp sword madly, causing it to emit a faint light. Urza raised his eyes sharply. She swung her last sword towards Ella, whose weaknesses were all exposed because of her madness. Moon flash. Pfft. Urza's speed was ramped up to the limit at this moment. In just an instant, he appeared behind Ella. The scar of the cross appeared on Ella's chest. Blood sprayed out. Ella's wildly waving arms stopped. The excruciating pain in his chest eventually overcame the anger. The originally scarlet eyes gradually became clearer, but the heavy injury no longer allowed him to stand up. Boom! With a dull sound, Ella fell to the ground. Luo Xingchen smiled at Urza at the moment. Even Luo Xingchen had to admit it. Urza really deserves to be the fairy queen in the future. This fighting talent is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of course, the most important thing is always Urza's unwavering heart. Nice job, Urza. Facing Urza, who returned from victory, Luo Xingchen sent praise. Look at the boy in front of you. Urza blushes rarely. Maybe this girl is getting such a compliment for the first time, so she is not used to it. Scratched his head and said, "Where, compared to you, I'm still far behind." This is not a polite speech. Although he was just fighting with Ella, Urza was still watching the battlefield on Luo Xingchen's side. Hundreds of mages and guild leaders. All were solved effortlessly by one of them. At this point Urza thinks he can't do it. It's not over yet. While the two were talking, a sudden voice interrupted Luo Xingchen's conversation with Urza. This guy. Luo Xingchen turned his gaze towards the direction of the voice. That was Fern, who had just been defeated by Luo Xingchen. At this moment, the whole body was tattered, and even the abdomen that was originally covered with ice crystals appeared a large area of bloody injuries. Obviously, in order not to be frozen by the spreading ice crystals, he chose to tear off the ice crystals along with the frozen flesh. Although the whole body is attacked by pain, but he still gritted his teeth, while no one noticed. Climbed to Ella's side. An excited smile appeared on his old, blood-stained face. Like a ghost. What are you trying to do? Urza seemed to sense something was wrong, and immediately shouted. What, hee. Fern raised his head. Damn little devils, of course I'm sending you to hell. As he spoke, he raised his palm and stabbed Ella's back fiercely. Wow! Ella, who was already seriously injured, suddenly let out a hysterical cry. His skin was wrinkling slightly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Fern's arm, which was inserted into Ella's body, also had regular agitation. It's like a rubber hose is pumping a stream of water. Fern's arm is now the water pipe. Ella's blood is water. Ella raised her trembling arm in pain. No. Don't. The screaming stopped abruptly. Ella's body has been completely turned into a mummified corpse. It was as if there was not a single drop of blood in his body. But at this moment, Fern has changed a lot. The originally scrawny body has returned to the appearance of a normal person with strong muscles and full of muscles. Fern stood up slowly, and the wound on his abdomen was repaired by blood. Restored. He licked the corner of his mouth slightly, as if he was aftertastes. Delicious aftertaste of Ella's blood. What the hell did you do? Urza gritted his teeth. Angry veins burst out on his forehead. What? Fern smiled slowly. Of course I'm taking back what belongs to me. Looking at Ella, who has completely lost her life. There was no trace of regret on Fern's face. I taught this human magic, do you know why? Because that is the magic extended from my power origin of blood. Every time I use it, the blood in his body will be further assimilated into my blood. Having said that, he paused. As for why you do this, Looking at Luo Xingchen, of course, to prevent meeting someone like you one day. In order to have a second life. So you didn't hesitate to deprive the life of your companion who was born and died for you. Luo Xingchen's tone was a little cold. Chillingly cold. Chapter 13. Luo Xingchen's eyes were fixed on Fern. Not for Ella's grievances. It's just that this guy's behavior makes Luo Xingchen disliked, that's all. I have no companions, and I don't think mere humans can be my companions. Fern spread his hands and spoke indifferently. A mere human? Urza frowned. Asked, so you are not human? Speaking of this, Fern smiled disdainfully. Of course, for you humans, it can be understood as a demon. The fangs in his mouth slowly grew, making his face even more hideous. The devil in the book of Ziref. The voice just fell. Luo Xingchen, Urza and even Gildarts, who were watching the game from behind, were stunned. Luo Xingchen was surprised that he had just come to this continent. It came across something like the book of Ziref. And Urza is because of the 3 words Ziref. These 3 words can be said to be the main culprits for her childhood tragedy. Gildarts looked serious and muttered to himself. I really didn't expect. This small guild actually has the negative legacy in the book of Ziref. No, this is no longer a small guild. It is no exaggeration to say. This matter has risen to the point of alarming the council. If you didn't follow me. With Urza alone, it's absolutely impossible. It may even cost her life. Of course, with Luo Xingchen here, Gildarts is not panicking. After all, in the battle just now, the strength of this demon is not relatively strong. Luo Xingchen can completely crush him by himself. Thinking of this, Gildarts shook his head and sighed. Young people today are really perverted. However, it also made Gildarts think carefully. Staring at Luo Xingchen's back, he slowly smiled. A little obscene. Luo Xingchen was the first to come back to his senses, after a short period of surprise. He immediately regained his dull expression. Looking straight at Fern. I don't know if this Mr. Demon has a third life. Luo Xingchen's magic began to gather in his hands. The cold air is constantly pervading. At extremely low temperatures, even white ice crystals began to appear in the air. Even the opposite Fern shivered involuntarily. I didn't plan to fight with you like this. Although using that move will bring a lot of load. As he said that, his eyes glanced aside because he was already afraid. And the members of the Deathwing Guild hiding in the corner. He narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, everyone shuddered. In the face of Ella's death just now, no one can keep calm. Speaking of which, you have relied on my strength over the years, and you have also enjoyed a lot of blessings. It's time for you to repay me. Fern sneered. The sturdy body began to wriggle. The countless tentacles that couldn't be found in humans ripped through Fern's skin. The next second, countless tentacles swaying, slammed out in all directions. In the face of this all-round attack, Luo Xingchen's pupils shrank suddenly. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately turned around and hugged Urza away from the spot. Immediately after, several extremely fast tentacles penetrated the ground where Luo Xingchen and Urza were standing. Luo Xingchen stopped and confirmed that Urza was all right. Raised arms swing down. The ice blades condensed by the cold air directly chopped up all the tentacles that were about to attack. But the wizards of Deathwing on the other side are not so good. The rushing tentacles directly penetrated their bodies. No, President. President, we didn't learn Ella's magic, why? I don't want to die. The suction cups on the tentacles began to absorb the blood of the Deathwing wizards. A steady stream of blood poured into Fern's body. His face also became extremely ferocious. As if suffering from some pain. That's right, absorbing blood that is different from mine will have great side effects. Fern gritted his teeth and said. But it can also bring extremely powerful power in a short period of time. The soaring blood in his body made his entire body swell rapidly. Only then can I kill this, damn it, kid. Let you see the true power of blood boiling. Fern's mouth widened and he roared. Ugh! The screams gradually turned into roars. Roaring like an angry beast. The muscles in his upper extremities swelled to an exaggerated level. A sharp horn grew on his forehead. Sharp claws grew on both hands and feet, and scales appeared on the skin. The whole person was lying on the ground, from the original way of standing on both feet, converted to a way of crawling on all fours. In the eyes that represent rationality are gradually occupied by crazy scarlet. Demon eyes. Gildarts uttered the name in a deep voice. Moreover, he seems to have completely lost his mind because he absorbed blood different from his own. That is to say, run away. This guy. Urza clenched the sword in his hand. Looking at Luo Xingchen, who was on the side, let's go together. However, Luo Xingchen just shook his head. He said softly, just let me come, I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. Urza didn't quite understand what Luo Xingchen meant. But Luo Xingchen did not explain. Just watching Fern, who has been completely demonized, move. You hide away first. Luo Xingchen's voice came from the front. Hey kid, are you all right? Cried Gildarts at the gate. Luo Xingchen turned his back to the two and shook his hand, leave it to me. Obviously a little immature, but for some reason, it is so convincing. Gildarts smiled. This guy. Luo Xingchen came to the front of Fern and stopped. Watching the ground keep pounding at the moment. Fern, who has fallen into madness. Ho ho ho. A hysterical roar spoke of the monster's rage. Scarlet eyes stared at Luo Xingchen, his feet shrank. The entire body was ejected. Due to running on 4 feet, Fern's speed at this moment has even surpassed the previous countless times. With every step, the ground is shattered, causing a burst of smoke and dust. The strong wind blew the black hair in front of Luo Xingchen's forehead. In just a split second, Fern came to Luo Xingchen. The sharp claws waved down towards Luo Xingchen without hesitation. Stepping back, Luo Xingchen turned slightly to the side, then dodged Fern's claws. Boom! The claws hit the ground, and the explosion sounded. At the same time, Luo Xingchen's palm had reached out and directly grabbed the sharp corner of Fern's head. The ice condensed into a sharp blade in the other palm. Aim at Fern's sharp corner and slash down. Boom! The sharp horn was cut off directly, and Fern let out a painful neigh. He seemed to want to take a step back. But Luo Xingchen quickly grabbed Fern's head. At the same time, the knees covered with sharp ice crystals have been raised simultaneously. Extreme Ice Dragons, Knee Strike. Chapter 14. Boom! The dull sound was so clear in the extremely quiet cave space. The shattered fangs flew into the air along with the spray of blood. Facing Luo Xingchen and Fern, he fell to the ground. Hard to get up. Shaking his dizzy head. The fierce light in Fern's eyes seemed to be a little more. Grinning his teeth, Fern slammed his fists on the ground. The whole person rushed towards Luo Xingchen again. The chill filled the air, Luo Xingchen's hands were folded together, and then slowly opened. The long knife condensed out of thin air was held in his hand. Holding a knife handle. The blade pointed diagonally to the ground. Luo Xingchen took a step and ran. Next moment, one person and one demon interacted in the middle. Luo Xingchen bent down slightly and passed under Fern's wielding claws. The frosty blade slashed directly across Fern's chest. No blood flowed out, only blood-red ice crystals spread over Fern's body. His feet stomped on the ground, stabilizing his body. Luo Xingchen turned around, holding the ice blade in his hand. He slammed into the sharp claws that were propping up on the ground by Fern. The ice blade directly penetrated Fern's palm. Penetrated deeply into the ground. The cold air suddenly erupted, and the extremely cold ice crystals began to spread rapidly from the sharp blade. In just a moment, Fern's palm was firmly dead on the ground. Ho 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 ho! The scar on the abdomen and the pain in the palm of the hand. All this made Fern instinctively let out an almost instinctive roar. The severe pain caused him to wave his other arm even more frantically. I want to completely tear the human beings in front of me to shreds. But, a monster that has fallen into madness. How much more reason to think? With just a slight tilt of his head, he avoided the waving claws. Luo Xingchen raised his toes again. Straight to Fern's cheek and kicked away. Boom! The giant force directly caused Fern's entire body to rise into the air. But because the right palm was firmly stuck on the ground, even the flying Fern's entire body began to rotate around the sharp sword that was plunged into the ground. It's like walking around in a garden. Luo Xingchen took a step and walked to the side. The next second, he stopped. And it seems to be echoing Luo Xingchen. Fern's spinning body stopped right in front of him. There was no hesitation. Luo Xingchen raised his right leg again and kicked Fern's abdomen from the bottom up. The blood-red ice crystals on the abdomen shattered directly. Crimson blood sprayed out, but in an instant it turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. The giant force acted on Fern's body again. Fern, who had just stopped spinning, took off again. But also because the palm is fixed on the ground, Fern's whole body showed a straight inverted posture. Then it crashed to the ground. The two watching from a distance stared blankly at Fern, who was beaten like a toy. Is this still the devil in the book of Ziref? Urza looked at Gildarts, who was beside him. You know, that's Ziref. A demon created by Ziref, the strongest and most vicious black mage in the past 400 years. But now, even Gildart's eyes were rounded. Originally thought that Luo Xingchen would win against the demonized Fern. But it will be extremely difficult. But who knew that this 12 or 13-year-old boy would be so relaxed? You must know that Fern, who has not yet been demonized, already has the strength to match the S-rank mages of ordinary guilds. And the completely demonized Fern. To be honest, he was almost above most of the sorcerers' guild. This kid hasn't used his full strength yet. After observing for a while, Gildarts came to this conclusion. What a horrible kid! Shaking his head slightly, even Gildarts had to exclaim. Luo Xingchen slowly came to the end of Fern. Hey, hey! The sound of heavy breathing echoed in Luo Xingchen's ears. Even if you can't stand up. But Fern still looked at Luo Xingchen viciously and kept roaring. The fierceness in his eyes seemed to overflow. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Luo Xingchen directly grabbed the other horn on Fern's head. The right foot lifted and stepped directly on Fern's head. The arm jerked violently. Blue veins burst out at this moment. Fern's roar became even more tragic. An indescribable pain passed through his forehead. Stab it! With the sound, the last demon horn on Fern's head was directly ripped off by Luo Xingchen. Ho ho ho! Demon Fern's roar gradually became weaker. He threw the sharp horn in his hand on the ground. Luo Xingchen pulled up the ice sword that bound the demon Fern. Then another kick hit him in the jaw. The sound of bone cracking came out immediately. The demon Fern took a few steps backwards uncontrollably. Hey! He slowly let out a cold breath. Luo Xingchen stepped forward and came to the demon Fern. Slowly raising his arm, a pure white magic circle unfolded in his palm. Under the influence of the magic circle, Fern completely stopped moving. Blood-red energy slowly flowed out from the body of the demon Fern. Gathered in Luo Xingchen's palms. Devour magic. A magic that can forcibly extract the magic power from the mage's body to temporarily strengthen one's own magic power. However, Luo Xingchen originally thought that he could only extract the magic power of the sorcerer. I don't know if it works for the devil. But with the idea of experimentation, Luo Xingchen still tried it. Simply, it works even against demons. The light is constantly gathering. Luo Xingchen activated the magic sublimator in the consciousness space in his mind. Next moment, the magic power gathered in Luo Xingchen's hands began to form a red magic crystal badge. The blood-red liquid on the badge seemed to be surging. At the bottom is written a simple blood. Boil your blood and temporarily strengthen your badge. This reminds Luo Xingchen of the magic of Fern and Ella's short-term improvement in strength just now. He smiled slightly and said, "It seems that I'm lucky today. It's time to deal with you completely." He held the blood demon crystal emblem tightly in his hand. Luo Xingchen took 2 steps back, his mouth bulging. The surrounding temperature seems to have dropped a lot again. Exaggerated magic gathered in his mouth. The very ice dragons dash roar. Chapter 15. It came out of Luo Xingchen's mouth. It's a blue cold snap. The overwhelming cold current is like a wave, overwhelming the demon fern. Not even a scream was made. The entire body of the demon fern is in this extremely low temperature. It completely turned into an ice sculpture that reflected light. A biting chill filled the surroundings. The dragon's breath even changed the surrounding environment. In the originally closed cave space, at this moment, it seems to have turned into a winter snow scene. Completely shrouded in pure white ice. This magic. Gildarts tightened the cape around him. Any questions? Urza on the side seemed to be shaking a little under the cold air. Gildarts raised a smile and said slowly. I wasn't quite sure just now, but this move is absolutely right. This magic can break the scales of the dragon, break the flesh of the dragon, and hunt the soul of the dragon. The ancient magic used to meet the dragon. It's called Dragon Slayer magic. Gildart's eyes were hotter than ever before. This boy is getting more and more interesting. Hey! Luo Xingchen spit out the white mist formed by the cold air. He threw the icy sword that he had just drawn from the claws of the demon fern in his hand. Click! The sharp sword plunged directly into the body of the demon fern, who had turned into an ice sculpture. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The crack started to emerge from where the sword was inserted. Then, like a spider web, it spread toward the entire ice sculpture. Then, Luo Xingchen turned around. The magic power all over his body began to fade away. The ice-blue dragon scales at the corners of his eyes gradually disappeared. Behind him, are the white ice crystals that shattered into one place. The surging energy gathered in Luo Xingchen's hands transformed into a golden extreme ice dragon slayer badge. After picking up the red blood badge he just collected, Luo Xingchen sighed helplessly. Sure enough, golden badges are not so good. But Luo Xingchen just complained. To be frank, how long ago was the last time you saw a badge collected? It seems to have been a year ago. So, I was really lucky to be able to get the badge this time. Shaking his head, he returned the badge to the system space. Luo Xingchen walked towards Gildarts. Hey, kid! Gildarts clapped Luo Xingchen's shoulder with his big hand. An amiable smile appeared on his face. Would you like to join Fairy Tale? After the demon fern was completely wiped out. It also heralds the crusade against the Dark Guild and the completion of Deathwing's mission. Urza then went to the client to settle the task. And the principal. It is also the mayor of the town of Santa Casia. After learning that the actual task difficulty is much higher than expected, the mayor has generously increased the amount of entrusted tasks. After all, such a task is difficult. If I really want to talk about it, it can even be announced as an S-rank mission. Urza, who got the first pot of gold in his life. Although excited, but still held back. And he also intends to give Luo Xingchen most of the reward for the task. However, Luo Xingchen has no interest in this. The main thing is that there is no need to pay for what was agreed at the beginning. After all, Luo Xingchen came for the badge. If it's a task you take on yourself, Luo Xingchen will naturally accept it happily. Hearing Luo Xingchen's clear rejection, Erza thought of another way. That is to invite Luo Xingchen to have a good meal. Use this to express your gratitude. In this regard, Luo Xingchen is not rejecting it either. So the two children and an uncle had a good meal in the town of Santa Casia. After the milk is full and full, it's time to leave. Outside the town of Santa Casia, Gildarts patted Luo Xingchen on the shoulder and continued the question just now. Xingchen, have you considered what I said before? Join the fairy tale 1. Luo Xingchen looked directly at Gildarts. The black pupils fluctuated slightly. Erza's eyes also turned to Luo Xingchen at this moment, as if waiting for something. That's right, fairy tale. Gildarts raised his head. There is pride in the tone. Do fairies have tails, or do fairies really exist? These people don't know, but because of this, it symbolizes eternal adventure. The name has such a meaning. Gildarts' voice was unusually loud at this moment. Nearly middle-aged, he has left some vicissitudes of time on his face. But when it comes to this, the eyes are full of expectations for the future or the unknown. Well, it's completely different from the previous group of guys, we are a regular guild. Gildarts set his sights on Luo Xingchen. Didn't you say that you just came to this continent? You have no friends or foothold on this continent. It is better to join our guild. There are many people of your age in the guild. Like Erza. Gildarts pointed to Erza. Quietly whispered in Luo Xingchen's ear, there are many more beautiful women of this level in our guild. While talking about Gildarts, he kept raising his eyebrows. Obviously, in order to catch this talented boy, Gildarts is also racking his brains. Luo Xingchen didn't listen to the words behind Gildarts. There was some confusion in the slightly empty eyes. Fairy tale Ah. A guild that has been carrying out the spirit of harmony since its inception. A guild that has always put its companions first. 1. Has always been looking forward to the future, looking forward to the guild of tomorrow. But, just like Luo Xingchen's creed all along, this is not just an anime world, but real. A world of flesh and blood. He didn't know if reality would be so beautiful. I don't know if fairy tale will become the home of the person who has been wandering for 2 lifetimes. That's right, in Luo Xingchen's view, he has been wandering for 2 lifetimes. Loneliness seems to have long since become synonymous with him. Therefore, he is unfamiliar with words like family and companions. But, when seeing the sincere eyes of Gildarts and Erza, he suddenly felt that he might be able to try it. Try to get out of this loneliness. Try to change a new life, try an unknown adventure. Maybe not too bad? Seeing that Luo Xingchen still didn't respond, Gildarts was still chattering. Also, after you join the guild, you can still take on tasks. With your strength, you can definitely make money. I agree. Luo Xingchen said softly. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two of them. Gildarts' voice came to an abrupt end. Erza breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I'm sure you can't go back. Gildarts added worriedly. Don't worry, I haven't regretted what I decided. Luo Xingchen waved his hand indifferently. Gildarts laughed and patted Luo Xingchen on the shoulder. BD, don't you know your hands are heavy? Luo Xingchen quickly backed away and rubbed his shoulders. Haha, sorry, I'm a little excited. Gildarts kept laughing, like a conspiracy succeeded. Gives goosebumps all over. Chapter 16. The Kingdom of Fiori, a town in Magnolia. Whenever this town is mentioned, the first thing that comes to people's mind. It's not that this town is one of the largest towns in the Fiori Kingdom. Nor is it the economic leader of the town. It was a guild called Fairy Tale. The so-called guild is a place where mages gather. Mages get paid for fulfilling people's quests. Feed yourself this way. The guild is a place to introduce work. But for some homeless people, the guild is also their habitat. Fairy Tale is an old guild that has been in Magnolia for more than 100 years. There are many powerful wizards born here. There have also been many legends that circulated in the kingdom of Fiori. Of course, the image of most stories is not that positive. Outskirts of Magnolia. 3 figures, 1 big and 2 small, appeared here. Luo Xingchen, who was walking at the forefront, looked at the town in the distance. Due to the high location of Luo Xingchen Station. As a result, almost the entire Magnolia town can be seen. Among them, the most conspicuous. It was the red 3-story building on the edge of the coastline. By the way, uncle, where is Fairy Tale? Of course, it looks majestic. Gildarts came to Luo Xingchen's side, put his hands on his hips, and said with a smile on his face. Not bad. Luo Xingchen gave a fair comment. After all, Luo Xingchen had seen many more majestic buildings in his previous life. So, no surprise. Gildarts didn't care about this, and patted Luo Xingchen on the shoulder. Going forward, let's go, it's been a long time since I came out this time. I really miss everyone in the guild. Do you really have such an idea? Luo Xingchen looked Gildarts up and down. There was suspicion in his eyes. If it wasn't for your procrastination, we might have been there long ago. Speaking of which, Luo Xingchen pouted, looking very disdainful. You know, since the last time Luo Xingchen and others defeated Deathwing. It has been almost half a month. The town of Santa Cassia is at most 10 days away from the town of Magnolia. But abruptly went out for 5 more days. Why? That's not because the middle-aged uncle passes by every town. Choose to stay for a while. It is also euphemistically called to experience the customs of various places. The results of it. The moment when Luo Xingchen and Erza caught Gildarts, who was surrounded by girls with red eyes. They finally understood. What is the customs and human feelings in this uncle's mouth? Hey, kid, you can doubt my personality, but you can't doubt my eagerness to miss home. Gildarts was clearly pd off. Erza, who was following behind, helped her forward helplessly. It's here again. He sighed. Erza chose to turn a blind eye. The quarrel between the two seems to have become routine these days. But it can be considered to add a lot of fun to the boring journey. The 3 came to the edge of town. Before everyone could enter the town, the harsh siren mixed with the bell sounded immediately. As if to remind people in the city of something. For a time, the people in the town stopped their movements one after another. Looking at the entrance of the town in horror, he shouted. This way of ringing the bell, is Gildarts back. Please note that Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode, please all citizens arrive at the designated location as soon as possible, please pay attention. The sound of radio birds flying across the sky resounded throughout the town. Immediately afterwards, the town of Magnolia began to shake. Accompanied by the sound of gears turning. The whole town is divided into several blocks. The supports buried in the ground hold up countless houses. Plates big and small began to rise. The whole city has been raised a lot. All that remains is the red 3-story building at the end of a straight road. Ha ha ha, how is it? Amazing. Gildarts laughed, a proud look on his face. Because Uncle Gildarts is always in a daze when he walks and destroys other people's houses. So the people of the town remodeled the town. Straightforward, Erza explained. Ha. Luo Xingchen twitched at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the culprit who was still smiling, I really don't know how proud you are. Isn't that cool? Gildarts pointed to the only path in front of him. I don't think people in the town think so. Luo Xingchen complained. Well, some things still need to be thought about from a different angle. Gildarts waved his hand nonchalantly. Remodeling the entire town for one person, you can't find a second one in the Fiori kingdom for this kind of thing. Luo Xingchen chose to shut up, and he didn't know how long this guy could keep talking. Several people came to the end of the straight road. When he got closer, Luo Xingchen realized that Fairy Tale's guild was unexpectedly tall. The main body is red mixed with yellow on top of the building. The large characters "Foul Retail" written on the wooden plaque immediately caught Luo Xingchen's attention. Looking up again, the flag with the Fairy Tale logo painted on it fluttered in the wind. "This is it!" Guild Arts whispered from the guild gate. Urza put his hands behind his back. He looked at Luo Xingchen, who was on the side. "Xingchen." "Hey!" Luo Xingchen turned his head. Looking at Urza, who is smiling. "Welcome to Fairy Tale." After being stunned for a while, Luo Xingchen also reacted and smiled slightly. "What?" Chapter 17. Let's go, I believe Xingchen will like it here. Guild Arts made the first move. Go to the gate of the guild. While walking, he spoke to Luo Xingchen behind him. He didn't even look at the door in front of him. "That, you?" Luo Xingchen stretched out his hand. As if to remind Guild Arts there is a gate ahead. But the words are not over yet. The white halo completely shattered the wooden door and turned it into a pile of sawdust. Luo Xingchen's words stuck in his throat. Has he always been like this? Luo Xingchen quietly asked Urza beside him. Urza nodded earnestly. That's why the city needs to be transformed. BD Guild Arts. Why can't you just walk through the door? There was an old roar from inside the gate. Haha, sorry, just talking. Guild Arts scratched his head. There was no trace of guilt on his smiling face. It's hard work, how did you finish this mission? It must be completed successfully, right? That's for sure, after all Guild Arts is watching. A voice like this came from the door. Luo Xingchen followed Urza and Guild Arts into the guild called Fairy Tale. First timing. Luo Xingchen felt the lively atmosphere around him. The noisy sound mixed with the sound of wine glasses colliding incessantly. But miraculously, Luo Xingchen didn't get bored at all. Maybe it's because no one has a hostile relationship. Hey, who is this kid? Someone seemed to notice Luo Xingchen following Guild Arts. Could it be the uncle's illegitimate child? Another person laughed and laughed. Should I say it or not, it's quite handsome, does Guild Arts have such genes? Upon hearing this, Guild Arts was immediately displeased. Aggressively glared at the ridicule. Hey? What do you mean? Are my genes bad? As he spoke, he also fluttered his orange hair. Back then, I was a man who fascinated thousands of girls. However, this kid is really not my illegitimate child. That's right, how could I have something to do with such an uncle? Luo Xingchen immediately retorted. He looked at Guild Arts with disgust. Has my image gotten to this point? Guild Arts clutched his chest. Incredibly murmured. Luo Xingchen and Urza nodded earnestly and in sync. Guild Arts felt a pain in his chest all of a sudden. In the corner of the guild, where no one is paying attention. Little girl with brown hair in a yellow plaid dress. Staring closely at Guild Arts in the crowd. He smiled silently, looking a little disappointed. What's the matter, Kana? The black-haired boy with a bare upper body beside him asked suspiciously. Ah, nothing. The little girl called Kana shook her head quickly. Glancing at the boy, he sighed helplessly. By the way, Gray, where are your clothes? Hey! When? The little boy named Gray was surprised. Immediately turned around and ran to the side. I guess I went looking for my own clothes. On the other hand, Urza went to hand over the job. Luo Xingchen and Guild Arts were ridiculed by everyone in the guild. Came to the bar. Guild Arts, who is this kid? An old voice came from above the bar. It was the same person who roared when the door shattered. Luo Xingchen's eyes looked over. It was a small old man sitting at the bar. The top of the old man's head was bare. There is no more hair. But he still had thick white hair on his temples. The old man was holding a cane in his arms, with a glass of frothy beer beside him. Luo Xingchen recognized it the moment he saw it. Makarov, the well-respected president of the Fairy Tale Guild. At the same time, he is also a powerful magician who has been awarded the honor of the Holy Ten. The new guy, Urza and I met at work, so I brought it back. Guildarts answered. Then he pointed to the old man and said, "This is the president of our guild, Mr. Makarov." Rookie. Makarov frowned. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Luo Xingchen. He asked softly, "Little boy, what's your name?" Although the two worlds are called children, it always feels a little strange. But no way. Who made Luo Xingchen really just a child now? Luo Xingchen, someone from the eastern continent. Luo Xingchen replied. East continent? Are you alone? Makarov was a little surprised. Luo Xingchen nodded lightly. Suddenly, the surprise in Makarov's eyes grew stronger. As someone who has lived for decades, he has naturally heard of the eastern continent. But to know the distance between two continents, even larger than the entire continent of Ishgar. A young man of about 12 or 13 years of age has crossed such a huge distance alone. It's hard to believe. Don't judge this young man by his age. Guildarts on the side took the wine glass from the waiter. Said with a smile. He is amazingly strong. The whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at each other. It seems that he never thought that Guildarts, the strongest in the guild, would praise a young man like this. This is something that almost never happens. I heard that right, that Guildarts said he was amazing. That kid, is it really that exaggerated? Chapter 18. Luo Xingchen was not affected by the voices of the people in the guild. He stretched out his palm and shook it in front of Makarov. Makarov woke up a little stunned. By the way, can I join in? He asked aloud. Ah, since it's someone Guildarts brought back, that's fine. Makarov smiled at Luo Xingchen in front of him. From today, you are a member of Fairy Tale. The words fell, and Makarov got up from the table. One jumped in front of Luo Xingchen. Luo Xingchen's line of sight just looks up from up to down. Where should it be printed? Makarov took out the guild seal from his bag. He looked up and down Luo Xingchen. Luo Xingchen tugged at his sleeve, revealing the arm of his right arm. On the right shoulder. Is there a color requirement? Makarov asked again. Is there a colorful black? Luo Xingchen answered seriously. Finally. The sky blue mark appeared on Luo Xingchen's right shoulder. Wing-like stripes extend from the back of the bird-like logo. It's like a holy goblin clinging to the skin. A slight warmth came. I don't know if it's an illusion, at the moment when this coat of arms appeared. Luo Xingchen's wandering soul for a long time actually felt a little at ease. Wonderful feeling. Luo Xingchen murmured softly. A big hand touched his head abruptly. Haha, kid. The iconic voice of Guildarts echoed in Luo Xingchen's ears. From now on, it's a family. Luo Xingchen was stunned for a while, then nodded lightly. It sounds interesting, uncle. I said don't call me uncle. Guildarts rubbed Luo Xingchen's short black hair in dissatisfaction. It's you who called the kid first. I'm talking about it, you're already middle-aged, so don't pretend to be tender. Luo Xingchen pouted in disdain. Just when the two of them stared at each other with big eyes. Makarov on the side smiled slightly. It seems that you have a good relationship. But that's fine. The guild's bond was established in such a commotion. With a smile, Makarov climbed over the bar again. He picked up the beer on the bar and held it up. The old voice revealed a different kind of high. Little devils, let's have a banquet to welcome the newcomer Luo Xingchen. At the moment when the old man's voice fell, everyone in the guild burst into cheers. Oh, welcome to Fairy Tale. Is Luo Xingchen? Kaina's eyes were fixed on Luo Xingchen, who was surrounded by everyone for the first time. He's great, isn't he? Then he looked at Urza, who was eating strawberry cake beside him, and asked. A star. Urza put a scoop of cake into his mouth. Biting his fork, he watched Kana keep nodding. It seems to recall some time ago in my mind. The scene where Luo Xingchen beat up the demon fern by himself. Nodding seriously, the stars are very strong. Better than Urza? Kana asked again. You know, so far. Among the younger generations of fairy tale in Kana's eyes, only Urza and a boy named Laxus are the strongest. Even stronger than most adults. Hearing Kana's words, Urza waved his hands. I'm still a long way off. The strength of Xingchen is astonishing even Uncle Gildart's. Is that so? Kana nodded slightly. The hands hidden under the table clenched slightly. Looking at Gildart's eyes, I don't know what to think. When it comes to being powerful, how can it be without me, Lord Grey? While the two girls were chatting, Grey jumped out suddenly. By the way, aren't you looking for clothes? Kana said while looking at Grey, who was still naked. Grey waved his hand helplessly. I can't find it, but it's not important. His eyes looked at a few people, and his eyes flashed with excitement. You were just saying that the new guy is very strong, right? What do you want? Urza looked at Grey suspiciously. What? Grey's eyes turned to Luo Xingchen's direction. The corner of his mouth raised an excited smile. Of course, I swear my status as Lord Grey. When did you guy become so amazing? Kana sighed helplessly. Do you want to fight? Urza frowned. Serious expression. Grey broke into a cold sweat. I couldn't help but think of the days when I was beaten up by Urza. This is not a simple fight, it's just a discussion, for a moment. Grey responded quiveringly. Seeing this, Urza's frowning brows loosened. He turned his attention to the cake in front of him. The right hand continued to dig the cake with a spoon. It's not a bad thing if you just compare it. But the stars are very strong, you will definitely not be an opponent. As he spoke, he put the cake into his mouth. She turned her head and wanted to continue persuading Grey, but she was instantly stunned. Where's Grey? She asked, pointing to the empty seat beside her. Kana spreads her hands. When you said the first sentence just now, that guy Grey went to look for the stars. Hey! Urza's eyes widened. Turned. And saw the shirtless Grey. Taking 8 character steps, he walked aggressively in the direction of Luo Xingchen. A few months ago, when I came to the guild for the first time. Grey is like that too. But then, naturally, she was severely beaten. Then this time I met a Luo Xingchen who was much stronger than me. Helplessly shook his head, what a guy who doesn't have a long memory. Chapter 19. The Other Side. As the protagonist of this banquet, Luo Xingchen was surrounded by a group of people at the moment. It's okay to call you Xingchen, you are welcome to join us. Ha ha ha, our guild is a lot more lively now. Besides, the little brother is still very handsome. When he grows up, he will definitely be able to fascinate a large number of fans. Luo Xingchen was full of sweat at the moment. After all, he had never dealt with such a situation. So much so that he seemed a little helpless at the moment. However, he also knew that everyone was kind. So there is no refusal either. And, in this short time, Luo Xingchen also got acquainted with the members of fairy tale in general. For example, the man in front of him with purple hair is called Macau. The man on the nose of the plane beside him was named Waka. A man who was clamoring for a portrait of himself was named Lai Dashu. There is also a man named Vegeta who is going to dance on the spot. Etc., etc. These characters were once only seen in anime. Really appear in front of you. This made Luo Xingchen sigh at the wonder of the world. Hey, I heard that you are very powerful? Come and fight with me. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Pairs of eyes stared at the boy in front of him who was a little shorter than Luo Xingchen. Luo Xingchen's attention was also attracted by the boy. He looked at the confident figure with his arms on his hips, bare upper body. Luo Xingchen doesn't even have to think about who this guy is. Gray, are you sure? I heard that the stars are very strong. Wakaba exhaled a smoke ring. Said slowly. Don't worry, I have absolute confidence in myself. Gray said loudly, patting his chest. Things are starting to get interesting. Macau leaned against the bar. With an interested smile on his face. Gray's strength is not weak. Gildarts on the side took a swig of beer, put the glass on the table, and said. It's impossible for Gray to beat the stars. Is that kid really that strong? Macau was in disbelief. After all, they are both the same age. No matter how strong you are, there is always a limit, right? In any case, Gray will have a chance to win. Gildarts smiled, looked at Luo Xingchen, and murmured. Maybe even the current you can't beat him. He knew that Luo Xingchen possessed extremely cold dragon-slaying magic. Dragon Slayer magic. It is definitely not possible to win with magic of the same attribute. And it just so happens that the magic that Gray uses is called ice shape magic. That is to say, Gray's ice can't do any damage to Luo Xingchen at all. It may even be the power that strengthens Luo Xingchen's own magic. Moreover, they have been together for nearly half a month on the road. Gildarts knew that Luo Xingchen had nothing but Jibing's dragon-slaying magic. There are many other magics. Although it is not as powerful as Dragon Slayer magic, but against the current Gray. Totally enough. Let's see. Gildarts smiled. No explanation meant. Luo Xingchen stared at Gray before shaking his head after a while, forget it. Having said that, he turned his head. After all, he beat up his guild companions on his first day. Even Luo Xingchen would be a little embarrassed. And even considering that the magic sublimator can collect the magic power left over after the battle of the magician, Luo Xingchen was too lazy to do it. After all, the current Gray is really too weak, and there is really too little magic power left behind. It wasn't even as fast as Luo Xingchen's natural collection of the magic in the air. Also, Gray's magic is ice. Even if it is made into a magic crystal, it is just an ordinary red ice badge. Where is the incense of the extremely ice dragon slayer badge? The surrounding members looked at Gray, who failed to provoke and let out unscrupulous laughter. Haha, Gray can't just be confident. Macau said with a big laugh. That's right, no one wants to fight you. Wakaba raised his glass. Had a clink with Macau. Less long-winded. Gray blushed. Unwilling to look directly at Luo Xingchen, anyway, let's fight. Saying that, Gray waved his fist. A little bit of cold air permeated around the fist. Gray rushed towards Luo Xingchen regardless. Gray's action instantly excited the people around him. Oh, Gray's on. Although I really want to support Gray, my reason tells me that he should not be able to win. But it's just a good time to see how strong the boy even Gildarts praised, isn't it? Haha, that's what I said, come on Gray. One after another roar resounded around. Cheering from a few people gave Gray a lot of confidence. So that the pace of the charge was a little lighter. Looking at Luo Xingchen still sitting in front of the table, without any movement. Gray smiled slightly, you underestimate the enemy, the one who wins must be me. His fists touched together, and a faint ice blue light shone in his hands. Feel the movement behind you. Luo Xingchen turned around helplessly. Looking at the oncoming Gray, he sighed. And Gray also rushed in front of Luo Xingchen in this short time. The palm filled with chills aimed at Luo Xingchen. Ice make ice. Brush. A sudden cold snap. The words that made Gray's mouth come to an abrupt end. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Luo Xingchen put down his raised arm. And at this moment Gray, the sorcerer who surpassed many in the guild at such a young age. The sorcerer who uses ice-shape magic. At this moment, it was actually frozen. Chapter 20. The scene seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Almost no one dared to believe the scene in front of him. Gray was actually frozen by ice. It has been 2 years since Gray came to the guild. Therefore, everyone in the guild knows the strength of this little guy who loves to undress. There is no doubt that Gray's strength is not weak. And, as an ice wizard, he has a great resistance to ice. A ruthless man who has no problem with being naked even in the icy and snowy extreme north. Today, was actually sanctioned by Bing? Okay, it's amazing. Kana covered her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. Xingchen's strength is very strong, but because of this, we have to catch up. Urza folded his arms, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I kind of believe what you're saying now. At the bar, Macau looked at Gildarts and shook his head. There was helplessness written on his face. Are the little devils so scary now, said Wakaba, who was smoking a pipe. After all, it's the children who will take care of Fairy Tale's future. Gildarts is holding the glass and smiling. Just then, Makarov came over and said. This time, Gildarts, you have done a great job. I actually brought back such a good seedling. Gildarts looked at Makarov and raised his eyebrows. Of course, it took me a lot of effort to pull this young man over, isn't there any reward? Hearing this, Makarov's eyes widened. You kid, are you sure you want to count so clearly? Saying that, he also pointed to the gate. Due to the destruction of the wooden door by Gildarts. At this moment, the door is still constantly blowing wind towards it. Suddenly, Gildarts waved his hands again and again, just kidding, just kidding. The welcome banquet continued into the evening. Most of the guild members were very drunk. So he simply fell to the ground on the spot. Into a deep sleep. Only a small percentage of people who drink well stay sober. Of course, all this except a bunch of underage kids. Luo Xingchen came to Gray and the others with a glass of milk. Unlike the taverns in the town of Santa Casia, Fairy Tale probably took into account the fact that there are many children in the guild. Therefore, there is still milk in the bar. This is cheap, Luo Xingchen. For milk obsessed him. This is probably what attracted him the most to Fairy Tale. Came to Gray's side. At this moment, Gray, who has always liked to be naked, put on thick clothes for the first time. The whole person seems to be wrapped into a ball. Hiding in the corner shivering. Xingchen, you're here. Kana, the little girl, saw Luo Xingchen who was approaching first. Greeted aloud. Gray, who also saw Luo Xingchen's arrival. Immediately he buried his head. No way, shame on you. Aggressively looking for people to fight. In the end, he was beaten by others in the way he was best at. Is he okay? Luo Xingchen looked at Gray. Kana spread her hands, Gray has always been like this since you lifted the freeze. Upon seeing this, Luo Xingchen patted Gray's shoulder. Sorry, mainly because I haven't been merciful, so the control is not very good. Hearing this, Gray felt even colder inside. Apparently they were all about the same age. Maybe Luo Xingchen is a year or two older than him. But why is the difference in strength so big? Are people really that different? Les, don't talk too much, this time you are lucky. I will definitely win next time. Maybe because of the cold. At this moment, Gray was even speaking intermittently. Luo Xingchen smiled helplessly, it seems that you are very persistent. When, of course. Gray replied. Then, as if thinking of something, he quickly asked. Also, your ice shouldn't be ordinary ice, right? Even in Ulu, I have never felt such cold ice. Luo Xingchen smiled and replied. Ah! The ice of the Extreme Ice Dragon is naturally different from other ices. Extreme Ice Dragon. The current gray is obviously not very clear. What does this represent? I know. Kana on the side raised her hand excitedly. It's dragon-slaying magic. Seeing Luo Xingchen's gaze, he looked over. Kana said the name confidently. The magic used in the legend to fight the dragon, but it is too old because of the age. Therefore, magic that is almost extinct. Luo Xingchen was stunned, then shook his head. It seems that Kana knows a lot. A compliment to Luo Xingchen. Kana scratched her head embarrassedly. Actually, it's mainly because I've been learning magic recently, so I've learned about almost all magic. By the way, where's Urza? Luo Xingchen looked around. The crimson figure was not found. Involuntarily asked aloud. After all, in fairy tale. To say the most familiar, I am afraid that only Urza and Gildarts. In Urza's case, this time should be training on the beach behind the guild. Gray stuck a head out of his padded jacket and said. Training? It seems late now. Luo Xingchen glanced at the outside world, which had been shrouded in darkness, and was a little puzzled. Urza is always like this. Every evening when he leaves the guild, he will have a special training for a period of time. Kana said while holding a drink. Basically every day I go back very late. Hearing this, Luo Xingchen nodded. Thoughtful. Chapter 21. Open the back door of the guild. It is the land that extends to the beach, looking forward. It is the endless sea. The surging waves were sparkling in the moonlight. Luo Xingchen closed the back door. His eyes looked towards the sea standing on the beach at the moment. A girl who is constantly swinging her sword. Drink. Drink. Urza slashed the blade hard, then lifted it up again. Slash again. It's such a simple up and down slashing action. But Urza didn't seem to have the slightest bit of boredom. Keep repeating this action. Sweat dripping from his forehead ran across his white cheeks and dripped onto the sand. Urza didn't even care. Looking straight at the sea. That persistent will. It was as if he had to split the sea in front of him before he was willing to give up. Taking a gentle step, Luo Xingchen came to the edge of the beach. He hugged his arms and leaned against the railing outside the guild. Watching Urza's movements quietly. There was no sound. After a while, Urza seemed to want to rest for a while. Stopped the movement in his hand. He raised his right hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Turning around, he saw Luo Xingchen behind him. Xingchen. Her tone was a little surprised. When did you come? He shook his arm, which was numb from constantly swinging the sword. Urza walked towards Luo Xingchen. It's been a while. Luo Xingchen replied. I'm sorry, I'm too involved. Urza came to Luo Xingchen. Apologize softly. By the way, what are you doing here? She looked at Luo Xingchen and asked. Listen to Kana and the others, you train here every day, and I'm just bored, so come and see. So it is. Urza nodded seriously and said. I have a set training time every day. You really work hard. Luo Xingchen shook his head. He walked to the beach and sat down on the spot. If you want to become stronger, these are all necessary, aren't they? Urza also came to Luo Xingchen and sat on the beach. I see it, but sometimes being too persistent can make things worse. Luo Xingchen looked at the sea in front of him and spoke softly. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Urza turned his head slightly. Staring at his side face, he didn't quite understand what he meant. Sometimes, you need to combine work and rest. You are too serious during the day and too hard at night. People who are in a state of nervousness for a long time will collapse. Turning his head, Luo Xingchen and Urza looked at each other. It's time to relax once in a while, said softly. Suddenly, he looked at Luo Xingchen. Looking at the eyes that seemed to be filled with stars and seas. Urza obviously had not experienced such a scene. So that his cheeks were a little red. He hurriedly lowered his head, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Is this the secret of your power? If it is, I'll give it a try." Even though he said so, his tone was still so serious. Luo Xingchen sighed helplessly. Obviously, Erza didn't even listen. Luo Xingchen understands why Erza desperately wants to become stronger. Also understand Erza's idea. But as he said, being too persistent can backfire. However, this is also Erza's character. It's not something that can be changed overnight. In Luo Xingchen's view, Myra Jane in the original does this very well. Pulled Erza back from that state of tension. After all, Myra Jane had trouble with Erza every now and then. Even if you want to be serious, you can't be serious. And it is precisely because of the existence of Myra Jane. Erza just learned to bicker like a normal person. Roll like a normal person, fight like a normal person. Shaking his head, Luo Xingchen had nothing to do. Let it go. The stars. Suddenly, Erza stood up. His eyes were fixed on Luo Xingchen. Let's have a fight. Hey! Luo Xingchen was stunned. I want to see the real gap between us, so please. Erza said. I just came to see the scenery, no need. Luo Xingchen scratched his head. He originally wanted to refuse. Looking at Erza, who had already drawn out his blade and was ready to fight, he sighed helplessly. Come on then. Erza, who got Luo Xingchen's approval, had a smile on his face. Clutching the blade, Erza stepped forward. The magic within the body is injected into the blade. With the momentum of breaking the bamboo, Erza swung the blade sharply. The attack is too straight, and the enemy can see your next move at a glance. Luo Xingchen commented. He leaned slightly to one side, dodging against Erza's blade. Luo Xingchen's sudden action caught Erza by surprise. The blade slashed directly into the ground. However, it is always a move that Erza has practiced for a long time. A single blow knocked the ground out of a pothole. Dust rose up. Erza didn't pass up the chance to attack again. Immediately, he raised his sword and slashed from the bottom to the top. Everything has been said, the next step has been seen through. Luo Xingchen bent heavily towards the back. Once again dodged Erza's sword. Also, although the upper body's explosion is sufficient, the lower plate lacks stability. Luo Xingchen's voice fell, and he put one hand on the ground to stabilize his body. The free right foot swept towards Erza's standing legs. Boom! Erza, caught off guard, flew straight into the air. On the ground, Luo Xingchen stood up. The clenched fist was covered with pure white ice crystals. Then came out with a bang. Erza, who was in the air, immediately raised the blade. The next moment, the fist collided with the blade. The huge force directly knocked Erza out. Chapter 22. Under the stars. The two figures are constantly intertwined. In the surging cold air, the sharp sword light was constantly flashing. Although fully suppressed. But Erza kept trying to get away from Luo Xingchen's dodging moves. Look for that fleeting opportunity. Another blow. It was followed by the fist that kept expanding in the pupil. Erza's pupils shrank sharply. Luo Xingchen's dodging gestures flashed through his mind just now. Sometime. Erza found a way to escape. The body also moved for the first time. The next moment, in Luo Xingchen's surprised eyes, Erza dodged his punch at an angle that would be hard for ordinary people to do. And, she also caught the brief freeze of the blow. He swung the sword in his hand. Boom! This is the sound of ice crystals shattering. But it also proved that Erza has been in this game for half an hour. For the first time, I hit Luo Xingchen. Nice job, Erza. One hand remained in a punching position. The other hand, covered in ice crystals, grabbed Erza's blade. Luo Xingchen exclaimed in admiration. After letting go of the blade, Luo Xingchen took a few steps back with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, hey! Urza, exhausted, gasped heavily. His crimson hair was a little messy, and his cheeks were covered in sweat. The whole body was half kneeling on the ground. Looking at Luo Xingchen in front of her, she shook her head bitterly. Despite the battle, neither used powerful magic. Has been fighting with physical skills. But Urza knew that Luo Xingchen still put too much water. Like the sword just now. Although it was hit, it was clear that Luo Xingchen had reacted. And it was successfully defended. Strictly speaking, this is not a successful attack. But it's also a big improvement for Urza. You know, the previous full half an hour. Urza never even touched Luo Xingchen's shirt. You really exaggerate. Urza shook his head. Having no strength to stand up, she simply sat on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said these words convincingly. Luo Xingchen smiled slightly. You are also very strong, whether it is in terms of will, comprehension and magic. This is not a compliment. Luo Xingchen really thinks Urza is very strong. Why is it a little immature now? It was only because Urza's magic was only awakened not long ago. Just give her more time. Urza's growth rate is sure to blow everyone's jaws. As she just fought. From being passively beaten all the time, to successfully counterattacking. Among them, Urza's amazing fighting talent is reflected. Have the talent to surpass others, and have the perseverance to surpass others. Such people are not strong. Then who else can be called powerful? By the way, you obviously look about the same age as me, but why is your combat experience so rich? Urza looked at Luo Xingchen in front of him and asked his own question. This. Luo Xingchen turned around. With his back to Urza, his eyes are on the night sky. There is no shortcut to this. When you have experienced enough battles, your experience will also be enriched. You know, when traveling to the eastern continent. In order to raise the magic crystal badge, Luo Xingchen had to fight every 3 days on average. In such a high-intensity battle. Naturally, he has cultivated a fighting instinct that surpasses ordinary people. Speaking of this, Luo Xingchen seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his palm, and his consciousness stimulated the magic sublimator in his mind. After all, the magic left in the air after the battle just now cannot be wasted. It might even condense a magic crystal badge belonging to Urza. But ideal is full, the reality is very skinny. Looking at the magic light spots around him gathering in his hands. In the end, it converged into a green or green magic crystal badge. That is to say, even the lowest green badge cannot be reached. No use at all. In this regard, Luo Xingchen was not too disappointed. After all, where is the explosion rate of the Pit Father? And, for now, Urza's magic is too weak. There was not much magic left in the surroundings. Not even the development of magic is complete. Therefore, Luo Xingchen did not hold out much hope. Perhaps the success rate will be much higher after Urza is strong in the later stage. At this moment, Urza in the back is still immersed in what Luo Xingchen just said. Fighting! She whispered. He stared at Luo Xingchen who was facing away from him. It seems that I feel a little tired standing all the time. Luo Xingchen sat down on the spot, then fell backwards. Put your hands behind your head. With such a posture, as soon as you open your eyes, you can see the stars in the sky. Different from the hustle and bustle of the day. More quiet at night. Although the sound of the sea came from my ears. Is the starry sky beautiful? Luo Xingchen asked. Hey! Urza was puzzled. But still look up. The countless stars hanging in the sky exude their brilliance. This lights up the darkness of the night sky. Like a pair of invisible hands. Soothe people's restless hearts. Ah, beautiful! Urza murmured softly. Chapter 23. You said, how many stars are there in the sky? Urza asked. There are more than you know about numbers. Luo Xingchen replied. So much, are they all contained in a night sky? Urza seemed a little surprised. Yet, it is because of its endless inclusiveness that it can present such a beautiful scene. Luo Xingchen looked at the sky and said softly. Is that so? I never noticed it. Urza's eyes dimmed. How can a person who is in hell dare to look up to the stars in the sky? But you noticed now, didn't you? Seemingly aware of Urza's emotions, Luo Xingchen spoke slowly. No matter what it was, at least, you're sitting here now. Your eyes are looking up at the stars, that's enough. Luo Xingchen slowly closed his eyes. It seems to be enjoying the tranquility of this moment. But there was a voice from the slightly moving lips. Having been carrying the heavy burden on your body will bend your back. Occasionally unloading it is also in order to better shoulder a heavier burden and move forward. So, stop talking, be quiet, relax and enjoy all this. Luo Xingchen's last sentence was very soft. It's so light that it's almost inaudible. Urza opened his mouth. In the end, he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. Sitting, she lowered her head slightly. Look at the boy with closed eyes lying on the beach. The even breathing made it impossible for her to tell if the boy was fast asleep. After staring for a while, she turned slightly, turning her back to the boy. Just like his actions, he slowly lay on the beach toward the back. The head should be within the 90-degree angle between Luo Xingchen's shoulder and head. A hand rests behind his head. Place one hand on the abdomen. When you open your eyes, you are the stars, and when you turn your head, you are still the stars. She seemed to have thought of something interesting. The corner of his mouth raised a slight smile. I slowly closed my eyes. The smell of the sea came from the wind and caressed the faces of the boy and girl. It's like a delicate and peaceful artistic picture. Suddenly appeared at the back door of the guild. On the drawing board of fairy tale artist Li Daisu. Li Daisu's face was full of smiles. The brush in his hand stopped after finishing the last stroke. After carefully putting away all the painting tools, Li Daisu stood up softly and walked towards the interior of the guild. As if afraid of disturbing the two sleeping on the beach. Time flies by inadvertently. It has been nearly 3 months since Luo Xingchen came to Fairy Tale. In this period, Luo Xingchen is almost completely familiar with all the people in Fairy Tale. Also familiar with the life of Fairy Tale. At Makarov's recommendation, Luo Xingchen is temporarily staying in Fairy Tale male dormitory. Of course, you need to pay the rent of 100,000 J per month. Not expensive for a wizard. Originally, Makarov was thinking that Luo Xingchen had just come to the guild. Probably no money. I planned to pay the money for Luo Xingchen myself first. But it was rejected by Luo Xingchen. During his 2-year travels in the eastern continent, Luo Xingchen can be considered to have wiped out many dark guilds. So, whether it's rewards or loot, etc. all these make Luo Xingchen rich. Naturally without Makarov's help. After solving the problem of housing and transportation, Luo Xingchen should also consider his first mission. After all, you can't sit and eat mountains, can you? Early in the morning, Luo Xingchen came to the Fairy Tale Guild. As soon as you enter the door, it is as noisy as in the past. The members either held their glasses and drank, or huddled together. Chat and fart. Of course, most of the chat is bragging. There were people saying hello along the way, Luo Xingchen also responded politely. But it didn't stop. Go straight to the guild's task request column. The guild's quest column is the way for mages to earn rewards. Commission people through paper. Write your mission requirements and mission rewards on it. Then cast into the major guilds. A commission is not only one guild can accept. Therefore, although the major guilds belong to the Light Alliance, but it still maintains a competitive relationship. After the guild receives the commission, it will paste it on the task commission bar for the wizards to choose at will. Luo Xingchen, who came to the task entrustment block, held his chin with one hand. Lost in thought. His eyes swept across the orders one by one. However, it is worth mentioning that there are two quest blocks in the Fairy Tale Guild. One is a routine task placed on the first floor. Such tasks are varied. From helping grandma take care of cats and dogs to crusade against large dark guilds. Basically there are. Then there is the second quest column placed in the restricted area on the second floor of Fairy Tale. Tasks pasted on this are extremely rare. Every mission is full of unpredictable dangers. And they all have a unified name S-level mission. Although dangerous. But the reward for the task is also very rich. It can be said that it has completely surpassed ordinary tasks. But if you want to take on this kind of task, only S-rank mages recognized by Makarov can receive it. Is Xingchen going to do a mission? Just when Luo Xingchen was confused, Urza's voice came from behind. Ah, spending a lot of money recently, I have to earn some money to support myself. Luo Xingchen responded. That, or let's go together in a team, it just so happens that I also want to take on a mission recently. Looking at Luo Xingchen in front of him, Urza made such a request. Hey! Luo Xingchen looked at Urza suspiciously. He knows about teaming up. After all, mages are only one person no matter how strong they are. When performing some more troublesome tasks, inevitably there will be overwhelmed situations. At this time, the role of the team comes into play. With the help of companions, the process of the task will become much smoother. Can't you? Seeing that Luo Xingchen hadn't made a statement yet, Urza seemed a little disappointed. Oh, that's not it, just a little surprised that you, who have been alone all the time, will find someone to form a team. As for team formation, I have no opinion. Luo Xingchen replied. Seeing this, Urza was inexplicably relieved, and then asked. Then are you sure what mission to choose? A decision has been made. Saying that, Luo Xingchen stretched out his hand and tore off an order from the task panel. Chapter 24. President. Luo Xingchen and Urza came to the bar together. Give the quest order in hand to Makarov above the bar. Said, I'm going to take on this mission. Oh. Holding a cane on the bar. The slightly drunk Makarov opened his eyes. Looking at the task order handed by Luo Xingchen. A capital A is printed on the top by a red seal, frowning slightly. He moved his gaze to Luo Xingchen. Are you really sure? Although Gildarts said that your strength is very strong, but the first time is an A-level task, I am afraid it is a bit reluctant. There was concern in Makarov's tone. To know. In the wizard's world, the level of quests is roughly based on difficulty. It can be divided into D, C, B, A, S grades. As for the above, it is not the level that a few people can currently access. Therefore, A-level tasks can be said to be close to S-level tasks. And so-called task ratings are only rough estimates. If the situation is true, there is even a possibility that the actual situation is higher than the estimate. Like the first mission Urza took last time. Obviously it's just a marked B-level task. But the actual difficulty is comparable to the average S rank. Don't worry, President, the strength of Xingchen, I guess even S rank is no problem. Gildarts on the side spoke indifferently with a glass of wine. After all, he is probably the only one who has truly seen Luo Xingchen's strength. So he has confidence. But... Makarov left Gildarts angrily. Since you guarantee this, why don't you follow along? Cough cough. The wine Gildarts had just drank and instantly spewed out, and he coughed twice. Forgive me, I just came back not long ago. Didn't I bring new people some time ago? Gildarts looked bitter. Seeing this, Makarov pouted in disdain. Then he looked at the two children in front of him. Anyway, you two are sure, right? Luo Xingchen and Erza nodded together. Makarov stroked his beard. After pondering for a moment, he said, since even Gildarts believes in you, I agree. But... Having said this, he paused and stood up. Jumped from the bar to the bar. He reached out and found a spherical magic crystal inside the counter and handed it to Luo Xingchen. In a very serious tone. You can take this communication magic crystal first. If there is any emergency, you can contact me at any time, understand? Okay. Luo Xingchen didn't refuse. After all, it does feel good to have someone who cares about you. Received the communication magic crystal from Makarov's hands. Luo Xingchen greeted Erza and left the guild together. Be careful on the road. Makarov exclaimed, looking at the backs of the two children. I see. Luo Xingchen waved his back to him. You said. President, will there be any sparks in their mission this time? Gildarts leaned against the post, beer in one hand. Holding his chest in one hand, his eyes are a little playful. Spark? Makarov brushed off Gildarts. Then he pulled out a picture under the starry sky from behind. Isn't this already wiped out? I see, now it's time to think about how to turn the spark into a raging fire. In a lively guild. Two pairs of eyes twinkled strangely. There was a low burst of laughter. Magnolia Southgate Park. Because it is the location closest to the exit of the town. Therefore, Luo Xingchen chose the meeting point here. After all, the place to go is far away. Both Erza and himself need to go back to the dormitory to pack up before leaving. And Luo Xingchen also quietly went to borrow something. Because there are not many things. Luo Xingchen prepared a backpack with 2 sets of changed clothes. They came to Southgate Park first and waited for Erza. But fortunately, Erza does things resolutely. No need for makeup or anything. Therefore, Luo Xingchen didn't wait long to hear Erza's cry. Only. By the way, did you move your house? Luo Xingchen pointed to a cart of luggage that was pulling behind Erza. Yes, that's right, it's a carload of luggage. We're just going to complete a mission, and we're not on vacation. We shouldn't use so many things, right? Luo Xingchen complained. Because of the lessons learned from the last mission, I think it's better to bring suitcases. Erza is very serious. Luo Xingchen. Also, what happened to these two? Luo Xingchen looked through the tall luggage. He looked at Kana and Gray behind him. Xingchen, hello. Kana greeted cautiously. That, I think you need my help, Xingchen. Gray was a little underwhelmed. Erza looked at the two and then explained. They've been clamoring to come, I don't think it matters, so I let them come. Can't you? If not, I'll drive them away, she asked. Gray panicked when he heard that he was about to be driven away. He quickly came to Luo Xingchen's side and hugged Luo Xingchen's thigh. Xingchen, don't look at the fact that I was defeated by you last time, but I am also very strong. Take me with you. Seeing Gray's coquetry, Luo Xingchen felt a chill. But Kana was very reasonable at the time, but only a little frustrated. If you think we're in the way, then we'll go back. Looking at these two, what else can Luo Xingchen say? Helplessly sighed, since you have come, let's go together. And also. Luo Xingchen looked at Gray who was holding his thigh. Respect yourself, Gray. Chapter 25. Let's go quickly, or we won't catch the train. After obtaining the consent of Luo Xingchen, Gray seemed unusually excited. After all, it has been more than 2 years since I came to the guild. In Gray's view, his strength has already met the requirements of the task. But Makarov never allowed Gray to do the task. But fortunately under today's soft and hard bubbles, Makarov agreed with Gray. But the condition is that Luo Xingchen must agree to bring them. Really, you can't be so frizzy during the mission, you know. Urza gave Gray a stern warning. Yes. Gray nodded earnestly. Urza then looked at Luo Xingchen, then let's go. Wait a minute, we don't need a train. Facing Urza, Luo Xingchen shook his head slightly. Could it be, to walk over? Urza's eyes widened. If I remember correctly, the location of the mission is on the coastal border of Fiori Kingdom, which is very far away. Urza seems to want to remind Luo Xingchen. Don't worry, I'm ready. Luo Xingchen smiled. Follow me. With that, he turned around and walked out of the park. Seeing this, Urza still dragged his luggage and followed, although he was puzzled. Not really going to walk, are you? Gray scratched his head. He looked at Kana next to him. Kana left Gray speechless. How is it possible? Go up and have a look. Oh. With that said, the two trotted to catch up with Luo Xingchen, who was in front, and came to the outside of the park. Hey! Xingchen, isn't that what you said about the preparation? Kana froze for a moment, pointing to the four-wheeler ahead. Magic four-wheeler? How did you get this kind of thing? Gray's eyes widened, and he glanced at the magic quadricycle for a while. After a while, he looked at Luo Xingchen, who was holding his arms around him. A little unbelievable in his eyes. You know, the magic four-wheeled vehicle is a high-level magic device. Each one costs a lot. Therefore, it cannot be afforded by a group of children. Even most adult wizards don't necessarily have a car of their own. This is not mine, it is the president's, and I borrowed it. Luo Xingchen explained with a smile. Is the president even able to lend you this kind of thing? The suspicion in Gray's eyes grew stronger. Just that stingy old man. Would you lend such a precious thing to a group of bare children? At the same time, inside the fairy tale guild. Fairy tale this time of day as it's approaching night. They are all closed and are not accepting any commissions. Therefore, as president, Makarov also gets plenty of time for the nightlife. Just as Makarov happily walked towards the fairy tale backyard. I plan to drive the magic four-wheeler I just bought with huge sums of money. When going out for a ride. But instantly froze in place. The sudden wind blows a little dust. Swipe across the clearing in front of Makarov's eyes. The magic quadricycle that was supposed to be parked in front of me. It has disappeared by now. Hey? Where's my car? Makarov rubbed his eyes. After opening his eyes and looking at it, where is my big car? Makarov panicked and looked around quickly. But it's a pity. Not at all. It's that BD. How dare you steal a car under the eyes of this old man? You're impatient to live, aren't you? Makarov blew his beard and stared. The figure that was originally hunched, jumped up in anger at this moment. No, the key is still with me, why did you steal it without the key? A terrible thought popped into my mind. Makarov immediately touched his pocket. Sure enough, even the key was stolen. No, a note appeared in the bag at some point. Makarov hurriedly opened it to take a look. President, the journey is long this time, so borrow your car. Luo Xingchen stay. Only then did Makarov notice. During the day, Luo Xingchen really had contact with him for a long time. At that time, I thought he was here to care about this old man. Result. This little BD. Makarov threw the note on the ground. Roar loudly. Wow! I'm so PD off. This day. Inside fairy tale. Everyone heard the roar from the backyard resounding through the sky. Southgate Park. Why do you care about this? Just get in the car. Luo Xingchen waved his hand and took the lead in the driving seat. Hey! I don't know why, but I suddenly have an ominous premonition. Gray murmured. Urza on the side didn't seem to hear Gray's words. Looking up and down the magic four-wheeler. He seemed to be looking for a place to drop his luggage. In the end, it was decided to tie all the luggage to the roof. Fortunately, Urza is still young. Although there are many things that can be brought, there is also a limit. It can still be installed on the bottom of the car. Urza was then seated in the co-pilot. Immediately after, Kana and Gray also got on the magic quadricycle with great interest. Out of curiosity, the two looked to the left from time to time. Move right. Fasten your seatbelt and get ready to go. Luo Xingchen put the powered SE plug on his hand. Unlike Luo Xingchen's previous life, he used energy such as gasoline as power. The magic quads in this world also use magic power. And this SE plug. It is a device that converts the driver's magic into fuel. Wait, Xingchen should not be an adult, can you drive? Gray raises a crucial question. Chapter 26. Don't worry, my skills are very good, and there are no regulations in this regard. Luo Xingchen looked back at Gray and smiled. Besides, the roads we take are all mountain roads or plains. No towns. Turning his head, Luo Xingchen looked straight ahead. When it comes to driving, what Luo Xingchen said is really true. Although I have never experienced it in my previous life. But in the 2 years in the eastern continent, he stole a magic four-wheeler from a dark guild. After a good practice, I even fell in love with this feeling. Moreover, because he has Dragon Slayer magic. Luo Xingchen has also done a test, that is, when he integrates the Dragon Slayer badge. It does get motion sickness, however, when the power is not applied. Driving or something is a small problem. When his thoughts returned, Luo Xingchen continued to soothe Gray behind him, saying, so you don't have to worry about bumping into people or anything. Gray grabbed Luo Xingchen's chair with both hands and said, I'm not worried about this, mainly because I was a little nervous sitting for the first time. And, since you said so, of course I believe you. Aren't you wearing your seat belt? Urza asked, turning her head. It's uncomfortable to tie it on, it makes people feel tied down, Gray replied. But it's also for her safety. Kana, who was sitting by the side honestly, spoke up. Although she shares the same intense curiosity as Gray. But not as hyperactive as Gray. It's okay, didn't Xingchen say it? He's very skilled. Gray shrugged his shoulders, still indifferent. Ready to go. At this moment, due to time constraints, it will be dark soon. Therefore, Luo Xingchen reminded loudly. Ready. The three responded. Seeing this, Luo Xingchen squeezed the steering wheel slightly. In an instant, a huge amount of magic power burst out from within the body. The SE plugs that connect the arms all bulged for a moment. At the same time, Luo Xingchen stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! The magic quadricycle made a violent roar. 4 tires in an instant. It accelerated from a standstill to a speed that almost appeared after images. The speed pointer in front of Luo Xingchen also went from 0 to the explosive watch. Hum! The violent starting speed directly caused the entire body to bounce up. A sudden push back. In an instant, Gray changed his posture from clinging to Luo Xingchen's chair. Hit the rear seat. And it was firmly attached to it, and it couldn't move at all. Feel the super high speed and the scenery passing quickly outside the window. Gray's heart jumped to his throat. Stars, stars. Gray spoke with difficulty as if trying to say something. But the sudden rollover suddenly blocked Gray's words back. The body appears to be going through a bend. But Luo Xingchen didn't slow down in the slightest. Even the whole side of the car was lifted up. Inside the carriage, Gray's entire body uncontrollably slammed into the glass on the side. Boom! A cold touch reached Gray's cheeks. Gray, who was pouting against the window, hadn't reacted. The return of the body is another feeling of pushing back from the front. Bumping Gray into the seat again. Quick, let him stop. Gray struggled to say a complete sentence. But maybe it's too shocking. So much so that no one on the side responded to Gray at all. Boom! It seemed that a stone had been hit, and the whole body began to bump upwards. And Gray, who wasn't wearing a seatbelt, flew all over. Then it slammed into the iron roof of the magic quadricycle. I'm going to die. Help, let me out, let me out. On a deserted road. Gray's screams seemed to have passed far, far. The port town of Plata. This is the southern edge of the kingdom of Fiori. Because the sea is in front of the door. Therefore, most of the residents here rely on fishing for their livelihood. It can be said that the fishing industry feeds the town. Therefore, there is no mage guild here. But success is also fishing, and failure is also fishing. The happy life of the residents was just a few days ago. After being attacked by sea beasts that were supposed to live in the deep sea area, was completely terminated. And that's what residents entrusted to Fairy Tale. Drive out the sea beasts that have made their home on the coastline. Only in this way can the town return to its normal life. Outskirts of town. From a distance, you can see the overwhelming smoke and dust in the air. Hum. It was the sound of the roaring engine of the magic quadricycle. The magic four-wheeled vehicle with the Fairy Tale logo has broken through the shackles of smoke. Headed straight to the outskirts of town. It's about to hit. It's about to hit. Inside the car, Kana clung to her seat belt tightly. There was a sharp growl. Even Urza was pale, cold sweat covering her forehead. As for Gray, this guy is foaming at the mouth at the moment, his eyes are constantly turning in circles. It seems to have fainted. Seeing the city wall getting closer, Luo Xingchen's eyes narrowed, and then he turned the steering wheel sharply. The right foot that had been stomping on the accelerator immediately turned to the brake. Then stepped to the bottom. The magic four-wheeled vehicle came straight across, the tires rubbing frantically on the ground. Even the stone floor was wiped with dark traces. Seeing the wall getting closer and closer, Urza and Kana even closed their eyes tightly. Call. But simply the magic four-wheeler stopped. Looked at the time on the magic quadricycle. Luo Xingchen nodded slightly. That's right, it's time for dinner. I think, can't eat anything. Kana in the back seat trembled slightly and unfastened the seat belt tied to her body. He groped for the handlebars and opened the door. Came to the side of the road crookedly. Vomit. Even Urza didn't say anything at the moment. But pale cheeks and pale lips speak directly to the problem. As for Gray, this guy has spread out on the ground and is unconscious. Chapter 27. In the port town of Plata, Urza took the luggage cart and walked to the front. On the luggage cart, the weak Gray was lying on the top. Let Urza pull him along. Even Kana, who was behind him, looked listless. His stomach seemed to be rumbling constantly. Luo Xingchen, who was walking beside Urza, was different. The slightly raised smile seems to be still reminiscing about the delicious dinner just now. By the way, what are we going to do next? Kana asked aloud from behind. Urza looked at the mansion in front of him and said. The first thing is to get in touch with the client. This is to get some clearer intelligence or something. Kana nodded knowingly. Urza looked at Luo Xingchen, who was beside him. This time the client should be the mayor, right? Well, but to be precise, it should be the whole town. After all, the mayor is just a representative. Luo Xingchen replied. As he spoke, he took out a task order from the backpack behind him. It should be here. The crowd stopped. He looked at the three-story small Western-style building in front of him. It seems that the mayor of this town is quite rich. Kana spoke softly. After all, the city is very developed, and it is precisely because of this that the commission's remuneration has increased. Luo Xingchen looked at the order in his hand and said without looking back. After all, there are 400,000 J. turned his head. He looked at Gray, who was still limp on the suitcase. Luo Xingchen patted the suitcase helplessly. Cheer up, it's already here. Yes. I will never ride in your car again. Gray raised his head full of bags, trembling slightly. Slowly got up. In the mayor's residence. Coffee or tea? Mayor Barton Bruce turned around and asked the crowd. Whatever is fine, let's hurry up. Urza sat straight on the sofa and said. Okay, then let's have coffee. With that said, Barton started to make coffee. After a while, Barton came to the crowd with 4 cups of steaming coffee. Looking at a few people, Barton couldn't help sighing. The current mages are really young. Although sigh. But Barton did not show any dissatisfaction. Although the person opposite may be younger than his granddaughter. But Patton will not look down on a few people because of this. After all, as a member of the Sorcerers Guild. Since you dare to accept the task, it must have some extraordinary ability. This point, he has lived for more than 60 years, he naturally sees it very clearly. After handing the coffee to a few people, Barton sat opposite them. Excuse me, your names? Luo Xingchen, Urza Scarlet, Kana Irup Nola, Gray, F. Fall Pasta. That. Patton's finger pointed to the bruised face. Unable to spread to Gray on the sofa. She said worriedly, is this friend all right? Don't worry, he's fine, just rest for a while. Luo Xingchen said while drinking coffee. I'm sorry to make you see a joke. Urza bowed her head slightly. Seems to be an apology. No, no, you don't have to be so polite. Watching Urza's movements, Patton waved his hands again and again. Let's get down to business. Luo Xingchen put the coffee cup on the table. Then he looked at Barton and asked. First of all, do you know the number and strength of this group of sea beasts? The number of sea beasts is not much, we have seen about 3 or so. Barton said. As for strength, as you know, we are all ordinary people in this town. We only know that their bodies are huge, and they can topple our fishing boats in one go. Other than that, it's hard for us to judge it. Having said that, Barton added. However, a few waves of wizards came a while ago, but unfortunately they are not the opponents of the sea beasts. After listening to Patton's words, Urza nodded slightly. In this way, the strength of the opponent is not to be underestimated. Then these sea beasts attacked only fishing boats, no humans. Luo Xingchen raised another question. Barton nodded and said, there are no humans, at least for now, no human beings have died. These sea beasts seem to just set their sights on the returning fishing boat. Having said this, Barton sighed with a bitter face. But you know, for us, it's all the fish we've caught to make a living. As long as the sea beasts are not expelled, we'll never be able to get the fish safely ashore. If that's the case, this town will be abolished. Urza looked at Patton and asked. So, when did these sea beasts come here? When? Barton frowned. As if thinking of something, he immediately said. By the way, it should be after the earthquake that these sea beasts came here. Earthquake? Luo Xingchen and Urza looked at each other. Barton nodded, with affirmation in his tone, yes, it was the earthquake. Not only did it affect our town, it even caused quite a tsunami. Fortunately, we acted in time at that time, and there was no loss. However, after that day, the fishermen who went out to sea were attacked by sea beasts. Nodding slightly, Luo Xingchen stood up. Okay, thank the mayor. This intelligence is very useful to us. After saying that, he turned around and looked at a few people. Come on, it's time to work. Chapter 28. Port of Plata. The port that was supposed to be full of people. Now it is in a depression like never before. In the past, on the sea, no matter what time, Basically there are dozens of fishing boats floating around. But now only a few boats are roaming. This is because sea beasts do not attack humans. Otherwise, I am afraid that this port will be completely abandoned. Luo Xingchen and the others came to the port. Looking at the port that is becoming desolate because of sea beasts, I can't help but sigh. This is true for both Urza and Kana. Except for the heartless Grey, of course. Grey at the moment may be due to a long-term relationship. Has slowed down. But there is still a big bag from a little collision on the head. But it doesn't affect things. Even Grey was quite motivated at the moment. The sea beast mentioned by the mayor should be hiding near this port, right? Grey came to the edge of the port, one hand on his forehead. His eyes looked out at the sea. Why don't we just rush down and kill those guys in one go? He turned his head to look at Luo Xingchen. Expressed his opinion. You really dare to think, it's underwater and can't breathe. And even if it is a port, the scope involved is too huge, even if you can't find it. Luo Xingchen shook his head helplessly. But, what are we going to do next? If the sea beast hides under the water, there is nothing we can do. Kana frowned slightly. Even Urza looked over. Xingchen, do you have any plans? I plan to. Luo Xingchen put his arms around him. His eyes looked at the sea, which was so calm that there were not many waves. Smile slightly. Go fishing first, and try to improve the food when the time comes. Hey? Didn't catch the sea beast? Grey's eyes widened. Who said not to catch? Fishing is catching sea animals. Luo Xingchen said. What do you mean? Do you want to rely on boats full of fish to lure sea beasts out? Urza immediately noticed Luo Xingchen's thoughts. Luo Xingchen nodded, so, our task now is to catch fish. With that said, his eyes turned to the old grandfather who was arranging the boat on the coast. However, I have to borrow a few boats first. Wait a minute. Grey suddenly looked at Luo Xingchen with vigilance. You shouldn't be able to sail, right? Upon hearing this, it was not only Grey. Even Urza and Kana looked at Luo Xingchen. Should, not. Kana's tone was a little uncertain. It's just a boat, what's the problem? Luo Xingchen looked at everyone strangely. Immediately. Grey seems to recall the fear of being dominated by Luo Xingchen just now. Really? Grey quietly took 2 steps back. Of course. Grey's heart came to his throat again. Luo Xingchen flipped Grey and said with a smile, just kidding. Hey. Grey breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Xingchen turned his head and looked at the boundless sea, his face returned to calm. Said, since what needs to be done now is to catch fish. Then it's not enough just to be able to sail a boat. It also needs the help of some experienced fishermen. With that said, Luo Xingchen took a step forward. Walked towards the old grandpa at the port. After some negotiation. After learning that Luo Xingchen and others are the grandfather who came to solve the scourge of sea beasts. Agree to lease several boats to Luo Xingchen et.al. And also promised. Help everyone find a few experienced fishermen to take on the task of catching fish. Of course, it is also a long-term experience. Everyone learned that the sea beasts were just chasing the fish from the fishing boats. It's not human, so there are people who are willing to help. As for why you should rent several boats instead of one. Of course for a bigger purpose. In this way, the probability of eliciting 3 sea beasts will also increase accordingly. Soon. The fishermen arrived at the port, and everyone also made a distribution. The stronger Luo Xingchen and Urza each got on a boat. Kana, who can already use magic, is in a boat with Grey. 3 in total. The ideal state is that all 3 ships will be attacked by sea beasts. At that time, the wizards on each ship will be responsible for solving the sea beasts. And protect the fishermen on board. With this thought, everyone Yang Fan set sail towards the depths of the sea. By the way, "Uncle, this is already a deep sea area, why not fish here?" Luo Xingchen sat on the bow. He looked at the uncle who was manipulating the fishing boat behind him and asked. The uncle's name is Blake Gary. He is a very simple and warm-hearted fisherman uncle. "My friend, this thing sounds a little weird." Uncle Black frowned slightly and said. "I don't know if this area was salvaged too hard, or something else. Anyway, recently, I haven't been able to catch any fish at all." "No more fish?" Luo Xingchen was a little surprised. "Of course, there is only this area, and there will be it further ahead." Speaking of this uncle, he showed a hearty smile. "And in the recent period, the harvest in front can be said to be very big. It's just that there is no way to bring it back to shore." Listen to Uncle Blake's words. Luo Xingchen sat alone on the bow. His eyes were fixed on the calm sea. "If you are thinking, it's almost here." After thinking for a while, the uncle's voice came again. The fishing boat that was going forward also stopped on the sea surface. On the other side, the ships that Urza's people took also appeared on this sea area. Next. Naturally, professional things are left to professional people to do. It has to be said that the fish schools in this area are indeed very dense. If it's a big ship and a big fish, a fishing may even be as long as 10 days and a half months. But fortunately everyone is a small fishing boat. Coupled with the dense relationship of the nearby fish, waited for about hours. The job of catching fish is over. It's worth mentioning that maybe it's because the world is different. Most of the fish here are species that Luo Xingchen has not seen in his previous life. Looking at all kinds of fish, it is loaded with a whole ship of fish. Luo Xingchen nodded slightly. His eyes turned to the port of Plata, which had become a small dot at the end of his sight. "Speak softly. Let's go back, it's time to close the net for catching sea beasts." Chapter 29. Boats laden with fish paddle across the sea. There were waves of ripples. After catching fish, Luo Xingchen and others began to return to the port. The oncoming sea breeze. He blew the broken hair on Luo Xingchen's forehead sitting on the bow. Luo Xingchen, who closed his eyes slightly, seemed to be enjoying the tranquility of this moment. However, Uncle Blake on the side was not so calm. His eyes were fixed on the approaching port. Sweat dripped from his cheeks. Turning his head slightly and looking at Luo Xingchen, Blake asked. "My friend, aren't you nervous? It will be in the offshore area soon." Hearing Blake's words, Luo Xingchen opened his eyes. He smiled lightly. "It's useless to be nervous. Anyway, what should come will come, it's better to think about how to deal with it." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Blake was stunned. Then he shook his head helplessly. "I didn't expect that you look so young, but you are unexpectedly mature. I'm too worried." With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Blake continued, "It's really not good, it's a big deal to swim back. Anyway, those guys won't attack humans." As he spoke, he gestured his muscles. "Don't look at me now that I'm a little older. But when it comes to swimming, I'm really not afraid of anyone." Luo Xingchen also laughed. Sometimes, a proper joke can relieve tension. Wow! The sea suddenly swayed with small ripples. Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Stand up from the bow." Seeing Luo Xingchen's actions, Uncle Black suddenly understood something. Asked, "Is there any movement?" Luo Xingchen nodded slightly. "I can already faintly feel the movement from below." After saying that, he turned around and stepped on the edge of the bow with one foot raised. One hand on the raised knee. He looked seriously at the two ships not far away. At this moment, the ship Urza was on. Urza also seemed to sense the movement. Has come to the deck ready to fight. As for Gray's side, it was still very calm. There is no action. It is estimated that Gray and Kana have not noticed yet. But it is not in the way. Anyway, several ships are not far apart. even if Gray's ships were attacked. Luo Xingchen is also confident enough to take it down. Looking back, Luo Xingchen stared at the sea. As the ship continued to approach the coast, the ripples on the originally calm sea also began to grow larger and larger. This time, even Uncle Blake, who was beside him, noticed the abnormality. This feeling can't be wrong. It's those guys. Blake's tone was affirmative. Uncle, go back to the cabin first, and leave it to me. Luo Xingchen turned his head. Look at Blake and say. Seeing this, Blake knew that he might not have much effect if he stayed. It might even be a disservice. So he nodded, be careful. With that said, he turned and walked towards the cabin. Before Luo Xingchen waited long, a violent wave appeared on the sea. It's coming. Luo Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Can already vaguely see the sea gradually began to emerge a huge shadow. Even the boat on which he was riding began to shake violently. The golden light gathered in Luo Xingchen's hands. The next moment, Ji Bing's Dragon Slayer badge appeared in his hands. After all, I don't know how strong these guys are. So Luo Xingchen would not underestimate the enemy. He still understands the truth that a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. And, since it was on the sea after all, there was no magic better than ice. Clap clap. The sea is constantly surging. The dark shadow below also began to get closer. Just when Luo Xingchen was about to shoot, the surging shadow quickly avoided the ship where Luo Xingchen was. Drift to the other side where Gray and Kana were on the boat. This guy, do you know how soft persimmons are? Luo Xingchen was slightly stunned. But he reacted immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xingchen stepped on the bow of the boat with force. The whole person jumped directly towards the sea. The Dragon Slayer badge in his hand was thrown directly into the air. The next moment, a golden magic circle unfolded in the air. And Luo Xingchen's entire body passed directly through the ferocious dragon head in the center of the golden magic circle. The other side. Gray and Kana were already on the deck. Feel the shaking from below. Gray looked serious, but faintly excited. Be careful, Kana. He urged Kana, who was holding a card to the side, with a nervous expression on his face. I know. Kana kept looking around. The cards in his hand were all caught out of the folds. But, just when the two of them were waiting, the shaking of the boat gradually stopped. Even the sea has gradually returned to calm. Gray, who was slightly bent in an attacking stance, turned around suspiciously and looked at Kana. Made a puzzled voice, what's going on? Did you get scared away? I don't think it's possible. After all, it's an unknown sea beast, how is it possible? Kana's eyes widened before she could finish her words. His eyes turned to the bow in horror. Where seems to be completely shrouded in a shadow. What's wrong? Gray asked. Kana pointed behind Gray in horror. But it wasn't until Gray turned around. Boom! There was a terrifying roar from his back convenience. It was as big as a giant snake. Suddenly out of the water, the waves provoked are like a 100-meter fountain rising into the sky. The erect body has almost reached the height of the fairy tale 3-story guild. Chapter 30. It's huge. Gray's eyes widened. Just kidding, how can something like this win? Kana muttered. The next moment, the giant snake opened its huge mouth full of ferocious fangs. There was a deafening roar. Even the sea surface was violently surging with such a roar. Accompanied by roars, the huge head of the giant snake raised slightly towards the rear. The target was the ship that Gray and Kana were on. Then a sudden attack was launched. Gray reacted immediately, touching his hands together. Ice make ice shield. An ice blue magic circle unfolded. Dungia made of ice cubes appeared in the air. However, in such a hurry, Gray's magic simply doesn't have too much hardness. so much so that it was directly defeated by the rapid impact of the giant snake. Oops! At this moment, Gray's mind immediately came up with such thoughts. Clap la la! The sudden surging tide stirred up a huge current of water straight to the bow. Gray and Kana don't know if it's a serpent churning wave. However, the next moment, the sudden chill that struck them told them the answer. Just a moment. The great current that swelled in the bow. It was frozen into a huge ice arch bridge by the cold air. Boom! The head of the giant snake carried the extremely fast impact force and was mounted on the ice arch bridge. There was a loud muffled sound. Call! In the pervading cold air, Kana slowly raised her head. Looking forward. Above the huge blue ice arch bridge. A familiar figure is standing above. The figure simply stretched out an arm. He stopped the giant snake in front of the figure, and could not make an inch. It's dangerous. Kana let out a long sigh of relief. Sitting directly on the deck. Looking ahead, he smiled and said, "It's really timely, Xingchen. You first protect the ship and return to the shore, and this guy will be handed over to me. But be careful, there should be 2 more staring at the bottom of the sea." Luo Xingchen turned his head and spoke softly. Understood. Gray and Kana nodded together. This time, having learned the lesson just now, Gray also kept his spirits up. Look around. Seeing the ship slowly sail away, Luo Xingchen turned his gaze to the giant snake in front of him. At this moment, the giant snake seems to be very unconvinced. Such a huge body would be stopped by a little guy. Therefore, it is clenching its teeth. I want to knock Luo Xingchen flying along with the nasty ice arch bridge. Seeing this, Luo Xingchen's right hand supporting the snake's head suddenly exerted force. Directly, the entire body of the giant snake was repelled several meters away. Incredible! There was a humanized horror in the eyes of the giant snake. It cannot be imagined. Why, this little guy was able to repel such a huge body. At this moment, Luo Xingchen ignored the giant snake. Standing above the ice arch bridge, he jumped down toward the sea. Tap the sea with your toes. In an instant, the ice crystals began to spread wildly until they were wide enough to accommodate Luo Xingchen's feet. He raised his head and looked at the giant snake not far away. Luo Xingchen took a step. With each step, the corresponding ice crystals will condense on the sea surface under the influence of the cold air. For Luo Xingchen to settle down. Even when walking on the sea, it is still like walking on the ground. On the ship that has not gone far behind. Standing on the bow of the boat and constantly looking around, Gray also noticed Luo Xingchen's movements. Involuntarily widened his eyes. Is this Bing's micro-manipulation? This was the manipulation of ice that he had never seen before. Not even in his master Ulu. Maybe Ulu too, but never had the chance to show it. But whatever it is, that's out of reach for the current Gray. Okay, it's amazing. Kana didn't know that much. However, she only knew that she was strong, and that was fine. Look at the human who is approaching him step by step. The sea beast giant roared. It seems to be warning Luo Xingchen to stay away from him. Stop yelling, I think we might be able to talk. Luo Xingchen stopped in front of the sea beast giant snake. However, the giant snake didn't seem to understand Luo Xingchen's words. Seeing this human being still has no intention of retreating. The giant snake was also angry. Yang Tian opened his bloody mouth. The straight body charged directly towards Luo Xingchen. The hideous fangs seemed to be covered with mucus. Exudes all kinds of stench. Luo Xingchen frowned. It seems that we can't communicate, so we can only fight first. There is no need to say much. Luo Xingchen's toes retreated slightly, and the cold air was attached to his legs. It turned into thick ice crystals, shimmering coldly in the sun. Until the moment when the big mouth of the serpent comes. Suddenly kicked out. Boom! A dull roar resounded like thunder. The kick with the terrifying impact directly dislocated the jaw of the giant snake. The whole face was strangely deformed. Broken teeth mingled with blood fluttered in the air. The huge force acted on the body of the giant snake. That tall body like a house flew directly from the sea. Even the tail that was lurking under the sea surface also got out of the water. The next moment, Luo Xingchen quickly grabbed the tail of the sea beast giant snake. The body bent slightly, and made a starting posture. His eyes turned to the shore not far away. Immediately afterwards, the arm suddenly exerted force, and the footsteps slammed into the sea, causing huge waves. But it was instantly condensed into ice ridges that floated on the sea surface. Like an arrow from a string. Luo Xingchen's entire body immediately charged violently. Grab the tail of the sea beast giant snake and head straight for the shore. The rapid starting speed seems to break through the obstacles of the air. It stirred up the air waves that spread in all directions. Even the sea beast giant snake was covered in the sudden impact. I felt like I was flying in the air. The surrounding scenery is going crazy backwards. The sea beast giant snake panicked, and it opened its mouth on its head swaying in the air. There was a terrified roar. The next second, at a distance of less than a kilometer from the shore, Luo Xingchen stepped on the sea with his right foot and stopped abruptly. The splashes turned into ice crystals and danced in the air. At the same time, he violently waved the tail of the sea beast giant snake that he grasped in the direction of the shore. Go straight to the shore and smash it. Call out. The huge body of the sea beast giant snake swept across the air rapidly. Then it hit the shore heavily, causing huge smoke and explosions. Chapter 31. Gray and Kana froze. Just now, they saw a scene that they may never forget for the rest of their lives. A 13-year-old boy about 1.6 meters tall, actually dragging the sea beast giant snake with a body size of about 20 to 30 meters to run wildly on the sea. Like a gust of wind galloping past from their eyes. The ice crystals formed by the splashing water are like ice crystal flowers blooming in the sea. Until this moment, there is still a unique cold glow on the sea. Monster. After a long silence, Gray slowly spit out these two words. He seemed to have no other words to describe it. By the way, do you still want to challenge the stars? Kana turned her head away. His eyes turned to Gray. She remembered, right after Gray challenged Luo Xingchen for the first time. Gray said, one day he will defeat Luo Xingchen and stomp it under his feet. Hey? What are you kidding me? What I want is to become stronger, not to die. Gray's face was extremely serious. Luo Xingchen, who had just skipped them, had now walked beside Gray and the others' boats. Stopped. Luo Xingchen raised his head and looked at Gray and Kana lying on the edge of the boat. Said, that guy has lost his combat effectiveness, and you can help take a look at it later. Then he turned his eyes to the ship where Urza was not far away. I'll take care of the remaining two guys. When I just fought against the sea beast giant snake, Luo Xingchen noticed two other shadows lurking on the seabed. Already approached the ship where Urza was. Okay, stay safe. Gray nodded. But I felt that something was wrong, and I added another sentence. Although it's nonsense. Urza here. Urza was naturally watching the battle that Gray and the others had just started. She was originally going to support her. But he was the first to notice two huge black shadows not far away. So Urza chose to stay here. One hand was placed on the hilt of the knife at his waist. His eyes looked vigilantly to both sides. Urza didn't know which side would attack first. But Urza knew. I can't let the fishermen on the boat have an accident. Clap la la. Behind the ship that Urza was unaware of. The tentacles that suddenly appeared, quietly wrapped around the back half of the ship. The fisherman in the rear cabin seemed to hear a movement above. He slowly raised his head. Through the window, he could see the tentacle sucker attached to the window glass. Suddenly, the fisherman let out a terrified cry. Sea beast! Sea beast has appeared. Now. Urza, who was on the deck, heard the shouts of fishermen in the cabin for the first time. He immediately turned his head and looked back. Pink tentacles have wrapped around the second half of the ship. Damn it! Ignore it! Although he blamed himself, Urza was not slow at all. The long sword at his waist was instantly unsheathed. Urza charged towards the rear. One foot stepped on the wine barrel placed on the edge of the cabin. Urza leaped high and landed above the cabin. The sharp sword in his hand slashed towards the pink tentacles without hesitation. Pfft! The wriggling pink tentacles instantly burst into flesh. Blood spurted out, but because the tentacles were too thick, Urza's sword didn't cut it. The tentacles retracted as if suffering from pain. But such a move undoubtedly angered the behemoth lurking under the sea. The sea began to swell violently. An Urza is obviously not a small fishing boat. But it is like a flatboat under the stormy waves, shaking continuously. Even Urza at this moment had to lower the center of gravity of his body. Use this to stabilize your body. Next moment, the sea suddenly rose. In the huge rising water curtain, the owner of the pink tentacle finally showed its true form. It was a huge round head with pink. A huge pink octopus with dozens of tentacles constantly waving under it. Not only that. Directly in front of the ship, the sea is parting toward both sides, and what is revealed in the middle? It is a huge seahorse the same size as the giant snake just now. Obviously, Urza was surrounded at the moment. Slightly frowned, Urza's expression was unprecedentedly serious at this moment. This is probably the most powerful enemy Urza has ever encountered. She didn't take the lead. In this case, all Urza could do was to be on guard against which side attacked first. Good to use this to fight back. If you take the lead, you will definitely be defeated by the other one who finds a gap. The stalemate was broken when the sea beasts and sea horses moved. Just as Urza was about to strike, the figure leaping high in front of the ship interrupted her thoughts of counterattack. Stars! A smile appeared on Urza's face. Next moment, Luo Xingchen's fist jumped high. It hit the face of the sea beast and the seahorse, who was about to attack. The huge impact hit it directly on the sea surface. There was a huge splash. After learning that the front has no worries, Urza immediately turned the blade. It charged towards the sea beast octopus behind. A dazzling light shone around Urza's body. After the last task, Urza, who received the reward, used 3 months to build his first set of armor. And today, this set of armor established Urza's status as the Goblin Queen. First appearance with this world. Transformation, Armor of Heaven. Chapter 32. Silver and iron armor wrapped Urza's body. Behind her are 4 metal wings extending outward. The palms are wrapped in metal gloves. Both hands are holding swords. The metal long skirt on the lower body seems to bring a natural sense of majesty. On the top of the head is a headband that extends out of 2 horns. The moment the changeover is complete, the opposite sea beast octopus also launched an attack at the same moment. The pink tentacles that struck seemed to carry a huge force that could completely penetrate the ship. Go straight to this where Urza strikes. Without the slightest hesitation, Urza swung the long sword in his hand. Although Urza usually practices a sword move, but Urza, who was wielding 2 swords at the moment, was still at ease. After cutting off the last tentacle, Urza had run to the edge of the top of the cabin. The footsteps stomped hard, and the metal wings behind him flapped rapidly. Urza's entire body directly vacated in place, flying in mid-air. Tianlun, dazzling sword. Urza in the air snorted softly, and the voice just fell. A dozen sharp swords appeared behind Urza out of thin air, rotating like a circle. Like a valkyrie dancing a sword. The sword in Urza's hand pointed at the giant sea beast octopus. In an instant, the blade turned into dozens of sword lights and rushed towards the sea beast octopus. Puff, Puff. Although the huge size is the advantage of the sea beast octopus, it has also helped it win many battles under the sea. But at some point, it will also become its most fatal flaw. Under the attack of Urza's dozen or so blades, the sea beast octopus doesn't even have the slightest space to hide. Almost every sword was sturdily endured. Just for a moment, countless scars appeared on the huge body of the sea beast octopus. The sea beast octopus, who sensed this, finally decided not to entangle with Urza. Immediately turned around. Planned to escape into the sea. It's not just that a sea beast thinks so. On the other side, the sea beast and seahorse, who was knocked down by Luo Xingchen, also came up with the same idea. Struggling to float on the sea, it gave Luo Xingchen a fierce look. He turned his head to dive into the sea. Since you're out, don't think about hiding. Luo Xingchen fell on the sea. Seeing the movements of the sea beast and the seahorse, he slowly raised his right fist. Extreme ice dragons. The cold air broke out. For just a moment, it was clear that the sun was shining brightly and the weather was warm and comfortable. It was like entering a cold winter. The temperature is dropping like crazy. Crash fist. The raised fist landed directly on the sea. Boom. Intensive cold air erupted above his fist. The azure blue light mixed with the cold current shone through the entire offshore area close to the coast at this moment. And the sea covered by light is no exception. All turned into pure white ice crystals in this moment. Including the sea beast octopus and sea beast seahorse that want to dive to the bottom of the sea. Two behemoths. It stands on the frozen sea like an ice sculpture. From a distance, this area seems to have become a land covered by ice blocks. Hey! He slowly let out a cold breath. Luo Xingchen stood up slowly. On a ship not far away, Urza jumped directly from the sky and landed next to Luo Xingchen. He looked at the frozen sea. He couldn't help sighing, it's hard to imagine where your strength ends. You can also solve this kind of opponent, but it will take a little more time, won't it? Luo Xingchen responded with a smile. In the distance came the shouts of Gray and Kana. Originally, Luo Xingchen asked them to go to the shore to watch the sea beast giant snake he threw over. But it's a pity. None of the boats have reached the shore yet. The violent cold current directly froze the sea completely, so that there is no way for ships to get close to the coast at all. So Gray and Kana simply ran towards it. I plan to bring the other two subdued sea beasts ashore together. It's amazing, this time it's a complete mission, right? Gray came to the two of them. After first admiring from the heart. Ask again. But Luo Xingchen shook his head. Actually, it's not a complete mission. Looking at the frozen sea beast and seahorse in front of him, he said in a deep voice. The content of the mission is to expel sea beasts. Therefore, it is necessary to find out why the sea beasts that are supposed to live in the deep sea are close to the shallower coastline. Only by solving the source can these sea beasts return to the deep sea, understand? Gray hasn't answered yet. Urza nodded and continued. That is to say, if it is simply to expel these three sea beasts, maybe, there will be a second batch, and the third batch of sea beasts will be close to here. In that case, the problem will still exist. So, Luo Xingchen took a step. He came to the side of the sea beast and said, now let's get these sea beasts to the shore. See if you can get anything useful out of their mouths. Can they work together? Gray's eyes were full of doubt. After all, it looks like a rather ferocious group of guys. That's why there are words like torture in this world, and those who don't cooperate are dealt with. Luo Xingchen pulled the sea beast and the seahorse out of the ice. Then it was thrown to Gray. I'll leave this to you, and fight him to the shore. Hey? Am I alone? Gray's eyes widened. He looked at the sea beasts and seahorses in front of him that were countless times bigger than him. Come on, this is also a practice. Luo Xingchen patted Gray's shoulder. But, can we communicate with them? The little girl Kana touched her chin and raised her doubts. About this, many creatures can speak, and even if they can't speak, I have a way to communicate. Luo Xingchen turned his head and replied. Chapter 33. Port of Plata. At this moment, the frozen sea surface has been unfrozen by Luo Xingchen. Back to normal. But due to the impact of the previous extremely low temperature. Until now, the average temperature of the entire offshore seawater has been extremely low. I'm afraid it will take a while. This is where the real recovery can take place. And on a clearing in the port. The 3 behemoths tied up by the 5 flowers are sitting here in frustration. In front of them are 4 wizards from fairy tale. Looks like they don't speak human words. Kana sighed. Just now, everyone has tried it. But the result is obvious. When these goods were asked by the crowd, they would only cry woo woo woo. Couldn't get any useful information at all. Xingchen, didn't you say there is a way to communicate with them? Erza turned her head. He looked at Luo Xingchen who was beside him. Seeing this, Luo Xingchen didn't leave any ink. He let go of his arms and came to the front of the 3 sea beasts. Look at the culprit who has tied himself here. The 3 sea beasts suddenly showed their terrified eyes. If it wasn't for being tied up. It is estimated that these 3 goods have already traveled 800 miles away. Allah, don't be afraid, I'm not a demon. Luo Xingchen waved his hand. He looked at the 3 sea beasts. As long as you cooperate, you will naturally be able to go back to your sea comfortably. After all, it doesn't matter whether the 3 sea beasts understand or not. Luo Xingchen raised his right hand. The red light began to gather in his hands. Next moment, a magic crystal badge with a red pattern on the edge appeared in his hand. On the badge, the black outline outlines a figure with hands on his head. 2 large characters are written in the red line below. Recitation. It was the special chanting magic badge that Luo Xingchen obtained in the eastern continent. Looking at Luo Xingchen's movements, Erza had no doubts. On the way back from Santa Casia, Erza has seen Luo Xingchen's magic crystal badge. Although I don't quite understand what it is. But Erza knew that this thing would allow Luo Xingchen to use other magic. The wizarding world has a lot of weird magic. So Erza didn't care too much either. Throwing the badge into the sky, the magic circle unfolded. Luo Xingchen, who was under the magic circle, could keenly feel a different feeling in his body. The index and middle fingers were brought together, and Luo Xingchen placed them on the side of his head. Slowly closed his eyes. Talking magic is, in the final analysis, conversational magic that uses the heart to communicate. So, to some extent, it can cross the distance of language with all creatures with advanced intelligence. Have a heart-to-heart communication. Of course, the premise is that the other party is a higher intelligent creature. A creature with normal thinking. Because only in this way, the other person will understand what you are trying to convey. The telepathy released by Luo Xingchen with his eyes closed gradually came into contact with the 3 sea beasts. Soon, a communication channel was established in Luo Xingchen's mind. It's done. Luo Xingchen opened his eyes. Is it done? Erza immediately looked at Luo Xingchen. On the side, because the sea beast and seahorse had just been resisted. And Gray, who was lying on the corpse, also immediately became natural. He got up from the ground and looked at Luo Xingchen. Interesting question. What did they say? I'd better pull you in. Luo Xingchen closed his eyes again. Pulled Erza, Gray and Kana into the chanting channel. Oh! It's a wonderful feeling, I can hear your thoughts. Gray suddenly showed an excited smile. Okay, let's get down to business now. Luo Xingchen interrupted Gray's hilarity. Then he looked at the 3 sea beasts. I can communicate now, so tell us why you are here. After all, you don't want to be tied up here all the time, don't you? Will you not hurt us if you say it? It was the sea beast giant snake who spoke out. Of course. Luo Xingchen nodded. Seeing this, the sea beast giant snake was silent for a while before continuing to speak. Actually, we were forced to. There were intruders in our original home, so that we didn't dare to set foot in that area at all. Intruder? Urza asked. The sea beast octopus nodded its round pink head. The invaders are terrifying, terrifying. Speaking of this, the emotions of the sea beast octopus seemed to reveal fear. This was clearly noticed by Luo Xingchen et. After looking at each other, everyone's eyes are full of doubts. What does the intruder you said look like? Luo Xingchen said in his mind. Unfortunately, we haven't met. Sea beast seahorse shook his head gently. It should be said. We didn't dare to meet at all, just feeling that domineering aura was enough to make us flee. Hey, just your breath made you give up your home and run away. Gray, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was puzzled. The sea beast octopus immediately refuted Gray's words. You humans don't understand. It seems to be information from the genetic level. This information tells us that we must flee immediately, or we will die if we don't escape. Kana frowned slightly, raised her head, and asked. So when is the intruder? And why do you attack fishing boats with fish without harming humans? The sea beast giant snake said, when the intruder appeared, it was about after the big submarine earthquake a while ago. At that time, we were in a position close to the sea. After we noticed that terrifying and domineering aura, we didn't dare to go back at all, so we fled forward, that is, in the direction of the sea. The sea beast and the seahorse answered and said. As for why they attacked human fishing boats? Of course it's for food. There are too few fish in the coastal waters, and the meat is too unpalatable. Every time humans salvage fish that were once in the deep sea, they are much more delicious than the fish in the coastal waters. So, you only like to eat fish? Urza raised an eyebrow. The pink tentacles of the sea beast octopus scratched its head and said. There's a reason for this. Humans don't taste good, they stink. Moreover, if the humans who salvage deep-sea fish are eaten, will there be deep-sea fish to eat in the future? This deal is not worth it, it is not worth it. Hey? Who are you calling stinky? Kana quit immediately. It doesn't matter what the sea beast octopus is talking about at all. Aggressive will come forward to discuss a statement. But he was stopped by Urza. Calm down, Kana, after all, different species have different views on food, so stop fighting. Then he looked at Luo Xingchen who was beside him. Ask, what now? Well, it seems that I can only go to the deep sea area to see what the so-called terrifying creature is. Luo Xingchen pondered for a while. Said the decision. Chapter 34. A small fishing boat is sailing slowly on the calm sea. That's probably where it is, right? Urza looked at Blake, who was driving the fishing boat. Before. After deciding to go to the deep sea area to see what the so-called terrifying creatures are, everyone found Uncle Black again. I came up with the idea of borrowing another fishing boat. To this, Blake, who has always been warm-hearted, agreed without thinking. And, because everyone wants to dive into the deep sea, Black also helped with some wetsuits. After all, even if it's a magician, much stronger than the physique of ordinary people. But in water if there is no supply of oxygen, if the time is too long, it will also fall into shock due to lack of oxygen. In severe cases, life is at risk. The deep sea area is probably this location. Black nodded, answering Urza's question. Looking at Luo Xingchen, who was standing in front of the bow, he smiled. At that time, I also told this friend that recently, there are no fish here. I didn't expect that it would be related to this terrifying creature. Speaking of which, the uncle seems to have thought of something. Hey, you said, why didn't this terrifying creature attack passing fishing boats? Maybe it's because you're in the deep sea, don't you care about things on the sea? Kana made her guess. Luo Xingchen turned around and said. No matter what it looks like, in short, we will find out later. Looking at Uncle Blake. Uncle, just stop here. Then the others put on their wetsuits and were ready to go in the water. Seeing this, Urza and Gray and Kana nodded at the same time. Actually, Luo Xingchen wanted to go down alone. But Urza that axes temper. Live and die together. Say what it is and help each other if there is danger. As for Gray, save purely because of curiosity. Seeing that everyone was going down, Kana naturally couldn't stay on the boat alone. Also made a request to go down together. Luo Xingchen, who couldn't beat the crowd, had to agree. But it also shows that when the time comes, you must follow your own back. In order to avoid any danger at that time. You can also notice it for the first time. After explaining some important matters. Everyone who has changed into diving suits and has enough oxygen. Human hand holds a searchlight. After all, the bottom line of sight is poor, and you can't even see things in the deep sea. Therefore, the searchlight must be equipped. Then he was watched by Uncle Blake. Jumped into the water. I didn't feel any difference underwater. Gray looked around and murmured. Although in the ocean. And the mouths and noses of everyone in the diving suit were blocked by the shield. But relying on Luo Xingchen's chanting magic. People can still communicate in their minds. I haven't gone to the bottom of the deep sea yet, maybe I'll know it when I swim. Kana responded in her head. Xingchen, look ahead. Urza suddenly poked Luo Xingchen's lower back. Then he pointed to the front. Through the deep blue waters. Luo Xingchen could see a few fishes slowly wandering in front of him. There are also some signs of life not far away. It seems that there is no life in this area, or it may be the reason why the current sea area is not deep enough. Luo Xingchen said in his mind after pondering for a while. By the way, Xingchen, can't you use words to communicate with animals? Would you like to try and see if you can ask something? Gray, who was following behind, had a flash of inspiration. Excitedly, he gave his suggestion. But Luo Xingchen in front shook his head and said. It's useless, I remember I said that the first thing to communicate by reading is to ask the other party to be a highly intelligent creature. As he said that, he pointed to the front and circled in the middle of the sea. The fish that seemed to find no way. Helplessly said, do you think this guy has an IQ? It is estimated that they still exist here. It is also because of this reason that the IQ is too low to feel anything. The guys like the sea beasts, I'm afraid they have already run away. Speaking of sea beasts, Urza immediately turned to Luo Xingchen. By the way, Xingchen, I am very concerned about this incident. Luo Xingchen, who was swimming in front, stopped. Looking back at Urza. Seeing this, Urza continued to say in his mind, that's the big undersea earthquake. Whether it's according to the words of the villagers or the words of the sea beasts. All of this happened after the Haiti earthquake that hit the land. So, I think there may be a problem with this earthquake. After listening to Urza's words, Luo Xingchen nodded. I also noticed this, and there are some guesses in my mind. After saying that, he turned around and continued to swim downwards. However, we have to look at the bottom to know everything. Guess. Gray and Kana in the back looked at each other. Xingchen, what is your guess? Kana asked aloud. Luo Xingchen at the forefront paused, then said in his mind. What is certain now is that the thing cannot move for the time being. Otherwise, it would be impossible to foolishly guard this sea of withering life. It may have been a deep sleep. But, it's more likely that the thing is not a living thing. Chapter 35. As Luo Xingchen and others continued to look down, it started to get dark. The light that penetrated from the sea level could not reach the location of Luo Xingchen and others. Therefore, the searchlights carried by everyone also played a role at this time. Although the light is not very big, but there is no problem in supporting everyone to search for it on the bottom of the sea. And the deeper the seabed, Luo Xingchen and others can clearly feel it. The pressure around them is constantly rising. But fortunately, everyone is a wizard. Physical functions are inherently much stronger than those of ordinary people. So it can hold up. The bottom of the sea is different from the top. There may still be sporadic life activity above. In this area, you can't see any fish or other creatures at all. Of course, except for the aquatic plants that grow on the bottom of the sea, etc. It's over, we can't go down. Luo Xingchen stopped his swimming hands. Under the light of a searchlight. In front of Luo Xingchen is a ground with a few seagrass. After adjusting his body, Luo Xingchen stood upright on the bottom of the sea. Look around. The ground seems messy. It should have been caused by a major undersea earthquake a while ago. Are you going to split up next time? Urza floated around Luo Xingchen and asked. Luo Xingchen finally agreed with Urza's opinion after thinking for a while. After all, the bottom of the sea is really too big. Searching separately might be a little more efficient. After all, the oxygen carried by everyone is not too much. Therefore, it is necessary to get back to the sea before the oxygen runs out. Looking at the few people on the side, Luo Xingchen said in his mind. However, everyone should not be too far apart. If you find something wrong, call your partner immediately. Seeing this, several people nodded slightly. Don't worry. After confirming, the four spread out and swam in four directions. Time gradually passed in the process of everyone's search. For Kana, who is still young at this moment, everything nearby made her instinctively feel a strong sense of strangeness. Therefore, she chose to follow Luo Xingchen's vicinity. Urza and Gray acted alone. Just after some searching. But still nothing. But the bottom of the sea is really amazing. Kana sighed while looking around. It's two completely different worlds from the land. Kana swims forward. Look at the countless intertwined green undersea vines and seagrass in front of you. Even on some vines. See the unknown flower bones waiting to bloom. The ground in this small area seemed to be completely occupied by aquatic plants, bringing life to the dark underwater world. It is hard to imagine, in darkness without the slightest light. It is possible to have such lush plants growing. Kana pointed at Huaguduo and shouted at Luo Xingchen excitedly. Xingchen, look, there are flowers here. Luo Xingchen turned his head and said, it's not unusual to have flowers on the bottom of the sea. It is estimated that many underwater creatures are forced to stay away from the place of existence because of the unknown terrifying creature. Otherwise you can see more different wonderful underwater creatures. Even in the past life, there are many species beyond human imagination. Let alone under the sea in the wizarding world. Those sea beasts that are too large to imagine are the proof. In Luo Xingchen's view, even if there are piranhas on the bottom of the sea, he is not at all unusual. Luo Xingchen swam around after searching before meeting to no avail. Move closer in the direction of Kana. Seeing that Kana at this moment is constantly shuttled among the vines on the seabed. Luo Xingchen sighed helplessly, stop playing, always be careful around you. I understand. Kana said, turning her head back. Shaking his head, Luo Xingchen also swam in the direction of the group of underwater plants. After all, it is the only large area of green plants in this area. Still worth exploring. Hey! Luo Xingchen came to the position of the flower bones on the vine and stopped. This feeling. He frowned. Gently stretched out his hand towards Huaguduo. At this moment, Luo Xingchen's eyes widened. These flowers contain magic. That's right, due to devouring magic. Luo Xingchen could feel it, on the flower bones. There is an extremely weak magic power that attracts him. After calming down, Luo Xingchen activated the devouring magic. A pure white magic circle spreads out in the dark underwater world. The next moment, a faint light flowed from the flower bone to Luo Xingchen's palm. Really? Luo Xingchen's eyes followed the vines and looked into the distance. But there are still countless staggered vines ahead. The lush green seems to block Luo Xingchen's sight. Just when he wanted to follow the source. Strange sounds echoed in his mind. Frowning, Luo Xingchen took out the moving magic crystal badge from the system space. Extremely Ice Dragon Slayer badge. At the moment it is exuding a faint light. What's going on? Luo Xingchen was confused. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen it. And at the moment when the Extremely Ice Dragon Slayer badge appeared, the weak magic light group that had been condensed in his palm also began to flicker. It seems to resonate. Could it be? At this moment, Luo Xingchen only thought of one possibility. That is the weak magic power contained above the flower bone. It's actually the magic of a dragon. The power of the dragon and the power of the dragon are gathered in his hands, so there is a resonance. This may be guiding me. The power of the dragon is lurking in the bottom of the sea. This thought popped into my mind. Xingchen, I found something here. At this moment, Kaina's voice came out of her head. Luo Xingchen didn't hesitate and swam forward. Through dense vines, Luo Xingchen came to Kaina's side. At the moment of Kaina's feet, there is an abyss that is more than 20 meters wide. The edges on both sides are not neat. It was as if the ground had been forcibly torn apart. Because there is no light that can shine below, the two couldn't see anything inside. And those vines that contain the power of dragons extend from the abyss. Because of Kaina's cry in his head just now, Urza and Gray, who were not far away, also swam over. Want to go down and have a look? Urza asked seriously. Luo Xingchen on the side nodded. It is estimated that the terrifying creature we are looking for is under here. You follow me. Saying that, Luo Xingchen took the lead and swam into the abyss. Seeing this, Urza and the others didn't hesitate, swinging their arms and calves. Followed. Although the bottom cannot be seen from above, but after the reel down, everyone discovered that this seemingly abyss place is actually not deep. But the things below made everyone stunned. They all saw it. That half of the body is buried in the mud on the bottom of the sea. The other half of the body was penetrated by countless vine roots. Ferocious Dragon. Chapter 36. The dragon's body showed varying degrees of decay. There are even places where skeletons can be seen exposed to sea water. Through the little flesh that still exists, it can be seen that it should be a giant dragon with a faint blue body. The dragon's body was penetrated by countless vine roots. This also explains why Luo Xingchen can detect the magic of dragons in the flower bones growing on the vines. Because, at this moment, this dragon has already died. It has become the nutrient for the growth of vines. The hideous dragon head is still intact. But the magic that pervades all around even made everyone have those tightly closed eyes, as if it could be opened again at any time. This is a dragon. Urza raised his head, seeing the dragon for the first time. Unbelievable surprise in his eyes. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that I could actually see the figure of the dragon. Kaina's tone was sighing and a little excited. It's really beyond imagination. Gray's eyes moved up and down. It seems to be looking at the size of this giant dragon. Luo Xingchen swam forward. Raise your eyes, you can see through the searchlight in your hand. On the parts of the dragon that have not yet been corrupted, the dark blue scales, which are full of delicate patterns but extremely hard, reflect light slightly. He looked carefully again, the roots of the vines rooted on the dragon's body. They all penetrated from the flesh and blood that had no scales. Slightly reached out and touched the dragon's body. He could feel that there was still some magic left above. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xingchen probably figured out the ins and outs of this incident. He turned around and looked at the people behind him. Luo Xingchen said in his mind. Basically, it has been confirmed that what made the sea beasts scared and wanted to escape is probably the reason for the wreckage of this giant dragon. Seeing this, several people looked over. Luo Xingchen pointed to the wall beside him. First of all, it is the cause of everything. The abyss was created by a large undersea earthquake caused by the movement of the Earth's crust. Let the corpse of the giant dragon, which was originally covered in dust and underground, be revealed. Then he looked at the vine again. These vine roots are proof that the vine roots that should have been buried deep in the ground to absorb nutrients were also exposed after the abyss appeared. That is to say, are the sea beasts afraid of this long-dead dragon? Urza frowned slightly and asked. Also, the body of this giant dragon hasn't been corrupted yet, is it a bit exaggerated? Gray chimed in. Luo Xingchen, who was beside him, turned around, looked at the giant dragon, and said. I think, in fact, both problems should be attributed to one reason. Just now, I felt that there was still magic power left on the dragon's body, that is, the power of the dragon. Perhaps it is precisely because of the dragon's power in its body that the rottenness of the dragon's body will be greatly reduced. Having said that, Luo Xingchen was silent for a moment. Then he made his guess. And the power of the dragon is for those sea beasts. It should be a kind of repression originating from the bloodline, which is the fear of the creature's instinct to face the superior. Urza nodded and agreed with Luo Xingchen's statement. Then our job now has become how to deal with the remains of this dragon. Gray flashed an idea, looked at everyone and said. Why don't we bury it while we're here? Hearing Gray's words, everyone looked at him speechlessly. Don't be silly, such a big abyss, we are buried like this. Kaina opened her arms. He gestured for a full 20 meters in the vicinity. I don't know how long the abyss is. If we really want to bury it, maybe the abyss is not filled, and we have to suffocate here. Just when several people were entangled, Luo Xingchen said. In this case, I have a way. Looking at the crowd. You step back first, I can try to extract all the magic power from the dragon's body. Extracting magic power? Do you still have this kind of magic, Xingchen? Gray looked Luo Xingchen up and down. The eyes were a little surprised. I know a lot more, you will know later. Luo Xingchen waved his hand. Eyes fixed on the dragon. Seeing this, Urza nodded slightly. After all, the so-called extraction of magic power. Urza was also seen last time against the demon fern. So it's not unusual, and both Kaina and Gray are greeted to retreat into the distance together. Seeing this, Luo Xingchen took a deep breath of the oxygen in the oxygen cylinder. Then came to the wreckage of the dragon. First, I searched around for a while, but found no magic crystal. Probably. The magic crystal should have been taken away by the same kind who buried it here or something. Luo Xingchen has some regrets about this. After all, if there is a magic crystal, it is almost certain that a golden badge can be condensed 100%. After all, the magic crystal itself is pure magic like a badge. The last Jibing Dragon Slayer badge was made using magic crystals. It is possible to use dragon slaying magic by directly implanting the magic crystal. But you have to take into account the fusion and sublimation in the later stage. Moreover, if condensed into a golden badge, you can use 100% of your strength. If it is implanted in the body, it depends on the later development. Therefore, Luo Xingchen will definitely choose to have a badge. However, if there is no magic crystal now, with the remaining magic power in the dragon's body, honestly, it depends on luck. All in all, the chances are low. Shrugging, Luo Xingchen slowly stretched out his palm. Or, offer something to sacrifice. Such an idea suddenly popped into Luo Xingchen's mind. Although I don't believe it at all. But is it a consolation? If that's the case, then take 3 years, let's make it bigger, just 5 years. 5 years of luck in exchange for a golden high-level badge this time. Inexplicably smiled. As if even he knew how ridiculous the idea was. But even if you don't hit it, that's still your luck for 5 years, isn't it? Just like that, Luo Xingchen slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, pure golden magic power began to slowly flow out from the wreckage of the giant dragon. Gathered in Luo Xingchen's hands. The golden light is starting to become more and more prosperous, more and more prosperous. Until Luo Xingchen felt an obvious foreign body sensation in the center of his palm. Luo Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes. Looking into the palm. A golden round object is shining. It's over. Chapter 37. Look at the golden badge in hand. Luo Xingchen doesn't know if he should be happy. Should it be sad? But think about it from another angle. 5 years of luck in exchange for a golden high-level magic crystal badge. It's not a loss either. Should. Shaking his head, Luo Xingchen decided not to worry about luck or anything. After all, Luo Xingchen believes that he is not a superstitious person. Superstitions should be eliminated altogether. Anyway, for now, what you get is what you earn. With this thought, Luo Xingchen looked at the badge in his hand. Below the ferocious dragon pattern, the 4 characters of Yulei destroying the dragon are unusually conspicuous. The Thunder Dragon Slayer badge. As soon as I sensed this power, Luo Xingchen's mind recalled a blonde figure. Laxus. Makarov's own grandson. Some time ago, Luo Xingchen also met that guy. But now Laxus is a bit arrogant. Therefore, the two simply chatted for a few words and then disappeared. Laxus inherited Makarov's enormous magic power. But there is no matching body. As a result, Laxus was frail and sickly from an early age. In the end, it was his father. Ivan found the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal and implanted it in his body. Laxus just returned to normal. In other words, he is also the Thunder Dragon Slayer. In other words, this power is the same as that of Laxus. Such questions popped up in my mind. However, with the help of the enchanted crystal badge, Luo Xingchen also got to know the owner of this power. Summarize in one sentence. It is the Thunder Dragon of Heaven's punishment in the Dark Hell. And this force is also different from Laxus' Thunderbolt. It also contains special effects to exorcise evil spirits. That is to say, this power can even be compared to the method of destroying demons from a certain point of view. After realizing this, Luo Xingchen understood. This so-called Yulei Dragon Slayer badge seems to be a bit strong. All the magic power was extracted. The wreckage of the dragon also lost its ability to deter this sea area. However, at least it can be regarded as the dragon who lent its power to himself. Luo Xingchen didn't let his corpses and the bottom of the sea be destroyed. Instead, some soil was collected and buried underneath. A huge mound was built, and it could be considered a grave for it. Return the newly collected badges to the system space. Luo Xingchen reconciled with Urza and others and left here together. This mission is nearing its end. But there is one last piece of work. That is to expel the sea beasts back to the deep sea. Anyway, in the sea area where the dragon has lost its coercion, I am afraid that it will not be long before it will return to its original appearance. The 3 sea beasts are also quite cooperative. Of course, if you don't cooperate, you'll get a fat beating. In the end, after watching the 3 sea beasts return to the deep sea, the mayor of the port town of Plata is also the client of this mission. Mr. Barton kindly grabbed Luo Xingchen's palm. Thanks continuously. To know. As a fishing town for a living, it can be said that countless money was lost during the period when it was not possible to fish. But now the problem has been solved perfectly by a group of teenagers. Don't mention how excited Patton is in his heart. except for remuneration payable. Patton also invited everyone to stay for an extra day. I plan to entertain Luo Xingchen and the four of them well. In this matter, Gray and Kana naturally agreed with both hands. Even pulled Urza over. Therefore, Luo Xingchen had no choice but to agree to the plan to stay for an extra day. And so the carnival began. Even Luo Xingchen and Urza inevitably had a crazy day. Only, it's totally different from the happiness here. In Magnolia, Makarov in Fairy Tale is not so happy. This stinky boy, why haven't you come back? Makarov's eyes kept turning to the gate of the guild. Now, how much he hopes for the next moment. Luo Xingchen will open the door. Then give your car back to yourself intact. After all, it was bought with hard-earned money. President, don't worry. Gildarts, who was holding a glass of wine beside him, comforted. Xingchen's strength is very strong, and Urza's strength is obvious to all. There must be no problem with them in Gray and Kana. Although they are still young, they are the wizards of Fairy Tale. Gildarts let out a hearty laugh. Hopefully, I also hope that the stinky boy can bring Gray and the others back completely. Makarov spoke up. It's just that the last sentence, wrap your car. Not heard by Gildarts. Another day passed by Makarov's expectation. The morning sun shines on the earth. Early in the morning, Luo Xingchen greeted several people and came to the front of the magic four-wheeled vehicle. Get in the car, we have to get back to the guild before sunset. Luo Xingchen took the lead in the driving position. That. Xingchen, are you driving the way back? Gray asked cautiously aloud. Hear Gray's questioning. Luo Xingchen looked at Gray strangely. Can you still find a second driver? Where's Urza? Urza doesn't want to try it. Gray immediately turned hope on Urza. But it's a pity. Urza shook his head seriously. I'm sorry, I don't know how to drive. So, for your safety, I'd better take the co-pilot. After saying that, Urza got into the co-pilot immediately. I only think about it for safety. Gray held his head in pain. Kana patted Gray's shoulder sympathetically. Be patient, it will be over soon. Speaking of which, Kana also got on the magic quadricycle. Hurry up, or you will go back alone. At this moment, Urza's voice also became the last piece of grass that broke the camel's back. With no way out, Gray had to get into the car. Different from last time. Gray buckled his seatbelt as soon as he got in the car. Both hands firmly grasped the handle beside him. The eyes are eagerly awaiting. When you're ready, let's go. With Luo Xingchen's voice falling, the magic four-wheeled vehicle broke out again with an unimaginable starting speed. Speeding away into the distance. There was a series of terrified screams along the way. Chapter 38. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. The guild was lively as usual. The noise and the clinking of glasses are endless. If it weren't for the fairy tale flag hanging outside, I'm afraid this must be considered a chaotic tavern. Makarov sat alone at the bar. A funny clown hat covered his bald forehead. In his arms he was holding a cane that he hadn't left for a long time. The glass full of beer was tightly grasped by him. Afraid it would slip. Drunk eyes stared at the door from time to time. Squeak! The door seemed to be slowly pushed open. Makarov suddenly regained his energy and stared straight at the gate. His eyes seemed to be glowing. Have those stinky boys come back? Makarov murmured softly. Finally, the door was completely pushed open, and four figures appeared at the door. It's really them. Makarov instantly squeezed the crutches in his arms. We're back. Gray dragged his weak hands. Depressed, he walked in, followed by the equally ugly Kana. As for Urza, it's much better. But there was still no smile on his face. Only Luo Xingchen, who was on the last side, didn't seem to have changed. With his hands in his trouser pockets, his whole person looked extremely normal. Yo, the little devils are back. Hey, what's with your face? Did the mission fail? Well, don't be discouraged, after all, this is the first mission, and it's still an A-level mission. It's been great. Look at the listless people. Everyone in the guild comforted one after another. Gray, who was walking at the forefront, waved his hand. It's not like this. The mission has been successfully completed. Kana replied. Seeing this, everyone in the guild became even more puzzled. The task is completed, why are you still like this? Gray opened his mouth, as if trying to explain. But the tumbling sensation in his stomach instantly made Gray's words jam up in his throat. He hurriedly rushed towards the guild's toilet. What the hell is going on? Everyone was confused. Maybe it's because the soul is still chasing after him. Luo Xingchen behind him shrugged. Then he stepped forward and came to Makarov. Looking at Luo Xingchen in front of him, Makarov pretended to open his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the old voice revealed kindness. Welcome back, brats. The client has already sent a letter to him, and he praises you for your job well done. Saying that, Makarov took a sip of wine. Luo Xingchen smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Patton is quite attentive. We haven't arrived yet, so the commendation letter will arrive first. Makarov nodded and put down the cup in his hand. But no matter what, I don't have to worry about seeing you come back safely. He seemed relieved, and the whole person became lazy. However, most of the opponents this time were handled by Xingchen and Urza, and Gray and I just watched the whole game. Kana kept rubbing her chest and said, I also learned a lot from this mission. Urza, who has been restored at this moment, seriously doing the report. Seeing this, Makarov nodded slightly. Since there's something to gain, that's the best thing to do. Anyway, you should take a good rest these days. Got it. Urza and Kana said at the same time. Then Makarov looked at Luo Xingchen. In a nonchalant tone, he said. Then, should I return my car? But Luo Xingchen on the opposite side shook his head helplessly. Probably not now. Hey! Why? Makarov's eyes widened. The calm just now seemed to have all disappeared. Urgently, he asked immediately. Because, the magic four-wheeler exploded. Luo Xingchen stared at Makarov. Speak calmly. Makarov. Wait a minute, I just didn't catch it, you mean, the cylinder burst. That's right, because the input of magic power was too large, the magic power conversion device of the magic four-wheeled vehicle was completely burst. At this moment, even Luo Xingchen felt a little embarrassed. But honestly, this thing. Even Luo Xingchen was a little confused. It was like this when it came. There's not much more magic power, right? It didn't blow up at that time, but it did blow up on the return trip. This can't help but remind Luo Xingchen of that vicious superstition. Listen to Luo Xingchen's words that are colder than his magic. Makarov seemed to freeze in place. You mean, my car is gone? Makarov asked such words mechanically. That's not true. Luo Xingchen waved his hand. For reasons of guilt, I paid for it at my own expense and sent it to you for repair. Having said that, Luo Xingchen paused. He came to Makarov's side. I also put some expensive accessories for you that you are reluctant to buy yourself. Calculate the time, probably the day after tomorrow. Listen to Luo Xingchen's words. Makarov's face was straight from anger and sadness. It turned into joy and excitement. So, you remodeled it? Makarov asked immediately. Luo Xingchen nodded. Seeing this, Makarov's hanging heart finally fell on the ground. In this way, this incident is not only not a loss. Maybe even earn it. Chapter 39. The guild is still so noisy. After appeasing Makarov. Watching Makarov go away happily. Luo Xingchen smiled slightly, turned to look at the waiter at the bar, and stretched out his finger. Please give me a cup of milk, thank you. The beautiful waitress nodded politely. He turned around and took a glass of milk and handed it to Luo Xingchen. He took the milk, took a sip, and nodded in satisfaction. Luo Xingchen turned around and sat on the chair in front of the bar. His hands rested on the bar behind him. He looked at the crowd in front of him. At this moment, after Gray vomited a lot, the whole person has recovered his energy. So he immediately joined the crowd, proudly narrating every bit of this mission. And for this task, his own performance is very bragging. It attracted the envy of many peers in the guild. Especially when it comes to the last dragon skeleton I met. Even the adults on the sidelines showed a look of horror. That's a giant dragon. An ultra-ancient creature that was nearly extinct for 400 years. It is no exaggeration to say that if this matter leaks out, it's bound to cause a huge stir. Kana was a little quieter, but the raised smile also confirmed it. She returned from the mission in a good mood. Erza walked towards Luo Xingchen and sat beside him. Looking at Luo Xingchen. Didn't the president's grandfather blame you? What can he blame me for? On the contrary, I guess I don't know where to be happy now. Luo Xingchen put down the milk glass in his hand and said. Erza nodded. That's fine. After saying that, Erza lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He said again, that, the effect of our team this time seems to be very good, right? Listen to Erza's words. Luo Xingchen turned his head and looked at Erza strangely. Not quite sure what she was trying to say. Seeing this, Erza took a deep breath. Then he looked up and looked at Luo Xingchen. I've heard them say before that the team thing can go on forever. I mean, if we work together just fine, how about we keep working as a team after that? Luo Xingchen smiled and looked forward. I thought you were talking about something. Now that we're in the group, we'll be together in the future. After getting a positive answer, Erza breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. After smiling, he turned his head and ordered a drink from the waiter. The commotion in the guild continued. Since this time, Luo Xingchen could clearly feel the difference in this guild. Everyone seemed to have nothing to be unhappy about. Laughing, arguing, or fighting all the time. Although they are all in this small building. But the feeling it brings to Luo Xingchen is more free than traveling the whole continent alone. A smile filled his face. He suddenly felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, I chose to step into this place at that time. At this point, his life began to be colorful. Tisk, I heard it from outside the door, and it's still as noisy as ever. A slightly arrogant voice came from outside the door. The closed door was slowly pushed open by a figure. The figure was carrying a backpack, and it seemed that he had just returned from the mission. Short golden hair stood up. Lightning-like scars on the young face ran through the right eye. Huge metal earphones hang around the neck. He was wearing a yellow t-shirt, with his hands in his pockets. Eagle-like eyes swept the audience, with a little disdain in them. Luo Xingchen immediately recognized who this guy was. Laxus, grandson of Makarov. This guy is getting more and more rebellious. Luo Xingchen, who was holding a milk glass, spoke softly. I don't know why, but Laxus has very little relationship with everyone in the guild anyway, Erza said. Problem children. Luo Xingchen shook his head. Luo Xingchen didn't know what to say about Laxus. Whether it is expressed from the original work, or in reality, Luo Xingchen really came into contact with. Laxus not only has a personality that is more proud than anyone else. He has a more sensitive heart than anyone else. It is for this reason. Laxus cares deeply about what other people think. And distort the meaning of others with their gradually distorted heart. In the end, it's just a lack of love. Laxus ignored the noisy crowd. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the task panel on his own. turn a deaf ear to the surrounding discussions. Coming to the panel, there is hardly any consideration. Then he tore off the task list marked as A level at the top. Then he turned around and came to Makarov. Handed the order to Makarov to have a look. If there's no problem, I'll go first. As he spoke, he put the task list in his backpack. You take a rest, after all, you just came back. Makarov frowned and persuaded softly. No, I'm short on time. After letting go of this sentence, Laxus turned and walked towards the gate. Facing the sound of greetings from everyone along the way, Laxus just nodded slightly. There are no plans to respond. But everyone in the guild didn't care. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Laxus might just be a little shy. By the way, Laxus just completed an A-level mission, and now he is going to set off again. Is it really okay? Who knows, but Laxus is very strong, so don't worry. Haha, of course, but it should be said that he is indeed the grandson of the president. It seems to have heard the crowd talking. Laxus paused in his steps. Bruises suddenly appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth, but finally moved forward. It's just that the pace seems to be a little faster than before. When passing by the bar, he looked at Luo Xingchen's direction. For Luo Xingchen, Laxus also has some images. A man younger than himself. But it is definitely not weak in terms of strength. Indistinctly, there are signs of what is called the strongest of the younger generation. So Laxus remembered the brunette boy. I also hope that one day, I will be able to fight with it in an upright manner. Then defeat it and prove who is really the strongest. Looking back, Laxus walked outside the guild. Just like a lonely lone wolf, disdained to trust anyone. Chapter 40. Time flows like water. In a blink of an eye, the year X777 came. Luo Xingchen has come to the fairy tale guild for a year. This year, there was laughter and pain. Laughter, every day unfolds within fairy tale. As for pain, then I have to mention that since the mission started a year ago, until now, Luo Xingchen has not obtained a magic crystal badge. Obviously, in order to increase the probability, Luo Xingchen also increased the number of tasks during the year. It's not all about luck, though. The enemy below the S-rank mission is too weak. The inability to condense high-quality magic crystal badges can be considered excusable. But mention the S-class mission. I have to say the following S-rank mages. As a guild's card mage, each guild is extremely strict in the selection of S-rank. And fairy tale is insane in this regard. It's not just about strength, wisdom, experience, ability to deal with emergencies and even whether the mind is firm and strong, etc. These Makarov will be included in the assessment. Once an item fails, no matter how powerful you are, Makarov won't let you pass the test either. That's why fairy tale has been around for so many years. Only Guildarts is an S-rank mage. But it is no exaggeration to say. Just playing other guilds with a dozen or so S-ranks is like playing. And according to Makarov's words, his own strength is indeed enough. But experience is still too little. I want to practice for a while. Only then will I allow myself to participate in the S-rank mage assessment. Therefore, Luo Xingchen was taking tasks during this time. Now, Luo Xingchen and Urza, who just finished their mission, are too late. So much so that I had to deal with it for a night in the wild. That's when Urza's luggage carts come in handy. Almost everything that survives in the wild has everything. Pulling out 2 tents is no problem at all. It is no exaggeration to say that with the materials Urza brought, the 2 could even live in the wilderness with no supplies for months without any problems. When his thoughts returned, Luo Xingchen, who was lying in the tent, turned off the lights beside him. Getting ready to fall asleep. Xingchen, there is an emergency communication from the president. Holding a round magic crystal, Urza zipped open Luo Xingchen's tent. Got in. Luo Xingchen, who had already slept with the lights out. Immediately, he picked up the quilt under his body and wrapped his body. Urza, why don't you ask outside? Looking at the extremely serious Urza, Luo Xingchen sighed. You know, he was only wearing a pair of shorts all over his body. Suddenly a person came in, panicking. Sorry, because it's a little urgent. Urza scratched his head. It seems that he is still thinking about the perfect abdominal muscles that he just swept away in his mind. Cheeks were slightly rosy. However, Luo Xingchen didn't pay attention because the light was too dark. Instead, he reached out and took the magic crystal from Urza's hand. The next moment, wearing bare pajamas, Makarov, wearing a cute bunny nightcap, appeared on the magic crystal. Looking at Makarov, who was completely different from usual, Luo Xingchen's pupils shrank slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But in the end nothing was said. As soon as Makarov saw Luo Xingchen, he immediately explained the reason for contacting Luo Xingchen urgently. Xingchen and Urza, your current location should still be in Yami City, right? In the forest about 10 kilometers away. Luo Xingchen responded weakly. After all, even if you think with your feet, you can know. Contact yourself at night. It must be the nearest place to him, and there is an emergency that needs to be dealt with. Sure enough, Makarov seemed relieved. Immediately said, I just received an urgent assignment from the Senate. There was an extremely bad kidnapping incident in the city of Yami. So call all the nearest mages and set out to rescue immediately. Kidnapping. Urza, who had been listening, frowned slightly. Looking at Makarov in the magic crystal. Who is the opponent? Who is the target who needs to be rescued? Heard the question. Makarov on the other side of the magic crystal immediately glanced at the order on the side. Then go on to say. The opponent's words are a group of bandits born in the mercenary guild. And those who need to be rescued are the students of a noble academy located in Yami City. Having said this, Makarov's face became serious. However, don't underestimate these bandits, the advanced knights of the council have already been damaged. You know, that's a group of elite knights who can use magic. Hearing this, Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Noble Academy? Elite Knights? An urgent mission to all mage guilds. A look of disdain flashed in the corner of his eyes. He looked at Makarov. If I'm not mistaken, among the kidnapped students are the juniors of the old guys in the Senate. With such a big fanfare, if it has nothing to do with those old guys, I don't believe it. Why don't they care so much about things that usually happen to civilians? For this magic council, Luo Xingchen has never caught a cold. The magic world is too dark, and the reason is, it has a lot to do with the inaction of the magic council. When encountering a problem, these people do not think about how to solve the problem. The first is to shirk responsibility. But that's only part of it. Another part is really working for the magic world. Luo Xingchen naturally respects that kind of person. But in this environment, there is very little they can do. Looking at Luo Xingchen, Makarov sighed and spoke earnestly. Although the truth is exactly as you said. But the hostages are innocent children after all. We can't just watch them indifferent, can't we? Luo Xingchen stopped Makarov's thoughts, lifted the quilt and stood up. He didn't notice Urza, who was gradually turning red. Said, I understand this, of course people have to save, I'm just unhappy with those old guys with double standards. Chapter 41. Ami City. This is a town that is covered in rain all year round. Inside an academy named Yasheng in the town. The teachers and students who were preparing to leave the get-out of class normally in the afternoon encountered an unimaginable disaster. A group of about 40 bandits violently broke through the security of the academy and hijacked all the people inside, including the teacher. Even the magic knights of the Senate who came to the rescue urgently. He was also defeated by these thugs. Despair seems to have come to this academy. Inside the academy, the bandits were wearing short shirts one by one. Many people have knife marks all over their bodies, adding a bit of ferocity to this group of bandits. The leading bandit boss is named Hansen. He was the most burly man among the bandits. He glanced at a group of people who were squatting and shivering on the ground in front of him. Hansen smiled slightly. Looking aside, the two men with the same burly body. Second, third, has the news been passed? I'm going to see the ransom tonight, if not, don't blame us for being cruel. The two strong men who were asked the question turned around. The second child, Carlos, replied. Don't worry, boss, we have already spread the word. The third child, Scott, also had a smile on his face. We just have to wait and count the money. As soon as these words came out, the bandits burst into laughter. It's as if you are already celebrating for getting a lot of money. But Hansen seemed to think of something. Looking at the raindrops falling outside the window, he said. It's night and it's raining again. Visibility is low, so keep an eye out for anyone sneaking in. No. Understood. The second and third responded in unison. However, I've heard that it rains frequently in this city before, and I don't know why. It's really annoying. The second child, Carlos, complained, with disgust in his words. The youngest Scott on the other side sighed helplessly, who said no. Under this gloomy weather, even people are a little dull. I really don't know when the ghost weather will turn sunny. Scott's voice was not loud. But it is clearly conveyed in this small classroom. Perhaps it was the voice of many people and the approval of most people. Even the hostages were taken. It's like having a heart. Many students looked back at the one who was isolated in the corner. Blue-haired girl with a blue top hat. Under everyone's attention, the blue-haired girl shrank back. He buried his already drooping head directly into his knees. She has seen this kind of gaze a lot. As long as they exist, it will definitely rain. Anyone would hate it, right? She has gotten used to it for a long time. So she won't justify anything. Anyway, she has always been hated. It seemed that he sensed the eyes of the students. Hansen frowned slightly. What are you doing? Be honest with me, otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can walk out of this classroom intact. Immediately, the students immediately looked back. He continued to shake his head and shiver. Hansen smiled contentedly. In short, the time should be up, right? I don't know if the guys in the outside world have the cash we want ready. Hansen rubbed his hands, his eyes full of excitement. But it seems that God will not give them the chance to see the moment of success. The wooden classroom elders let out their final wailing. Then, under the gaze of everyone, boom! The door shattered instantly, and the bandit guarding the door flew in directly with the broken wooden door. Following behind were two figures, a man and a woman, walking slowly. There is an enemy invasion. Hansen roared angrily. The bandits took up their weapons one after another. He glared at the two figures in front of him. However, the next moment they froze in place. I can't believe it, it's just two little devils who are still underage. How dare you swagger to break into the encirclement of everyone? Click. There seemed to be a cracking sound that entered the ears of the bandits. They turned around. He looked at Hansen, the master who made the sound. Veins formed on his forehead from anger. Grinning his teeth, he crushed the wooden tabletop beside him with his bare hands. It seems that you two little devils are here to kill you. Hansen spoke slowly, with a low tone. Raising his arm and pointing at the two people in front, Hansen gave the order. Give it all to me. I don't need to live to understand these two people. Oh, don't worry, boss. The bandits behind them held weapons and aggressively attacked the crowd. These guys, leave it to me, Urza said. He stepped forward and ran forward. Between the flashes of light, Urza's outfit has changed. The silver-white armor spread out the metal wings behind it. The blade surrounding him turned into a radiance that filled the sky. He rushed into the crowd to deal with this group of bandits without magic power. Like wolves into the flock. In an instant, they knocked down a band of bandits. The light flickered again, and the armor on Urza changed again. The silver armor was replaced by black. The metal wings behind him also transformed into a pair of wings like demons. The weapon in his hand also turned into a black long sword. This is Urza's new armor. Armor that has the ability to fly like the armor of heaven. But it is different from the group attack of the armor of heaven. This armor focuses more on the ability to kill with one hit. It's called Black Feathers Armor. Luo Xingchen, who was behind him, clasped his hands together. His eyes were fixed on Urza, who rushed into the crowd and kept cutting down the bandits. Obviously not planning to take action at this time. After all, Urza has said before. Take this opportunity to try out the new armor. Chapter 42. But Luo Xingchen didn't plan to do it. It doesn't mean that others didn't notice him. Carlos and Scott, who had been following Hansen, looked at their boss. Boss, let me go. Carlos looked gloomy. He took out the long knife from his waist. No, let me go, my iron fist is already hungry and thirsty. Scott clenched his fist and made a crackling sound. At this moment, Hansen nodded slightly. Okay, but be careful, these two little devils should be from the Sorcerer's Guild. Don't worry, guys who only rely on magic. Physically, it is impossible to compare to us who once stayed in the Mercenary Guild. Carlos and Scott moved confidently. With his physical fitness that ranks among the best even in the Mercenary Guild. The two quickly approached Luo Xingchen from the left and right sides. The little devil here, it seems that you are very confident, you dare to stand by and watch the battle. As Carlos quickly approached Luo Xingchen's left. Raise the long knife in your hand high. Sometimes, being too confident is not a good thing. Scott appeared to Luo Xingchen's right side with a fist. Just for a moment. Luo Xingchen was surrounded by two people. Watching the two approaching. Luo Xingchen, who originally wanted to wait for Urza to solve it alone, also had to take action. Slightly sideways. Let Carlos's long knife cut through the air in front of him. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Carlos's arm holding the long knife. Then suddenly force. He directly took Carlos up and threw it towards Scott on the side. With widened eyes. Carlos put Scott on the side. So much so that Scott's boxing didn't come out. Carlos stopped the offensive abruptly. On the other side. Luo Xingchen, who took 2 steps forward and adjusted his position, has raised his right leg. Aimed at Carlos' back. Then kicked out. Even the demon fern, whose strength is comparable to S rank. And the giant sea beasts and snakes as large as floors were unable to resist Luo Xingchen's kicks. Mere two have no magic. At best, how can ordinary people who are just exercising muscles can catch it? Kaka. Carlos' spine snapped instantly. Unimaginable strength passed through his body to Scott in front of him. His eyes instantly bulged. The boss with his mouth open, blood gushing out like a fountain. There is no doubt, even if there is a Carlos in the middle. But the shock he received was also enough to shatter his ribs. Break through his internal organs. The two hugged each other and took off directly, flying in the direction of Hansen. Like a cannonball zipping through the air. With a piercing sound like a broken bamboo. At the moment when Hansen even had time to stretch out his hand to defend. Hit it. Boom. The huge impact made Hansen unable to stand firm. The whole person was taken and flew out. Smashed hard against the wall. Countless cracks began to spread like cobwebs on the walls. The other side. Urza has finished cleaning up the rest of the bandits. Wipe the blood from the sword. Urza came to Luo Xingchen's side, it seems that these guys are not very strong. Who knows? But their close handling skills are still good. I think the magic knights of the council are probably killed by close-handedness. Luo Xingchen put his hands in his pockets and said. After all, there are very few magicians in this world who can really exercise their physique. Urza nodded in agreement. Don't underestimate us, brat. While the two were chatting, an extremely angry voice came from below Carlos and Scott's bodies. Hansen pushed the two people who were pressing on him away, covering the right arm that was just abolished from blocking the two. He stood up slowly. The malicious eyes stared at the two people in front of them. There was clearly a huge band of bandits with dozens of people just now. Even in less than a minute, all were wiped out. It was unbearable. That was the younger brothers who had followed him for many years. Yu Guang glanced at the blue-haired girl who was isolated in the corner not far away. It was the closest hostage to him. Seemingly thinking of something, Hansen slowly revealed a strange smile. Without the slightest hesitation, Hansen pulled out the dagger tied to his boots. Then he ran towards the blue-haired girl. Since the classroom itself is not huge, there are no two steps. Hansen came to the blue-haired girl. Don't move. The dagger pointed at the blue-haired girl. Hansen's face was extremely hideous. If it's moving, I'll kill this guy. Saying that, Hansen gestured twice on the blue-haired girl's face. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl seemed to want to say something. But Luo Xingchen shook his head and interrupted her words. Looking directly at Hansen, he said slowly. Are you threatening? Sure enough, people like you can only do this kind of thing. Urza's face was gloomy. The tip of the sword reached Hansen. Hee, you two little brats don't need to provoke me, now I have a hostage in hand, you can just do what I say. Hansen pouted in disdain. Hostage? Do you think you can swing a blade in front of my eyes? Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Step forward. You stop. Watching Luo Xingchen move, Hansen suddenly burst into cold sweat and shouted. But Luo Xingchen was still unmoved, and his steps did not stop for a moment. I told you to stop, or I really killed this girl. As Luo Xingchen gets closer, Hansen's voice is also constantly rising. You can try. The words were still incomparably plain. But it completely angered Hansen. The completely crazy Hansen didn't care whether he could get out of this gate alive. The dagger in his hand slammed into the blue-haired girl's body. Hum. The cold air spread instantly. White ice crystals move faster than the naked eye can see. Crazy extension to Luo Xingchen as the center. The dagger that was heading straight for the blue-haired girl stopped in mid-air. And Hansen's body was already in less than a second turned into white ice crystals. Not just Hansen. In an instant, Urza and the hostages were taken away from the entire classroom. All the rest of the objects are covered in pure white color. Without exception. Luo Xingchen stopped in front of the blue-haired girl. Hey! He slowly let out a cold breath. Luo Xingchen bowed slightly. Rubbing this gaze, staring at himself. The hat on the head of the blue-haired girl who seemed to be stunned. Your parents should be worried, go home early. The voice fell, and nothing more was said. Luo Xingchen turned around and walked towards the door with Urza. Anyway, all the bandits were frozen here. Subsequent matters will be handled by the members of the council. So don't worry about Luo Xingchen and Urza. Behind the two, the blue-haired girl stared at their backs closely. There is a strange light in his eyes. Chapter 43 Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. The wooden door was slowly pushed open. Two figures walked towards the inside from outside the gate. Makarov, who was sitting at the bar as usual, opened his eyes immediately. Even without looking at the gate. Everyone knows who it is. After all, among the entire fairy tale members, to be able to open and close the door so peacefully. Only two people. Luo Xingchen and Urza. Urza's words seem to be thinking about himself a lot of the time. It's like she considers this place her home. Therefore, takes special care of the guild's facilities. Also likes to manage the order of the guild. This makes Makarov very happy. I also have to sigh Urza's maturity and stability. As for Luo Xingchen, I'm afraid this kid simply thinks it's boring to bully a door. Makarov can see clearly. This kid, if he encounters a method of destruction that interests him. It is estimated that the entire guild is only comparable to that guy Guildarts. Thought here. Makarov is just a headache. The guild is full of problem children. Plus a little ghost that I brought back recently. Seems to be violent too. Moreover, it is also particularly incompatible with Grey. It takes 2 fights a day to stop. With a sigh, Makarov deeply feels that the future will be difficult. His eyes turned to the door. Sure enough. A boy and a girl were walking in from the gate. Yo! Stars, and Urza, welcome back. Is the mission completed? That's for sure. After all, it is a team of monsters and monsters. I don't think there is any task that can be difficult for these two. The moment Luo Xingchen and Urza walked in, countless welcome voices, mixed with discussions, resounded in the guild. Hey? I think I heard some monster. Urza stopped, frowning slightly. He glanced sideways. Suddenly, the person who just spoke sneered twice and closed his mouth tightly. As for Luo Xingchen's clear goals, go straight to Makarov at the bar. Welcome back, kid, how is this mission? Makarov at the bar smiled. Kindly asked. Luo Xingchen came to the bar, ordered a cup of milk, and sat down on a chair. Said, it's basically okay, except for the urgent tasks you have arranged for the night. Hear Luo Xingchen's words. Cough cough. Heard Luo Xingchen's words. The wine Makarov had just drank spurted out immediately. After coughing twice, he waved his hand again. Forget it, I have already received a letter from the council. This time you rescued the granddaughter of Congressman Michaelo, and he has a good impression of you. Hearing this, Luo Xingchen hurriedly shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to get involved with this guy. Yet, you already have Urza after all. Makarov seemed to have thought of something, and winked at Luo Xingchen. Suddenly, Luo Xingchen looked at Makarov differently. Kind of weird. Makarov looked at himself strangely. What's wrong? It's nothing, it's just that I never found out that you are such a person before. It's disrespectful to the old. Saying that, Luo Xingchen took his cup and turned to leave. Makarov was not given the slightest chance to explain. Makarov's eyes widened in situ. This stinky boy. Luo Xingchen just left Makarov here. He was pulled over by Macau and others, and went to brag. After all, despite his young age. But the mental age is also considered an adult. What's the point of playing with a bunch of little kids all day? Not far away. A little boy with sakura-colored hair looked at Luo Xingchen, who was greeted with compliments just after he returned, and tilted his head slightly. He came to the table of Grey and Kana and asked. By the way, who were those two people just now? Why do I see that everyone seems to welcome them? Leaving the boy with sakura-colored hair, Grey said disdainfully. Hey? Natsu, is this how you ask people? The eyes are so evil. Why are my eyes so evil? Are you trying to find fault, BD? The little boy called Natsu pointed to himself incredulously. Then he yelled angrily at Grey. Your entire existence is evil, not limited to your eyes. Not to be outdone, Grey responded. Want to fight? Pervert. Natsu rolled up his sleeves. Come on, fire-breathing BD. Grey stood up immediately. Well, can you calm down a bit? Kana on the side saw that something was wrong. Immediately stand up and want to smooth the field. But it's a pity. Of course, the two who were already on top would not listen to any of Kaina's words. Immediately, you punched me and punched each other. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. It also wraps Luo Xingchen. Looking at the cherry-colored hair, a name immediately popped into Luo Xingchen's mind. Natsu Dragneel. Is that guy new here? Luo Xingchen looked at Macau. Macau, who was holding a beer, smiled and nodded. Ah, a very energetic kid. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with Gray, haha. Wakaba laughed twice with his pipe in his mouth. However, they may be out of luck. Luo Xingchen put down the milk glass in his hand. Looking aside, the menacing Urza was walking towards the fighting Natsu and Gray. Chapter 44. Panties BD. General's Knot. Hanging eyes, eat my punch. Sagging eyes, I'll give you a kick. Looking at hugging each other and constantly fighting each other. The two who were still talking trash in their mouths. Kaina on the side sighed deeply. Are these two guys feeling uncomfortable if they don't fight twice a day? Kaina, who is powerless to complain. Suddenly I saw Urza rushing towards here. Eyes lit up. There was a hint of sympathy in the eyes of the two who had not yet found the crisis approaching. Shook his head. Kaina sat in her seat by herself, waiting to watch the next good show. Stop all of them! With angry shouts, Urza appears between Gray and Natsu. Forcefully separate the two. Don't fight in the guild. After separating the two, Urza just glared at Gray because he didn't know Natsu well. Looking at Urza, who appeared in front of him, Gray suddenly calmed down, his hands behind his back. Hanging his head, that. He seemed to want to apologize, but Natsu's voice cut him off. Inexplicable people intervene in their own battles. Natsu angrily yelled at Urza. Do you want to be beaten too? UBD. Gray's eyes widened suddenly. He looked at Natsu in disbelief. Are you an idiot? Urza's face darkened. How long? How long has it been since no one could challenge their authority? Turning to look at Natsu, Urza smiled slowly. Immediately after, bang! Two muffled hums sounded in succession. Everyone in the guild only saw two figures hugging each other and flying towards the wall. Boom! Cracks appeared on the solid wall. Clouds of smoke floated over Natsu and Gray's foreheads. Urza clapped both hands, and said with crossed hips. Really, both are the same idiot. Why fight with me? Gray slowly slid from the wall and fell to the ground. Made an indistinct murmur. Urza looked at the two of them and said, Don't fight anymore, do you hear me? Yes. Gray immediately straightened his back. Natsu covered his head. Terrified eyes looked at Urza. Well, such a terrible person. What's your name? Urza asked. Hearing this, Natsu also put his hands down. His eyes glanced into the distance. Even though he was beaten just now, but he still had to greet him with a smile. Natsu thought he couldn't do it, but still hesitantly said his name. Natsu. Natsu Dragneel. Urza didn't care about Natsu's mood. With his hands on his hips, he smiled slightly. Natsu, is it? Listen, since we are here at Fairy Tale, everyone is a partner. This is everyone's home, and home is not a place for people to fight. Understand? Urza's tone was light. It's hard to connect it with the violent act of one man crushing Natsu and Gray just now. Looking at Natsu's half-understood expression, Urza also doesn't expect him to understand that right now. He smiled and said, My name is Urza Scarlet, please give me more advice in the future. Natsu lowered his head and murmured. Urza, so scary. His words also attracted Gray's approval. That's right. I am afraid that only Xingchen is not afraid of her. Stars? Natsu's eyes were even more puzzled. Gray embraced his arms. It's the boy who just came in with Urza. That boy. The image of Luo Xingchen appeared in Natsu's mind. Immediately, he became interested and looked at Gray. Is that star strong? Speaking of this, Gray nodded sharply and spit out 2 words, very strong. Natsu's eyes gradually filled with a flame called war. Then, he immediately got up from the ground. Walk in the direction of Luo Xingchen. Hey, what do you want? Gray sat on the ground, watching Natsu's back. I think he must have done what you did at the time. Little girl Kana rests her chin in one hand. Eyes are interested. Suddenly, Gray seemed to recall his youthful spirit. Aggressively went to Luo Xingchen to fight. But the humiliating experience of being frozen for half a day. Involuntarily shrugged his shoulders. Ha, the ignorant brat. Gray curled his lips in disdain. I don't think you're getting any better. Kana complains. By the way, isn't Urza stopping Natsu? Kana looked at Urza. Urza, however, shook his head. Having the courage to challenge the strong is also a good way to strive for your own strength. And no matter how you think, this can't possibly develop into a fight. The other side. Hey, your name is Xingchen, I heard that you are very powerful, let's duel. Natsu came to Luo Xingchen and shouted excitedly. Haha, it seems that Xingchen was targeted just after he came back. Macau smiled unscrupulously. Natsu, didn't you just get repaired by Urza just now? Wakaba laughed and teased Natsu. That kind of thing doesn't matter, I want to challenge you, Xingchen. Natsu hadn't put everything in his head at all. Just staring at Luo Xingchen's back. Luo Xingchen turned around and looked at Natsu blankly, rejecting his proposal. No, it's boring. However, Natsu didn't seem to listen at all. He raised his fist excitedly. Okay, since that's the case, I'll go. The flames burned above Natsu's fist. Are you listening to someone? Luo Xingchen was speechless. Who oh. Natsu yelled, moved his short legs and rushed towards Luo Xingchen. Fire Dragon's iron fist. In the eyes of everyone. Natsu waved his fist. Boom. The unremarkable fist landed on Natsu's head. Natsu fell to the ground, smashing the wooden floor. The large bag on the head is unusually conspicuous. I admit defeat. Natsu's eyes are constantly turning in circles. Trembling slightly, he stretched out his hand. Chapter 45 X778 When life falls flat, you will find that time goes by very fast. Luo Xingchen didn't even notice. A year passed again. However, it is worth mentioning that this year, Luo Xingchen can fully feel Natsu's persistent spirit. Almost as long as Luo Xingchen was in the guild for one day, Natsu will challenge Luo Xingchen. Although every time is a move KO. But Natsu still enjoys it. However, in this matter, Luo Xingchen did not gain anything. In the constant battle with Natsu. With the magic sublimator, Luo Xingchen also collected the magic power that Natsu left in the air. And successfully condensed the magic crystal badge. But it's red. That's right, the red fire dragon slayer badge. Even Luo Xingchen didn't expect this to happen. You know, as of now, Luo Xingchen met the dragon power twice in total. But they all condensed the golden dragon slayer crystal badge. But why did it end up like this when it came to Natsu? Confused, Luo Xingchen experimented with Natsu's fire dragon slayer badge. Unsurprisingly, it is far from the power of the other two. It is also stronger than the badge of flame that he originally had. Moreover, with this badge, Luo Xingchen couldn't even release the Dragon Slayer profound truth. To this, Luo Xingchen made a guess. I am afraid that Natsu's strength is too weak at this time. After all, the collection of mana is to collect the mana left by Natsu at this moment. At this time, Natsu didn't even awaken the power of the dragon. How strong can it be? Maybe you can look forward to Natsu growing up and collecting. See if you can get the golden badge out. But unfortunately, Guildarts is now on a mission. Otherwise Luo Xingchen can try to collect Guildart's magic power. As for the rest of the fairy tale, except for Makarov, there is no need to collect. After all, magic is so common that even Luo Xingchen can learn it easily. After all, the target is still too weak. Shook his head. Luo Xingchen looked at the green round magic crystal badge without any pattern in his hand. This thing is what the magic sublimator condenses on its own today. It takes about 3 days on average to condense. Although there is no special ability. But with practice, the pure magic contained in it. It can also help Luo Xingchen to save a lot of meditation time for accumulating magic power. Touched the green part in the center of the magic crystal. The green magic circle unfolded. A strand of pure magic power began to flow into Luo Xingchen's body from the magic circle. After a while, the magic crystal badge completely lost its color. Turned into a round, useless transparent crystal. Throw it in the trash can on the side. Luo Xingchen stretched and then slowly got up, after washing up. Ready to go to the guild. Makarov found Luo Xingchen a few days ago. He also explained that the promotion exam for S-rank mages will be launched in the near future. So let Luo Xingchen prepare well for a while. So-called preparation. In fact, it was just to remind Luo Xingchen to do more tasks recently. After all, his other competitor, Laxus, is almost year-round, a mission machine. Moreover, Luo Xingchen also felt that recently. He also started to slack off. It's time to do the task. Came to the guild, because the time is still early. There is no one in the guild yet. Except for a boy with sakura-colored hair. At the moment Luo Xingchen just opened the door. Natsu's eyes lit up on the roof. Chance. Looking at Luo Xingchen, who was defenseless at the moment. Natsu immediately seized the brief moment. Directly from the sky. Fire Dragon's sword horn. With shouting, Natsu attacked Luo Xingchen. Alas! At this moment, Luo Xingchen was deeply speechless. Slightly turned sideways without even making a move. Just like that, I watched in silence as Natsu slammed into the ground. Boom! Immediately, the planks flew across, and Natsu's head sank directly into the wooden floor. Help me! Looking at his hands on the ground, his feet were constantly struggling in the air. Natsu, who tried his best to pull himself out. Luo Xingchen twitched the corners of his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Ignore this guy. He walked towards the task panel in the guild on his own. Before coming to the guild panel, there is already a person here. It was a man with slightly dark skin in a green vest, beige shorts. Fairy Tale member, Nebo. Although Nebo has long been recognized by Makarov, tasks can be taken. But he always had an obsession. That is to find an exclusive task that only you can do. Therefore, he is seen wandering around here alone almost every day. Good morning, Xingchen. Nebo greeted Luo Xingchen. Morning, by the way, are there any tasks with higher remuneration recently? Luo Xingchen asked aloud. The reward is higher, or this is it. Saying that, Nebo pointed to a task order on the panel. Escort a specified item to a nearby realm. Because of the long distance, the commission paid by the commissioner will be very high. But Luo Xingchen shook his head, it's too far, I'm too lazy to run. Or this, explore the unknown foggy area of Kurodo. The reward is also very high. Nebo pointed to another order. It's too troublesome, it will take a long time. Luo Xingchen still shook his head. If that's the case, that's it, the subjugation mission. Neb pointed to the top order. But it is said to be a demon, so it may be difficult. Looking at this order, Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up. The crusade mission is good, that's all. Chapter 46. Xingchen, have you made a decision? Urza's voice sounded behind Luo Xingchen. Since Luo Xingchen joined Fairy Tail, almost every mission is done with Urza as a team. Except in some special cases. Therefore, in terms of access tasks, usually, after Luo Xingchen chooses one, it is Urza's turn to choose one. Cycle back and forth. And last time, it was Urza's chosen mission. This time, it was Luo Xingchen's turn. Pass the task list in hand to Urza. I still think the crusade mission is more suitable for me. Luo Xingchen said. The demon of the crusade. Urza nodded slightly. Handed the task list to Luo Xingchen. I'll go back and prepare first, and gather at the old place. After speaking, he turned and walked outside the guild. After all, every time, Urza will prepare plenty of supplies. Therefore, the preparation time required is quite long. With the task list, Luo Xingchen came to the bar. Although it is still morning, but old alcoholics like Makarov are already enjoying themselves with a big mug of beer. President, I want to take this mission. Luo Xingchen handed the order to Makarov. Makarov opened Wei Mi's eyes. The result is the order, and after scanning it, it is confirmed that there is no problem. He just nodded and asked, this time we're going to form a team, right? Of course. Although he didn't quite understand what Makarov meant. But Luo Xingchen answered truthfully. It seems that your relationship is really good. Makarov smiled weirdly. Leaning over his head, he whispered in Luo Xingchen's ear and asked. Have you reached that step? I just said, you can't let you drink too early, and you'll be stunned when you drink it early in the morning. Luo Xingchen turned his head away from Makarov and kept shaking his head. He stretched out his hand to indicate the order, you better hurry up and seal it. Ugh, why don't you understand? Look at Gildarts, when he was your age. Makarov's gushing words stopped. Looking at Luo Xingchen's increasingly dangerous eyes, Makarov still chose to shut up. He silently took out the guild crest from his bag. After one is covered on the order, handed it to Luo Xingchen. I agree, pay attention to safety. After raising the order, Luo Xingchen said, don't worry. Then he turned around and walked towards the gate of the guild. Looking at Luo Xingchen's back, Makarov smiled slightly. The mood is very beautiful. Wait a moment. Just when Luo Xingchen passed the gate, Natsu, who was still on the ground, finally pulled out his head. Xingchen, just not counting, let's come again. Natsu spoke aggressively. I still have a mission, you should go and play with Gray. After Luo Xingchen finished speaking, he ignored Natsu and walked towards Southgate Park. Southgate Park. Luo Xingchen just came here not long ago. Urza dragged her luggage cart here. The mission location this time is a place called Hollow Village, a small village in the northwest of Fiori Kingdom. About 500 kilometers away from here. Urza murmured while holding the map. More than 500 kilometers. I knew I had borrowed the president's magic four-wheeled vehicle. Listening to Urza's words, Luo Xingchen couldn't help complaining. Suddenly, Urza's cheeks turned pale. As if thinking of something bad, he quickly said. Actually, it's not too far. We can go by train in time. Shrugging, Luo Xingchen was non-committal. It's just that I miss the feeling of drag racing. Because the target location is slightly remote. So, except by train. It also takes a period of carriage and a period of walking to reach the mission location. So much so, when Luo Xingchen and Urza arrived at the village, the time is approaching dusk. It's really hard to find. Luo Xingchen stopped and looked at the village at the foot of the mountain. This is a village surrounded by mountains and forests. View from top to bottom. It can be found that there are large areas of farmland in the village. A very ordinary village mainly based on farming. Also because of the remote location. Few mages would choose to come to this place. The village of Hollow, if the map is correct, it should be here. Urza said after comparing the map. Luo Xingchen looked at the gradually darkening sky and said. Well, anyway, let's go down and have a look, and contact the client first. May need a night off here tonight. The two looked at each other and nodded. He took a step towards the bottom. Entering the village, there are no people on the streets. But think about it, after all, there is a demon. I'm afraid that everyone is hiding at home and dare not show up. According to the instructions on the order, the two found the client of the task. It is the residence of the village chief of this village. Knocked on the door. Not long after, an elderly man stuck his head out and looked at Luo Xingchen and Urza. Who are you? The old man asked. Luo Xingchen didn't beat around the bush, and spoke directly. We are the wizards of fairy tale, and we took on the task of crusade against demons. This is the order for you to take a look at. As he said that, he handed the order form in his hand to the old man. Immediately afterwards, the two revealed the goblin coat of arms on their arms. This is the flow of routine tasks. The old man looked at the order form in his hand. He looked at the coat of arms on the two of them. The identities of Luo Xingchen and Urza were finally confirmed. Suddenly, the old man blushed. There is excitement in the aged voices. Sorcerer, finally waiting for you. This village is saved. Chapter 47. Hollow Village, the village chief's residence. After confirming that Luo Xingchen and Urza are from the Mage Guild, the elderly village chief warmly invited the two of them into the house. We don't have anything good here, so please drink some tea. The village chief came over with 2 cups of steaming green tea. See, the two politely took the tea. The village chief sat down in front of the two of them. Please tell us the specific situations so that we can make first-hand judgment and analysis. Urza was not polite. Cut to the topic right away. Luo Xingchen sat by the side and tasted tea quietly. The village chief nodded and was silent for a while. Only then did he speak slowly. Actually, that so-called devil has existed here for a long time. It's just that it was sealed deep in the church in the center of the village. Although we are afraid, we have the protection of the church. We can also live a normal life. But, speaking of which, the village chief's expression dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body is shaking slightly. With fear and disgust in his eyes. Luo Xingchen and Urza looked at each other. Did not interrupt. The village chief continued, however, the original calm was completely broken a few days ago. He raised his head. The old eyes stared at the two magicians in front of him. That girl, released the demon. The devil, let it out. Luo Xingchen murmured. Looking up and down at the old man in front of him, and the surrounding buildings. With all due respect, if the demon is freed. Are you still fine? The village chief waved his hands again and said. It's not like this, the devil is possessed by that girl. There will come a day when the devil will fully awaken. That girl will definitely raise the butcher's knife towards us. Urza touched his chin and said. That is to say, the girl you mentioned didn't hurt anyone, did she? The village chief nodded and added. But that's only now. None of us can guarantee that that girl won't hurt anyone in the future, right? Then has she lost her mind? Luo Xingchen continued to ask. The village chief paused for a while before opening his mouth. No. Luo Xingchen shook his head slightly. He put the teacup in his hand on the table and said. We can't agree with your guess at the moment. It's best to go and see the girl in your mouth first. On the edge of the village. A dilapidated house stands here. Although in this village, the houses are bungalows built of ordinary bricks. It is not luxurious in itself, and even most of them are in an old state. But the damage to the house. But it is more than several times the other. The walls made of stone have potholes of varying degrees. I'm afraid even if it's just a breeze can be poured directly into the house. Broken windows, old wooden doors, and the eaves that have been repaired again and again testify to the age of the house. This is the home of 3 orphans. Myra Jane, Lysina, and Elfman. Having lost their parents since childhood, they can only succumb to this house that no one wants, relying on the meager living expenses earned by the eldest sister to sustain their lives. At this moment, 3 small figures are leaning against each other against the corner of the wall, quietly listening to the abuse from the outside world. If it is normal time. Originally, it was impossible for many people to patronize the door of the house. However, a large number of villagers have gathered every day these days. That's why Luo Xingchen and Urza didn't see many people on the street. Villagers carry hoes, sickles, and even spatulas and pans. Anyway, everything that can be used to attack is standing here. Their faces were vicious. His eyes were fixed on the dilapidated wooden door that was closed in front of him. A series of curses echoed around. Go away! The guy possessed by demons. Get out of our village. How long do you want to stay in the village? The cursed family. It is because of you that there will be a steady stream of disasters. Maybe it's because the abuse is not relieved. Some even picked up stones from the ground, tossed towards the broken window. Boom! The windows shattered. And the stone that broke the window. The castration hit the head of the girl with the hood and cloak sitting on the ground. Sister Mila, are you okay? Watching her sister get smashed, Lysina, who had been holding her, immediately asked worriedly. Myra Jane shook her head slightly. He smiled to indicate that he was all right. He looked at his younger brother Elfman, who was shivering in a small suit. An apology flashed across Marajana's face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Elfman shook his head quickly, it's not my sister's fault. Myra Jane lowered her head, looking at his arms covered by the cloak. If it wasn't for my proximity to that kind of church, that's not going to happen either. Sister Mila. Lysina closed her eyes tightly. She hugged her sister tightly. She knew that her sister was very scared now. Get out, devil! Just use brute force to drag them out. The other party is possessed by a demon. The shouting outside became more and more intense. Even that group of people seems to be directly resorting to violence. Fear prompted Myra Jane to bury her head completely between her legs. He covered his head with his hands in pain. The rage and madness of the villagers, like a heavy mountain, almost crushed the 13-year-old girl. Chapter 48. Hearing the yelling from outside, Lysina, who was holding Myra Jane, gritted her teeth. Suddenly, she let go of the hands that held Myra Jane. Stand up. Go to the window. Sensing Lysina's movements, Myra Jane was stunned. He slowly raised his tearful eyes and looked in Lysina's direction. Lysina, be careful, don't do this. Elfman, who was hiding behind him, exclaimed. He wanted to reach out to stop it. But Lysina had come to the edge of the window. Standing on your toes, he pushed open the broken window. Entering the goal, is a group of ferocious people. The weapon held by people is reflected in the sunlight. Exudes a hint of coldness. Perhaps surprised by Lysina's actions, the villagers surrounding the outside suddenly stopped cursing. A time. All that was left was the sobbing that Lysina tried to hold back. I don't know where the courage came from. Lysina raised her arm and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. An angry and hysterical roar was issued at this group of demons in human skins. It was Sister Mila who helped fight off the demons who did evil in the church. She fought off the demons for the sake of this village. You are too much. She was possessed by the devil in order to repel the devil. Sister Mila is wrong. She's not wrong at all. Lysina's voice gradually became smaller. Perhaps it was because he spoke the words that had been backed up in the depths of his heart. Tears could no longer hold back from the corners of his eyes. Lisina knelt weakly on the ground. He buried his head and sobbed loudly. Myra Jane tightened her cloak. Walked towards Lisina on the edge of the window. Gently put the intact other hand. He stroked Lisina's shoulder. Myra Jane squatted on the ground. Whispered, "Stop talking, Lisina." Woo 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 woo. A cry came from behind. Myra Jane looked back at her clenched fist. Crying Elfman. "Stop crying, Elfman." She whispered, but did not cry like her younger siblings. At this time, they can cry unbridled. But she can't, just because she's a sister. Through an open window, Myra Jane was able to find that this group of people was still vicious. They didn't seem to be because of Lisina's excuse. Change your attitude towards yourself. Self-deprecating smile. Myra Jane slowly looked back. The originally agile eyes began to gradually lose their light. But, at this time, Myra Jane clearly heard the chatter from the outside crowd. It seemed that the arrival of someone had caused a commotion. "Village chief, you are finally here. These cursed guys have been refusing to leave here. Hey, who are these two?" "Ah, this is the magician I invited, who is here to fight demons." "Mage. That's great. In this way, wouldn't our village be saved?" "Master Sorcerer, please slay these demons quickly." Myra Jane, who was in the house, instantly became vigilant. "Sorcerer." Her eyes widened sharply. Although not out of the village, but she had also heard about mages. It is said to have mastered magic far beyond ordinary people. Not only Myra Jane noticed. Even Lisina and the shivering elfman behind him heard the conversation. Lisina's face seemed even more anxious. "Sister Myra, what should I do? They called the mages to arrest us." That's right, we're going to be arrested, what should we do?" Elfman also hugged his head in fear. Tears kept leaking from the corners of his eyes. Don't be afraid, I'm here, don't be afraid." Sister Mila hugged Lisina. Although he was trembling with fear, but she still forcibly calmed down. Comforting his siblings. Taking courage, Myra Jane stuck a head out of the window. Looking forward. The vicious villagers just now changed their appearance. Chu Chu was pitifully surrounding the two figures. One by one twittering did not know what to say. And through the gaps in the shadows, Myra Jane could see the rough faces of the two figures who were surrounded. A man and a woman, about the same height as themselves. The age should be about the same. And this also shows that these two may not be strong. Came to this conclusion. Marajana's heart finally let go a little. But still remain vigilant. At this moment, the boy surrounded by the center seemed a little impatient. "Okay. You all came up and kept saying, who am I supposed to listen to?" the boy roared. His eyes turned to the people around him who had stopped talking. Luo Xingchen continued. "We have the ability to discriminate, and we don't need one of you to brainwash us." Even now Urza frowned. Looking at this group of people, the eyes are not very kind. "That Mage Sama." The village chief seemed to want to say something. However, the next moment Luo Xingchen's eyes fell on the village chief. He didn't speak, just stared at him silently. Immediately, the village chief was dripping with sweat. "The general situation of the problem, we have already understood, the next step is the work of the magician." Urza said with his arms folded. "The devil's problem, we will solve it perfectly, so." Luo Xingchen took his eyes off the village chief, glanced around the audience, and said, "Please don't interfere." Chapter 49. After breaking away from the villagers who were constantly complaining, Luo Xingchen and Urza approached the dilapidated house in front of them. Halfway through, Luo Xingchen looked at Urza who was beside him. "Urza, do you think there is any problem?" Hearing Luo Xingchen's question, After pondering for a moment, Urza said. If, as the villagers said, the girl inside was possessed by a demon, then it's impossible for this group of people to stand here intact just now. Said. In her mind, the actions of the demon fern appeared involuntarily. After all, demons don't follow the morals of the human world. Luo Xingchen nodded without refuting Urza. In fact, he already had a guess in his heart. The so-called demon-possessed girl. I'm afraid it is Myra Jane in the original book. Although, Luo Xingchen did not read the original work in his previous life. But there is still an image of the life experience of some of the main characters. Originally Luo Xingchen was not quite sure. However, in the crowd just now, the moment when I accidentally caught a glimpse of the head sticking out of the window, there was a decision, after all, although most of it was covered by the hood. But the white bangs in front of the forehead still made Luo Xingchen recognize it. While the two were talking, they came to the dilapidated house. Seeing that even the wooden door is full of time very close, Urza sighed softly, what a poor family. Saying that, Urza stepped forward and knocked on the door politely. Dong dong dong. Although Urza has tried to make his percussion sound soft. But, for the three people inside. But it is as terrifying as a ghost with a locked soul. Lisana hugged Marajana's body tightly. Elfman also hid behind Myra Jane. At the moment, Myra Jane looked a little flustered. But strong and calm. Staring intently at the door. Sister Mila, what should I do? Lisana cried out in fear. Sister, sister. Elfman's legs were shaking. However, he looked at Myra Jane who was protecting him in front of him. He looked at the wooden door again. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to make up his mind. I want to escape from my sister's shelter. At least, also protect my sister who is on the verge of collapse once. With this thought, Elfman was about to move his trembling legs. However, Myra Jane held Elfman and Lisana firmly. Listen to me, the people outside are coming for me. As long as I go out, you should be fine. Myra Jane whispered in the ears of the younger siblings. He seemed to have guessed what his sister wanted to do. Lisana gripped Marajana's hands even tighter. Buried his head in Marajana's arms. Lisana cried out, I don't want. I'm with Sister Mila. Say, you're right, this time, let me protect my sister. Elfman clenched his fists. But looking at the appearance of the two, listening to the words of the two, Myra Jane just smiled relievedly. Touching the heads of the two of them, don't be stupid, I'm just a person possessed by demons, but you are different. Your future is full of possibilities, if something happens to me today, then you stay away from this village. Having said that, Myra Jane looked out the window. Obviously the land that nurtured them. But now there is no place for them. This village is no longer our home. Perhaps, you need to find it yourself. Find your real home. Smiled slightly. Myra Jane suddenly found that the trembling body stopped. She doesn't seem to be afraid anymore. He broke free from Lisana's hands and pressed Elfman down. Myra Jane walked towards the door without hesitation. Outside the door, no one opened the door for a long time. Urza looked at Luo Xingchen, then reached out and knocked again. Next moment, the door was opened. The girl in the cape quickly got out from behind the door. Then he immediately closed the door. He stared at the two figures in front of him who looked about the same size as him. Who are you? Myra Jane said indifferently. An vigilant voice. Luo Xingchen wrapped his arms around him, his eyes locked on the figure in front of him. He wears a hood on his head, and on either side of the hood there are two ears that seem to be used for decoration, pulled to one side. The body is covered with a cloak made of the same material as the hood. The cloak was airtight and perfectly wrapped her whole body in it. Silver white hair scattered from the gap in the hood. The delicate face was full of vigilance. And a trace of loneliness. We are wizards from fairy tale who are here to solve this demonic incident. Urza was the first to speak. I heard from the village chief that there is a girl possessed by a demon. I think it should be you. Urza's eyes moved down. He looked at Mirajana's arm covered by the cloak. Said, so, can we see your hand? Mirajane is more vigilant. Involuntarily, he shrank his hand towards the back. But she was still ruthless. Anyway, he couldn't hide the fact that he was possessed by demons. It's better to show it like this. If there is a real fight, maybe he can resist with the help of the demon arm. Thinking of this, Mirajane slowly stretched out her hand from the cloak. And Luo Xingchen and Urza also immediately. He set his eyes on Mirajana's arm. That's not an arm that a human being can have at all. Tree-like lines covered her palms to her elbows. The back of the arm. Purple and irregular crystal-like objects are embedded above. Undulating forks. And the sharp claws seem to signal the danger of this arm. This is the real devil's arm. Chapter 50. Now you can see it. Yes, the devil is on me now. Mirajane moved 2 steps slightly. Spread your hands. The door behind you was completely covered. What you want to crusade is also a demon, just come directly at me. Her voice trembled. But without taking a step back, he shouted sharply. But, don't try to hurt my younger siblings. Neither Luo Xingchen nor Urza had time to defend themselves. The wooden door behind Mirajane was slammed open. Young Lisana and Elfman rushed out. Don't hurt my sister, please, don't hurt my sister. Lisana hugged Mirajana's waist. Facing Luo Xingchen and Urza with his back. I won't let you succeed. Sister and Lisana. I will protect you. Elfman was shaking, but his arms were still open. Standing firmly in front of him, he said loudly. I'm a man. This. Looking at this touching scene. Luo Xingchen twitched the corners of his mouth. I seem to be inexplicably regarded as the villain. Glancing aside. Knew it. For the extremely sensitive Urza. Such a scene was enough to move her to tears. He raised his arm and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Urza exclaimed, it's so touching. It doesn't feel like a bad guy at all. Luo Xingchen coughed twice, interrupting the picture. Then he said, I think you may have misunderstood something. His words caught the eyes of the people in front of him. We did not come with malice. Although the mission is to crusade demons, it seems that our mission has indeed failed. Hey! Several people looked at Luo Xingchen suspiciously. Even Urza is included. She pointed to Mirajana's arm. But what exactly is this devil's arm? The arm is indeed the arm of the devil, but that doesn't mean you are possessed by the devil. Luo Xingchen looked at the silver-haired girl under the hood and explained. This is actually a kind of magic. At present, it seems that it is only caused by unskilled reasons. Magic. Mirajane murmured. It seems that some can't believe such a result. Luo Xingchen nodded and moved his gaze to Mirajana's arm. Almost an instinctive reaction. Mirajane snapped her hand back. Smiling indifferently, Luo Xingchen continued. The name of magic is reception, and it is an extremely rare demon reception. You are not parasitized by demons at all. I'm afraid it should be caused by the awakening of magic when you were fighting the demons in the church, and receiving the power of the demons. The power of the devil. Mirajane looked down at her arm. He pursed his lips. Looking at Mirajana's disgusted expression. Luo Xingchen knew that she was not ready to accept this power. But Lisana and Elfman on the side seemed relieved. As long as his sister is not a devil. That's enough, they don't care if it's magic or not. Then, can this big brother and sister help Sister Mila change back? Lisana asked eagerly. Mirajane and Elfman on the side also set their sights on Luo Xingchen. With hope in his eyes. However, Luo Xingchen shook his head. Unfortunately, although you know this magic, but if you want to change back, I'm afraid you can only rely on yourself. Only improve your proficiency in magic. It is only possible for you to truly master this power and return to the appearance of a normal person. Luo Xingchen's voice fell. Myra Jane and Lysina and Elfman looks. It dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But I don't know how to receive magic. Myra Jane looked low and murmured. Indeed, connecting and receiving this arm is only done by instinct. She herself doesn't even know what magic is. I know someone can teach you magic. Just then, Urza's voice caught Marajana's eye. Who is it? The three asked in unison. It's the president of our fairy tale guild. I believe the president can teach you magic. Urza's tone was determined. Fairy tale. The three of Myra Jane looked at each other. Can the president that sister said really teach my sister to control this arm? Lysina spoke up immediately. Luo Xingchen on the side said. Although the president is often unreliable, his knowledge is beyond doubt. So, are you going to follow us to fairy tale? Lysina turned her head and looked at her sister. Seems to be waiting for her to make a decision. Myra Jane looked at Lysina and Elfman. He looked into the distance again, still glaring at the villagers here. In the end, looking at what I hate so much. Brought the unfortunate demon arm to his own family. Finally, she made up her mind. Said, anyway, we can't live here anymore. He raised his head and looked at Luo Xingchen, let's follow you. Hearing this sentence, Luo Xingchen and Urza laughed one after another. As for Lysina and Elfman on the side, it was a little excited and hugged his sister. Are you excited about starting a new life? Or are you excited to escape from this indifferent place like hell? Maybe only they know it. Chapter 51. Dusk is approaching. An orange-red light shone on the unpopular mountain trail. Usually this time. It is also a time when the wild beasts in the mountains and forests move freely. Where no one should have set foot, there was a sound of footsteps. Those were 5 figures who didn't even look underage. Urza pulled the scooter and walked side by side with Luo Xingchen at the front. Behind. It is Myra Jane and others with luggage. Originally Luo Xingchen planned to wait until dawn the next day. However, both Lysina and Elfman displayed a profound distaste for the village. Since there is hope to get out of here, they didn't want to wait even a second longer. In this regard, Luo Xingchen and Urza also expressed their understanding. Anyway, Urza's material and tent are enough. There is no problem with taking a night's rest in the forest. Therefore, everyone set foot on the road to Magnolia. Came to the top of the mountain outside the village. Myra Jane 3 people stopped. Looking down at the village surrounded by mountains below. That's where they lived for more than 10 years. However, they have never seen this look from such an angle. So, the village is so small, Elfman murmured softly. Yes, obviously such a small village. But it binds people from generation to generation. They seem to have strayed from the trajectory of the times. See everything you don't understand with your own eyes. And impose their own opinion, deny it. In this way, many visible or invisible tragedies have been bred. And they didn't know it. Whether ignorance is guilty or not is impossible to say for sure. Because ignorance itself is a sharp weapon. The difference is whether you choose to close up the weapon or stab someone else. Forget it, that kind of shitty place. The young Lysina did not shy away from expressing her dislike for the village. Luo Xingchen and Urza in front stopped. Quietly waiting for the 3 of them. Myra Jane stroked Lysina's head, let's go. Night has come. Everyone who has traveled to the forest found a place with few trees. Urza greeted Myra Jane and Lysina set up a tent here. There are only 4 tents. But it's enough for everyone. Urza and Luo Xingchen each have a tent. Myra Jane and Lysina 1 tent, Elfman 1 tent. At this time, Luo Xingchen had to thank Urza. But if there is one less, I'm afraid I have to sleep with a big man tonight. Take advantage of Urza and Listena's efforts to set up a tent. Luo Xingchen has set up a big pot. Take on the responsibility of cooking. No way, after all, what Urza makes is really too bad to eat. Also, eat Urza's dishes. You never know. What was that meal? He was inexplicably poisoned. The reason? This upright girl will always come up with a lot of novel ideas inexplicably. Mixing all kinds of knowing and not knowing. If you're lucky, there's nothing wrong with eating it. With bad luck. For this, on the way of many missions, Luo Xingchen has a deep understanding. Therefore, Luo Xingchen strictly prohibited Urza's poisoning. And promised to be in the wilderness in the future. Just cook by yourself. Although not as good as a chef or something. But the things that are made are also within the range that normal people can accept. Anyway, it's all in the wild, and it's just a matter of time. What more bike do you want? Brother Xingchen, can you see these firewood? Elfman came over with a pile of dry wood and said. Almost, just throw it in the fire. Luo Xingchen nodded. Then he reached out his hand and gestured to the fire in front of him. Xingchen big brother, what do you want to do with this pot of red soup? Maybe it's because I can reach the guild tomorrow. So Listener seems to be in a good mood. After helping Urza and Myra Jane set up their tent. Jumping up and down, he came to Luo Xingchen. His eyes were fixed on the red soup that was constantly tumbling in the pot. Smell the wafting fragrance. Tears welled up in the corner of the little girl's mouth. Smiling and touching Listena's short white hair, Luo Xingchen said softly. This, in our hometown's name, is called hot pot. Hot pot. Listena heard this term for the first time. Luo Xingchen nodded. Then he took out the dream fish that he had just caught and processed on the edge of the creek. Threw it into it. Then he said, in my hometown, this is a very delicious food. Use the boiled soup to cook various ingredients. The biggest feature is that you can eat while cooking, allowing you to enjoy the freshest and most tender taste of the ingredients. Listen to Luo Xingchen's description. Listena's eyes flickered all the time. Under the constant urging of the stomach. Listena finally waited for the moment to start the meal. And the fact did not live up to Listena's expectations. Maybe it's because the conditions were too difficult since childhood. Although there are few hot ingredients, and they are all very common. But for the first time tasting such a delicious Listena. But it is like the taste of mountains and seas. The hot soup base was bubbling in agulu. On the side is constantly eating. But Luo Xingchen, who was so hot and gasping for breath, was the other five. At a certain moment, the five of them saw each other's funny appearance. So he burst out laughing. And for the Myra Jane trio. It's as if everything today was left behind by them. At this moment, they are just enjoying the tranquility to the fullest. And, the warmth called family. Chapter 52. The time is approaching midnight. The surroundings were quiet as if only Xia-chan was chirping. The burning bonfire brought a touch of warmth to this dark world. Get out! The guy possessed by demons. The cursed family. Myra Jane woke up suddenly. The voice that kept echoing in his mind gradually disappeared. Who? The sharp rise and fall of her chest made her gasp for breath. But the even breathing sound came from the side. But she gradually calmed down. Myra Jane smiled as she looked at Listena who was sleeping beside her. She hadn't seen Listena sleep so peacefully in a long time. But the moment he saw his arm, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Magic, demon. I recalled Luo Xingchen's explanation today. But I never wanted that kind of power. Too disgusting. The other hand firmly grasped the demon's arm. As if he wanted to tear it apart completely. But unfortunately, it's just useless. Reluctantly gave up this option. Myra Jane fought back the sound of her wanting to sob. God forced this power into her. But she never asked if she would accept it. Therefore, it brings pain and sorrow. Looking at Listener, Myra Jane stroked the silver short hair gently. Fairy tale, what kind of guild will it be? She murmured softly. However, it's not bad to be able to cultivate those two such gentle people. The faces of Luo Xingchen and Erza appeared in my mind. Although I agreed to Luo Xingchen's invitation today. But Myra Jane agreed on behalf of her younger siblings. As long as they can find a place to stay. Then you can leave. Myra Jane thought so. For her, her younger siblings will always be more important than herself. She doesn't want her younger siblings to be discriminated against and hurt. I don't even want to do it all because of my own reasons. So she wanted to stay away from Listener and Elfman. Only in this way. In order to let them grow up healthily in an environment without any troubles. That's enough for Myra Jane. It doesn't matter if you pay any price for it. Take a deep breath. Myra Jane quietly got up and walked outside the tent. Hey! Just opened the curtain. Then he saw the figure sitting by the fire. Myra Jane was stunned. By the way, aren't you cold? Luo Xingchen turned his head. Looking at Myra Jane. Aren't you going to sleep? It's so late. Myra Jane walked out of the tent and sat down beside Luo Xingchen. After all, it's in the wild, so in order to guard against some monsters that don't have long eyes, someone needs to keep watch. Erza stayed in the middle of the night, I stayed in the middle of the night. Luo Xingchen replied, then looked at Myra Jane. It's you, why are you still here so late? Could it be that you are thinking of something bad? Ah, how can there be? Marajana's head shook like a rattle. Luo Xingchen turned his head, stared at the burning fire, and said. Stop pretending, normal people must be sleeping soundly at this time, and people who have nothing to worry about, how can they think of coming out at night to get a hair dryer? Aren't you? Myra Jane looked at Luo Xingchen. Luo Xingchen. It's said that I'm just a night watchman. Luo Xingchen said, and tugged at the fire. Let the flames burn more violently. Myra Jane can clearly feel. The cold of the night has been dispelled a lot. Myra Jane was silent for a while, then looked at Luo Xingchen and said. If you go to Fairy Tale, can you take care of Listener and Elfman for me? No. Luo Xingchen refused directly. He turned his head and looked at Myra Jane with his head lowered. Take care of your younger brothers and sisters, are you still counting on me, even if your elder sister is not responsible? But I. Myra Jane raised her demonic arm. Then picked up again. Really? Luo Xingchen sighed. Looking at Myra Jane, hand out. Hey! Myra Jane was a little puzzled. But he still stretched out his intact hand. Not this one. Luo Xingchen brushed aside the wall of demons that Myra Jane hid under the cloak. It's disgusting, you still. Myra Jane wanted to say something. But Luo Xingchen reached out and grabbed Marajana's demonic hand. Then he crossed his fingers tightly and lifted it to Myra Jane and said. Is this what you've been afraid of? He looked straight into Marajana's eyes. Marajana's cheeks gradually flushed, and she lowered her eyes. Aren't you afraid? She asked softly. What's there to be afraid of? But, this is the devil's hand, so ugly. Is that so? The red blood badge spreads a crimson magic circle. The surging blood began to gather on Luo Xingchen's arm. Next moment, the originally white palms began to gradually become weird and hideous. Your hand. Myra Jane looked at Luo Xingchen's palm in surprise. Demon power, I can use it too, but what is it? Luo Xingchen said softly. It's not the arms that are ugly, but the hearts of people blinded by ignorance. The power of the devil is not some unknown power. How to use it is not in the eyes of others, but in yourself. It's myself. Myra Jane murmured. Raise your head slightly. Only then did she realize that the eyes that were like the stars and the sea were in front of her eyes. She can even see. The strands of hair on the boy's forehead were blown up by the evening wind. Strange, even though it's only the first day I've known this teenager. But there is no sense of inconsistency. On the contrary, she even experienced something she had never felt before. A feeling of peace of mind. Come to fairy tale, where all your entanglements will be answered. The evening wind is blowing. The moonlight mixed with the firelight illuminated the two tightly held devil's claws. Facing the juvenile solemnly, please. Myra Jane finally smiled. Chapter 53. Magnolia. The whistling whistle sounded from far to near. The red-skinned train drove into the station with a long black smoke and stopped steadily. The doors of the train slowly opened. The continuous crowd came out in an orderly manner with large and small backpacks in hand. And in the crowd, a little girl with white hair looking around. It seems that it has attracted the attention of most people with its agile and lively movements. For the first time in my life to ride a train. For Listener, who had seen so many people for the first time. Everything here is so unfamiliar and new. A lot of people. Listener widened her eyes and sighed from her heart. After all, the development of Magnolia is second to none in the entire Fiori kingdom, so it will also attract many people to visit or travel. Urza, who was beside him, folded his arms and explained. It's really good, but let's go quickly, it shouldn't be far from your guild, right? Myra Jane, who was wearing a cloak behind her, seemed a little uncomfortable. Some anxiously urged the crowd. Seeing this, Luo Xingchen also nodded slightly. Marajana's arm isn't settled after all. Now she is not confident enough to appear in a place with many people. Let's go then. He touched Listener's head. Luo Xingchen spoke out. Okay. Listener nodded in agreement. After waiting for Urza to pull out the luggage that took up half of the cargo compartment, a group of people walked in the direction of the guild. The entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild. After taking Myra Jane and others through the lively streets. After a tour of Kaludian Cathedral. Everyone finally came to the gate of this 3-story building. Is this fairy tale? Myra Jane looked up at the plaque hanging above. And a flag fluttering in the wind at the very top. His eyes fluctuated a little. Where all your entanglements will be answered. This is what Luo Xingchen said to himself last night. Myra Jane also kept it in mind. She also expects. I can start a new life in the true sense in this guild. Go in, I believe you will be satisfied here. Luo Xingchen stepped forward. Getting ready to open the door. The wooden door made an abnormal sound of creaking. This feeling is. Luo Xingchen frowned slightly. Next moment. The wooden door finally did not dare to bear the heavy burden, and it burst with a bang. With a terrified roar. The boy with sakura-colored hair flew out directly from the broken wooden door. Marajana's eyes widened instantly. It seemed to be frightened. The boy with sakura-colored hair didn't mean to slow down in the air. Fly straight towards Luo Xingchen. Xingchen, big brother. Listener's mouth widened. Next moment. Luo Xingchen stretched out his hand and directly blocked the head of the sakura-colored boy. Boom. A dull sound echoed around. Luo Xingchen's eyes turned to Natsu, who was caught by his head. Said, by the way, your welcome ceremony is very special, Natsu. Ah, the stars. Natsu opened his tightly closed eyes. Seeing Luo Xingchen's chin, he immediately showed a look of surprise. Even the perverted man who had just knocked himself flying didn't care. He struggled and jumped out of Luo Xingchen's hands. Xingchen, you are finally back, let's duel. Fire burned in his hands. Natsu excitedly attacked Luo Xingchen. I'm very tired, I just got back. Luo Xingchen sighed in distress. With a casual punch, it landed on Natsu's body from top to bottom. Suddenly, Natsu rolled his eyes. Fell directly to the ground. Let's go. Luo Xingchen didn't even look at Natsu. Then he greeted a few people behind him and entered the guild. Then, is he all right? Listener pointed to Natsu who was on the ground with his eyes rolling in circles and asked. Don't worry, within 10 minutes this guy will be alive again. Luo Xingchen in front said without looking back. Seeing this, Listener nodded in understanding. Together with Myra Jane and others, they followed Luo Xingchen's pace. Is this fairy tale? This is the second time Myra Jane has asked such a question today. Different from just now, the tone full of hope. This time, Mirajana's tone was full of suspicion. Look forward. It wasn't the harmony that Myra Jane imagined. The seats and benches even included people, all over the place. Shouting, wailing, and laughter were endless. These guys. It's too presumptuous. Urza behind him slammed a punch against the wall beside him. The huge force directly shattered the wall. Myra Jane, who was startled again, jumped. You guys all stop me. The Fairy Tale Disciplinary Committee is officially launched. Grey. Where are you dangling without your clothes on? Waka. Your ashes are all over the floor, clean up F***ck. Lai Dazhu. What are you doing as a painter and fighting with them? Kana. Are you stealing alcohol? And Macau. Myra Jane quietly approached Luo Xingchen's ear. Is this guy always like this? You'll get used to it later. Luo Xingchen didn't explain. After a series of roll calls, Urza finally sighed. He waved his hand, forget it, let's go here today. Everyone groaned inwardly. But didn't dare to say anything. But Urza nodded with satisfaction when he saw the result of his persuasion. Let's go, I'll take you to see the president. See, there is no good show to watch. Luo Xingchen led Myra Jane towards the bar. Chapter 54. Hey, how's the mission going? Watching Luo Xingchen's arrival, Makarov, who was sitting above the bar, opened his eyes that were slightly blurred because he was slightly drunk. Almost a lot of the time. Makarov keeps it that way. Therefore, Luo Xingchen has long been surprised. The mission should be considered a failure. Luo Xingchen pulled out the chair in front of him. Sitting down. Said nonchalantly. Should fail. He looked at Luo Xingchen in front of him. Makarov was a little puzzled. Not only him, but even everyone in the guild at this moment looked at each other in dismay. Obviously a little restless. Who is Luo Xingchen? That was a monster that even guildarts marveled at. Plus a recognized monster, Urza. Combining 2 and 2, there will be a situation of mission failure? What's going on? Makarov asked aloud. After taking a sip of water to moisten his throat, Luo Xingchen put down the cup and explained, it's like this. After listening to Luo Xingchen's words, Makarov's gaze turned to Myra Jane among the three behind Luo Xingchen. The old face raised a kind smile, and said softly. Can you show me your arm? Myra Jane hesitated. But only after seeing Luo Xingchen watching from the side, he mustered up his courage. He lifted the tightly wrapped cloak. He stretched out the demon's arm. Looking at the arm, Makarov put the wine glass in his hand aside. After a moment of silence, then he spoke slowly. Xingchen is right, it's just that the use of magic is not proficient. If you want to change back, you can only strengthen your magic proficiency. As for what to do, if you don't suggest it, I can teach you. Really? Makarov's voice fell. Myra Jane hadn't even spoken yet. Listener on the side immediately spoke up. She came to Makarov and bowed deeply. Thank you so much for helping my sister, Grandpa. Haha, little sister, don't be so polite. Looking at the well-behaved listener, Makarov's old wrinkled face just laughed out loud. President, you restrain yourself, it will scare people. Luo Xingchen on the side reminded. Cough cough. Makarov glanced at Luo Xingchen. It's just that you always tear down my stage. Luo Xingchen shrugged, non-committal. Then Makarov looked at Myra Jane again. How is it? Has it been decided? His cry. Myra Jane, who was a little stunned because of her joy, woke up. Looking at Makarov, Myra Jane nodded heavily. Thank you, thank you. Then he turned his head again, looked at Luo Xingchen, and bowed slightly. And Xingchen, thank you very much. Luo Xingchen waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile. Well, let's work hard. I will. Myra Jane smiled, blushing. Makarov on the side kept shaking his head, this kid. His eyes turned to the side, not knowing when. Urza, who was already seated and enjoying strawberry cake. Myra Jane, whose cheeks were reddened in front of her eyes, squinted. It's really good. Finally, he let out an unexplained sigh. Not just Makarov. At this time, even most people in the guild discovered the problem. Ah, did you find it? That newcomer, his eyes are always on Xingchen. Cut, what do you say? I found out when they came in just now. The girl in the cloak has always followed the stars, never leaving for a moment. Have a leg. The constant whispers. Makes Urza frown. Looking towards the bar. She didn't know what to do with the figure smiling at Luo Xingchen. An uneasy feeling surged inside. Even the fork that was going to dig the cake was stuck on the cake. The enormous force instantly ripped the cake-loaded plate apart. Immediately, Gray and Kana on the side broke into a cold sweat. Hey, I don't know what's going on, but please calm down. I'm calm. Urza responded through gritted teeth. Children, introduce yourself, this will be your home from now on. Makarov looked at the three children in front of him and said. My name is Myra Jane, Myra Jane Strauss. Myra Jane looked away from Luo Xingchen. He took a deep breath and said to the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Lysina Strauss, please give me more advice in the future. Lysina smiled and bowed slightly to the crowd. My name is Elfman Strauss, please give me some advice. Elfman grabbed the bottom edge of his little blue suit with both hands. A hesitant introduction. Very good. Makarov raised his glass. Stand up from the bar. Hold it high above your head and say aloud. Kids, stop for me, now let's have a party to welcome Myra Jane, Lysina, and Elfman. Oh! Everyone stood up together and raised the wine glasses in their hands. Cheers in unison. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Look at the crowd that suddenly became lively. The three Myra Jane were a little overwhelmed. They had never seen such a scene before. There have never been so many people. They will accept the three of them from the bottom of their hearts. Fairy Tale. It looks like a really great guild. Chapter 55. The banquet is going on. Most of the people in the guild started to get together. Drink, chat, play. Still looking happy. And as the protagonist of this banquet, Myra Jane, Lysina, Elfman 3. It was surrounded by a group of children of the same age. Myra Jane? Are you strong? Do you want to fight? Natsu, who had woken up from a coma, shouted. Gray on the side was speechless. By the way, I remember you just recovered, right? Do you have no pain nerves? Gray, clothes. Kana reminded in a low voice. When? Gray exclaimed. Surrounded by the enthusiasm of the crowd, the three Myra Jane unknowingly. It has already begun to integrate into this guild. Hello, my name is Levi MacGarden. It's also a new member who just joined not long ago. Please give me more advice in the future. At this moment, the little girl with blue hair also came over. Luo Xingchen also knows about Levi, a very quiet little girl who joined some time ago. Joining with Levi were two children. One was named Jet and the other was named Droy. It is said that they are playmates who have been together since childhood. And the deepest image of Luo Xingchen. It is Levi's hobby that is extremely fond of reading books. This made Makarov happy for a while. After all, most people in the entire guild are basically a bunch of idiots who only rely on their muscles. Therefore, Makarov is well aware that it is not easy to appear an intellectual. Also, Levi and Lysina are about the same age. Naturally, the two little girls got together easily. For the first time meeting so many peers. Even the shy elfman let go. The banquet also gradually passed halfway through the laughter of the crowd. At this moment, Myra Jane sneaked up to Kaina's side. He asked, "Kaina, I heard that you joined the guild very early, right?" Kaina nodded and looked at Myra Jane suspiciously. "What's wrong?" This." Myra Jane seemed a little bit inexplicable. He bit his lip tangled. He glanced at Luo Xingchen who was sitting at the bar, took a deep breath, and said, "I want to ask, do Erza and Xingchen have a good relationship?" Erza and the stars. Kaina's eyes kept going back and forth between the two of them. Although it is strange why Myra Jane would ask such a question. But she still didn't think much about it and continued. "I remember that Xingchen has been teaming up with Erza to carry out missions since joining the guild. In terms of relationship, it should be the best." "Best?" Myra Jane murmured softly. His eyes turned to Erza not far away. Coincidentally, Erza is also looking at this at the moment. For a while, the eyes of the two who were destined to face each other looked at each other. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to have dropped a notch. Gray shuddered. "Strange. Did the stars cast their magic again?" Gray murmured. "Who knows, but I'll be able to defeat the stars one day." Natsu raised his fist, fighting intent in his eyes. "Speaking of which, can you bring any topic into the fight?" Kaina muttered silently. It has been a month since Myra Jane and others joined the guild. With the addition of the three, let the guild live a lot again. Of course, it refers to the liveliness of fights. Especially Myra Jane, her talent is really worthy of the word genius. After learning magic with Makarov for a while, then mastered the receiving magic skillfully. Strength directly ushered in a big leap. Steady suppression of Natsu and Gray and others. Even with Erza on par. But I don't know if it's because of the arm problem that has been completely solved. Myra Jane, who originally looked a little inferior to Luo Xingchen, transformed and became more confident. "No, I should be so confident. The cloak that I never dared to take off. Haven't seen it since. Instead, it is a black suspender shorts, with black hot pants, and black boots. The neck is worn with a leather choker commonly known as a neck collar ornament. Her silver white hair was tied into a high ponytail with a purple skull bow. He also wears a bracelet on his wrist. The whole person revealed an extreme youthful rebellious taste. Well, more rebellious than Laxus. And, don't know what happened. Myra Jane and Erza both seem to dislike each other. Myra Jane often acts against Erza. And Erza also saw Myra Jane very upset. According to the words of everyone in the guild, that is another pair of Natsu and Gray in the guild. His thoughts returned. Luo Xingchen had arrived at the gate of the guild. The closed door seemed to be unable to isolate the noise coming from the door. But the noisy content is very different from the usual. There is only one reason. S-Class Mage Upgrade Exam. Competitors will be announced today. Therefore, Luo Xingchen also came to the gate of the guild early. Maybe a little nervous. But more, still calm. After all, there are only a few who meet the conditions in this assessment guild. Basically, you can already know who it is. This time, it's just for sure. He reached out and pushed open the door of the guild. Mixed with the excitement of the discussion sounded oncoming at the first time. Almost everyone in Fairy Tale who is still in Magnolia has gathered here. Their eyes were all locked on the high platform that was covered by the curtain at the front. Seems to be waiting for something. Smile slightly. Luo Xingchen took a step towards the guild. Chapter 56. Some time ago. Everyone in the guild did their best to complete the task. Although everyone knows it. Only Luo Xingchen and Laxus have a high probability of having that strength in the guild. However, the people participating in the assessment are not necessarily the only two. In case, his efforts during this period of time were seen in his eyes. It is not impossible to become the third person by then. After all, there are still dreams. What if it does happen that day? Everyone in the guild gathered together in twos and threes and kept discussing. S-rank magician. I'm already burning. Natsu clenched his fists, inexplicably excited. Why are you, a person who can only perform D-level tasks, so excited? Gray didn't hesitate to hit his dead opponent. Hey? What are you talking about, drooping eyes? Natsu was immediately upset. The drum boss's eyes stared at Gray. Retorted, aren't you the same? Gray curled his lips in disdain and replied. I'm different from you. I'm someone who has performed A-level missions. That's just luck, Xingchen took you there, and you didn't seem to be doing anything for that mission, so come back. Natsu put his arms on his chest. Telling the news that I found in Kana. That's better than you too. How are you better than me? Everywhere. A hole. Kana on the side ignored the exchange between the two. He put his hands on his chest and made a prayer. I'm so nervous. S-class mage? I must choose. Myra Jane clenched her hands. Appears confident. That, Sister Mila, I think it seems a little impossible. Listen, reminded her sister in a low voice. After all, we've only been here for a month. Sister Mila, you haven't completed any tasks yet. Here, listen as words. Myra Jane suddenly said, that's true, then. Glancing at Urza, who was on the side. Then I curse Urza not to be chosen either. Coincidentally, this sentence was completely heard by Urza. Suddenly, Urza's face darkened. Shen Sheng said. I heard it right just now, you must have said something bad, bad girl. Bad? Who are you talking about? You and this tough woman. Myra Jane showed no sign of weakness. I'm talking about you, the woman with the belly button exposed. Girl in armor. Skinny girl. Fat pig. Lissana on the side helped her forehead helplessly and sighed. Why did it become like this? After entering the guild, Luo Xingchen saw the blonde-haired boy in the corner at a glance. Not discussed with others. He just leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. It seems a little out of place. Shaking his head, for Lax's character. Luo Xingchen had nothing to do. This guy, if it doesn't prove that you are better than him, he will never listen to any of your words. Then Luo Xingchen took his eyes back. But Laxus on the other side also seemed to notice Luo Xingchen's sight. He opened his eyes and pondered for a while. He took a step and walked towards Luo Xingchen. Laxus? Is there something wrong? Seeing Laxus coming, Luo Xingchen was a little surprised. After all, it was the first time that Laxus took the initiative to find someone. This time the S-level mages upgrade assessment, let's fight. Not too many words. Laxus directly issued the gauntlet to Luo Xingchen. It seems that you have been looking forward to it for a long time, aren't you afraid that I will not be selected? Luo Xingchen responded. But Laxus shook his head and said. You and I both understand that the two of us are bound to be selected. By the same token, if you can't even be selected for the S-rank wizard upgrade assessment, I won't come to you. After a pause, he looked directly at Luo Xingchen. His eyes were full of seriousness. I will prove that I am better than you. Look at Laxus at the moment. Luo Xingchen was also silent for a moment, then nodded, okay, I promise. Seeing this, Laxus smiled slightly. Very good, then see you in the assessment. After letting go of these words, Laxus turned around directly. Left here without any hesitation. On the other side, Gray and Natsu were both on their heads. Sparks flickered in his eyes. His mouth was still talking trash. And Urza, who was supposed to stop the two at ordinary times, was there. I'm not in the mood to take care of Natsu and Gray anymore. At this moment, she was desperately pulling Mirajana's cheeks with her hands. And his crimson hair was also firmly grasped by Myra Jane. The two fell into a stalemate like this. No one would let go first. Fortunately, Makarov's voice stopped the two in time. Be quiet, brats. The curtain on the stage was slowly opened, and two voices, one high and one short, appeared in front of everyone. One is the third-generation president of Fairy Tail, Makarov. One is Fairy Tail's current strongest S-class. It is also the only S-rank mage, Guildarts, who came back in a hurry a few days ago. He glanced at the audience, and waited until everyone was quiet. Makarov coughed lightly and said, I won't go into too much detail, let's get straight to the point. This year, there are only 2 people who are eligible to participate in the S-rank mage assessment. Their strength, mind, and belief are all in the eyes of the old man. Therefore, they have obtained the qualifications to ascend the S-level ladder. First, it's Laxus Driar. Makarov announced the first name. He looked at his grandson. He didn't notice any mood swings in him. Without hesitation, Makarov announced the second name again. And then, Luo Xingchen. The above are the candidates for this S-rank mage. Under the stage, Luo Xingchen, who heard his name, turned to look in the direction of Laxus. Coincidentally, Laxus was also watching at this moment. The eyes of the 2 people looked at each other across the distance of dozens of seats and benches. It was like a silent declaration before a battle. Chapter 57. 2 names, for the fairy tale crowd. Not much of a surprise. After all, these 2 have always been on everyone's guest list. However, it is similar to Macau, Wakaba, and the like. All he could do was let out a long sigh. Sure enough, even in middle age, I can't even set foot in the S-class field. But soon they cheered up again. After all, it's been so many years, it's time to get used to it. S-rank mages, there must be my name next year. Natsu clenched his fists, confident. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Gray pouted. What did you say? The 2 who had just stopped arguing seemed to have signs of continuing. Urza on the side was a little lost. But it is also acceptable, after all Urza knows his strengths. Not to mention Luo Xingchen, even Laxus is still some distance away. As for Myra Jane, expressed a strong laugh at what Urza didn't pick. Then he turned his attention to Luo Xingchen in the crowd. He murmured, if it's Xingchen, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The location of this S-level assessment is in the West Wilderness Forest. Makarov said aloud after looking around. Immediately, everyone was stunned for a moment, and immediately started a discussion. You must know that the West Wilderness Forest is almost a restricted area by default. Just because it's not an area occupied by humans, but the paradise of monsters. Among them, monsters with S-rank strength often haunt. Therefore, this is the location of many S-rank crusade missions. That kind of place. Even an ordinary guild's S-rank mages enter a terrifying forest that is deadly dangerous. President, is it really okay to set the assessment location in that kind of place? Macau asked worriedly. Makarov on the high platform shook his head firmly. As an S-rank wizard of fairy tale, if you can't even slay S-rank monsters, what are you talking about S rank? This is the foundation of the basics. Makarov's voice was full of determination. And beyond doubt. But, that kind of place doesn't necessarily have to have only one S-rank monster. Others are worried. Don't underestimate the S-rank candidates in the guild. Guildarts, who had been silent, spoke up. His eyes swept across Luo Xingchen and Laxus under the stage. The originally indifferent face was filled with a long-lost seriousness. They are young people who have the potential to hit the peak of the magic way. Listening to Guildart's words, the scene fell into silence. That's right, even if it is the West Wilderness Forest, it's just a small bump on the S-rank road for these boys. Makarov said in a deep voice. In the road ahead, there will be even greater difficulties waiting for them to overcome. There are towering peaks waiting for them to climb. These young people can't be afraid to move forward because of the difficulties ahead. And this isn't just for S-rank mages. Having said that, he looked at all the members of Fairy Tale. There seemed to be pride in the old eyes. The same applies to you. I hope you can overcome all obstacles, move forward bravely, and climb the peak. Makarov's right arm is raised, index finger and thumb outstretched. The other three fingers clenched tightly, showing a gesture of 1 to 7. The tone is very high. This is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Oh 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 oh. Countless people responded loudly to Makarov. Some of them crossed their shoulders. Some raised their glasses. Some even stood on the table. Despite the uneven lineup, they all raised their arms high. Compare the same gesture. That's right, just because we are fairy tale wizards. I'm on fire. Natsu stood on the table. Yang Tian spewed flames. Below. Urza and Myra Jane, who were pinching together just now, raised their right hands together. Look at each other and smile. But he turned his head away immediately. Laxus looked at this scene, his eyes seemed to fluctuate a little. This gesture seems to be invented by myself. This familiar gesture seemed to bring him back to the year of the Harvest Festival. When I was riding on Grandpa's shoulders. Aren't you together? Luo Xingchen's voice interrupted his memory. Cut, naive. After explaining sometime in a week. Makarov turned and left. Yo, boy, this time I'm your examiner. Guildarts smiled and patted Luo Xingchen on the shoulder. You're not going to avenge your personal revenge, right? Luo Xingchen's eyes were scrutinized. Is this the image I am in your heart? Guildarts clutches his chest in pain. You've always been unreliable. Luo Xingchen was expressionless. Stinky brat, it's still the same duplicity. Guildarts laughed and rubbed Luo Xingchen's short black hair. In the corner. The girl silently watched the scene in front of her. S-class. The girl muttered softly, lowered her head, and her eyes were a little dazed. Seems to be thinking about something. I also really want to be stroked by you like this. Maybe only to become S-rank. Only then can we draw this distance that is like a world apart. I'll keep going until I get to that stage. Chapter 58. A week passed by Luo Xingchen and Laxus in the tight preparations. Outskirts of the West Wilderness Forest. Luo Xingchen, Laxus, and Makarov appeared here. See the peak in the middle of the forest. Makarov was the first to speak, pointing to the towering peaks ahead. Because I knew in advance that the assessment location was in the West Wilderness Forest. Therefore, Luo Xingchen also checked the topography of this place in advance. The entire West Wilderness Forest covers nearly 100 kilometers around. The overall shape is round, in the very center of the forest. There is a peak of about 5,000 meters above sea level. Unlike the regular mountain is a triangular shape. The overall shape of this peak is very close to a cylinder. It is surrounded by steep cliffs. In other words, if you want to climb, the difficulty increases geometrically. Remember what I said yesterday, since it's a fairy tale S-class wizard. Then there must be a spirit for climbing, so. A smile spread across Makarov's aged face. Said, your first level is to start from the 2 starting points that we have planned. Travel through this dangerous forest, and finally climb to the top of the central mountain. It is worth noting that the time is only 24 hours, which is a day and a night. Also, the roads corresponding to the 2 starting points are not the same length. Makarov put his hands behind his back and stared at the 2. That is to say, luck, strength, and judgment on crisis and current situation, etc. That's what needs to be assessed in the first game. Wait a minute, that means... Laxus interrupted Makarov. He frowned slightly, then said. It's almost impossible for me and Xingchen to meet in this game, right? Originally, Laxus was thinking that in this duel, fighting with Luo Xingchen, but such a rule. Even if you can't touch it, what kind of battle are you talking about? Makarov seems to be aware of his grandson's thoughts. Shaking his head slightly. If you both break through the first level, you will meet at the top. But... Having said this, he paused. The smile on his face is so weird. At that time, it's up to you whether you choose to fight or something. Makarov said no more. He stretched out his hand to signal the 2 to go to the starting point, then, let's start choosing. Laxus nodded. Turning to look at Luo Xingchen, I'll be waiting for you at the summit. There are not too many words. In his opinion, Luo Xingchen is 100% capable of reaching the top. If not, that would prove to him that Laxus was seeing the wrong person. With that said, he took the lead in walking towards the starting point closest to him. Indifferent smile. Luo Xingchen followed closely and walked towards the starting point on the other side. The starting point is marked by Makarov with the red fairy tale coat of arms. So it's easy to find. Looking straight ahead along the starting point, it is a road that is not spacious. After a short road, there is a dense forest ahead. A simple warning sign stood beside it. Forbidden area in front, please detour. Ignore this sign. Luo Xingchen walked towards the forest without hesitation. The West Wilderness Forest is known as a forbidden area for human beings and a paradise for monsters. The reason is that there are countless monsters living here. Among them, there are nearly dozens of S-class monsters detected. The various levels of Warcraft below are even more numerous. Due to the rarity of S-class monsters, this has led to their high value and attracted the attention of many people. Therefore, it has also become the place where many S-class missions are performed. Moreover, the potential danger is not just monsters. The forest itself is also a big killer. Because you never know. Is there a deadly poison on the unremarkable leaves or weeds you reach out and touch? Roar. The sudden roar seemed to shock the entire forest. Luo Xingchen's forward pace also stopped. Look straight ahead. The grey figure slowly walked out of the jungle. The body on all fours is about 3 meters long. Beneath the silver-grey fur, it is a strong muscle whose outline can be seen at a glance. The protruding mouth is slightly open. The ferocious fangs seem to be flickering with cold light. Eyes glowing with scarlet light stared at Luo Xingchen. It's like looking at your prey. Swift wolf. It is a well-known monster in the Western Wilderness Forest. Just like its name. Strong and powerful limbs can bring the speed of the swift wolf beyond ordinary people. Moreover, since it is a magical beast, it naturally possesses magic power. And according to the records in the illustrated book, it is still a lightning magic. Looks like an adult. Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes. After the swift wolf becomes an adult, the strength is almost comparable to that of a mages who are considered to be rated A rank. But the strength of A level is not the capital that the swift and fierce wolf can wantonly run amok in the Western Wilderness Forest. The most important. The swift wolf is a pack of monsters. He glanced at the surrounding jungle. As expected, the throbbing weeds proved that there was more than just a swift wolf around. Seems to be surrounded. Chapter 59. Roar. The swift wolf in front of Luo Xingchen leaned down slightly and let out a low cry. The claws of the forelimbs constantly rubbed on the ground, making scratches. In an instant, the swift wolf moved. His scarlet eyes stared at Luo Xingchen, his limbs swaying violently. The speed of the explosion even caused a wave of air. Sissy thunder and lightning began to flicker along with the body of the swift wolf. His eyes narrowed, Luo Xingchen turned sideways. Let the sturdy claws wrapped in thunder and lightning pass in front of his eyes. Boom! The roar sounded, and the claws left a huge scar on the ground. Due to the incident with thunder and lightning. So that there are some black marks on the ground. At the same time, the ferocious wolves around Luo Xingchen also attacked immediately. Countless roars mixed with thunder sounded at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xingchen reached out and grabbed the neck of the swift wolf in front of him. The arm jerked violently. He directly lifted it up and threw it towards the swift wolf attacking behind him. Boom! Accompanied by a dull muffled sound. The two charging swift wolves were directly smashed to the ground. Luo Xingchen stepped on the ground, turned around and took 2 steps back. Wrist. The golden badge appeared in his hand, since it is Thunderbolt. Just 640, let me try this. The badge was thrown into the air by Luo Xingchen. Sideways dodged another swift wolf attack. The fist fell on top of its head. The huge force smashed it directly into the ground. The swift wolf seemed to want to get up. But a foot was already on its head. Let it continue to struggle, but it does not move at all. A golden magic circle spread out above Luo Xingchen. The scattered light gradually melted into his body. In an instant, violent power began to rise continuously within Luo Xingchen's body. Yale's Dragon Slayer badge. Alt-AUT. The sky blue thunder and lightning gradually sounded all over Luo Xingchen. Unlike ordinary lightning, the thunderbolt that contains the power of divine punishment has an unimaginable ferocity. The swift wolf under his feet was still struggling. The right foot stepped on its head with a slight force. Crackling! The dazzling blue thunder light instantly enveloped the swift wolf under his feet. It was hard to imagine that the swift wolf, who was born with thunder and lightning magic, would be punished by thunder and lightning. In just a moment, Luo Xingchen smelled the stench from below. Release the right foot, then lift up. Towards the opposite, he stopped and watched the wolves vigilantly. Kick it out. The swift wolf with its hair erected by the electricity directly moved at an extremely fast speed. Fly towards the wolves. A young swift wolf didn't have time to react at all. Was knocked over. Such a move also seemed to interrupt the silence of the wolves. Completely angered this group of monsters. Ouch! Dozens of swift wolves opened their mouths at the same time. Yang Tian let out a deafening roar. Even the air began to flicker with sparks. Dozens of open mouths aimed at Luo Xingchen. Dazzling thunder light began to gather in their mouths. Then, it shot towards Luo Xingchen with a bang. In each lightning ball, they all contain magic power that rivals the full blow of an A-rank magician. And now, Luo Xingchen was directly wrapped by dozens of such lightning balls. This is why. The reason why the swift wolf was able to gain a foothold in the crisis-ridden West Wilderness Forest. It is also the reason why this place is known as a forbidden area for human beings. The dazzling thunder light illuminated Luo Xingchen's face. The intensity of thunder and lightning, and the power of terror. Even if you are far away, you can feel the numbness. Next moment. Boom! Countless thunder lights fell around Luo Xingchen. Violent roar mixed with thunder and lightning is frantically sounding. Everything within a radius of 7 or 8 meters was completely shrouded in dazzling lightning. The swift wolves closed their open mouths. Pairs of scarlet eyes, just staring at the center of the thunder and lightning. Just waiting for the thunder and lightning to dissipate, to swarm up and feast. 18. The thunder and lightning that kept roaring began to shrink strangely. It is not a normal dissipation, but a reduction out of thin air. And from the center of the thunder and lightning came the sound of a big inhalation. Immediately, humanized doubts and puzzled appeared on the faces of countless swift and fierce wolves. Although he is a monster, he possesses a certain degree of wisdom. But not high. Therefore, they cannot understand the situation at hand. The reduction in lightning has reached the point where it is visible to the naked eye. Until now, they did not see clearly that the lightning had entered the mouth of the human in front of them. Lightning was swallowed? Hey! Wiping the corners of his mouth, Luo Xingchen slowly raised his head and looked at the bewildered wolves in front of him. Slowly opened his mouth, and the blue lightning began to gather. This scene, for the swift and fierce wolf pack, a bit familiar, but the sense of crisis contained in it is completely different. Yuli Longs. A low voice fell in the ears of the swift wolf pack. But it was as shocking as thunder. Almost from the instinct of the creature, the wolves gradually felt the fear. They began to retreat towards the rear. However, it was too late. The magic power has been accumulated. Luo Xingchen's whole body leaned forward violently. Roar! The gathered lightning turned into a huge thunder column several meters wide and shot out with a bang. Next moment. Boom boom boom! The shocking explosion shocked the birds living in the forest. The huge impact brought the bodies of countless scorched black wolves, throwing it into the air dozens of meters. Crazy raging thunder and lightning destroyed countless flowers and trees. The high temperature contained in it will directly center on Luo Xingchen. The radius of about 100 meters was completely reduced to scorched earth. Just one hit. There were no more swift wolves around Luo Xingchen. The surrounding trees have turned to blackened charcoal. Fell to the ground. And Luo Xingchen, the initiator of all this, flicking the Thunder Dragon Slayer badge in his hand, there was a slightly satisfied look on his face. He ignored the countless swift wolves that fell to the ground. Luo Xingchen turned around and walked deeper. Maybe it's because of time constraints. Luo Xingchen also quickened his pace. Moreover, he was very skeptical that he seemed to have chosen a farther path. After all, if it's close, there shouldn't be so many corners. Luo Xingchen was not surprised by this kind of thing. Anyway, it's been pretty unlucky lately. Maybe it's the price of getting the golden badge. As for why not go straight ahead? It is estimated that it will have to use brute force to penetrate one careful hill after another. The forest is not always smooth. In that way, I haven't seized the time to detour quickly. Anyway, as long as you reach the peak within 24 hours. So even if you pass the first level. But, the more distant road also means the odds of encountering danger are multiplied. It's not just monsters like swift wolves that appear in packs. There are also many S-class monsters that act alone. Along the way, Luo Xingchen met no less than 10 times in total. If ordinary people, how can it survive 10 ultra-intensive battles? So, Fairy Tale's S-level assessment can be called the entire kingdom of Fiori. The most perverted test. Boom! Accompanied by huge smoke and roars. A body so huge that it was the size of the Fairy Tale Guild building completely collapsed to the ground. And Luo Xingchen. Finally, I saw the mountain in the middle of the West Wilderness Forest. It is also the final location of the examination. Chapter 60. Don't forget to introduce your girlfriend to me, she love me. Chapter 61. The other side. The constant sound of thunder opened up the road to the foot of the mountain. Laxus came here with a scar. Despite choosing a straight path. But it doesn't mean that there are no obstacles on this road. At best, it's just to get here earlier. It's just a little less than the other one. As a result, Laxus was injured, although not seriously. But it will also have an impact on the various battles that may unfold in the future. However, now Laxus doesn't care so much anymore. Look up. It was an almost 90-degree cliff. And his mission? To climb this mountain. According to the regulations, although magic can be used, flying magic cannot be used. Therefore, I want to use the thunderbolt to rush up in one go. Certainly would be considered to use flying magic. In other words, for Laxus it will only be possible to climb. However, it's not difficult for me at this level. Without hesitation, Laxus charged directly towards the mountain. With one foot on the ground, the whole person relies on this powerful recoil ability. He jumped up high, and then clasped his hands on the rock that didn't protrude much. Start to crawl towards the top frantically. An altitude of more than 5,000 meters above sea level is not an easy task. However, considering that the player may fall off due to lack of physical strength in the middle. Therefore, Makarov also arranged teleportation magic around the mountain. If the player falls, it will be teleported to the ground for the first time. Therefore, there is no need to worry about anything unexpected. The other side of the mountain, due to the distance, is slightly far away. Luo Xingchen was nearly 10 minutes behind Laxus. But look at the cliffs in front of you. Luo Xingchen didn't plan to crawl with his bare hands. He stretched out his palm, and the golden light was gathering. The next moment, Ji Bing's Dragon Slayer badge appeared in his hands. Throw it up high, under the illumination of the magic circle. The dragon-killing power belonging to Ji Bing once again filled his body. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the familiar power in his body. Luo Xingchen smiled slightly. He turned around and walked towards the back. Luo Xingchen didn't stop until he was about 100 meters away from the foot of the mountain. He turned around and stared at the top of the mountain so high that it broke through the clouds. Take a deep breath. The magic power began to gather on the feet, and the cold air suddenly erupted from Luo Xingchen's feet. The earthy yellow ground began to turn white at an alarming rate. It was a very icy color. Deep burning cold air wafts around. Luo Xingchen slowly raised his right foot. Fall towards the mid-air, the next moment. The ice crystals spread up to the ground, and a staircase of ice about 15 to 17 centimeters high condensed under Luo Xingchen's feet. For Luo Xingchen to settle down. Immediately afterwards, the left foot was raised again and moved towards the top. The polar ice spread up again, forming a ladder. That's why Luo Xingchen is stepping back. After all, you have to leave enough angle for yourself to build the ice ladder. The sun approaching dusk cast an orange light, dyeing a different color for the white and flawless ice crystals. And above the ice crystals, the black-haired boy is walking up step by step towards the top of the mountain, towards the highest point. On the other side, the blonde-haired boy did not slack at all. The hands were rubbed with blood from the climbing. Intensive sweat oozes out from the forehead due to the heavy consumption of physical strength. However, he always gritted his teeth. Filled with resolute eyes, he did not move away from the highest point for a moment. Top of mountain. Unlike regular peaks, it is wide below and narrow above. Because of its close to the shape of a cylinder. Therefore, the area here is also unusually large. And at the very center, a middle-aged man in a black cloak is sitting here bored. There is a dog's tail grass in the mouth. His eyes constantly glanced at the ends of the mountain tops on both sides. Seems to be a little tired. He put his hands on his knees and stood up. I twisted my neck, which was a little stiff from holding a movement for a long time. Then he turned his eyes to his right. Smiled. As if waiting for something to come. Next moment, the pervasive cold air spreads to the edge of the cliff. The black-haired boy stepped on top of the cocky mountain top. I didn't expect that you who chose the farther road would be the first to arrive. 35 stars. Gildarts smiled slightly. After all, my magic has the upper hand. 35 Luo Xingchen walked towards Gildarts. Coming to him, Luo Xingchen asked aloud. So, what is the second level? Gildarts shook his head, don't worry, we'll have to wait until you're all here. Counting the time, Laxus is almost here. Laxus. Luo Xingchen's gaze turned to another direction. Flowers. Not much to say. Combined with Makarov's words earlier, and Gildart's attitude to wait, Luo Xingchen basically guessed the content of the second assessment. As expected, it is to face Gildarts, the only S-rank wizard of fairy tale. He is also the strongest wizard of fairy tale at present. Under such oppression, did the two choose to fight on their own? Or a common enemy? This is also a test for both of them. Sure enough, the assessment of an S-rank mage is definitely not that simple. For a while, the two men, one big and one small, waited again. After a full hour, there was finally movement at the edge of the cliff. A big hand stained with blood slapped on the cliff. Immediately after, Laxus climbed up. 0. Hey, hey. The intense consumption of physical strength made Laxus' chest rise and fall. But, at the moment, Laxus is happy. Although I don't know what the final result will be. But now he has set foot on the highest mountain. He seems to have stepped halfway into the hurdle of an S-rank mage. Gildarts didn't speak. Rather, it gives full play to the spirit of humanity. After letting Laxus rest for a while, then he clapped his hands and motioned for the two to come to him. Immediately, Laxus found Luo Xingchen, who had been waiting on the top of the mountain. Doubt mixed with disbelief filled his eyes. But soon, he calmed down. Took a deep breath. Laxus didn't say anything. After all, it's just a temporary loss, and it must not be anything. Only the one who has the last laugh is the real winner. Congratulations to the two of you for passing the first test. 35. Gildarts spoke slowly. Overall, you're ahead of the allotted 24 hours by almost half of the time, which is remarkable. But... boom! Magic gushes frantically from Gildart's body. The ground began to tremble, the sky began to howl. The birds perched on the top of the mountain are collapsing frantically. Then the second level has officially begun. And your task is to hit me. Gildarts looked directly at the two in front of him. Come on, young people who shoulder the future of fairy tale. 9. This moment, fairy tale's strongest sorcerer, towards the two boys, issued the gauntlet. B. Chapter 62. Boom 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 dash dash. The terrifying magic power was released wanton in the surroundings. The suffocating pressure seemed to hang over Luo Xingchen and Laxus' heads. Cold sweat ran down Laxus' cheeks. Even Luo Xingchen had a solemn expression on his face. Although know that Gildarts are strong. However, after the real experience, we can understand. What does it mean to be the strongest in fairy tale? Are we going to fight again? Luo Xingchen looked at Laxus beside him. Cut, now it's not a question of whether we can fight or not. 35. Laxus pouted. His eyes were fixed on Gildarts ahead. Now if you want to advance to S rank, you have to join forces. As for the strongest, he turned his head to look at Luo Xingchen. Let's talk later. 35. Cut, died Tsundere. Luo Xingchen complained. Laxus's surprise was then ignored. Instead, he turned his gaze to Gildarts ahead. Although the 643 tube is filled with such terrifying magic power, but there was still a smile on his face. No matter in Luo Xingchen or Laxus' memory, I have never seen Gildarts really serious. The ground began to disintegrate into small stones under this magic. Then it was blown up and scattered around Gildarts. This is the magic that only Gildarts has, so far. Super advanced smashing magic. This magic has an indescribably powerful destructive power. It can even shatter the atomic connections of the matter it comes into contact with in an instant. However, due to its difficult-to-grasp characteristics. So much so that even when Gildarts was distracted, it will also inadvertently destroy everything it touches. This is Gildarts. This is Fairy Tail's strongest mage in active duty. And this. It is also the ability that Luo Xingchen has been longing for. What's the matter? If you are standing in the same place, I can't judge you qualified. 39. Gildarts raised his arm slowly, reaching out and beckoning. Just what I want. Laxus accepted Gildarts' challenge. Lightning flashed frantically all over his body. Laxus, who turned into lightning, has a speed that surpasses the speed of ordinary people. A curve was drawn in mid-air, heading straight for Gildarts. The fist wrapped in thunder and lightning slammed down. There was no wiggle room left. After all, in front of an opponent of this level, any omission will be the key to defeat. Facing Laxus' fist, Gildarts' face didn't change. Just slightly sideways, dodging Laxus' attack. Then, he raised his right hand and clenched his palm into a fist. Aiming at Laxus' back, he fell with a thud. Boom! With a popping sound, Laxus' body sank directly into the ground. The floor burst in an instant. Countless cracks spread all around like cobwebs. On the other side, the rapidly advancing figure stirred up a raging gale. Blow up Gildarts' orange hair. One to cover and one to attack. Gildarts murmured. It's really hard to imagine that you would cooperate so well. 5. Although talking. But there was no hesitation in the movement of Gildarts' hands. The palm that had just defeated Laxus swept across the air. Next moment, Luo Xingchen's figure appeared here. Facing Gildarts' attack, Luo Xingchen immediately raised his arms. Boom! The terrifying force directly acted on Luo Xingchen's hands. This is the first time Luo Xingchen met a human with such power as a cannonball with just one blow. The feet are constantly rubbing against the ground. Two not-so-shallow ravines were drawn. At the same time, a dazzling golden thunderbolt erupted beneath Gildarts' feet. Laxus jumped to his feet. Wrapped the fist of lightning down to Gildarts' jaw. Great time to fight back! Gildarts exclaimed. The other hand that had been free all along quickly reached out. Putting it on the chin, it directly caught Laxus' fist. The muscles in Gildarts' arm swelled at the moment. Hold his arm tightly, as if throwing a shot put. Directly dragging Laxus' entire body. He threw it in the direction of Luo Xingchen, who had just stabilized his body. What a joke! Luo Xingchen frowned. Immediately, he stretched out his hands to help Laxus, who flew out backwards. Immediately, that terrifying force struck again. Fortunately, Luo Xingchen had stabilized at this time. This was not directly shot. Are you okay? After putting Laxus down, Luo Xingchen asked without looking back. No. Laxus didn't say much. In other words, at this moment, all his energy has been placed on Gildarts in front of him. The first attack failed. Let Laxus understand one thing clearly. This unassuming uncle is beyond imagination and powerful. Shaking his arms, Luo Xingchen said in a deep voice. Don't forget, Gildarts haven't used magic yet. Laxus' heart sank even more. Indeed, Gildarts hasn't used magic yet. The two of them were repelled with just the strength of their physical bodies. And that's one of the reasons why Gildarts is known as Fairy Tail's strongest wizard. That unbelievable gymnastics. You're still being tucked away, do your best. Luo Xingchen said, his hands gradually spread a cold air. And Laxus was silent for a moment. Not hiding either. The magic within the body began to slant out crazily. The already well-defined muscles began to expand continuously. Until it burst his shirt. The thunder and lightning seemed to be more violent. Thunder Dragon, an extreme ice dragon? 35 looked at the two people in front. Gildarts murmured. Boom! This is the sound of the ground under Luo Xingchen's feet being directly shattered by some powerful force. Above the fist filled with cold air, the white ice crystals are constantly extending. Extreme Ice Dragon's split fist. Feeling the terrifying power of the blow, even Gildarts didn't feel slighted. The magic began to flow. He stretched out his palm towards Luo Xingchen's fist. The pale white light formed a mesh-like attack that penetrated the polar ice covering Luo Xingchen's fist. Subsequently, the glove formed by the extreme ice shattered directly into pieces of cube-shaped shards of ice that scattered in the air. It's not over yet. 33 seems to have expected the ice cubes to be shattered. Luo Xingchen's right foot has taken a step back, then kicked it straight at Gildart's cheek. Extreme Ice Dragon's broken claw. A quick kick through the air, as if swiping 1.1 broke the air. Right on Gildart's cheek. Ugh! The unexpected attack made Gildarts a little stunned. Immediately afterwards, the whole person directly retreated a few steps away. The next moment, Luo Xingchen jumped straight into the sky. Because Luo Xingchen's body has already jumped up, Laxus, who had been hiding behind him, was exposed. At this moment, the lightning in Laxus' mouth had accumulated to a peak. Aiming at Gildarts, who had not yet stood firm, he shot out. Thunder Dragons, roar! At the same time, Luo Xingchen above the sky also opened his mouth. The magic is rapidly gathering. Extreme Ice Dragons, roar! 99. The cold snap and the thunder hit Gildart's position without any deviation. The interweaving of magic and magic caused a terrifying explosion. Gildarts, who was at the center of the explosion, was completely shrouded in thunder and cold snaps. Chapter 63. Did it work? Laxus gasped. His eyes were fixed on the figure in the center of the explosion in front of him. How could it be so easy? That guy is a veritable monster. Luo Xingchen fell on the ground. Said without looking back. Indeed, as Luo Xingchen said. At the center of the explosion, Gildarts stepped out. There was still a smile on his face. It's just a little awkward. It's amazing, boys! He exclaimed without hesitation. He reached out and patted the dust on the cloak. Then he looked at the two of them. However, if you want to become an S-rank mage, that's not enough. The rising magic power blew Luo Xingchen's bangs. He said in a low voice. You don't need to tell me, I also know that it was just a warm-up. I have to be S-rank. Laxus also clenched his fists. Next moment. It's like having a heart. The two moved at the same time. Attacked Gildarts. The first thing that came was the huge lightning ball that was lifted above his head by Laxus. What resounds in the sky is the roar of the summoning thunder, which falls from the sky, turning everything into ashes, and the thunder suppresses the furious waves. Accompanied by roars, the gathered lightning bolted towards Gildarts. 22 But despite the thunder and lightning, Gildarts remained unhurried. Arm raised. The magic began to surge, crush it. The white halo formed a huge grid that enveloped the lightning of Laxus. Although not real. But the grid-like halo will still be submerged in the huge light ball of thunder and lightning. Next moment. Under the attack of the white giant net, the lightning of Laxus shattered directly. It's broken down into tiny magic element particles. Dissipated in the air. Moreover, the white light net seemed to have the energy to attack Laxus. This guy, what a monster! With deep fear, Laxus immediately retreated to the rear, dodging the blow by a risk. At the same time, Gildarts, who had just attacked, didn't pause for a moment, but turned around immediately. The clenched fist went straight to Luo Xingchen who was attacking. Immediately after, fist to fist collided. The violent impact turned into a gust of wind and spread instantly. It completely blows away the countless smoke and dust in the surrounding. Gildarts is undoubtedly stronger than Luo Xingchen. Therefore, Luo Xingchen fell directly into the disadvantage at the moment of bumping his fists. The whole person was pushed backwards by guildarts. But the punch wasn't for nothing. White ice crystals began to spread upward toward guildarts through Luo Xingchen's arm. Biting chill. Even this powerful middle-aged uncle shuddered unconsciously. You are really strong, Xingchen. Guildarts has since increased the strength of his arms again, no doubt. Guildarts is much more serious now than before. Luo Xingchen was knocked back a few meters with one punch. Laxus, who had just evaded his attack, jumped up again. Fists, feet, constantly greeted guildarts. And guildarts is constantly swinging his body. Dodge Laxus' attack. Then he found the right time and punched him in the abdomen. Unimaginable force struck, and Laxus' eyes snapped. The mouth coughed up blood. The whole person flew out directly. It didn't give guildarts the slightest respite. He was attacked by Luo Xingchen just after knocking Laxus up. Then the roar of thunder. The ever-present chilling chill. But it made guildarts more vigilant. At this moment, Luo Xingchen touched his hands together. A dazzling icy blue light flickered in his hands. Extreme Ice Dragon, Ice and Snow World. He raised his hands high, and then slammed into the ground. Moment. Frost began to expand wildly with Luo Xingchen as the center. Until it covers the top of the entire mountain. The surrounding temperature began to plummet. Even in the air, countless tiny ice crystals began to condense and fell on the ground. The surging cold. It seemed that the surroundings were completely turned into ice and snow in an instant. At this moment, guildarts only had time to stretch out his arm. It was completely frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold air. However, Luo Xingchen's eyes still did not mean to relax. Instead, he just stared at the ice sculpture in front of him. Sure enough, cracks began to appear in the polar ice like a work of art. Immediately after, cracks began to spread around. As if it had reached a critical point, the ice shattered. Gear Dazar, shivering from the cold, showed his figure. This kid, it's unexpected. He shrugged. He could feel Luo Xingchen in this environment. The strength is definitely not on the same level as just now. Think of this. Guildarts squatted down, fists clenched. Aim at the ice surface below and smash it out directly. Boom. Under the violent roar, the ground was under attack from guildarts. Started shaking violently. The terrifying magic turned into an overwhelming white net of light. Completely enveloped the surrounding ice. Under this power, the ice blocks that had frozen the entire summit were divided into large and small cubes. Then it was pulled by this force and flew into the air. The violent shaking of the earth, the rising of countless ice cubes. Luo Xingchen and Laxus, who were above the ice, were directly enveloped in it. After a long time, the scene returned to calm. And at this moment, looking around, the landscape seems to have been completely changed. Countless smashed cubes are scattered all around, stacked up to form the ground on which guildarts stood. And not far from him, Laxus has completely fallen into ruins. The violent ups and downs of his chest proved that he was not feeling well at the moment. And aside, Luo Xingchen, who was kneeling on one knee, was also adjusting his rapid breathing. Although it's not the first time I've said it, it's amazingly strong, kid, obviously still so young. Guildarts shook his head slightly, exclamation in his tone. Guildarts. As expected of the strongest monster I've ever met, but... Taking a deep breath, Luo Xingchen's breathing gradually became steady. Then he slowly stood up. Next is the main event. He slowly closed his eyes. Luo Xingchen began to communicate the magic sublimator in his mind. At the same time, his hands slowly spread out 643. Bright golden light converges on both hands. In the end, 2 magic crystal badges inscribed with ferocious dragons were formed. What is surging is the extreme cold current, and what is roaring in the sky is the thunder of punishment. 95. Compatibility and unity, that is, extremely ice and quiet thunder. Unexplained magical incantations slowly spit out from Luo Xingchen's mouth. The two badges in the hand burst out so far. The brightest light. The badge turned into countless light spots and floated towards the sky. They converged on the heads of Luo Xingchen on both sides. Next moment, two ferocious giant dragons on the left and the right let out a roaring roar in the golden light. Luo Xingchen also abruptly opened his eyes. Fusion sublimation. The indifferent mechanical sound seemed to reverberate in his mind. It seems to be resounding between heaven and earth. The dragon behind Luo Xingchen got the order. He fluttered his wings enough to cover the sky. He rushed towards Luo Xingchen in front. The fingertips of his hands began to grow sharp fingernails. Immediately afterwards, the entire pair of arms turned into the claws of the dragon. The clothes behind him were torn by dragon wings. From the corners of his eyes, blue scales began to appear in order to form a mysterious pattern, up to the neck. Even the original black broken hair began to turn towards sky blue. Double dragon mode, extreme ice and thunder dragon form. The mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Luo Xingchen slowly raised his eyes that turned into vertical pupils. Staring straight at Gildarts ahead. Gildarts didn't know if it was an illusion. In short, I seem to be being targeted by a giant dragon. Chapter 64. Varied. Laxus, who struggled to get up, looked at the scene in front of him in horror. Himself as a dragon slayer. Naturally it can be noticed. At this moment, Luo Xingchen exudes. It's the smell of dragons. No, it should be said that he is a dragon at the moment. But look at the azure blue lightning that is constantly shining around Luo Xingchen. Laxus didn't quite understand it. He knew that Luo Xingchen's magic was extremely cold dragon-slaying magic. But, never heard of it. Luo Xingchen actually possesses the thunder-type dragon-slaying magic? Laxus stared blankly at Luo Xingchen, who was completely different at the moment. Incredibly murmured. Is this your true power? Even Gildarts seemed to be briefly stunned. But soon, he reacted. The eyes looking at Luo Xingchen also began to get excited. What a surprise, kid! He stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Come on, let me see you in this state. How strong is it? You won't be disappointed, Gildarts. 39's dragon claws clenched instantly with both hands. The dragon wings behind Luo Xingchen violently fanned, bringing a violent wind. And Luo Xingchen also rushed out. The clenched dragon claws are ready to go. Is it the same trick? Gildarts responded immediately. Feet slightly bent. Aiming at Luo Xingchen's fist, he greeted him. Gildarts caught Luo Xingchen's fist. But although the move is the same straight punch as before, but the strength to carry is like a world of difference. In the instant of contact, Gildarts paid the price for his carelessness. The arm was directly knocked back. The fist wrapped in dragon scales slammed heavily into his abdomen. The terrifying power even made Gildarts open his mouth uncontrollably. Eyes bulged sharply. The whole person quickly retreated towards the rear. His feet rubbed constantly on the ground, creating a ravine of more than 10 meters. Nice! Gildarts smiled and touched the corner of his mouth. Opposite, did not rejoice in repelling Gildarts. Luo Xingchen landed on both feet and bent slightly. Then it popped out directly, the dragon's claws came out, and the thunder and lightning mixed with the cold air went straight to Gildarts' face. Gildarts moved too. Like a loach, his body slid under Luo Xingchen's dragon claws. The violent fist went straight to Luo Xingchen's cheek. Luo Xingchen raised his arm, and the white ice crystals instantly condensed into a thick shield. The fist landed on the shield, and the ice crystal suddenly burst open. However, Luo Xingchen's figure has been lost behind the shield. Gildarts reacted immediately, looking up into the sky. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, who was flying with the help of his wings, has raised his right leg, slashing hard at Gildarts. Boom! The attack fell on Gildarts' shoulder gang. The terrifying impact seemed to crush Gildarts to the ground. The relatively flat ground beneath Gildarts' feet began to emit countless grid-like dazzling rays of light. Immediately afterwards, the ground shattered instantly. About 10 meters deep. A depth of hundreds of meters wide appeared at the feet of Gildarts. Shred the ground under your feet to cushion it. Watching Gildarts get out of his own attack due to the extra sinking space, Luo Xingchen exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Gildarts has come to Luo Xingchen's side. Spreading out his palm, magic power burst out. Be careful, Xingchen. 35. The white halo turned into a net of light enough to cover Luo Xingchen. In just a moment, Luo Xingchen was approached. Thunder and lightning began to make crazy noises. The blue light of thunder and lightning enveloped Luo Xingchen. Transformed into lightning, he evaded at an extremely fast speed. And, with this lightning speed, Luo Xingchen bullied himself again. The dragon's claws wrapped in ice were raised high, and the thunder and lightning flashed on it. Extreme Ice Thunder Dragon's Thunderbolt Ice Shatter. Crush it! Magic surged out, and Gildarts raised his halo-covered arm. Bang 1! The terrifying roar seemed to tear Laxus' eardrums apart. The dazzling light even made him unable to open his eyes. But, with sensitive senses, he could still feel the magic power that was raging in front of him. Finally, sensing the fading light, Laxus opened his eyes. The entry was a devastated, disembodied ground. And the center of the magic confrontation ahead. The two figures flew out directly. Flying towards this side is Luo Xingchen. Laxus quickly stood up and caught his body with both hands. But the impact was so great that Laxus was knocked flying. Fortunately, Luo Xingchen Dao Fi's body was also forcibly stopped. On the opposite side, after Gildarts flipped around in the air to adjust his posture, fall toward the ground. One hand touched the ground, the other fell to one knee. The whole person slid tens of meters toward the rear in this posture before stopping. Thank you. Luo Xingchen put his hands on the ground and got up. He thanked Laxus, who also stood up beside him. Don't get me wrong, I just didn't have time to dodge. 39. Laxus pouted. Resisting the injury that did not improve on his body, he said. Luo Xingchen shook his head helplessly and said, "It's all this time, and I'm still stubborn." Laxus didn't respond, and Luo Xingchen didn't pursue it either. Breathing heavily, he looked in the direction of Gildarts. He murmured, "This uncle is really perverted." Although in the just confrontation, Luo Xingchen barely drew with Gildarts. No, it would be an exaggeration to say it was a tie. It can even be said that Luo Xingchen was at a disadvantage in the confrontation just now. Since learning magic, this is something that has never happened. And, you know, it's not all Gildarts can do. Hey, are you all right? Watching Luo Xingchen panting violently, Laxus asked aloud. Luo Xingchen waved his hand, "It's just that the consumption of magic power is too great." Indeed, using this form, although Luo Xingchen's strength has been improved by more than one grade, but the speed at which mana was consumed was unexpectedly violent. He glanced at Laxus, who was on the side. "It's you, can you still fight? You've recovered a lot, you should still worry about yourself." Laxus responded. Opposite Gildarts also stood up. On cheeks full of dust and tiny scars, hanging is admiration and a happy smile. "Actually, the assessment has reached this point, and your strengths are logically qualified," he said softly. Although the distance is far, and the sound is low, but it was still heard clearly by Luo Xingchen and Laxus. But he changed his words. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and became extremely serious. Because you are really too good, therefore, the requirements for treating you will be much higher than those for others. Is the king good? Even the president has such expectations for you. Boom dash. The ground began to tremble wildly. So, I will not show mercy to you. A suffocating magic force erupted from Gildart's body. The concentrated magic even forms a substantial white beam of light. Soar to the sky. The ice crystals originally left by Luo Xingchen on Gildart's began to shatter. Varied. Laxus widened his eyes. Sweat dripped out of his forehead. Look at Gildart's wrapped in white beams of light. He just found out. It turns out how far he is from the real powerhouse. Boom boom boom. The orange hair is blown up by magic. His emotionless eyes turned scarlet under the white beam of light. The shabby cloak behind him was blown high. Gildarts just looked at the two in front of him. Come on. Attack me. 35. On the trembling earth. The strongest wizard of fairy tale who is completely serious. It is quietly waiting for the decision of the young people. Chapter 65. The setting sun hangs above the line where the sky and the earth meet in the distance. Above the top of the cylindrical mountain that penetrates into the sky. It is a devastated land that has been beyond recognition. The center of the earth. Dazzling white light soars into the sky. A terrifying sense of oppression was unreservedly exerted on the two teenagers in front of him. It was like carrying a huge mountain out of thin air. As if to completely bend the spines of the teenagers. In the forest below the cliff. Makarov sat alone on the raised stone. Feel the terrifying magic surrounding you. And the earth that began to vibrate underfoot. Makarov slowly closed his eyes. Should I return the sword to its sheath knowing my own weakness, or should I clench the sword and march forward bravely? Makarov murmured softly. Let me see, your determination. Dull, suffocating, and painful. This kind of emotion surrounds the two of them. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Dripping to the ground. Ha, ha. Laxus gasped heavily. The gradually blurred eyes stared at the figure in the light beam ahead. His whole body trembled under this oppression. But he still didn't look away. The inner voice was telling him that he must not give up. As long as he moves forward, what he has always pursued and longed for is called the glory of the strong. Can be caught by him. Biting her lip hard. The smell of 643's blood seemed to restore his sight to a brief period of clarity. He took trembling steps forward. Although the body is almost unable to straighten up. Although his body was soaked with sweat, he was still moving forward. Step by step. The tremors of the legs became more frequent. Sometime. He seemed to take a step forward. With a look of astonishment and unwillingness. Laxus fell forward uncontrollably. Is it about to end? Can only stop here. Damn it. No matter how unhappy I am. But he no longer has any strength to balance his body. The ground was getting closer and closer to his eyes. However, there was no dull sound as expected. He was caught. Like a dragon's claws grabbed his weak arm. He propped up his entire body. Laxus raised his head and looked at Luo Xingchen who was beside him. Although under such pressure, Luo Xingchen's forehead also seeped sweat. His eyebrows were also tightly wrinkled together. But his body was still straight. Is the gap that big? Laxus had such a question in his heart. But it was quickly dismissed. Because at this moment in front of such a pressure surface, CCBB. All this has lost its meaning. He and Luo Xingchen faced the same predicament. Are you going to admit defeat? Or desperately stepped forward and waved his fist? Although that might not change anything. Still, can you move? Luo Xingchen's tone was not calm. Some even intermittently. But it strengthened Laxus' heart even more. Indeed, Luo Xingchen in front of him seemed to never give up. And Laxus, who has always regarded it as his biggest rival. How can you give up so easily? Just to this extent? How could he fall? Don't worry, you can't die. Laxus smiled weakly. Really strong. Luo Xingchen responded while dragging Laxus forward. Why help me? Laxus moved with difficulty. Why? There aren't that many whys in this world. Luo Xingchen gritted his teeth and smiled. If you really want to say. I just don't want to see a person who has worked hard and tried his best, but didn't get the results he deserved. Looking at Luo Xingchen at the moment, Laxus fell silent. Yes, obviously you have worked so hard. But it has never received positive reviews. All this is just because of his grandfather. Grandpa named Makarov. Not just the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. He is also one of the 10 holy wizards who are famous throughout the continent. His aura was too shining enough to overshadow all his efforts. From childhood to adulthood, for 17 years. Laxus has always lived under this aura. No matter what he accomplishes. There is no way to escape words like as expected of the grandson of Lord Makarov. Until now, I have never escaped. He has always wanted to prove himself. Proving that he can get to where he is today has always been the result of his own efforts. Proof that he never relied on his grandpa's fame. He turned his head slightly and looked at Luo Xingchen's profile. He smiled slowly and said, "Thanks. You don't need to thank you for helping you, it doesn't take much effort after all." 5. Luo Xingchen looked directly at Gildarts, and said without looking back. Maybe. Laxus didn't hesitate. The two of them walked towards Gildarts, one after the other. The trembling footsteps left deep footprints on the ground. Very good. Looking at the two of them. Gildarts made no sarcasm. Wrapped in the white light, he slowly raised the corner of his mouth, but did not stop the two of them. Instead, stand quietly. Waiting for the teenagers to come to him. Unleash a punch full of awareness. As they approached, the two figures supporting each other approached Gildarts. The closer. The pressure of terror around him grew even stronger. However, under such pressure, the teenagers became more relaxed. They had smiles on their faces. Like a victor. Why don't you admit defeat? He looked at the two in front of him. Gildarts questioned. Hee. Laxus looked directly at Gildarts, who was surrounded by a beam of light. If he was still afraid of it just now. And now, as he approaches Gildarts. The fear seemed to vanish. If I admit defeat, what's the point of my sweat? Laxus spoke with difficulty. I can accept my defeat, but I absolutely cannot accept that I admit defeat halfway. Even if I can't do it now, but, one day, I will definitely reach the peak you touched, and then draw you down. Firm words speak of the boy's determination. Gildarts smiled and nodded. He seemed to see the potential of a strong man in Laxus. Looking at Luo Xingchen, he seemed to be looking forward to it. Looking forward to this young man who has always been the most optimistic. What will be the answer? My reason is simple. As if aware of Gildarts' expectations. Luo Xingchen spoke, and there was no sense of fear in his tone. In my dictionary, there are no two words to admit defeat. 55. I deeply know that this world is too big, and there are countless powerful people. I also deeply know how weak I am now. But my own weakness will only become the reason for me to become stronger. As long as my belief is strong enough, I can defeat even strong enemies. 9. Even death, there's no way for me to let go of my clenched fist. Gildarts laughed, what a simple obsession. He looked at the two with admiration in their eyes. I feel your firm will, and I don't blame anyone who has the courage to challenge me. And I don't despise those who concede defeat in front of me. 35. No matter what you choose, as long as there is a reason that convinces me. That's enough. The smile on his face gradually brightened, and he raised his arm. Come on then, throw your last punch. 35. Let's draw a perfect end to your promotion assessment. Chapter 66. Magic power began to erupt from Luo Xingchen's body. He turned his head and looked at Laxus, who was beside him. Are you okay? Don't worry, at least you still have the strength for the final blow. 35. Laxus responded loudly. Golden yellow thunder and lightning wrapped around his body. The two moved towards Gildarts together and started running, stomping near feet on the ground. Luo Xingchen jumped high. His eyes locked on Gildarts in the beam of light ahead. The mouth opened sharply. Magical energy began to frantically move towards Luo Xingchen's mouth, gathering. In the end, it turned into a cold air and a flickering thunder. Laxus below seemed to have completely drained every drop of magic in his body. Bring it all together in the right fist at least. The dazzling golden thunder and lightning increased wildly in his hands. Extreme ice thunder dragons, the howling of cold thunder. Dragon slaying profound truth, Ming Yulei. Facing the azure blue lightning above the magic storm formed by the cold current. There is also a giant fist formed by bright golden thunder and lightning in front of it. Gildarts seemed to see the three-headed dragon growling in front of him. He raised his right fist slowly. Immediately, the surrounding pure white light beam expanded instantly. The two people in the sky and the ground were directly wrapped in it. At the same time, Gildarts' fist was completely enveloped by a brighter white halo. Gildarts waved his fist at the incoming attack. Destroy the evil and show the righteous one day. Boom boom boom. The magic of crazy intersection was completely detonated. The ground began to shake, not the ground on the top of the mountain where Luo Xingchen's people were, but at the foot of the mountain, the ground where Makarov was. The crazy vibration caused countless beasts to flee. Countless birds flew into the air. Under Makarov's horrified gaze, the top of the huge cylindrical mountain that originally stood in the center of the forest began to collapse. Numerous shattered gravels were scattered throughout the forest. Huge smoke and dust began to fill the surroundings, as if to cover the entire sky. Until a long time. Only then did Makarov see what the mountain tops had become under the smoke. It was originally a cylindrical mountain with an altitude of more than 5,000 meters. About a third of them were destroyed. That is to say, the elevation of the entire mountain has dropped by more than 1,600 meters out of thin air. What, these bastards, what did they do? Makarov's eyes widened. There was a terrified cry. A long time. In Makarov's sight, Gildarts got Luo Xingchen and Laxus out of the jungle ahead. At this moment, Laxus is the worst. Almost the whole body is covered with dense scars. He lowered his head and seemed to be in a coma. As for Luo Xingchen on the other side, there were patches of blue and purple on his handsome cheeks. His right arm shrugged weakly beside him. But in good shape, and Gildarts kept talking. And Gildarts. This guy wasn't unscathed either. The big orange back that was neatly groomed was also scattered. Maybe it's because of lightning. Straight hair became a little curly. The right cheek was bulging high, and even the words were a little confused. There are also large and small potholes in the clothes. It can be described as embarrassing. So that when a few people came back, Gildarts is still bickering with Luo Xingchen. She was clamoring for the question of who killed him just now. You little bastards, do you know what you did? Looking at the three of them, Makarov made sure that there were no major problems with them. He roared immediately. His aged face was full of horror. The trembling hands kept pointing at the mountain behind Luo Xingchen and others. Haha, that was an accident 9. Gildarts scratched the back of his head and explained with a laugh. There was no guilt in the tone of anything wrong. Anyway, it's going too far. Looking at Gildarts' slapped haha, Makarov sighed helplessly. He seemed to have thought. The scene where he is about to be called by the council for questioning. Maybe I have to write a review book, the most important thing. I'm afraid it's about losing money. How much money should I accompany to destroy a mountain? Thinking of this, Makarov suddenly felt exhausted. Waited for nearly dozens of minutes in the West Wilderness Forest. Laxus finally woke up. At first glance, I saw Makarov who was sighing constantly. Doubts flooded his mind. Covering his head, Laxus stood up from the ground. Glancing to the side, Luo Xingchen and Gildarts were sitting not far away. By the way, how's the S-level assessment? He looked at everyone suspiciously. In the previous battle, Laxus used the last resort. Immediately fell into a coma. He had no idea what happened after that. Yo, wake up! He heard his grandson's voice. Makarov recovered immediately. Looking at Laxus. Since you are awake, then I will announce your final assessment results. He jumped onto a higher rock. Looking at the two people below. Seeking flowers. After lightly coughing twice, he said solemnly. In this assessment, Gildarts and I are watching your performance one by one. 9. Whether it is strength, wisdom, or perseverance. And most importantly, the mind. FTX. Makarov paused. His eyes swept back and forth between the two of them. Finally, he said slowly, so, I declare that you two are qualified. Haha, congratulations, the new S-rank mages. Gildarts patted Luo Xingchen and Laxus on the shoulders. A loud voice echoed in the forest. Damn it, my shoulder hurts, a whole Gildarts. Luo Xingchen complained and covered his right shoulder. The eyes of Laxus on the side flickered a little. S-class. After nearly a whole day of struggle, the assessment of Luo Xingchen and Laxus finally came to an end. Moreover, both of them achieved satisfactory results. Laxus finally took the first step towards the strength in himself. As for whether it will go crooked in the future, it is not very clear. At least, now Laxus is not so extreme thinking. And the most rewarding is undoubtedly Luo Xingchen. It's not just the title of S-rank magician. The main thing is to get the power of Gildarts. On the way back, Luo Xingchen walked last alone. Looking at the bright golden badge in his hand, he smiled slightly. On the emblem decorated with golden patterns, Gildarts' portrait is inscribed on the magic crystal badge. Below his drawing, Crash, Smashing, is unusually eye-catching. Crash Magic Crystal Badge. This is after the previous battle was over. Condensed from the magic power Luo Xingchen collected on top of the broken mountain. Since 2 years ago, after obtaining Yale's Dragon Slayer badge, Luo Xingchen didn't get a new badge until now. And the magic contained in it is an ultra-rare smashing magic. This had to make Luo Xingchen secretly delighted. However, to draw the Gildarts badge, I am afraid there is also the reason why Luo Xingchen sacrificed his luck for another 5 years. Of course, this thing is just superstition, unbelievable. Therefore, Luo Xingchen didn't care either. Anyway, get something done. Xingchen, hurry up, it's almost time for Magnolia. Makarov's urging voice came from ahead. Okay, replied after a sentence. Take the magic crystal back to your system space. Luo Xingchen walked in the direction of Magnolia B. Chapter 67. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. Today's guild is as noisy as ever. Even because of Makarov's absence, the guild will be more noisy than usual. For example, on a small table, all the juniors in the guild gathered here. Noisy voices kept on ringing. How come they haven't come back, President? I really want to know who became the S-rank magician. 35. Natsu rested his chin on one hand and stared at the door. I think Brother Xingchen is very likely. Listener sat beside Myra Jane. He spoke his opinion softly. Indeed, the strength of Xingchen should be stronger, and the probability of becoming S-rank will be much higher. Urza nodded. because of the perennial mission with Luo Xingchen. Therefore, Urza is also more aware of Luo Xingchen's strength. Anyway, whether it's the stars or the 647 Texas, I will hit them. Seems to be thinking of something exciting. Natsu stepped on the table. He spoke his rhetoric out loud. You better rest, as my defeated general, still want to provoke Xingchen. Gray on the side pouted. For Natsu's words, obviously disdain. Huh? You actually said that I was your defeated general. Natsu glared at Gray in disapproval and said. Last time, I remember that I beat you. When did you beat me up? Gray stood up without showing weakness. Replied. Just today, an hour ago. You fart, it was me who won an hour ago, okay, 9. Look at the two people who put their heads together. Kana helped her forehead helplessly, really, here it is again. 99. You stop me. Seeing that the two were about to scuffle together. Urza couldn't sit still. With a slap on the table, he stood up and glared at Gray and Natsu. I was wrong. 99. Sorry. The two stood up straight for a moment, daring not to move at all, and sincerely apologized. Upon seeing this, Urza nodded slightly. When I was about to say something to educate these two guys, untimely words rang out. Don't be afraid, fight if you want, don't care what this armored woman says. Immediately, Lysina and Elfman shuddered. Looking at sitting beside him with his arms around him, Myra Jane with her feet on the table. He looked at Urza with a gloomy face again. They suddenly felt that things seemed to be going in an unpredictable direction. Urza squinted. Myra Jane. Are you condoning family fights? Exposing women? Don't put on the stinky face of your predecessors, you can do whatever others like, and use you as a fat pig? 99. Myra Jane retracted her feet from the table. Standing up, he looked at Urza badly. You just said the word fat pig? Skinny girl. What's the reason? The fat pig won't let me talk about it. Looks like we're going to continue our last duel, Myra Jane. I'll beat you to tears this time, Urza. Sister. Elfman seemed to want to stop, but was stopped by Lysina. Brother Elfman, if you're not afraid of getting hurt by accident, go ahead. Lysina reminded with a serious face. Let's get out of here quickly, this place will soon become a battlefield. Kana picked up her glass. Take Lysina and Elfman to hide in the distance. Several people just left not long ago. The crackling sound echoed in the guild. Not just Urza and Myra Jane. And Natsu and Gray on the side. After realizing that Urza didn't have time to take care of himself. Two people who don't like each other. He picked up his fist again and did it. A time. The entire guild was attracted by the fighting here. Come on, Urza. Macau was holding a beer mug and kept booing. Myra Jane, uppercut, hit Urza's jaw. Wakabar followed suit. How could Gray be beaten by Natsu? The guild member Valian shook his head. No, Gray fought back and Natsu was sent flying. 35. Lai Dasha clenched his fists. As if more excited than Natsu Gray. Hey, Natsu seems to be flying towards us. Vegeta, who was dancing beside him, was stunned. The next moment, Natsu directly overturned a crowd of spectators. BD Natsu, my drawing, 5. Li Daisa wailed at the tattered drawing board smashed by Natsu. Why are Urza and Myra Jane coming this way too? Macau made a panicked sound. Only you, don't come here. Wakaba kept shaking his arms. He wanted to escape, but he was immediately caught up in it. The battle started to get bigger and bigger. To this point, it doesn't matter what the reason for the fight is. If you don't fight back, then I'm afraid it's you who gets KO. For a time, the entire guild was affected. Outside the door, Makarov, who was at the forefront, always felt his right eyelid twitch. "Hey, what's the matter?" He rubbed his eyes. Makarov murmured. Suddenly he froze in place. Could it be that, the matter of these three people destroying the central peak of the West Wilderness Forest has been exposed? 55. "Don't worry, President," Luo Xingchen on the side said nonchalantly. "Those who should come can't hide, those who want to run can't run away, just let it be." "Does this count as comforting words?" Makarov shook his head helplessly. "Then put it another way, maybe it's something else?" Luo Xingchen said. Looking at the familiar building ahead, Luo Xingchen said without thinking. "In case, those people are tearing down the house." "That's impossible. Before I left, I asked Urza to help watch those bastards." 99. "After all, only Urza can cure those people." Makarov continued to shake his head. "Obviously do not think there is such a possibility." While talking, several people have come to the gate of the guild. Although the door is tightly closed, but I can vaguely hear all kinds of 1.1 noises coming from inside. "No way." Makarov slowly opened the door. An unknown thing strikes in an instant. Snapped. The plate that flew from inside hit Makarov directly on the head. The plate shattered and Makarov crashed to the ground. Looking at this scene, Luo Xingchen twitched the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned to the guild. As the door was pushed open, the chaotic guild members stopped their movements one after another, looking in the direction of the door. The most conspicuous, right in front, Urza, who was pinching each other with Myra Jane, blinked. Myra Jane immediately released her hands from holding Urza's cheeks. Urza also quickly let go of Mirajana's hair. Quickly organize some images. Like a good girl. The two said in unison, "Welcome back, Xingchen." Chapter 68. "What exactly do you want to do?" "I've only been out for 1 day, just 1 day. Just let the guild do things like this, don't you need money for maintenance? I am lawless in the guild, and I keep making trouble outside. Can't you stop for a while, please be considerate to the old man." Inside the fairy tale guild, Makarov was standing on the bar, whining. Below the bar, people with blue noses and swollen faces stood below. Silently bowed his head, listening to Makarov's reprimand. But whether or not you actually listen is another matter. For example, a bad girl. From time to time, I dig my ears and look at my nails from time to time. Apparently impatient. Look forward. Looking at a certain armored woman who was listening carefully in front of her, she pouted in disdain. Turning his eyes again. Looking at the black-haired boy sitting by the bar. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. "Hey!" Makarov seemed to be tired. He waved his hand, "Forget it. I don't expect you guys to be obedient. 22 at least, try to lighten my burden a little." He took a deep breath, as if changing his mood. The next moment, the sad look on Makarov's face disappeared completely. Looking at Luo Xingchen sitting in front of the bar, and Laxus leaning on the pillar, proudly smiled. The extremely fast face-changing speed made everyone in the guild feel ashamed. Cough cough. After a light cough, Makarov drew everyone's attention. "Now, it's up to me to announce the qualified candidates for this S-level assessment." The voice fell. The people who were still dead just now became excited. Constant discussions filled the entire guild for a while. "Someone passed? Who? It's really strange, it's been a long time since no one in our guild passed the S-rank assessment. Yeah, the S-class after many years. I think it should be Laxus. After all, his age is about 3 years old, so he should be stronger." "Not necessarily, Xingchen's strength is obvious to all. Gee, it's amazing whoever gets through anyway. 117, 114, it's hard to imagine." Hearing the people talking, Makarov also has no intention of selling out. The tone became extremely serious. In this assessment, both Laxus and Luo Xingchen passed the assessment with excellent results. Makarov's voice fell. The scene suddenly fell into silence. 2S classes. Someone finally reacted and spoke with some uncertainty. No, I must have heard it right. No, what the president just said was indeed 2S ranks, which is amazing. 5. It seems that the younger generation has begun to show their prominence. In the crowd, Myra Jane, who had been watching Luo Xingchen, clenched her fists. Whispered, S-class. I will definitely try to catch up with you. 35. On the other hand, Urza's expression was full of seriousness. The stars have become S-rank, how can I be slack as a teammate? It seems that the intensity of training is going to increase. She made up her mind inwardly. Speaking of which, Xingchen, a 14-year-old S-rank mage, seems to have broken a record, right? Macau recalled the information in his mind and said. Indeed, there is no such guild in the Fiori kingdom where such a young S-rank has appeared. 5. The Waka bar on the side echoed it. That's why I say the future is for the younger generation. Urza, Myra Jane, and even Natsu and Grey are not weak. Someone compared the young people in the guild. Suddenly a fact was discovered. The children in the guild are really perverted. It's two monsters. Grey exclaimed. S-rank mages. In that case, let's duel. Natsu jumped out excitedly. His eyes were fixed on Luo Xingchen and Laxus in front of him. The whole person was full of fighting spirit. As soon as Natsu's words came out, the audience was full of black lines. But if it's Natsu, it's also a habit. No. Luo Xingchen didn't even look at Natsu. Boring. Laxus turned his head away. Natsu was rejected unsurprisingly. But Natsu doesn't care if you agree or not. I'm up, Fire Dragon's iron fist. The flames climbed over him, and Natsu charged up screaming. What a troublesome guy. Luo Xingchen snapped his fingers. A crisp sound seemed to echo in Natsu's ears. Moment. The white ice crystals attached to his body at an extremely fast speed. Natsu's entire body stopped charging. Even the flames burning in his hands were frozen into flaming ice cubes. Just be quiet for a while. Luo Xingchen said softly. Also, this ice isn't too cold, after all, it's not that kind of magic. Smiling slightly, Luo Xingchen turned around when the world was quiet. I ordered a cup of milk at the bar. Enjoy it to the fullest. Well deserved, Natsu. 55 looked at Natsu frozen. Grey suddenly smiled excitedly. Nothing makes Grey happier than Natsu being deflated. Kana did not participate in the discussion. When Luo Xingchen came back, she quietly hid behind the crowd. Staring closely at Gildarts, who was laughing very happily in the crowd. Listen to Makarov's announcement just now. Her eyes are constantly flickering. 647 The stars, and Laxus. It's great, if only I were as good as that. Hands kneading the hem of the yellow dress. Looking at Luo Xingchen and Laxus being surrounded. Kana is even more determined to become stronger. Well, listen to me, everyone, and to celebrate the success of Stars and Laxus, I announce. 35. Just when people are talking. Standing on the bar, Makarov raised the glass in his hand. Shouting loudly, we're having a party. 35. Immediately, countless echoing voices rang out one after another. Oh, have a banquet. Have a banquet. I heard the word banquet. Countless people raised the wine glasses in their hands. With a sincere smile on his face. It was a smile called blessing for the two newly promoted S-rank mages. For this group of wizards. Either sad or happy. There is no trouble that a banquet cannot solve. Banquets are always the best choice for everyone to express their emotions. Also only at fairy tale. To feel this warm atmosphere. For a group of homeless children. Such an atmosphere is called the taste of home. This is no longer just a carnival for mages. It is also a carnival for the family. Chapter 69. Boom. With a loud bang, the door of fairy tale was kicked open. We're back. 99. Marajana's voice came through the door. Welcome back, Sister Mila. Watching his sister return. Listener immediately greeted with a smile. Really, can't you just open the door properly? Damn Mila. 35. Myra Jane has yet to respond to Listener. Urza's slightly unhappy voice came from behind. Hey? Am I getting in your way? Rigid Urza? 27. Myra Jane put his hands on his hips. He turned his head to look at Urza behind him. Since you are a member of the guild, you are obliged to take care of the various facilities of the guild. 5. Urza stopped in front of Myra Jane. Dangerous eyes stared at Myra Jane in front of her. What if I don't? Myra Jane narrowed her eyes. Want to fight? Urza clenched his fists. Just in time, I haven't asked you to settle the account for you stealing the limelight at work. Myra Jane said through gritted teeth. Doesn't that just prove that you are weaker than me? Urza was not to be outdone. The two equal parts actually burst out from both of them at the same time. Constant collision in the air. Despite looking at each other. But the corners of both of their mouths showed a very terrifying smile. The wind blowing through the gate sounded the horn of battle. Myra Jane. Urza. Boom. The two white and tender fists collided at this moment. Brings a little airflow. Hard stinky woman. Myra Jane kicks Urza away. Smelly woman with a belly button. Urza shot back immediately, knocking Myra Jane into the air. Boom. The two bumped their heads against each other, and pushed each other with their hands. The two very beautiful faces showed a strange look. Cold woman. Skinny woman. Fat pig. Glasses. 5. Neither of the two let the other. For a time, the gate of the guild directly became a battlefield for the two of them. Listener, Grey, and Kana at the opposite bar were covered in black lines. By the way, are you going to fight just after you get back? Listener didn't know what to say anymore. The level is really low. Hearing the trash talk from the two of them, Kana muttered silently. That guy Urza, he's already like that, and he dares to tell us not to fight, he's really mad. Grey was sweating coldly. By the way, what about brother Xingchen? Watching only Urza and Myra Jane. Did not see Luo Xingchen. Listener looked back with some doubts. Sure enough, I saw the figure of the black-haired boy. With his hands in his pockets, Luo Xingchen, who was walking at the back, sighed slightly. Turning sideways, leaning against the gate of the guild. Moved into the guild from the edge of the battle between the two. Brother Xingchen, welcome back. Looking at Luo Xingchen who was approaching, Listener showed a sweet smile. Yo, Listener, I'm back. Luo Xingchen greeted. How's the mission going? Kana asked aloud. That's an S-rank mission. 35. Grey was obviously a little excited, his eyes fixed on Luo Xingchen. Luo Xingchen came to several people. As usual, I ordered a glass of milk at the bar. Then he raised his head slightly, as if caught in a memory. Well, to a certain extent, it's still a success. Somehow. Listener was a little puzzled. I took a sip of the milk handed by the waiter. Put the cup on the table. Luo Xingchen sighed and said. The task is successfully completed, but almost all the rewards have been deducted. As he spoke, his eyes turned to Urza Myra Jane, who was still fighting. Who made these two fight in the client's villa, and the result? Hear Luo Xingchen's remarks. Listener, Kana, and Grey on the side can almost imagine that scene. Isn't it hurting the client? Gray guessed. Luo Xingchen shook his head expressionlessly. Said, as a result, someone else's villa was completely demolished. Look at the mouths of the three big bosses. Luo Xingchen nodded again. Well, a villa worth tens of millions of J. No way. I remember that Brother Xingchen's mission this time seems to be only 4 million J. How did you guys leave safely? Listener looked at Luo Xingchen in disbelief. Fortunately, the client of the task has a good personality. Since we really helped him solve the trouble, we only charged some maintenance fees in a symbolic way. Having said that, Luo Xingchen paused. Then he continued, but it doesn't matter, it's just the first time to experience an S-level mission. Take it as a learning experience. 35. Looking at the two who were fighting farther and farther. To be honest, Luo Xingchen has some regrets now. Regret bringing these two completely discordant people on a mission together. However, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to have brought it on his own initiative. A few days ago, Luo Xingchen passed the S-level examination. I plan to try the legendary S-level mission. Urza is from the same team, so naturally he should bring it. However, this news was spread out without knowing how. Also known by Myra Jane. Maybe it's because he doesn't like Urza's ability to perform S-class missions. So Myra Jane found Luo Xingchen and put forward a request to join the team. Luo Xingchen didn't feel any trouble at that time. Sometimes one more person is more powerful. What's more, Myra Jane is very strong. So Luo Xingchen agreed. The result is now. Along the way, the two were either quarreling or fighting. Even, in just 3 days, Luo Xingchen was forced to get used to their bickering. Just when a few people were chatting, Natsu ran in excitedly holding an egg about the size of the others. He shouted, "Everyone, look, look! I found an egg! Egg!" Makarov looked at the huge object Natsu was holding. "How can you have such a thing?" He looked at Natsu and asked. "East Forest, I picked it up in the East Forest. It's rare." Gray, who was naked to the side, suddenly interjected. "It is even rarer not to mock Natsu. Natsu, Wang Ma Zhao, will be so considerate sometimes, do you want to share it with everyone?" He said with a smile. Gray, clothes. 35 came aside and reminded. What? He began to look for the clothes that he didn't know when to throw away. Natsu moved the egg he was holding away from Gray and retorted loudly. "What a joke, this is a dragon egg. I want to hatch him." 35. Dragon egg. Kana and Gray walked forward in confusion. Natsu put the egg on the ground. Interestedly, he pointed to the blue pattern on the egg. Said, "Look, the patterns here are like dragon claws." 9. Maybe this is Ignil's egg. Natsu is full of confidence. Really? Gray and Kana watched the egg carefully. What a fool this guy is. 55. Luo Xingchen on the side shook his head helplessly. However, it is precisely because of this that Natsu is Natsu. Never for a moment forget the dragon who raised his own. Chapter 70. So, old man, please let the dragon eggs hatch. Natsu put his hands on his hips and looked at Makarov eagerly. What are you talking about, idiot? Without hesitation, Makarov tapped Natsu's head with his cane. Then he looked at Natsu seriously. There is no magic in this world that can desecrate life like this. Life is the crystallization of love, and no magic can overcome love. Natsu put his hands on the top of his head. He stared blankly at Makarov, his eyes filled with confusion. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Natsu thought for a while, but still didn't understand Makarov's words. Upon seeing this, Makarov sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the little devil still doesn't understand this kind of thing. Just then, because of the egg that Natsu brought back. The curious Urza and Myra Jane also chose a temporary truce. Come over. Looking at Natsu's confused face, Myra Jane put her arms around her and said. In other words, if you want it to hatch, you have to work hard on your own, which is stupid, Natsu. Urza, on the side, added. Although I don't really want to agree with this woman's words, it is true. Exactly, you kid usually only knows how to destroy things, so take advantage of this opportunity to learn how life is born. The birth of life. Natsu murmured. Then he raised his head, looked at the crowd, and asked. But, how exactly? Warm. Luo Xingchen, who was sitting at the bar, said. For an egg, the right temperature will help it hatch. Temperature. Listening to Luo Xingchen's words, Natsu was thoughtful. An excited smile gradually rose up the corners of his mouth. Gray, who knew Natsu so well, suddenly had a bad feeling. Hey, did you hear what Xingchen said? He looked at Natsu and asked. Of course. Natsu responded. I'm the best at things like temperature. When the voice fell, Natsu directly picked up the egg. Flames shot out of his mouth. Swept the entire eggshell. What an idiot! Urza punched Natsu in the head. Then hold the egg and place it on the mat. Ha ha ha, Natsu, do you think this egg is cooked? Myra Jane burst out laughing. Myra, don't be rude. Urza interrupted Marajana's laughter. But, what should I do? Natsu scratched his head. At this time, I can use my magic. Lisana walked over confidently. Looking at Natsu, Lisana's face raised an interested smile. Ask softly. Hey, Natsu, may I join in the hatching of this egg? Oh, are you going to help me with this? Natsu suddenly became excited. Lisana smiled and nodded. Because I thought it would be fun to hatch this egg. Saying that, Lisana raised her right hand. A mauve-red magic circle spread out in her hands. Take over animal soul. In the blink of an eye, Lisana's body turned into a big bird with blue feathers. Oh! Natsu exclaimed. So that's how it is. Gray nodded knowingly. However, in the guild, it seems to take up too much space. Lisana is more thoughtful. If that's the case, just go outside the guild. Natsu said and picked up the egg. At this time Gray also stepped forward. It's better that I accompany you, otherwise, with the thick lines of Natsu, it is a question whether this egg can survive. 99. If that's the case, then take me with you. 35. Kana, who had her hands behind her back, also said with a smile. Seeing that everyone is willing to help themselves. Natsu's smile also grew brighter. Thank you everyone. Natsu thanked excitedly. But... He suddenly turned his eyes to Luo Xingchen at the bar. Luo Xingchen stopped when he was halfway through drinking milk. He looked at Natsu in confusion. CCBB, Xingchen, I would like to invite you to help hatch the eggs, you know a lot. Natsu gave the invitation with a smile. Puff. Suddenly, the milky white milk was sprayed out by Luo Xingchen. He just heard something. After 2 lifetimes, he was actually invited to be with the children, just to lay eggs? Xingchen, are you going to hatch eggs too? Not far away, Makarov's teasing voice came. After all, in the guild, no matter how childish things Natsu and the others do, Makarov can understand. But Luo Xingchen's style of doing things has always been something. In addition to drinking milk, it's hard to associate it with his age. Therefore, Makarov could not imagine what Luo Xingchen would look like hatching an egg. Are the stars going to hatch eggs? Myra Jane looked at Luo Xingchen with great interest. Such a picture. Her little face seemed to turn red. I don't know what's going on in my mind. He covered his cheeks with his hands, it seems, so cute. 33 Urza nodded, pursing her lips. This time, I agree with Myra's words. Luo Xingchen 6699. In the eyes of everyone, Luo Xingchen still waved his hand. I won't participate in this kind of thing, you should go together. 55. Ah, isn't the stars coming? Natsu seemed a little lost. This is your test, Natsu. Having said that, Luo Xingchen turned around, obviously not wanting to worry about this issue. Allah, what a pity. 35 Myra Jane sighed. It was originally planned that if Xingchen goes, I will also go to see it. Saying that, Myra Jane waved her hand indifferently. Left here. Urza slapped Natsu on the shoulder, come on. Then he turned to leave. Although Luo Xingchen was not invited. But there are a lot of people. So Natsu beckoned his friends towards the outside of the guild. Run away hurriedly. Children's innocence is really beautiful. Looking at the few people who left, Luo Xingchen murmured softly. He seemed to notice the depressed elfman. Luo Xingchen asked aloud, what's the matter? Don't you go with them? Elfman shook his head slightly. Looking at the juice in front of him, he said softly. Even Lysina can use the magic received by her whole body. Why can't I? The more he spoke, the deeper Elfman's tone became. Obviously the magic we learned together. Magic is the embodiment of the mind. If you want to use magic freely and completely, the most important thing is to have a firm heart. Looking at Elfman, Luo Xingchen spoke slowly. So, work hard. He got up and patted Elfman on the shoulder. Luo Xingchen left here. Solid heart. Elfman murmured. Chapter 71. 3 days passed quietly. Inside the lively fairy tale guild. After returning from the mission, Laxus looked at Luo Xingchen in front of him in surprise. You mean, dragon eggs? Then he shook his head, how could there be such a thing? Well, wasn't Natsu also raised by dragons? Luo Xingchen asked rhetorically. You believe it? Laxus looked at Luo Xingchen suspiciously. Why don't you believe it? Luo Xingchen replied. Laxus shrugged indifferently, whatever, it's boring anyway. 99. He looked at Luo Xingchen with his hands in his pockets. Eyes straightened. To say, in the whole guild. I am afraid that only Luo Xingchen can chat with him. By the way, you seem to be very busy recently. After becoming S-rank, I have completed nearly 10 S-rank missions. You seem to be the only one. His brows wrinkled, I've been getting stronger. 35. Really, back to the topic again. Luo Xingchen sighed helplessly and said. I'm also planning to go on a mission recently. 39. Laxus nodded, anyway, don't be left behind by me. You should think about how to catch up first. Having said that, Luo Xingchen looked Laxus up and down. By the way, don't you want to leave right away? This time, I'm going to take a day off. Laxus replied. Then let's have a drink. 35. It's so boring. Just the two of us, what are you tsundere? So, what's the matter with me drinking and drinking milk? 99. Just when Luo Xingchen and Laxus were chatting with each other. The door was shoved open by Natsu. Who is it? Who stole my eggs? Natsu rushed in anxiously and shouted at the crowd. The egg is gone. Gray said in surprise. Didn't you keep the eggs when we left yesterday? Kana looked puzzled. Laxus. Is that you? Natsu ran up to Laxus. I'm not interested. Laxus shook his head. Where's the stars? Natsu turned to look at Luo Xingchen again. Do you think it's possible? Luo Xingchen, who was holding a milk glass, asked rhetorically. Urza, spit it out for me. Natsu found Urza aggressively. Hey, you're going too far. Urza was eating cake with black lines all over his head. Sister Mila, did you know? Lisana asked her sister. Sister Mila folded her arms, leaned on the chair and pouted. I know that. After speaking, she looked at Natsu again, and joked. Natsu, could it be that you ate the egg yourself? 35. What did you say? Natsu ran towards Myra Jane. Do you want to fight? Myra Jane slapped the table and stood up. I'm not Urza, I'll be merciful. Urza, who saw this scene, immediately went to persuade him. It's fighting again. Macau, who was sitting at the bar drinking with Makarov and Waka, sighed. What a bunch of messed up brats. Wakaba smiled and continued. I can't imagine what the guild will look like after many years. Makarov said, don't worry. There will be quarrels with each other, which means they identify with each other. 39. Didn't you see the lightness written on their faces? It's so boring. Laxus leaned back in his chair. Close your eyes. My opinion is the exact opposite of yours, it's the loud ones that are fun. Luo Xingchen watched Natsu's direction. Natsu, who was pulled away, sat down on the ground in frustration. Where did my egg go? Don't cry Natsu, I'll forgive you for trying to fight me just now, Myra Jane said. I didn't cry. Natsu retorted with tears in his eyes. Myra, stop adding fuel to the fire. Urza frowned. Then he looked at Natsu. Natsu, don't cry too. I said, I'm not crying. Natsu was out of breath. Hey, you better hurry up and return the egg to Natsu. Urza looked at Myra Jane, as if she thought she took it. It's said that I didn't take it, I think it was you, did it eat it? Myra Jane didn't show weakness, and responded to the past. What did you say? Damn it guy. Lisana on the side had no time to pay attention to Urza and Marajana's growing bickering. The loss of the egg made her tears spin. Egg, where did the egg go? He raised his arms and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Natsu, Lisana, and everyone. I'm sorry. Just then, a voice came from the door. Elfman walked in with the egg. So you took it, Elfman. Natsu immediately looked in Elfman's direction. There was a roar. Dragon egg. Lisana said in surprise. It's like this, I think it was so cold last night, Natsu, you fell asleep and didn't care about your life. Also, I won't take it with my whole body. So, I took the eggs back and kept them warm. Elfman explained. So it is, Elfman, you are a man. 99. Natsu excitedly took the egg from Elfman's hand. You really doubted me just now, didn't you? Myra Jane schemed Urza. Dare to say this, don't you still feel the same? Not to be outdone, Urza responded. Really, the eggs have been found, why are these two still able to fight? Seeking flowers. Luo Xingchen shook his head. Fortunately, the quarrel between the two was interrupted by the sudden sound of breaking. The egg in Natsu's arms suddenly moved. Then cracks started to appear on the eggshell. Egg. Natsu's eyes were full of surprise. Put the egg on the ground, watching the cracks expand. Are you going to give birth? Gray said. It's not really a dragon, is it? Myra Jane and Urza also stopped fighting. Hey! Laxus opened his eyes. His eyes glanced in Natsu's direction. Click! For a time, under the gaze of everyone in the guild, the eggshell was completely shattered, and a cloud of blue light flew out of the egg. Shine above the guild. What exactly is it? Everyone in the guild was very curious. Next moment, the light dissipated, and the blue kitten was revealed. Small wings behind it seemed to support its flight. Cat. The crowd dropped their jaws in shock. The wings behind the blue kitten are constantly waving. It flew over everyone's heads from time to time with it. The blue cat seems tired from flying. He found Natsu's head in the crowd and fell down. The little wings behind him also disappeared. Love. The kitten sat up. Made a milky cry. So cute. Immediately, most of the people in the guild had red hearts. He cried out involuntarily. Kitten. Luo Xingchen smiled slightly. Everyone in the guild stepped forward. Obviously very curious about this kitten. Natsu, look at you. Listen pointed at everyone in the guild. Everyone is very happy now, it's clear that they've all been in a group just now. She looked at the blue cat and said softly. It's like a bluebird that can bring happiness. 99. Happy. Natsu looked at the kitten in his hand. Then call it happy. Love. The kitten's ears moved, seemingly satisfied with the name. Raised his little paw and attached to Natsu. It's the son of the dragon Happy. Natsu jumped up and down with Happy in his arms. Not far away. Li Desu held a paintbrush and kept swimming on the drawing board in front of him. Natsu and Lisana, who are very happy with the birth of Happy. Gray and Kana were equally excited. Urza and Myra Jane slung over shoulders. Luo Xingchen and Laxus in front of the table and chairs. And everyone in the guild with happy smiles. Just draw it as a dragon. Li Desu murmured softly. Happy originally held by Natsu. It was drawn as a blue dragon. And Natsu rides on the dragon, with a very bright smile on his face. B. Chapter 72. A few days after the birth of Happy, a symbol or happiness. The guild returned to its usual noisy appearance. Inside the guild's basement. Levi looked at Luo Xingchen in front of him and bowed slightly. Brother Xingchen, thank you very much, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't solve this problem. It's just a little effort, you don't need to care. 99. Luo Xingchen waved his hand. The reason for this was because Levi encountered a problem with an ancient text while reading a book. I originally planned to go to the underground library to find information. But I met Luo Xingchen who happened to be reading books here. Luo Xingchen, who knew the library well, also helped Levi find the materials she was looking for. So there was this scene. As for why Luo Xingchen is here. Of course, in order to understand the various magics of the entire magic world. Although it has a magic sublimer. It can directly borrow the power of the 647 magic crystal badge to fight. However, strength is strength. Even in great power if you connect the characteristics of power. Or if you don't know the advantages and disadvantages. That doesn't make much difference either. Moreover, as Luo Xingchen, who was able to get close to the institution of higher learning through his own efforts in the previous life. IQ is not low at all. Therefore, it is easy to understand the magical properties recorded in the books. It's just that there are too many books in Fairy Tales library. Even after all these years, Luo Xingchen frequents here. But it is still a long way from understanding all the magic collected here. Anyway, I still have to thank Brother Xingchen, since the information has been found, then I will leave first. After Levi thanked again, he proposed to leave first. Wait for me, I'm ready to go. Having said that, Luo Xingchen closed the complete set of flame magic in his hand. He turned around and climbed up the ladder beside the bookshelf, and placed it on the high bookshelf. He was ready to leave with Levi. However, his eyes were fixed on a book in the corner of the bookshelf. Obviously in the most inconspicuous corner. However, it was set up with sealing magic because of itself. And obviously different. Memories of time. Luo Xingchen murmured while looking at the book. The book Luo Xingchen asked Makarov why it was sealed here. Makarov explained this. Because of its own unimaginable ability. An unauthorized use will have serious consequences. Therefore, Makarov used sealing magic to permanently seal it in the corner of Fairy Tales library. And the reason why it attracted Luo Xingchen's attention. Just because of the effect of the seal seems to be due to a bit of time. and weakened. It seems that I still have to talk to the president when I have time. Shaking his head, Luo Xingchen climbed down the ladder. Left the library with Levi. Xingchen, I finally found you, let's fight. Just went up. Natsu found Luo Xingchen's trail. Immediately, he rushed over excitedly, shouting that he was going to fight Luo Xingchen. Let's duel! The young happy waved his small wings, floating up and down in the air, echoing Natsu's words. Not far away, Elfman holding the book sighed. He's here again, how many times has it been? What a bad boy. 95. Myra Jane, who was sitting on the side with one hand on her chin, smiled in agreement. I don't know if it was funny to see Natsu's provocation. It's because you're happy to see someone. Urza on the side nodded in relief. However, after failing so many times, you can still challenge bravely. This courage is to be commended. 99. Pfft, did you hear that? Myra Jane looked at Elfman beside him. She actually said, this courage is worth commending. Myra Jane imitated Urza's words. Then he curled his lips in disdain. Who do you think you are? 35. Immediately, Elfman buried his head in the standing book as fast as he could. The whole person shivered because of the bloody storm that was about to set off. Next moment, the two girls gnashing their teeth pressed their heads against their heads. Eyes are constantly meeting in the air, rubbing out scarlet electric light. Smelly woman, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, and don't betray me. Urza snapped. Don't put on a very mature look, be careful I flatter you, armor girl. Not to be outdone, Myra Jane responded. On the other side, Luo Xingchen didn't notice the two who were pinching again. Looking helplessly at Natsu. Natsu, I'm very busy, you go to Grey. Saying that, he didn't intend to ignore Natsu. He walked forward on his own. Don't ignore me, Fire Dragon's Claw. Claws. Looking at Luo Xingchen's back, Natsu immediately took a step forward. Happy milky voice echoed behind him. Flames burned under Natsu's feet, and he kicked Luo Xingchen. Really? Luo Xingchen stopped, clenched his fists, and turned around. Then swing out. Boom. Natsu directly broke through the ceiling of the guild and flew out towards the outside world. Natsu happy stared blankly at Natsu's disappearing figure. Xingchen, my ceiling. Makarov's distressed voice came from ahead. 10,000 J. Luo Xingchen pointed out a finger. Hey, isn't it the ceiling? What does it count? Makarov's painful expression instantly turned into an ugly smile. Sure enough, this is the only way to deal with the president. Luo Xingchen shook his head. However, Xingchen, occasionally you should stop and look at the people behind you. 5. Something seemed to come to mind, Makarov said softly. Hey! Luo Xingchen looked at Makarov. The children of the guild are growing, fast or slow, but they are still moving forward, Makarov said after taking a sip of wine. Too blindly in one's own world is not a sign of progress. Luo Xingchen was stunned. Indeed, among the younger generation of the guild. Because I have always been the strongest 1.1. Thus, he seems to have begun to ignore the progress of others. If you don't know the crisis that the people in the back are chasing after. So even if it stands on the peak, it is also possible to be pulled down the cliff. Smiling slightly, Luo Xingchen nodded. I understand, President. Saying that, he walked towards the door. I just feel like I forgot something. Looking at the direction of Luo Xingchen's departure, Myra Jane, who was fighting Urza, called the fight off. Despite the fight, but the conversation between Luo Xingchen and the two just heard clearly. Naturally, he knew what Luo Xingchen wanted to do. Let's go take a look together, the stars seem to be interesting. It's an interesting idea. Urza agreed with Myra Jane. The two hit it off. Immediately let go of the other party and ran towards the outside of the guild. Chapter 73. On the beach outside the back door of the guild, Luo Xingchen and Natsu are facing each other. Come on, Natsu, Luo Xingchen said. On the opposite side, Luo Xingchen officially accepted his challenge. Natsu is clearly in a state of extreme excitement. Very good, I've become a lot stronger, I'll show you this time. Natsu clenched his fists, the flames burning in his hands. He ran towards Luo Xingchen quickly. Natsu's speed is not that fast. Even the intent of the attack was so obvious. The raised arm slammed down suddenly. Natsu fell directly into the sand. Not discouraged, Natsu got up again with his hands on the ground. Fire dragons, iron fist, accompanied by a roar. Natsu attacked Luo Xingchen's chin again. Boom! Another horizontal punch smashed Natsu several dozen meters away. It's not over yet. Natsu yelled, and continued to attack Luo Xingchen. Fire dragons, sword horn. Luo Xingchen raised his hand and grabbed Natsu's head. This blow, even Luo Xingchen felt a little force. Very good. Luo Xingchen threw it away again. The heads of the people watching the battle from time to time swayed from time to time. Obviously watching the one who keeps attacking. Natsu who keeps getting knocked up again. Damn it! 22 Natsu, who was thrown away at random, gritted his teeth. Until now, Natsu has not even seen Luo Xingchen's magic. Yes, that's right. The battle continues to this day. Luo Xingchen was still just dealing with Natsu with his fists and feet. What's the matter, is this the only thing you can do? Looking at Natsu at the moment, Luo Xingchen spoke flatly. Not at all. Natsu yelled. Next is all my strength. The voice fell, and Natsu took a deep breath, the magic power gathering in his mouth. Fire dragons, roar! The flames that roared out formed a pillar of fire that was not large. But compared to the previous scale, it is indeed much bigger. You really have grown up. Natsu. Luo Xingchen slowly stretched out his hand. The cold air began to fill his hands. Next moment, the roaring flame touched Luo Xingchen's palm. Moment. The cold burst out. Even Urza and the others who were watching the game from the sidelines felt the crazy temperature drop. Immediately after, Natsu's roaring flames stopped in mid-air. It was then frozen into ice in the same shape as Natsu's flames. The ice cubes are spreading like crazy. Along the flames, it clings to Natsu's body with wide-eyed eyes. Just for a moment, Natsu's entire body turned into an ice sculpture shimmering in the sun. Standing on the beach. Snapped. Luo Xingchen snapped his fingers. The ice that wrapped Natsu collapsed and disappeared into magic molecules. Natsu groaned. Kneeling down on the beach. Desperate disparity. This made Natsu look unwilling. Obviously there is not much difference in age. But this person in front of him has a strength that is different from his own. However, although the gap is desperate, although the heart is full of unwillingness. But with Natsu's character, he won't give up because of this. On the contrary, it will also use this to urge yourself to move forward. Falling on the ground, he slowly stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. The final murmur. One day I will definitely defeat you. Although you say it's so cool, the truth is so embarrassing. Happy flying in mid-air complained. One day. Natsu was still mumbling. Looking at Natsu in front of him, Luo Xingchen smiled slightly. Responded, I'm waiting for you. I have been looking forward to the day when you can become stronger. The next day. After yesterday's beating, Natsu spent some time at home recovering from his injuries. So that, yesterday afternoon, the atmosphere of the entire guild has more than doubled. This can't help but make people sigh that the world is much cleaner. and rant about Natsu's shit stirrer. However, all this after Natsu recovered the next day. Changed back again. Early morning. Natsu and Gray just got into it for some inconspicuous little thing. Should it be said that he has courage, or that he is just a muscle? Luo Xingchen at the bar shook his head helplessly. When he saw Erza walking towards the two men aggressively, Luo Xingchen immediately understood that they were going to be out of luck. Sure enough, Erza said nothing. One person gave a punch, forcibly stopping the fight. He looked at the two with serious eyes. You! Come out to me! After speaking, he walked out of the guild without looking back. What? Natsu gritted his teeth. It's so arrogant, I can't stand it anymore. 35. Gray clenched his fists tightly. Seems to have the same goal. The two stopped fighting for a while. The same enemy followed Erza and walked out. But obviously, the two of them didn't think about their ending. Is this the first time? Lisana, who was sitting next to Luo Xingchen, sighed helplessly. Love. This is Natsu and Gray. Happy on the side said while holding the small dried fish. Brother Xingchen, do you want to take a look? Lisana looked at Luo Xingchen and asked. Forget it, there are 800 plays a day, so there's nothing to see. Luo Xingchen replied. Outside the guild gate. Erza put his arms around his arms and looked at the two behind him. Come on together. I'm enough alone. Natsu burst into confidence. That's what I'm going to say. Gray yelled, dazed with anger. Said that the two were not in charge of each other. They took their steps and rushed towards Erza. Immediately after. Bang bang bang. A series of crisp knocking sounds. Directly let Natsu and Gray lie on the ground. Erza folded his arms and looked down at the two of them. Fell silent. Not far away, behind a pile of boxes she hadn't noticed. 4 people and 1 cat are hiding here. He quietly observed the Erza people in front of him. 650. What's going on? 35. In the crowd, the girls with blonde hair, blue and white sleeveless tops, and blue pleated skirts covered their mouths in surprise. Come on, just kidding. Another black-haired boy with a naked upper body trembled. I was beaten so easily. A drop of cold sweat ran across the forehead of the sakura-haired boy. Is this Erza, Natsu, and Gray from childhood? The blonde-haired girl murmured. Beside her, the blue cat with outstretched wings stared blankly at the few people in front of her. Could it be that we have returned to the world of the past? The blue cat said this fact in horror. Suddenly, the other 4 made disbelieving voices. This is the world of the past. The blonde girl's tone was very surprised. What should I do? I need to organize my thoughts. But, just as she was thinking, the 2 boys on the side. But she exclaimed at another girl with long crimson hair. Hey, what did you do to me as a kid, Erza? Looks like you've been substituted into your childhood, Natsu and Gray. The blonde girl complained. Yes, hiding behind the box. It was Natsu, Gray, Erza, Happy who grew up. At a girl named Lucy. For unknown reasons, they traveled through the torrent of time. Came this era. That is, they come from the future. Chapter 74. And this moment. Adult Erza, who was questioned by adult Natsu and adult Gray, was watching the scene ahead. There was a gleam in her eyes. The tone was full of nostalgia. I remember this day. Adult Erza watched as Natsu and Gray were beaten to the ground by their younger self. Whispered softly, stand up, quickly stand up. Back then, when I was a kid, I would say this. Hear Erza whisper softly. Natsu and Gray on the side seemed to understand Erza's good intentions. Although they don't remember it anymore. But it didn't affect their equally nostalgic expressions. And that little bit of emotion. Now. As a child, Urza looked at the two who fell to the ground. Finally broke the silence that had been kept. No mercy at all. Urza kicked Natsu and Grey directly into the air. Stand up for me. Urza's tone was unusually fierce. His expression was full of anger. It feels completely different. Behind the box, adult Natsu and adult Grey retorted loudly. Adult Urza wrapped her arms around her. There was silence for a while. Who was the one who stole my cake? 35. Young Urza aggressively pursued Natsu and Grey who were running away. It's not me. Natsu fled frantically. It's Natsu, Grey said loudly. It's Grey. Natsu replied angrily. That's the cake that Xingchen bought for me, bastards. Urza is still in hot pursuit. We really don't know. The two said in unison. Hee. Looking at the chase in front of him, the blonde Lucy smiled slightly and said softly. You were so cute when you were little. The adult Natsu crouched behind the box complained. Urza was so violent when he was young. The adult Grey on the side nodded. Have you forgotten? Run, Natsu the grown-up happy cheered loudly. Now is not the time to speak nasty things, we must find a way to return to the original world. The grown-up Urza folded his arms and spoke seriously. What's the matter? It seems very interesting, let's watch it for a while. Natsu on the side didn't take it seriously, and watched the scene in front of him with interest. Good idea. Grey nodded in agreement. Are you all idiots? Urza glared at both of them. Then he looked at everyone. Don't you know the time paradox? Time paradox? Happy was a little puzzled. Lucy raised his hand. I've seen it in books. Then he touched his chin with one hand and said in a deep voice, the past will affect the present and the future. If something is done in the past, it has the potential to change assumptions about the future. Urza nodded and said. If this really is the past, what we do here could change the future and even history. Saying that, she looked to the side abruptly. Do you understand? Natsu and Grey. However, no one responded to her, except for herself and Lucy beside her. It's empty. It's gone. Lucy hugged his head in horror. By the way, even Happy. Wah! Urza froze in place. The corners of his eyes kept twitching, those guys. After a while, Urza, who had been holding back for a long time, finally broke out. I didn't expect them to be so stupid. Ah! So scary. Facing the angry Urza. The blonde Lucy hugged herself in horror and hid in the corner. Urza pointed at Lucy with one hand and a book in the other. Ordered to Lucy. Lucy. You go get Natsu and Grey back, I'll stay here to decipher this book. Yes, I went. Lucy's head nods like a rattle. Cowardly, he wanted to leave first. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Urza grabbed the back of Lucy's neck. You'll have to dress up. Urza's tone couldn't be denied. A utility room. Lucy, who looked at the red bunny decoration on his body, twitched the corners of his mouth. Well, then no one will find out it's Lucy. 35. Urza on the opposite side nodded in satisfaction. It's more conspicuous. Lucy groaned. Suddenly she saw the white cat costume that Urza was wearing. He also has cat ears on his head, and the white tail behind him seems to come alive. Swaying in the air. Cat! Lucy exclaimed. Urza put her hands on her hips and seemed satisfied with her outfit. Nodding proudly, yes, aim. Lucy 6695. The contrast was so great that it took Lucy a while to recover. Looking at Urza, asked. By the way, I'm not in fairy tale in this era, so it shouldn't be necessary, right? But one day we will meet, so be careful, Urza explained. Lucy nodded resignedly. But look at the pair of bunny ears on top of his head. And more open clothes have some openings that don't pinch. Isn't there any more normal clothes? Speaking of this, Urza sighed slightly. I don't know if it's because of the different times. My dressing room is a little unstable, so I can only take out these 2 sets. Then she looked at Lucy. Are you going to change the cat's clothes? Lucy shrugged the 2 ears on top of his head and said, I still want to change to the original one. Sorry. I lost it. Inside fairy tale. Wearing a bunny girl costume, Lucy tiptoed into the guild. He looked around with curiosity. At this time, most of the people in the guild gathered together. A dancer named Errol is dancing on the stage. Attracted the hot attention of a large number of people. Boom! On a table, Macau slapped the wine glass on the table heavily. In a serious tone, he said, I've decided. Decide what? Wakaba on the side was puzzled. Lucy looked into the eyes of the 2 and revealed, Wang Li's novelty. It's Macau and Waka, so young. Macau took another sip of wine and became courageous. As if completely determined, he exclaimed, I've decided to ask Errol to confess. What? Wakaba was shocked. You should give up. Errol has many people who like her. No, I have a chance. Macau's tone was firm. Boom. But the next moment, the 2 were directly pressed on the table. Myra Jane stepped on the backs of the 2 with a confident smile on her face. The odds are mine, too. Odds to beat Urza. Her aggressive eyes kept scanning the surroundings. But where did Urza go? At the gate, Lucy watched Marajana's back. Myra, 5. Sure enough, since childhood, this character. As she spoke, she shook her head, with fear in her eyes. It seems to recall some terrifying experience. Chapter 75. After getting rid of the distracting thoughts in your mind, Lucy put his eyes in front of Myra Jane again. On 2 other children with the same hair color. Then, next to her are Lysina and Elfman 35. Just now, she went after Natsu and Grey. Elfman said to Myra Jane. What? Myra Jane frowned. Seems a little unhappy. It's rare that I even stole her cake and wanted to annoy her. Lysina was stunned, then said. Sister Myra is too much. What? It was a cake from Xingchen, although I just happened to meet it, I bought an extra one. 35. However, how can you cheapen that girl in armor? Myra Jane pouted in disdain. As if recalling the deliciousness of the cake, he couldn't help but smile. By the way, how did Sister Mila know so clearly? Lysina asked. Hey! Speaking of this, Myra Jane seemed a little guilty. He waved his hand and said. Anyway, since she ran away, the winner of this game is mine. Competition? Lysina asked in confusion. Sister, stop fighting. Elfman seemed to want to dissuade his sister. Yet. Lysina agreed. Brother Xingchen may not like it. Marajana's small face was instantly dyed red. 650. Quickly jumped off the backs of Macau and Wakaba, who were already unconscious. There is some lack of confidence in the tone. Well, it's just a joke. As he spoke, he glanced at Luo Xingchen at the bar from time to time. Not far away, Lucy also heard a few people's conversations. Look at the bar. The lazy boy was sitting back on the chair in front of the stage. His hands rested on the edge of the bar behind him. A book covered the boy's face, as if taking a nap. Is this the star of childhood? What's wrong with looking a little cute? Saying that, she couldn't help but smile. Then he looked in other directions. It seems that he wants to take this guild member who he has never seen before. Observe it all. Kana and Levi have an argument over chess. Lai Dashu, who is still very thin, leaning on the railing complaining about Laxus being too boring. It was discussed to find Jet and Daria, who formed a team with Levi. These pictures seemed to be firmly remembered in Lucy's mind. There was a smile on her mouth. Happy to enjoy this moment. Suddenly, Lucy thought of Urza's advice. Immediately got out of this state. No, now is not the time to be in a daze. 99. CCBB. Her gaze looked elsewhere again. Now we have to hurry to find Natsu and Grey and Happy. 95. She thought to herself. Yo! It's a bunny girl. 35. Although an old but revealing a little wretched voice sounded behind Lucy. Oops! Lucy's body instantly stiffened in place. Makarov's voice immediately attracted the attention of most people. Suddenly, a series of voices rang out immediately. Little rabbit! Let's play together! Little sister, where are you from? Are you here to entrust? This, what should I do now? Lucy looked at the eyes cast around him in horror. The heart seemed to be howling and crying. I'm going to get killed by Urza. It will definitely be. What are you doing standing at the door? Come inside, it's fun here. Makarov grabbed Lucy's hand and ran towards the middle of the guild. Hey, wait! Lucy's rebuttal words hadn't come out yet. It has already been pulled into the crowd of the guild. Immediately, Lucy wearing a bunny girl was welcomed by most people. Even Luo Xingchen at the bar was woken up by the sound. He took the book off his face. His eyes turned to the center of the crowd, but he was stunned for a moment. Looking at the blonde girl, Lucy's name appeared in Luo Xingchen's mind in an instant. After all, he is the protagonist of fairy tale. Luo Xingchen still has a big image. How long has it been now that Lucy is actually here? And still look like an adult? But soon Luo Xingchen realized something was wrong. The magic power on Lucy is not weak. For him who uses devouring magic, it can be said that his sensitivity to magic power surpasses that of most mages. And the magic of this Lucy. It is no exaggeration to say that it is already close to the boundaries of the S-class. This also means, this Lucy is definitely not the Lucy of this era. That is to say, she is from the future. Luo Xingchen responded in just a moment. Even Urza? 35. He noticed that the clothes on Lucy contained Urza's magic. Luo Xingchen shook his head slightly. The magic that was sealed in the library came to mind. In Luo Xingchen's understanding, I am afraid that only that magic can do such a thing. He stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the door. After all, in this era, it stands to reason that no one in this guild knows Lucy. Therefore, it is better to have less contact with her. What's more, Luo Xingchen will be more curious about the future Urza. The other side. The only river in Magnolia. Natsu and Grey in disguise and Happy appear here. However, the development of the situation is somewhat unexpected for Happy. Several people originally planned to come here to take a look. It's a look back on the past. But here they meet young Natsu and Grey who have escaped here. It's just that the two of them were in a clearing by the river. Happy etl are on the slope above the clearing. And young Natsu and Grey don't know why. Hit it straight. The adult Natsu and Grey above were still watching with relish at first. But after discussing who wins in the end, the two people who disagreed with each other also fought directly. Happy looked down at the young Natsu and Grey fighting each other. Looking at the grown-up Natsu and Grey who were fighting each other. With a deep sigh. Sure enough, Natsu and Grey haven't changed a bit since they were kids. Fairy tale is not far away. The utility room of the white tent. A girl in a white cat costume is squatting on the ground. He stared intently at the book in front of him. Her long scarlet hair was tied into a double ponytail, naturally scattered on both sides of the arm. The tail behind him kept wagging. Her name is Urza Scarlet. Also Urza from the future. At this moment, she seemed to have encountered some problem, and her mouth made a murmur. The mouse never passed by, but after discovering the huge cat in front of him, and immediately fled. But Urza wasn't in the mood to care. His brows furrowed tightly, and his tail swayed faster and faster. This means wrong. Or Urza raised his head sharply, his eyes full of despair. Complained aloud, "No, I don't understand at all." "Would you like to ask the stars of this era?" she muttered to herself. "The guy seems to know everything after all." 39. You can also ask Levi of this era, she is also very knowledgeable. No. No. No interference in this era. She quickly dismissed the idea. But, what should we do? Urza's attention was all on the book in front of him, so that no one came from behind at all. Chapter 76. Step by step. This is the crisp sound of the small leather shoes hitting the ground. The cat girl over there. 35. A slightly immature voice came from behind Urza. Urza was surprised. She was very familiar with this voice. He slowly turned his head and looked at the silver armor behind him. Girl with crimson hair. Urza's pupils shrank, and his mouth opened wide. "Yes, it's me." She cried out in horror in her heart. "You're dressed so weird." The young Urza didn't seem to notice anything unusual. But after looking up and down, the adult Urza made its own evaluation. Then he asked in confusion, "Is this popular recently?" Well." Future Urza replied in a trembling voice. "Forget it." Young Urza didn't bother with this question. After a moment of silence, he asked aloud. "Excuse me, have you ever seen a pink-haired with a scarf and a black-haired without a top?" 55. Natsu and Grey. Future Urza blurted out. Young Urza looked suspiciously at the strange man in front of him. "How do you know their names?" she asked. "Oops." Future Urza responded. Quickly using both hands and feet, crawled out of the tent, facing the empty street. While waving his hand, he said hurriedly. "It's nothing, the two of them should be over there. Because they're calling each other's names. So I remembered it." In desperation, the future Urza held back a lame reason. Forced to explain. Young Urza felt nothing wrong. Nodding lightly, "Really, sorry." As he spoke, he walked in the direction Urza said in the future. "It's really useless for me to get angry just for ordering a cake." Young Urza walks and reflects on how much he seems to have gone too far today. The future Urza in the rear also stood up. His eyes looked at the self who was advancing in the sunset. He smiled slightly and said softly. "Go apologize." Young Urza's progress stopped. Unbelievably turned his head and looked at the future Urza. "Say, what did you say?" "I will apologize." She pointed to herself. The tone was full of stubbornness. The breeze caressed past, two people in different time and space. The same long crimson hair danced together at this moment. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the faces of the two people. One is laughing, the other is angry. "I know, you'll apologize." Future Urza seemed to be saying to himself. No, she was talking about herself. It is because she knows herself enough that she knows. The two just stared at it. Halfway through, the young Urza puffed out her mouth and flushed her cheeks. She turned around stubbornly and closed her eyes. Pretending to be indifferent, he strode away. "They won't apologize, it's their fault for stealing the cake." Her voice was loud, as if trying to cover up her lack of confidence. Future Urza is not saying anything. In this way, he quietly watched the back of his young self leaving. Until it disappears. He raised his head slightly and looked at the orange sky. As red as his face when he was young. "It's so stupid, don't you even have the courage to admit yourself?" She seemed to be questioning herself. Self-deprecating smile. "Looks like I'm really a hopeless guy. Does anyone really scold themselves like this?" A familiar voice came from behind future Urza. "Found again." She was taken aback. He quickly turned his head to look behind. On the pile of boxes, a young man was sitting lazily above. He leaned on his knees with one hand and looked directly at himself. Stars? Urza exclaimed. But he immediately covered his mouth. That, what are you talking about? I don't understand, I don't understand. After hesitatingly said this sentence, she turned around quickly and was about to leave. I said, after finally meeting someone from the future, did you just leave? Luo Xingchen got up and jumped down. Came behind Urza. Hearing the shout, Urza also stopped. Now, she understood that she had been completely exposed. Turning around, she looked at Luo Xingchen and sighed in frustration. Xingchen, how did you find out? Luo Xingchen crossed his arms and walked up. After looking up and down, he said. Although your decoration is novel, it does not serve as a cover for identity. 35. And, most importantly, I'm not as crazy as you are, Urza. 35. Urza blushed in a rare blush. However, it's really amazing to see people from the future. 35. Seeking flowers. Luo Xingchen sighed with emotion. Urza smiled helplessly. Yet, it's really amazing to be able to talk to the old you. After a pause, she continued, it's like God's arrangement. Obviously, he has been vigilant against himself and cannot contact you in the past. But, after all, I can't help it. You've become a lot more cheerful, Urza. Luo Xingchen said softly. Ah, haven't I always been like this? Urza looked at Luo Xingchen, who was a little shorter than himself at the moment, suspiciously. But Luo Xingchen shook his head. Leaning back against the wall, he stared straight at the gradually setting sun ahead, and said. It's different, the armor that binds your heart has been removed by you. 35. It's easy to live like this. 0. Urza was stunned for a moment, then smiled dumbly. He and Luo Xingchen leaned against the wall and said, it's really, very easy. Looking at the cheeks of Luo Xingchen, who is still young at the moment. As if recalling something, he smiled and said. The moment I unloaded it, I seemed to be embraced by the whole world. Urza's smile is pure at the moment. There is no more sadness hidden in my heart. Some are just aspirations for the future. Then I can rest assured. Luo Xingchen nodded lightly. You've matured this way since you were a kid, Urza said. Mature? Maybe. Luo Xingchen didn't look back. Still watching the sunset. Urza didn't speak either, just stayed by Luo Xingchen's side. Watching the sunset. Just like that night. The two lay on the beach together, staring at the stars. As the sun went down, Luo Xingchen was also ready to leave here. By the way, I came here to tell you about this magic. Saying that, Luo Xingchen pointed to the book in Urza's hand. The title of the book is Memories of Time, and when you open the book, you will be sent to the time and space where you first remembered. But 35. Luo Xingchen's expression became serious. This magic can only transport me to the era of memories. I don't know why you were affected. But the magic will expire in 6 hours. 99. And at that time, only the owner of the memory will be sent back, so you must gather together before the time comes, and use the method to come back. What? Urza exclaimed. Chapter 77. Watching Urza's back hurriedly leaving. Luo Xingchen twitched the corners of his mouth. After just knowing the magical nature of recalling time, Urza suddenly remembered that at that time, I waited for others because when I was tidying up the library, all fell together because of some accident. And it just so happened that Natsu accidentally opened the book of Memories of Time and Space. Therefore, several people are involved in the time in Natsu's memory. So came here. In other words, if they want to go back, It must be when the transmission is turned on. Touching Natsu's body again. This can be passed back to their era together. But the bottom line is that Natsu hasn't been found until now. Seeing that the time is getting closer, Urza couldn't sit still, and immediately set off to find Natsu by himself. And because I believe that Luo Xingchen will not do anything to change the past, so I briefly described Lucy's appearance. Please Luo Xingchen to help find 650 Lucy. With that said, he left here in a hurry. Helplessly shook his head. Luo Xingchen still walked towards the guild. Lucy should still be in the guild at the moment anyway. On the streets of Magnolia, Lucy, who just came out of the guild, looked frustrated. He ignored the surprised glances of passers-by. Lucy sighed deeply, sorry. Because everyone in the past is too fresh, I accidentally overplayed. Saying that, Lucy tugged at his hair in annoyance. It's so annoying, history won't change, will it? There won't be a big accident because of me in the future. For a long time, the frustrated Lucy put down his hands helplessly. Looking aside, Lucy froze again. By the way, where is this place? Unconsciously, I came to a strange place. Hooves, hoofs. There was a rush of hooves behind him. And the cry for help, come here, help. The horse is frightened, can anyone help me stop it? Hearing the sound behind, Lucy turned around in confusion. Immediately, he saw two crazy people dragging the carriage and quickly passing in front of him. The groom behind him is constantly chasing. But how could an ordinary groom catch up with a frightened horse ahead? Hey, hey! There are guests in the carriage. The groom stumbled and fell to the ground. He raised his head and gasped for help at the onlookers. What? Lucy immediately turned his head to look at the carriage galloping in front of him. Without thinking too much, Lucy immediately stepped forward and chased after the carriage. It seems that the red high-heeled shoes under his feet are too much in the way. Lucy opened her heels as she ran. He roared forward, wait for me. However, in the future Lucy's strength is indeed not weak. At least, in terms of physical fitness, the speed is not slow. Soon, Lucy approached the runaway carriage. Help me, I'm so scared. Blonde little girl in a gorgeous pink dress inside the carriage. He seemed to sense the figure behind him desperately chasing after him. Immediately, a cry for help was heard. A kid. Lucy was startled. Immediately after that, he said, don't be afraid, I'll come to save you right away. He looked at the handle on the back of the carriage. Lucy stretched out his hand straight, but didn't reach it. It's still, a little bit. Gritting his teeth, Lucy once again accelerated the speed that was already close to the limit. The palm sticks out again. Finally grabbed the rear handle of the carriage. But, the next moment, the huge force of the carriages galloping forward was not something that Lucy could forcibly stop with his bare hands. So much so that her whole body was taken flying directly. The sudden screams. Luo Xingchen, who was about to return to the guild, stopped. Looking forward, two horses were dragging a carriage and a man hanging from the rear of the carriage. Running like crazy. The scream just now was the terrified scream of the figure hanging from the back of the carriage. Blinking his eyes, Luo Xingchen saw the general appearance of the figure clearly. It's a blonde bunny girl. Isn't this Lucy? Luo Xingchen was stunned. Immediately it became clear what was going on. Watching the carriage turn into a corner, Luo Xingchen didn't hesitate and stomped on the ground. The whole person bounced up directly, landed on the building beside him, and then chased after him. After all, it is in the city, with many bends. It will be closer if you walk a straight distance from the top of the building. Outside Magnolia, Lucy felt like he was about to fall apart. If the willpower is not strong enough, I am afraid that his hand holding the handle at the rear of the carriage will also be forced to let go. Never give up. Lucy gritted his teeth, struggling to put the other hand on the handle. Then began to exert force, and finally climbed up. Lucy, who was sitting at the back of the carriage, breathed a sigh of relief and touched the beads of sweat on his forehead. Little sister is waiting, it will be ready soon. After comforting the people in the carriage, Lucy climbed to the top of the carriage. Intend to move to the driving position ahead. However, there was an abrupt chill that filled the surroundings, made Lucy shudder at the top of the wagon. This feeling. Lucy's eyes widened suddenly. The eyes looked forward. It was a figure jumping from the top of a tree on the side, standing right in front of the carriage at the moment. The already red-eyed horse doesn't care about the figure in front of him at all. He lowered his head and rushed forward frantically. Stars! Be careful! Lucy exclaimed, barely thinking. Hey! He slowly let out a cold breath. Facing the rushing carriage, Luo Xingchen raised his arm. The cold air condensed white ice crystals on the tips of his fingers. The cold air suddenly erupted. Ice crystals gradually spread on the horse's body. The speed of the two galloping horses also began to slow down, getting slower and slower, until it stopped smoothly in front of Luo Xingchen. Two horses have been turned into ice sculptures. Stopped. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. He jumped off the roof of the car and asked the people in the carriage, "Are you not injured?" 99. It's okay, big sister and that brother. A soft voice came from inside the carriage. Don't worry, it's fine. Lucy responded. Then he looked at Luo Xingchen who was standing in front of him. That, Lucy suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, just now in a hurry, he actually called out the other party's name. Now even she doesn't know how to get around. Seeming to see Lucy's thoughts, Luo Xingchen said. No need to explain, I know. Hey! Lucy 1.1 was taken aback. I'll take you to Urza, time is running out. Luo Xingchen said. Suddenly, Lucy thought of his mission. Frightened, he hurriedly said. Oops! Thank you anyway, Xingchen. Then he opened his mouth to the little girl in the carriage and said. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Saying that, Lucy followed Luo Xingchen's footsteps and left. That. The blonde little girl came out of the carriage. I want to stop the two people in front of me. Hurry up, if you are in the limelight, it will be incredible. Lucy greeted Luo Xingchen to leave here quickly. The little blonde girl stared blankly at the two backs in front of her. It seemed to recall the bumpy carriage just now. I saw the pink coat of arms on the back of the big sister who was holding the handle tightly outside the car. And, the eldest sister's companion. The older brother who stopped the carriage. It seems to be called, the Stars. Chapter 78. Miss Lucy. Behind the blonde girl. A group of people chased after him. Mother's bit. Young Lucy called softly. Hey, and sneaked out again. Spade gasped, his tone full of worry. I'm sorry. Lucy bowed his head and apologized. Master's work is very busy, and even if you go, Master. While Spade was still talking, Lucy tilted his head inadvertently. She saw a sight that was enough to make her excited. It was in the heart of Magnolia full of lights. A tall building set off by many private houses. The most conspicuous is the flag waving in the wind at the top of the building. On the flag was the coat of arms that he had just glimpsed. Mother Spate, what is that sign? Lucy interrupted Spate. He pointed to the flying flag and asked. Ah, that's the town's sorcerer's guild, fairy tale. 35 Spate explained. Fairy tale? Lucy stared at the sign on the flag, eyes twinkling. The scene just now reverberated in my mind. The pattern on the hands of the boy who controls the cold and the big sister who is reckless. All in all, It was as if a seed had been planted in her young heart. A sustenance of the soul, 22 seeds and dreams. Maybe at some point in the future, this seed will grow into a towering tree that reaches the land of dreams. In the clearing by the river that runs through the town of Magnolia, the boy with sakura-colored hair seemed to lose consciousness and lay here. It was covered in dust and scars. The boy's name is Natsu Dragneel. In the matchup with Grey just now, Natsu and Grey went there together, but unfortunately, Grey stood up first. And that means, Natsu lost to Grey in this fight. On the slope above the clearing, the black-haired man with a swollen pig head and blood on his forehead fell to the ground weakly. He is Natsu in the future after some cross-dressing. There was no winner in the battle just now with the future Grey. But because young Grey won, so much so that the future Grey also proudly brought happy and planned to enjoy the food. The future Natsu did not go with him. At this moment, he looked at the figure below and said something in his mouth. I actually lost to Grey. He shuddered. It seems that such an ending is unacceptable. The arm resting on the ground clenched suddenly. Impossible, impossible, how could I possibly lose to Grey? Mirai Natsu stood up and rushed towards the young Natsu. I'm not convinced, he yelled angrily. Get up for me, me. As he said, he was shaking the comatose young Natsu frantically. You haven't lost yet. Come on, how can you give up like this? One more fight and win Grey, me. Looking at the young Natsu who didn't respond at all, future Natsu was completely swept up in anger. He raised his arm, I'm here to cheer you up. 35. Snapped. He waved his palm without hesitation. Hit the young Natsu in the face. Even if the person in front of you is yourself. Get up quickly. Pa 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 pa. The continuous slaps slapped the young Natsu's face hard. Miku Natsu roared. Ola ola ola. 99. The young Natsu, who had fallen into a coma, was awakened alive. Slowly opened his eyes. Then he saw the nightmare that would accompany him for the rest of his life. It was a red eye. That long mouth showed rows of sharp teeth. The blood hanging from the black hair raised the ferocity of the person in front of him to the extreme. Ugh! Monster! The young Natsu let out a terrified scream. Even the corners of his eyes were filled with tears of fear. What does it mean to say that you are a monster? Mirai Natsu clenched his fists, shaking with anger. I don't know what you're talking about. Young Natsu stood up in horror. The scarf around his neck also slipped due to his movements. But young Natsu didn't pay any attention. Fire! Fire dragons, broken teeth. 99. The flames gathered in the hands of the young Natsu. But because of fear. So much so that the name of the move is called intermittently. With flames, the young Natsu waved his right hand. It's useless, idiot. Future Natsu slapped away Natsu's attack as a child. The palm that bounced back under the force inevitably went towards the neck of the young Natsu. The fingernail of the thumb directly cut through the neck. Inflicted a bloody wound. Ya underscore. The young Natsu let out a miserable howl. Hey! Mirai Natsu suddenly understood something. He touched his neck, where there is a scar identical to that of young Natsu's neck. After looking at his clothes, he stroked his hair. The future Natsu finally understood. The monster from childhood that I have always feared. Is it himself? The scars on the neck are actually caused by themselves? Natsu! A roar came from not far away. Hey! The two Natsu turned back together. He looked at the three-man cat that stirred up countless dust in the distance. Where do I stand? Urza yelled. 5. Luo Xingchen, who was behind several people, looked at the clock in his hand and said. Who are you all? Young Natsu covered his neck. With tears in his eyes, he grabbed his scarf and ran away. 4. Luo Xingchen's tone became a little anxious. Happy jumped into Natsu's arms first. 3. Luo Xingchen watched several people. Then Erza grabbed Natsu's hair. The accompanying impact made Natsu fall directly to the ground. 2. Luo 650 Xingchen increased his voice. Lucy grabbed Natsu's cuff desperately. 1. Luo Xingchen's hand unconsciously squeezed the pocket watch into pieces. Gray suddenly flew up. After crossing a short distance of 1 meter, he stepped on Natsu's body. What happened? Mirai Natsu screamed. While asking aloud. Goodbye, everyone. Luo Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Purple light spread from Natsu's body. Until it covers everyone's body. Brush. The light completely dissipated. The bodies of several people also disappeared in front of Luo Xingchen. Speaking of which, if I had told Makarov about the book and had it reinforce the seal. Will this still happen? Looking at the disappearing figures of several people, Luo Xingchen murmured. However, then he shook his head again. This question is difficult to judge. If so, even if it changes the established fact. For example, Natsu's childhood shadow is himself. The scar on the neck was also caused by the future self. There are some other butterfly effects. If it does change. So what is going on right now? Time, let's just let it take its course. After whispering something softly, Luo Xingchen turned around. The cool breeze of the night blew the ends of his hair. Chapter 79. Time flies, in a blink of an eye. 3 years passed by slowly without knowing it. Flip over the calendar hanging on the wall. Looking at August 1st, X781 written above. Luo Xingchen raised his hands and stretched. Ha! He slapped his mouth. Luo Xingchen turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Although it is a little early. But today I had to go to the guild earlier than usual. After all, this year's S-level assessment has come. As an S-rank mage, and the examiner of this assessment, Luo Xingchen will go to the assessment site of the mission with Laxus and Erza to prepare. Erza successfully passed the assessment last year, at the age of 15. Become the second youngest S-rank wizard in Fairy Tale. Speaking of which, Myra Jane, who was also a candidate at the time, was indeed a pity. At the first stage, even past Luo Xingchen's level. However, in the second stage, facing the uncle who is absolutely impossible to release water. As Myra Jane is weak defensively. So that after a certain uncle's all-round indiscriminate attack, he fell to the ground. Erza, on the other hand, relies on the absolute defensive armor of the Vajra armor. Kankan stood last. Thus, Erza defeated Myra Jane by a narrow margin. This result made the silver-white girl unhappy for a long time. He even vowed to become an S-rank mage this year. Sure enough, Myra Jane was selected again this year. In addition to Myra Jane, there is Kana. This girl who uses card magic. Last year, he was selected for the S-level assessment for the first time. But unfortunately, the gap between her and Erza and Myra Jane is still quite large. Therefore, he was eliminated by Laxus in the first level last year. This year is her second year. But she was no less determined to win than Myra Jane. Also Natsu and Gray were selected for the first time this year. Both are not weak. It can be said that this year is quite a year to watch. Hang the towel on the wall. Luo Xingchen slightly tidied up his black hair that had been curled up from sleeping. Dong 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 dash. Suddenly, a hurried knock on the door came to Luo Xingchen's ears. No guesswork at all. With this kind of knocking, there would be no one else but Myra Jane. Helplessly sighed. Luo Xingchen walked to the door and opened it. Sure enough, the silver-white girl had her hands behind her back. She stood there smiling. The 16-year-old Myra Jane is nearly 1.7 meters tall. A pair of long legs can be described as very eye-catching. Of course, it is still much shorter than Luo Xingchen. After all, Luo Xingchen, now 17, has grown to 1.8 meters. Maybe because of the cold weather. Myra Jane is not wearing a halter today. The upper body is a black-lined leather jacket with rivets. She was wearing tight black ripped jeans covering her long legs. Boots that go straight to the calf. Sure enough, even the cold weather couldn't stop Marajana's bad heart. Speaking of which, today is your assessment day, why don't you get ready to run to me? Luo Xingchen asked aloud. Even you didn't set out, why am I in a hurry? Myra Jane smiled playfully. Also, when I made breakfast today, I accidentally made a little more, and brought it for you. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands hidden behind her back. On top is a bento. Then he pushed Luo Xingchen away. He walked towards the dormitory on his own. As if returning to his home, he went straight to Luo Xingchen's room. Put the bento on the bedside table. Then his eyes began to look up and down the surrounding layout. He even played with the building blocks on Luo Xingchen's desk. You're really welcome. Luo Xingchen twitched the corners of his mouth. He walked to the bedside table and opened the bento on it. Speaking of which, is this what you said you accidentally did a little too much? Look at the many treasured ingredients lined up inside the bento. Luo Xingchen looked at Myra Jane beside him in amazement. I want you to take care. I heard the question. Myra Jane blushed in a rare blush. Then he immediately returned to normal and said, after all, Lysina and Elfman are growing up recently, what's wrong with me doing more? Since that's the case, then thank you, it just so happens that I haven't eaten, and I'm a little hungry. Having said that, Luo Xingchen sat directly on the bed and picked up his chopsticks. The scavenging of food began. How? Is it delicious? Marajana's eyes were fixed on Luo Xingchen. With a look of anticipation on his face, he asked softly. Luo Xingchen raised his head from the toilet. Nodding in agreement. Not to mention, although Myra Jane usually looks like a bad girl. However, when it comes to cooking, there is definitely one hand. Not even worse than most chefs. After receiving the praise from Luo Xingchen, Myra Jane suddenly raised a smile. Like a kid who got candy. That. Looking at Luo Xingchen beside him. Myra Jane grabbed a corner of the leather jacket with both hands. It seemed a little tangled, and he said awkwardly. I'm about to take part in the assessment, can you bless me? Luo Xingchen's chopsticks stopped beside his mouth. The food in the mouth was roughly chewed twice, and then forcefully swallowed. Looking at Myra Jane, she smiled slightly. Putting her hand on Marajana's long white hair. Soft hair swept across his palm. Come on. I have always believed that you will pass the test this year, Myra. 5. Luo Xingchen said softly. Hey. Myra Jane chuckled. Dong dong dong. Just then, the door was knocked again. With doubts, Luo Xingchen got up again and opened the door. What's the matter today? Looking at the crimson girl at the door. Luo Xingchen looked puzzled. By the way, this is the boys' dormitory, do you guys go in and out so casually? I came in straight, and no one stopped me. Erza's tone was serious. Who dares to stop you? Luo Xingchen shook his head. Move the door open and let Erza in. I'm here to find you to go to the assessment site with you, so be prepared in advance. The moment Erza saw Myra Jane wandering around Luo Xingchen's room. The words in the mouth stopped abruptly. Mila. Erza frowned, Wang Lihao. Bad tone. Erza? What are you doing here? Myra Jane narrowed her eyes. For a while, Xingchen and I are both examiners, so naturally we have to set off together. Erza answered seriously. Then he glanced at Myra Jane. When it comes to you, if you don't prepare at this juncture, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to pass? Are you defeated? What did you say? I'm your underdog. Myra Jane immediately reluctant. Immediately glared at Urza. Not to be outdone, Urza joked. Isn't it? A subordinate who is not even an S rank is a loser. BD Urza, isn't that an S class? I'll definitely be an S class this year too. You'd better think about how to pass me, I'm your examiner. Damn it, does the lady in armor want to fight now? I can't ask for it, skinny girl. Looking at the two people with their heads on their heads, their eyes are constantly exchanging. Luo Xingchen sighed deeply. Sure enough, these two can't be together. Chapter 80. Kingdom of Fiori, Saint Laurent Island. A 5-person island above the South Daxia Sea. This is the location confirmed by Makarov for this examination. From the coastline behind Fairy Tale. It took only half a day to get here. And the battle followed. Boom. A violent black shock exploded around Luo Xingchen. Speaking of which, you seem to be emotional? Look at Myra Jane flying in mid-air. Luo Xingchen spoke out. Of course. Myra Jane raised her head. Having received Satan's soul, she seems to be even more wild. The silver-white hair was blown up by the magic. The right eye was pierced by a black crack. His body was covered in dark red and black tights. Hands turned into hideous demon claws. The demon wings behind him are not only inciting. That guy Urza just mocked me a while ago, so I must become an S-rank mage, or I'll be unable to raise my head in front of her for the rest of my life. Speaking of this, Marajana's tone was extremely fierce. Since last year, that guy has been dangling in front of me on purpose, so mad at me. Luo Xingchen said helplessly. Everyone is a companion of the guild, it doesn't seem strange for her to appear in front of you, right? It's not weird, but it's weird that the rigid girl keeps showing off. Myra Jane retorted. Every time she had a fight, she would talk about the S-class. 653 said, and she curled her lips in disdain. Isn't it an S-class? I can do it too. 99. He looked at Luo Xingchen, although I didn't meet that armored girl this time, it's a pity that I couldn't beat her up. But I also have to pass, 9. So I will try my best. The words fell, and Myra Jane raised her fist. Surging magic power gathered around her. If that's the case, then come on. Luo Xingchen slowly stretched out his arm. Signal for Myra Jane to attack. And Myra Jane was not polite at all. Immediately waving the wings behind him, he charged towards Luo Xingchen. Immediately after. It was the sound of successive explosions that seemed to travel far. On the other hand, Kana feels unlucky. Very unlucky. Because standing in front of her was a girl named Urza. As Fairy Tale's companion for many years. Kana knows who Urza is. If you meet other people, it may be because of some ability that they value. And let yourself pass the first pass. But if it's facing Urza, if you can't hit her, you'll never be able to pass her level. Urza is one such person. Serious, even to the point of being ruthless. Unsurprisingly, Kana was defeated. It is estimated that there are not even 3 moves after only fighting for a moment. Kana was pointed at the neck by Urza's sword, not daring to move at all. On the other side, there may be people worse than Kana. However, the parties may not have noticed this. Natsu with Sakura hair meets Laxus, who has been waiting for a long time. As the most combative Natsu in the guild, it may be the best choice to meet Laxus. After all, Laxus had never competed with Natsu. Therefore, Laxus is also himself apart from Luo Xingchen and Guildarts. The person who wants to challenge the most. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Kana and Urza had a few hits anyway. Natsu couldn't even last a round. It was defeated on the spot by a direct strike of thunder and angry waves. It was almost there and Natsu hadn't even reacted. 3. The whole person fell to the ground. Comatose. To say the best luck, none other than Gray. After all, the situation he faced was in the entire assessment. No, it should be a long-term assessment. The rarest case. There were only 4 roads in total, and he chose the one without S-rank mages stationed there. Just when Gray was happy, Makarov's figure appeared in front of him. At that moment, Gray was stunned. Obviously, as the president, why do you have to come off the court in person to be an examiner? To this, Makarov answered. The reason is very simple, that is, I also want to try the taste of being an examiner again. Therefore, it is a rare situation that has not occurred for a long time. Without a doubt, in front of Makarov, Gray was honorably defeated with almost no resistance. This also made Gray understand the power of the so-called 10 sorcerers. The other side. Although the ground is almost destroyed. But, CCBB, Luo Xingchen, the examiner, is still standing here. That series of attacks that changed the terrain. It seemed that Luo Xingchen could not be bothered at all. Myra Jane stayed in the air. His chest heaved violently. Looking directly at Luo Xingchen below. The wings behind him stirred more quickly because of anxiety. Even Luo Xingchen below felt a gust of wind. It's the final blow. Magical power began to pour out of Marajana's body frantically. Hey, this is just the first test, you don't need to fight so hard, right? There is a second test behind you. It seemed like Myra Jane was going to do her best. Luo Xingchen persuaded. However, Myra Jane did not hold back at all. Whether it's facing you or facing the unknown second level, or in other words, no matter what kind of difficulty it is, I will do my best. That's the only way to be considered an S-rank mage. Soul Exterminator. Accompanied by a roar, a black sphere swept across this small space. The terrifying roar was incessant. Sunset West Mountain. Luo Xingchen and others concentrated on the edge of the island. Makarov stood at the forefront, glanced at the people below, and said. Looks like everyone's here. 99. Attended as candidates, Myra Jane, Natsu, Gray, and Kana. At this moment, Marajana's magic power is sluggish. But the smile on his face could not be stopped. The gaze towards Urza was full of provocation. Kana lowered her head and rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands. Obviously not in a good mood. Although both Natsu and Gray were injured, some even just woke up. But it didn't affect the two people's constant bickering. Guild arts didn't come this time. Therefore, there were only 3 examiners at the scene. Laxus put his hands in his pockets, an impatient expression on his face. Urza looked serious. He chose to turn a deaf ear to Marajana's provocative gaze. As for Luo Xingchen, still the same lazy look. Sit on a raised boulder with your hands behind your back. Waiting for the final result. Cough cough. I see all your efforts. Makarov coughed twice. Start announcing the results. Mila, your ability has been recognized by the examiner and me, so. His old face raised a smile. Congratulations, you have become an S-rank magician. Very good. Myra Jane clenched her fist in excitement. It's like a child getting compliments from adults. I ignored the frustrated Natsu, Gray and Kana. Myra Jane came to Luo Xingchen. With his hands behind his back, he showed a sweet smile. Xingchen. I've become an S-class wizard. Myra Jane looked like she was about to compliment me. Luo Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Get up from the stone. He rubbed his silver-white hair again. Congratulations, Myra. You've changed so much. Hearing the compliment, Marajana's smile brightened even more. Young people these days. Makarov smiled and shook his head. Cut. Laxus, who felt a little sweet for some reason, turned his head away. Staring. 35. Urza just stared silently in that direction. His hands clenched tightly involuntarily. Chapter 81 X782. It has been nearly a year since the last time Myra Jane became an S-rank mage. During this time, the team of Luo Xingchen, Urza, and Myra Jane has completely confirmed the title of Fairy Tail's strongest team. The 3 people in the team are all S-rank mages. Without exception. During this period, Luo Xingchen et al. Also took on many S-level tasks. All are successfully completed. Became the record holder for 100% mission success rate in the Fairy Tail Guild. Although halfway through, 2 girls who are born at odds will always quarrel from the beginning to the end. But in Luo Xingchen's view, the more they fight, the better their relationship actually gets. During this period, I will occasionally bring Elfman and Lysina, or Natsu and Gray and others on a mission together. It is also a practice. After all, it is the younger generation of the future of the guild. Still needs more attention. During this year, many newcomers came to the guild. The most impressive is a masked man named Mist-Ogden. This man is strange. His whole body was wrapped in heavy clothing, and his face was covered by a blue face towel. Only 1 pair of eyes remain. Behind him are 5 magic wands of different shapes. When joining Fairy Tail, he even used hypnosis magic to hypnotize everyone in the guild. Except for Luo Xingchen and Makarov, who were powerful at the time, they were not affected. For this kind of strange phenomenon, Luo Xingchen immediately recognized who this guy was. From another parallel world, the Prince of Edalas. Jalal. Because it has the exact same face as Jalal, whose world has fallen into darkness. Therefore, he chose to cover up his identity with a mask, so as not to be misunderstood. The main thing, of course, was that Urza would recognize it. The one who caused Urza's childhood shadow. It is this world that has fallen into the dark Jalal. After a brief understanding of the reason why Mist-Ogden did this, Makarov still granted his request for membership. Although according to the memory of the previous life, Luo Xingchen knew that Makarov would definitely agree. But Luo Xingchen still asked Makarov why. Why would you agree to join a guild with someone who can't even show his face? That is the day. Luo Xingchen will never forget what Makarov said. Although this child has been covering his face, I can still see the kindness in his eyes. Like most of the people in the guild, this child is burdened with a painful past. If there is no one to rely on and correct guidance, he will easily go astray. And letting a young man go into the dark is something I absolutely don't want to see. Yes. Makarov has always guarded the children of the guild like this. Give them the right guidance. Guide them on the right path. He never cared whether these children were dull. Don't care about their background, don't care about their past. He just wants them to be on the right track. That's enough. This is Makarov's wish. A simple but incomparably great wish. Except for Mist-Ogden. There are also a few newcomers. Fried Justine, who uses spell magic. Evergreen using petrification magic. There's also Big Slow, who uses star map magic. The 3 were brought back by Laxus. And the 3 have always worshipped Laxus. To this end, the 3 also established a Laxus guard called Thor. However, Luo Xingchen discovered that Fried among the Thor group. I'm afraid it's not just worshipping Laxus. Fairy Tail. This guild will always have no shortage of noise. During the rest of the mission of many mages, they always choose to soak in the guild all day long. Order a beer. Tell your friends about the scenery you saw during the mission. Or interesting people or things. As usual, Luo Xingchen pushed open the door. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. 35. Attack as usual. Almost used to it, Luo Xingchen raised his hand. One of the very ice dragons. Brained. Snapped. The huge force bounced on the head of Natsu, who was rushing towards him. Ya! With a scream, Natsu went back the same way. Overturned a lot of seat benches. Thank you for a glass of milk. Ignoring Natsu, Luo Xingchen came to the bar and said to the waiter. You look good today, Xingchen. Makarov sat at the bar as always. With that funny clown hat on his forehead. Holding the scepter in his arms, he said to Luo Xingchen. After all, I've had enough rest recently, and I'm planning to take up the task. Luo Xingchen took the milk handed over by the waiter. Sitting in front of the bar, I gently blew the boiling hot milk. It's good to accept the task, you have been decadent for a while. Makarov nodded slightly. What is decadence? Luo Xingchen complained. I just took a break and Urza and Myra Jane agreed. Well, it's all the same. Makarov waved his hand. Forget it, what about Urza and the others? Makarov couldn't argue. Luo Xingchen turned his head and looked at the guild. There was no sign of Urza or Myra Jane. Can't help asking doubts. After all, he is a teammate. It's up to everyone to be there for a mission or something. Urza's words, I just said I went out to buy cakes, Makarov replied. As for Myra Jane, it seems to be training elfmen lately. Seeking flowers. Training elfmen. Luo Xingchen wondered. Hearing this, Makarov nodded and smiled, and said. After all, that kid has always wanted to become stronger. 35. Obviously I used to like to cry, but now I like to yell at men. 5. I have to say, Elfman has grown a lot. Think of this. Makarov took a sip of the wine glass beside him. It seems to be pleased with Elfman's determination. It seems that Elfman has also started to learn to be strong. Luo Xingchen also smiled. Drain the milk from the glass in one gulp. He stood up. When I was about to go to the second floor to pick up the mission, a blue letter bird flew in from the window. Mr. Makarov, there is an urgent email from you. 39. I'm here. Makarov raised his hand. Remove the letter from the letter bird. Thank you. Thank you politely. Then I opened the letter and looked at it. His face gradually became dignified. He slowly raised his head to look at Luo Xingchen who was beside him. Said, Xingchen, maybe you don't need to go to the second floor to choose a task. Hey? What was written on the letter? Luo Xingchen asked aloud. Makarov nodded and said. Urgent crusade. Handed the letter to Luo Xingchen. Makarov continued, speaking of which, this is not the first letter recently. I heard that it is because many wormholes of different sizes that can absorb magic power have appeared inexplicably on the mainland recently. These wormholes generally appear in places where there is a lot of magic. And the gathering place of monsters couldn't escape. Once the magic power of a certain place is absorbed, it will take a long time to recover. Having said this, Makarov paused, then said in a deep voice. And once the magic power is lacking, these beasts will instinctively find a new home. The migration of a large number of monsters will cause unimaginable damage to the human world. Therefore, in addition to the Council's own efforts, some places that cannot be taken care of will also issue urgent tasks to request the help of the guild. So, the errand fell on my head. Luo Xingchen raised the task order in Yang's hand. The name of Luo Xingchen is designated on it. Well, after all, you're a guild's S-rank mage. Guildarts and Laxus have been carrying out such missions recently. Makarov said. Well, after all, the bounty from the council is fairly generous, and I took the task. 99. Luo Xingchen accepted the task order. Upon seeing this, Makarov nodded. If that's the case, then you should leave immediately. You probably won't have time to wait for Urza and them. I understand that I can do it myself. After saying that, Luo Xingchen turned around and walked outside the guild. Chapter 82. The day after Luo Xingchen set off. Inside the fairy tale guild. You mean Xingchen left yesterday? Myra Jane looked at Makarov ahead in disbelief. That's it, and it's not just the stars, I'm afraid even you are going. While talking, Makarov took an order form from the drawer. Is this what the council gave? Myra Jane took the order. Look carefully. At the top, a big S is written in red font. It is said that the preliminary evaluation of this mission has reached the level of the S-class mission. Below is the official seal of the council. Then comes the content of this mission. The crusade against the monster called the Beast. Myra Jane murmured. Makarov on the opposite side nodded. The nature is the same as what the stars received yesterday. It's all beasts rioting because of inexplicable wormholes. 35. I guess it's you this time, and Urza the next time. 653. As if thinking of something, Makarov continued. Of course, although it is a designated task, you also have the right to refuse. After all, the council has not been able to enforce the freedom of sorcerers. 35. However, since it's an urgent mission, you have to make a decision quickly, and if you don't want to go, find the next person early. 35. Next. Urza. Myra Jane narrowed her eyes. Then he slapped the task delegation on the table. I've accepted the mission. Also, this mission is just right to take Elfman and Lysina to experience it together. After hearing Marajana's words, Makarov pondered for a moment. Just nodded. Having those two kids meet up will help them grow as well. But you must pay attention to safety. Bring them back safe and sound. Myra Jane smiled suddenly, don't worry. Then he went to find Elfman in a hurry. South Gate Park outside the guild. Under a big tree, an angry man and a cat are sitting under a big tree. One person and one cat keep the same movement. He clasped his hands together, his head glanced in the opposite direction. Seems to be angry. Really, did you quarrel again? 15-year-old Lysina has grown into a slim girl. At this moment, the girl put her hands on her waist. He looked at Natsu and Happy who were sulking with each other in front of them. As a guild peacemaker, Lysina, who is looking forward to the guild's continued harmony. No matter what the conflict is, we will try our best to help mediate it. Even the war between Urza and Myra Jane that no one in the guild can avoid. I'm afraid only Lysina can reconcile it. Oh, Lysina. Natsu greeted Lysina. Natsu is too much. Seeing Lysina coming, Happy puffed out her cheeks. He gave Natsu a stern look. Said, he actually ate all our fish. What does it matter if you let me eat a little? Natsu still didn't care. Really, even if it's a family, there will inevitably be conflicts, but quarrels are not very good. After all, you are not children, aren't you? Lysina smiled and spoke softly. Hey Lysina, it's time for us to go to work. Just then, Elfman's shouts came from behind Lysina. Is Mila-san too? Look at Myra Jane behind Elfman. Lysina said with some surprise. However, aren't brother Xingchen and sister Urza here? Urza hasn't come to the guild yet, and Xingchen's words have been assigned a mission yesterday. Myra Jane replied. A mission? It's really rare for brother Xingchen to do a mission alone. Lysina nodded, then asked. What is the mission? 35. S rank, we have to help my sister to complete this task together. Speaking of this, Elfman looked excited. S-class. Are you kidding me? Natsu jumped up from the ground. His eyes turned to Elfman and Myra Jane with surprise. To know. Even before Luo Xingchen and others would take Natsu and the others to perform missions together. But it's just some more difficult A-level tasks. After all, considering the experience. Nor can they be asked to do tasks beyond their ability at one time. As such, the S-class mission was foreign to Natsu. Also extremely curious. What mission? Happy asked aloud. It's an urgently designated crusade mission issued by the council to crusade the rioting beasts. Myra Jane answered with her arms folded. Urgently designate a crusade mission? How cool! 99. Natsu looked at Happy beside him. At this moment, the eyes of one person and one cat are full of amazement. He completely forgot the fact that he was still arguing just now. Myra Jane looked at Natsu and said, "How about Natsu, do you want to come together? This is a good opportunity to gain experience." 99. Marajana's voice just fell. It was opposed by Elfman. "True or false, I don't approve." 95. Saying that, Elfman raised his fists. Showing the muscles in his arms, he said, "I've gotten a lot stronger with my recent workouts. Since you are a man, you should protect your family by yourself." Hearing Elfman's words, Natsu jumped up and down in a hurry. "What? Don't be so stingy." "Okay Natsu, if that's the case, I'll take you with me next time." 5. Myra Jane interrupted Natsu by looking at the time. "Then look at Elfman and Lysina and say. Then we have to hurry, time is running out." 35. After speaking, he took Lysina and Elfman away with him. "I want to go too." Natsu sat on the ground in frustration. "Look at the back that gradually leaves ahead. I don't know why, he always has an uneasy feeling. Don't forget to come back with a gift." Happy was still waving goodbye. Time is approaching afternoon. The closed door of the guild was slowly pushed open. "Xingchen? Are you back so soon?" Urza came up and said hello. "When I came this morning." Urza learned about what had happened recently. It is also known that Luo Xingchen and Myra Jane have each set off to perform urgent tasks. "I thought it would take a few days to come back. I didn't expect Luo Xingchen to do it in one day." After all, the journey is not too far." Luo Xingchen replied. "After that, I came to the bar and handed in the settlement statement for this mission." "Well done, Xingchen, as expected, there is nothing that can't be settled if you go out." Makarov smiled and nodded. "President, your tone, isn't there such a task waiting for me?" Luo Xingchen looked suspiciously at the horse. 1.1 Karov. "What are you thinking? If anything, I'd have Urza do it." Makarov countered. "However, Myra Jane also has an urgent mission today, so I'm not sure if it will be in the future." "Mila." Luo Xingchen looked around suspiciously. Indeed, Myra Jane is no longer in the guild. Not even Lysina nor Elfman were found. She didn't take Lysina and Elfman with her, did she? Luo Xingchen suddenly thought of something. Immediately asked. Makarov nodded, said to take them to experience. 99. What mission did they perform? Luo Xingchen, who was almost sure of his inner thoughts, continued to ask. Makarov frowned slightly and recalled the content of the mission in his mind. It seems to be a crusade against the monster called the Beast. As if thinking of something again, he added. It is said that the locals call it the Beastmaster. Chapter 83. Beastmaster. Luo Xingchen was slightly taken aback. Isn't this what Elfman forcibly received in the original book? But because its own strength is too strong. The Beastmaster who controlled Elfman in turn? Even so. Lysina was seriously injured and was sucked to another parallel world Edalas. It didn't come back until 2 years later. Brows furrowed slightly, Luo Xingchen looked at Makarov. President, when did Myra and the others leave? Although it is strange why Luo Xingchen cares so much about this task. But Makarov said it anyway. In terms of time, it's probably in the morning, and it should have arrived at the mission location by now. Morning. Luo Xingchen pondered for a while. Said, President, borrow your magic 4-wheeled vehicle, I need to rush to take a look. Boy, I can't see it, do you still care about Mila when you've been lazy all the time? Makarov looked up and down Luo Xingchen. said with a smile on his lips. Worry is definitely there. As far as I know, that Beastmaster is not easy, I always have a bad feeling. These words were indeed Luo Xingchen's thoughts. Although in the original book, Lisina did not die. However, this is not an anime from a previous life. This is the real world. What's more, there is a butterfly like himself. Who knows if it will stir up more 22 waves? In case, the Berserk Elfman is trying harder. In that case, Lisina might actually die. Having said that, Luo Xingchen paused. The tone was unprecedentedly solemn, and, based on my experience yesterday, the scale of the beast riot this time is huge, and even an S-rank mage will be in fatal danger if he is not careful. If it was Mila, I believe she could save her life even if she lost, but... He raised his head, his eyes fixed on Makarov's aged face. Shen Sheng said. And Lisina and Elfman next to her. Hear Luo Xingchen's analysis. Even Makarov, who had always believed in these children, was inexplicably pale. The smile just now disappeared completely. Bowing his head slightly, he seemed to be thinking about what Luo Xingchen said. After a while, he sighed. If you want to do it, do it. The old eyes met Luo Xingchen's eyes. However, if it's not at a critical moment, I don't recommend you take action, after all. As a wizard, whether it's Myra or Lisina and Elfman, they all have their own path to follow. You can't help them all the time. I understand. Luo Xingchen nodded. He reached out and took the key from Makarov and said. But, sometimes it's just because of mutual help that we can be called companions, right? 55. Makarov was taken aback. Then he shook his head helplessly. So, you guy will always be inexplicably mature when it's critical. 5. If that's the case, I'll go with you. Urza, who had been listening in just now, said aloud. Looking at Urza, Luo Xingchen nodded. Although Urza and Myra Jane have always been against each other, but Urza still cares about Myra Jane at crucial moments. Then let's go now. Arnan Town. An ordinary town without any brilliance. But it is precisely because of its ordinary. There is no dark union here, and there is no such thing as a bandit. Thus, the town's inhabitants are bland though, but had a different kind of happiness. However, all this was completely destroyed yesterday. Many magical beasts from nowhere, violently broke into the town. These beasts possess magic that ordinary people cannot resist. Countless balls of light containing magic power spit out from the mouths of this group of beasts. Even if only a mere one falls to the ground, can cause exaggerated explosions. They also have huge bodies that surpass ordinary people. Just wave your arms. It will destroy the houses that bear the hearts and minds of the residents. Weak human. In the eyes of this group of monsters, it is just a delicious ration. A time. Countless explosions, cries, and roars filled the city. That's just hell. As soon as I got the news, the Magic Council mobilized the nearest night order. But despite this, the attack of the monsters could not be stopped. After all, the knights were still too weak after all. The arrival of reinforcements is far from expected. Therefore, the Magic Council issued a commission to the most recent Mage Guild. After that, many mages joined in. The war is beginning to develop in a good direction. But it doesn't stop there. Among the monsters, there is a huge figure that surpasses all monsters. Beastmaster. Once the king of the gathering place of monsters. The strength it possesses is not comparable to other monsters. So much so that even the magicians have returned from the Beastmaster. The arrival of Myra Jane et al. At Fairy Tale. After learning about the scene, Myra Jane immediately decided to lead the Beastmaster to the outskirts alone. In this way, the pressure in the town can also be relieved to some extent. It can also reduce the damage in the city. After all, if the monsters lose a leader like the Beastmaster, It's just a mess of sand. With the cooperation of other mages in the city, can be cleaned up quickly. But if there is a beastmaster, it will be different. The so-called principle of capturing the thief first and capturing the king. Myra Jane learned a lot from Luo Xingchen some time ago. Do it when you think of it. Myra Jane briefly explained his battle plan. It welcomed the approval of Elfman and Lysina. So the action began. Myra Jane is the main offense, Elfman cooperates. Then Lysina went to evacuate the residents of the city who had not yet fled. Myra Jane is one of the top performers in fairy tale. Go straight to the strongest beastmaster. Under the blessing of the soul of Satan. Even once suppressed the beastmaster. Another blow hit the beastmaster's cheek head-on, knocking him back several steps. Myra Jane withdrew her fist. Suspended in mid-air, she smiled slightly. It seems that you are not very good. 35. The wings behind him began to incite violently. Myra Jane turned and flew towards the periphery. The beastmaster, whose cheeks were smashed, let out an angry roar. Immediately, 657 stepped forward and chased after Myra Jane. Every step of the huge body will cause a slight tremor on the ground. A dull sound echoed around. He seemed to sense that the figure was not catching up with the figure in front of him. The beastmaster stopped. After looking in Marajana's direction with unwilling eyes, he headed towards the center of the town again. This guy, are you still chasing after this? Myra Jane stopped. Frowning slightly. But the next moment, the boulder that erupted from the ground smashed into the other cheek of the beastmaster again. Below, Elfman, who received the iron bull's arm, remained in the throwing posture. Hey, that big guy. Although because of fear, even the speech was a little intermittent. But Elfman didn't take a step back. He reached out his hand and tickled provocatively. Then continued to run towards the outside. Immediately, the beastmaster was completely angry. Although he is wise, he is not high. However, it was precisely because of his low IQ that the beastmaster didn't think much about it. Immediately took steps to chase after Elfman. After all, you can't catch the woman who is flying around. But when can a little trash wizard be able to provoke himself? Nice job, Elfman. Looking at the angry beastmaster has stepped out of the border of the town. Came to the empty perimeter. Myra Jane smiled slowly. Very well, now you don't have to worry about destroying the town and killing the residents. He looked at Elfman who was gasping for breath behind him. Marajana's face also became serious. Get ready, Elfman, to fight. Here we go. Chapter 84. Roar. The angry beastmaster let out a harsh roar. Headed straight towards Myra Jane. Elfman, you take cover around, but the main thing is to protect yourself. 5. Myra Jane explained to Elfman behind him. Sister, I know. Elfman nodded heavily. Seeing this, Myra Jane turned her attention to the beastmaster who was rushing forward. At this moment, the beastmaster has come to Myra Jane. The raised fist slammed down. Myra Jane, who had received Satan's soul, vigorously fanned the wings on her back. The huge acceleration force took Myra Jane directly into the sky. Dodged the blow of the beastmaster. A lot of strength, big guy. Looking at the ground because of the punch of the beastmaster. And there are many cracks. Myra Jane teased. Then he stretched out the devil's claws and spread his 5 fingers. A dark magic circle flickered in the center of her palm, dark sparks. Immediately, dozens of pure black magic light bullets shot directly towards the huge body of the beastmaster below. Due to the distance, in just a moment, the body of the Beast King was completely enveloped. Boom 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 1 dash. The explosions that sounded one after another stirred up countless smoke and dust. Did you make it? Already dodged aside, Elfman, who was waiting for an opportunity, stared at the smoke and dust. It's not that simple. Myra Jane also didn't let up. Sure enough, the next moment, a roar came from the smoke. It was like a substantial sound wave that completely dispelled the surrounding smoke. The angry Beastmaster slammed the ground with both hands. The bow-like feet give the Beastmaster an unimaginable jumping ability. The huge body jumped directly. The clenched fist swung towards Myra Jane in midair again. Mirajana's pupil shrank, seemingly unexpected. The Beastmaster actually had a way to attack her in midair. When she reacted, the fist of the Beastmaster had already filled her line of sight. Almost by instinct, Myra Jane raised her hands and crossed them in front of her. Boom! Myra Jane flew straight out. He flipped several somersaults in midair before barely stabilizing his body. It's quite capable. He shook his numb arm. The wings behind Myra Jane fluttered. With Myra Jane sprinted up at a very fast speed. He slammed into the falling Beastmaster fiercely. The huge impact made the Beastmaster let out a whimper. It's not over yet. Mirajana's palms overlapped with both hands before the Beastmaster landed. Touched the belly of the Beastmaster. Super cruel flash. The magic circle unfolded again. The flash of sin and darkness that converged instantly illuminated the sight of the Beastmaster. Then it exploded. Boom boom boom. There was a burst of explosions in the air. Elfman stared blankly at the huge body that fell from the smoke in mid-air. Sister, is it already this strong? He murmured softly. Ho ho ho. The landed Beastmaster stood up in embarrassment. He let out an unintelligible roar at Myra Jane who was floating in front of it. Huge fists beat his chest constantly. The Beastmaster stepped forward again. The fist that condensed magic power went straight to Myra Jane. Darkness wrapped Mirajana's fist. Even in the face of a fist that is much bigger than himself, Myra Jane was not afraid at all, and slammed it directly. Boom! The swept-out air waves poured out towards the surroundings. Myra Jane stepped back several meters. However, the Beastmaster on the opposite side is even more miserable. Under Mirajana's violent magic, he was directly knocked into the air and fell to the ground. Then this trick will solve you. Myra Jane clasped her hands around her waist. The dark magic circle unfolds again. In the center of the magic circle, the head of the devil is extremely ferocious. Immediately after, a great deal of darkness began to compress into a basketball-sized ball of pure black magic in Mirajana's hands. Soul Destroyer. 35. The pure black magic sphere turned into a terrifying shock that blocked his sight. A violent explosion resounded from the edge of the city. The body of the Beastmaster was swallowed up by this black torrent. Even the wailing was obscured by the explosion. A long time. The shock dissipated. The scarred Beastmaster fell weakly to the ground. There was no movement. Myra Jane landed in front of the Beastmaster in the end. The bright red lips rose slowly. Although the consumption of magic power is very large, it has finally solved this guy. However, it's a pity to let you die like this, why not? An idea popped into her mind, and Myra Jane turned her head to Elfman. Elfman, come and see if you can take this guy. Elfman, who was not far away, suddenly showed a happy smile. You know, this is the Beastmaster. Although he was completely suppressed by his sister. But it is also beyond the power of ordinary S-rank mages. If you can get hold of it. Just as Elfman was about to take a step there. But suddenly his eyes widened. Looking at Mirajana's back in horror. The behemoth that stood up silently. Sister, sister. Be careful behind. 99. Elfman let out a hysterical cry for the first time. Suddenly, the doubtful Myra Jane turned around. Then I saw the huge fist that suddenly swung down. What? Roar. With the roar of the Beastmaster. The fist with all his strength smashed directly on the unsuspecting Mirajana's body. That's right, just defenseless. Myra Jane, who thought the battle was over, never thought of it. The Beastmaster was still able to stand up, Boom! Dash! The roar mixed with blood spilled into the air. Mirajana's whole body flew out directly. Myra Jane, whose defense is a shortcoming, is under such an attack. Even the transformation of Satan's soul was forced to be released. It smashed hard on the mountain not far away. Not far from the town of Arnon. In the smoky dust, a magic quadricycle with fairy tale's coat of arms was coming fast. Inside the car, Urza gripped the side armrest tightly. With a pale face, she turned her head and said, "I can already see that city." Indeed, through the windshield. You can already see the fire in the city ahead. That is the trace left after the beasts ravaged. It's hard to think, Wang Li Zhao, Xiang, the whole town is shrouded in flames. Urza's pale face revealed solemnity. Is it almost there? The back seat of the magic four-wheeled vehicle. Gray, who was clinging to the seat back, asked aloud. Well, help. Aside. Natsu raised his arm with difficulty and let out a whimper. Natsu, who already dazzled all means of transportation, almost lost consciousness now. Even the speech was a little vague. Originally Luo Xingchen didn't plan to take Natsu and Gray with him. However, out of concern for their companions, the two forced to follow. However, in Luo Xingchen's view, the two of them probably wanted to experience the so-called S-rank mission. But, this town is so big, can Myra and the others be found there? Urza turned her head. Looking at Luo Xingchen who was constantly controlling the steering wheel, he asked. I can already feel it. The mighty magic ahead. Luo Xingchen's eyes are locked in front of him. That is, the outskirts of town. Chapter 85. Sister. Elfman immediately ran to where Myra Jane fell. He helped Myra Jane, who was covered in scars, to his feet. Myra Jane covered her stomach. Because of the heavy blow from the Beastmaster just now. At this moment, the abdomen was dripping with blood. Intense pain continued to erode Mirajana's nerves. Looking at Elfman beside him. At this moment, she seemed to be starting to regret it. Regret taking Lysina and Elfman on such a dangerous mission. I also regret that I was careless in the battle. He clearly knew that this was an S-class mission. It is full of many unknown dangers, but he still relaxes his vigilance. Myra Jane murmured in excruciating pain, "Run away." Roar. The Beastmaster roared again. At this moment, the Beastmaster's body was also covered with large and small scars. There are many burn marks all over his body. However, due to the larger body size. Therefore, the body of the Beastmaster is much stronger than Myra Jane imagined. Therefore, it is still able to maintain the power of action. Scarlet eyes glared at Myra Jane ahead. The Beastmaster rushed up again. Damn it! Even though the wound continued to hurt. But Myra Jane knew. Now, 657 must protect his younger brother. He reached out and pushed Elfman aside. Myra Jane said loudly, "Run away. Go find Lysina and run away with her." 35. Elfman's rebuttal was then ignored. Myra Jane endured the severe pain in her body and greeted the Beastmaster. One man and one beast were once again caught up in the battle. Although both sides are covered with scars. However, at this moment, even Satan can't receive Myra Jane. But there is no way to cause too much damage to the Beastmaster. And if the Beastmaster's blow is implemented, Myra Jane, whose injuries were close to the limit, was enough to completely destroy her body. At the moment, Myra Jane can only rely on the flexibility of her size. Resistible. But Myra Jane knew. If this situation continues, you will definitely lose. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed that he was angry with the person who was as slippery as a loach in front of him. The scarlet in the eyes of the Beastmaster became more and more dazzling. Even the speed of the huge punches began to speed up. The speed at which Myra Jane dodged was also made worse by the injury. Begin to get sluggish. Under this situation, The Beastmaster captured the moment when Myra Jane was slow. A fist bigger than the Myra Jane, CCBB, slammed down hard. Damn! Myra Jane clenched her teeth, clenched her right fist, and slammed it at the fist dropped by the Beastmaster. Just like before. Two fists, one big and one small, slammed into each other again. But it is completely different from the previous results. Myra Jane screamed and was sent flying. But the Beastmaster was still standing there, motionless. Humanized excitement appeared on his hideous face. The Beastmaster intends to pursue the victory. Thoroughly shred this long-lost human who seriously injured himself. Is it? That's it. Look at the huge body that keeps approaching. A flash of despair flashed across Mirajana's face. The injuries on her body were not enough for Myra Jane to continue fighting. This is the first time Myra Jane has come this close to death. It is often said that when a person faces death, past experiences will come flooding back like a tidal wave. The same goes for Myra Jane. From birth to the accidental death of his parents, he was forced to take care of his younger siblings. And then to the church that opened her nightmare. And, the boy who pulled himself out of the abyss and walked into the future. Scene after scene flashed. There is despair, after all, his future is about to end here. It's a pity, after all, I can't see that boy anymore. There is also a hint of happiness, after all, Elfman should have stayed away from here during the time he procrastinated. No. Elfman hasn't left yet. Mirajana's eyes widened instantly, looking at the figure rushing towards the Beastmaster. Elfman has always been a timid brother. At this moment, he mustered up the courage to rush towards the Beast King. Elfman, don't run away! Myra Jane roared at her throat. As a man, how can you leave your family and run away alone? As a man, how can I just watch my sister fight alone? The always timid Elfman spoke with determination this time. My sister has always protected me and Lysina, this time. He stopped in front of the Beastmaster. He raised his head and looked directly into the scarlet eyes of the Beastmaster. The loudest voice in his life came out of his mouth. This time, let me protect my sister. Elfman charged at the Beastmaster. It seems that even the Beastmaster did not think of it. A human whose magic power itself is not strong. How dare you attack yourself? The next moment, Elfman hugged the Beastmaster's right foot. The muscles in his body began to soar, and Elfman raised his head. Blue veins are on the forehead, on the neck, on the arms. Riots started everywhere. Give me, take it. Elfman growled like a beast. Hum. The magic turned into light and began to shine over Elfman's body. Countless pixel blocks wrapped his body. It even began to spread to the Beastmaster. Roar, roar. The Beastmaster began to let out an uneasy roar. Immediately it stretched out its claws. Wanted to rip off Elfman who was holding its legs. However, Elfman uses both hands and feet. Climbing directly up the back of the Beastmaster's legs. He firmly grasped the bone spurs extending from his back. The light on Elfman's body was even more dazzling. This is Myra Jane, who was not far away, was slightly stunned. Forcibly receive? Just like at the beginning, he forcibly accepted the devil Satan. Elfman is using this technique at the moment. And because the Beastmaster himself was traumatized in the battle with Myra Jane just now. Therefore, the resistance has become weak. Maybe, it's really possible to do it. The Beastmaster's agitation was getting bigger and bigger. Even to force Elfman to give up. He didn't hesitate to hit the ground with his back. But Elfman remained unmoved. Grabbing the bone spurs on the back of the Beastmaster tightly. Take over. The light began to grow brighter. Until the entire body of the Beastmaster was wrapped up. In Mirajana's surprised eyes. The huge body of the Beastmaster wrapped in light turned into countless pixel blocks. Flowing towards Elfman's body. Did it work? Myra Jane covered her arms and stared at everything in front of her. Roar! But it was Elfman's roar that answered her. The voice was mixed with rage, as if to vent. It's like a beast that has been reborn. Wrapped in countless pixel blocks, his body began to swell. His short silver hair grew longer, and reddish-brown fur wrapped around his body. 2 long horns grew out of his forehead, and bone spurs protruded from the shoulders of his arms. The originally clear eyes were completely covered by scarlet. El. Fuman. Chapter 86. Elfman ignored his sister's cry. The scarlet eyes seemed to have no emotion. Although the huge body is hunched. But it still reached a height of about 2 floors. The Beastmaster Elfman slowly let out a low humming sound. But it contained unimaginable rage. At this moment, Myra Jane completely understood. The huge figure in front of him is no longer his own younger brother. But with the help of Elfman's body to restore the heyday of the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster began to move towards Myra J. Despite changing bodies. But it seems to still remember this human being who has caused great trauma to itself. Elfman. Even though he knew that it was the Beastmaster who ruled that body now. But Myra Jane always had a glimmer of hope. Hoping to awaken Elfman's consciousness. Elfman, cheer me up. 35. Myra Jane, who covered her arms, shouted again. But the Beastmaster was still unheard of. Continue to approach Myra Jane. The sharp claws even flashed cold light. In an attempt to completely tear the person in front of him. Miss Mila. Listena's cry came from above. The big blue bird fluttered its wings over the walking Beastmaster. Falling on Marajana's side. The light flashed, and Listena's figure appeared beside Myra Jane. I have assisted all residents to evacuate. What happened here? 99. Lisena stopped in front of the injured Myra Jane. The vigilant gaze stared at the approaching Beastmaster and asked. Run away, Lisena. Myra Jane said anxiously. It's all my fault. In order to protect me, Elfman used the magic he received all over his body to deal with this Beastmaster. Lisena was stunned for a moment, looking at the Beastmaster with incredible eyes. Says, so, it's Brother Elfman? Myra Jane nodded solemnly. However, because that guy's magic power is too strong, it completely occupied Elfman's consciousness. Now Elfman has lost his mind. How could this be? Lisena covered her mouth. What will happen to Brother Elfman? Myra Jane was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. This is the disadvantage of receiving magic, if it can't be made clear to him. It is very likely that Elfman will be accepted by the Beastmaster. Having said this, Myra Jane bowed her head in remorse. However, Lisena next to him moved. She took light steps. Just like his brother who is usually close to him. Without any precautions, he came to the Beastmaster. Lisena, what do you want to do? Come back. Myra Jane struggled to stand up and shouted to Lisena who walked up to the Beastmaster. It's okay, he's Elfman's brother. Lisena turned her head and whispered to Myra Jane. With her hands behind her back, Lisena looked up at the Beastmaster. Elfman brother, what's wrong with you? I'm Sister Lisena. She pointed to herself. He pointed to Myra Jane behind him. Still the same gentle voice as before. Said, don't you remember that she is Sister Mila? Roar. The Beastmaster was still whispering. However, it seems that because of doubts, his head turned slightly to the side. But those scarlet eyes were still full of tyranny. Watching this scene, Lisena's eyes flashed with an imperceptible sadness. But it was soon covered up by her smile. She believed that her brother would remember this smile. Because every time brothers and sisters go out to work, when you come back safely, you will always smile. To welcome their return. It is also proof of the family. I'm sure Brother Elfman will never forget us, right? Lisena spoke softly. The Beastmaster narrowed his eyes slightly, his brows furrowed. Even the forward movement gradually stopped. Because Lysina and Myra Jane and Brother Elfman have always been family. Do you remember? Ho 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 ho. 99. It seemed that the consciousness that was suppressed in the body began to resist again. The Beastmaster let out a mad roar. Forcibly suppressed the consciousness in the body. The originally calm eyes were once again replaced by madness. A ferocious expression climbed up its face. He slowly raised his huge right arm. Come on. Let's go home together, Brother Elfman. With open arms, Lysina, with a warm smile on her face, whispered to her brother. Lysina. Run. Myra Jane cried out hysterically from behind. Tears began to ooze out of the corners of his eyes. Looking at the huge arms raised high, Myra Jane seemed to have foreseen what was about to happen in the next moment. She started struggling to get up from the ground. I want to go forward and use my body to help my sister block this blow. But the feeling of weakness in her feet made Myra Jane fall to the ground again. Don't, get out of the way, Lysina. Who oh oh oh. With a roar. The Beastmaster's raised right hand went straight to the small human below and waved it down. Boom! The huge force exploded directly. The terrifying impact even caused cracks to appear on the ground. Splashes of smoke mixed with stones. In an instant, the location of Lysina and the Beastmaster was shrouded. Lysina! Marajana's face was cracked, and her outstretched hand seemed to grasp something. Who? Who? The roar of the Beastmaster came from the smoke. With doubt, with anger, with hysteria. Lysina, who raised her arm to stop in front of her, didn't feel the pain coming. He opened his eyes, which were tightly closed because of fear. Lysina's eyes widened instantly. Flying before her eyes was the hem of the windbreaker blown by the raging wind. Looking forward carefully, the black-haired boy was standing in front of her. Under the boy's feet was a broken ground like a cobweb. The boy's right hand is straight up. He blocked the Beast King's fist that was bigger than the boy's entire body. Who? The Beastmaster let out a low cry of anger. The clenched fist is constantly exerting force, trying to press down. But the boy's body is still straight. Stars? Looking at the figure, Myra Jane exclaimed. Brother Xingchen. Lysina raised a smile. The dangling heart gradually calmed down. I don't know when it started. Luo Xingchen's figure has been raised to a new height in the hearts of everyone in fairy tale. As if as long as he was there, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. The fist of the Beastmaster was tightly clasped by Luo Xingchen and pulled forward. Immediately, the huge body of the Beastmaster staggered, falling forward. At the same time, Luo Xingchen kept moving. The right leg is pulled back slightly to provide more space for the kick. Aiming at the belly of the Beastmaster who fell forward. Kick straight away. Boom! The dull sound carried the rolling air waves to the center of the belly of the Beastmaster. Spread out around. The huge power that rushed in an instant made the entire body of the Beastmaster show a bow-shaped bending. His eyes bulged sharply, his mouth wide open. The huge body of nearly 5 meters slid through the air like a cannonball, blazing towards the rear. Then he slammed into the small hill behind him. Retracting his raised right leg, Luo Xingchen turned to look at Lysina behind him. Brother Xingchen, Brother Elfman, I understand. Elfman has to regain consciousness, right? I'll leave it to me. Luo Xingchen said softly. Looking at Urza who hurried to the side. And Grey who carried Natsu. Mila and Lysina, please take care of them and take them away. 35. Urza nodded and said succinctly, be careful. Seeing this, the words that Grey originally wanted to fight were also blocked in his throat. Finally nodding angrily. Carrying Natsu, who has been unconscious until now, on his shoulders. went to the edge with Urza and Lysina and sat down beside Myra Jane. His eyes were fixed on the broken hills ahead. The next moment, the roar of the Beastmaster rang out. The anger that had accumulated in his heart exploded at this moment. Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes. Elfman. It seems that I have to forcefully knock you out. B. Chapter 87. Myra, are you all right? Urza came to Marajana's side, looked up and down, and asked. Myra Jane shook her head slightly. This injury is not dead. However, I didn't expect you to be beaten like this. Urza put Marajana's arm on his shoulder. While supporting her towards the edge, a mocking sound came out of his mouth. What? It's just a little careless, otherwise, how could the Beastmaster beat me? 5. Myra Jane pouted in disdain. But what I saw was not the case. Urza responded earnestly. Myra Jane, 66, 99. It's really less verbose, armor girl. 35. I'm helping you, didn't I even say thank you? Skinny girl? Cut, it's annoying. How dishonest you are, Myra. Looking at the two people in front of them constantly bickering. Lysina sighed silently. Really, are they still going to quarrel? Well, just get used to it. Grey didn't care. By the way, what happened to Natsu? Lysina looked at the 660 shadow who was carrying Grey's shoulders. Doubt aloud. He, clamoring to keep up, originally thought to help, who knows? Saying that, Grey turned to Natsu. With a look of disdain, who knew this guy would be so poor? Hehe, this is Natsu right? Lysina sneered. Then he seemed to think of something again, and continued to ask. However, why are you here? In this case, it can only be because the intuition of the stars is accurate. Urza in front answered the question aloud. Brother Xingchen. Lysina turned her head to look at the figure behind her. Well, Xingchen also performed the same task before, knowing the dangers involved, so he planned to take a look out of fear, but I didn't expect that something really happened. 35. Grey responded. It seems that Brother Xingchen has been worrying about us. Perhaps the crisis has been lifted, or it may be the afterlife. At this moment, Lysina's face raised a sincere smile. Even Myra, who was supported by Urza in front of her, blushed slightly. I left Luo Xingchen at the back. Whispered softly, is worry. Several people came to the edge and found a flat ground to sit on the ground. Urza took out a few bottles of water from his backpack and handed them to a few people. After the battle just now, let's add water. Hey! Lysina stiffly took the water bottle Urza handed over. The face was a little embarrassed. We're like this, okay. Don't worry, if Xingchen makes a move, we usually don't have anything to do with us, we just need to watch it quietly and wait for the result. 39. Myra Jane said nonchalantly. As members of the same squad, Myra Jane naturally knew how strong Luo Xingchen was. Therefore, despite facing the Beastmaster, but Myra Jane has no worries. The line of sight was placed in the center of the battlefield. At this moment, on the broken hill, the huge body broke free from the boulders and clods that were pressing on it. Revealed. The chaotic magic power is constantly wandering around the Beastmaster. Although it has just been hit hard. But the scarlet in the eyes of the Beastmaster did not weaken in the slightest. There are even signs of aggravation. Roar, roar, roar. The Beastmaster let out a low voice that seemed to suppress his anger. The humans standing in front of it brought it a sense of crisis. Deadly sense of crisis. No creature can remain calm in the face of life-threatening threats. Therefore, the Beastmaster was even more angry. Lower your body and place your hands on the ground. The muscles of the whole body began to bulge continuously. The limbs that landed on the ground also showed a great curvature. Like a drawn bow. It's charging. Roar. With a deafening roar, the Beastmaster's limbs directly smashed the ground. The whole body jumped out violently. The strong starting speed brought countless smoke and dust in place. At this moment, the Beastmaster is like a reptile, and his limbs are advancing alternately in a frantic manner. Every step in the running process is accompanied by a huge sound of breaking wind. Point directly at Luo Xingchen on the opposite side. At this moment, Luo Xingchen was not flustered at all. Its figure was reflected in the eyes staring at the Beastmaster. On the open palm, the golden badge is shining. With a flick of his finger, the badge was thrown into the sky by him. The next moment, a magic circle engraved with thunder and lightning unfolded above him. Light bathed Luo Xingchen's body. The hair also began to render a faint blue, and the corners of the eyes began to grow scales. Yale's Dragon Slayer badge. In order to awaken Elfman's consciousness, he must defeat the consciousness of the Beastmaster. Therefore, the thunderbolt with the effect of exorcising evil spirits. It will be more practical than other Luo Xingchen badges. Bang 1. The wind pressure from the Beastmaster's march blew up Luo Xingchen's clothes and the bangs in front of his forehead. Having come to Luo Xingchen, it raised its huge claws without hesitation. Shot at Luo Xingchen. The huge claws seemed to tear Luo Xingchen apart completely. The shadow when he pressed down covered Luo Xingchen's entire body. Ya! The thunder and lightning were making a sound, and Luo Xingchen's body turned into a blue lightning. With extremely fast speed, he dodged to the side. The power of the giant claw is beyond reproach. At the moment its sharp claws landed on the ground trembled violently. Without a hit, it seemed to want to retract its claws. But the thunder and lightning wrapped Luo Xingchen broke out again. He slashed straight into the Beastmaster's claws. Boom! The violent roar brought an indescribable numbness. So much so that the Beastmaster instinctively opened his mouth and let out a roar. Luo Xingchen, who landed on the arm of the Beastmaster, immediately stepped forward. With the help of the Beastmaster's arm, he ran up. Immediately afterwards, he came to the shoulder of the Beastmaster with thunder and lightning wrapped around his right foot. Until the Beastmaster's cheek kicked away. Boom! With the sound of thunder and lightning, the entire body of the Beastmaster took off directly to the side. The eyes full of tyranny appeared sluggish for a moment. A crystal-clear object was sprayed from the grown mouth, floating in the air. Luo Xingchen took advantage of the opportunity to turn around in the air and landed perfectly first. Looking at the Beastmaster in midair, he raised his arm. The open 5 fingers clenched instantly. Next moment, the azure blue thunder and lightning descended from the sky, like an angry god descending punishment. It slammed straight on the Beast King's body. Roar! The Beastmaster let out a scream of pain. The entire body stiffened under the action of lightning. Even his eyes began to clear up a little. Then he fell straight to the ground. It took a long time to stand up. Shaking his head, a little confused. The magic within the Beastmaster rose again. Although the body is still stiff until now. But it still waved its fist at Luo Xingchen. But this slow speed is like a snail. Just by turning slightly sideways, he avoided the fist of the Beastmaster. The huge fist fell on Luo Xingchen's side. Aroused countless gravel flying into the sky. However, this did not cause any change in Luo Xingchen's expression. The probing hand grabbed the sharp horn on the top of the head of the Beastmaster who was crawling on the ground while waving his fist. Luo Xingchen abruptly lifted his knees wrapped in lightning. You thunder dragons, knee strike! Boom 1. The knee strike directly hit the Beastmaster's jawbone. The whole head lifted uncontrollably. Paralyzed sensations flooded its brain. The huge impact of the knee strike made it cough up blood. The Beastmaster flew straight out. It smashed on the mountain not far away, causing a burst of turmoil. He looked directly at the Beastmaster embedded in the mountain. Luo Xingchen stepped forward and walked towards the Beastmaster. Ho! If the previous Beastmaster's roar was furious, Then the roar of 1.1 now reveals a powerlessness. Huge fists shrugged weakly on both sides. The Beastmaster staggered out of the mountain. Looking at the figure walking around in front of him, it seems to feel fear. It is unimaginable to be the king of the monster jungle. How could it be afraid of a human? The footsteps took 2 steps back unconsciously, but there was a mountain behind him. That is to say, it has no way out. Roar! The Beastmaster, who noticed this, roared again. As if emboldening himself. It raised its fists, stacked them together, and smashed towards Luo Xingchen. This is all it can do so far. But it's a pity. Luo Xingchen stopped abruptly. The fists fell in front of his eyes, smashing the ground. He slowly raised his right fist. The azure blue lightning began to gather crazily above. Hum! The magic circle unfolded, and the ferocious dragon head came to life in the center of the magic circle. Yulilong's Collapse Fist. Chapter 88. Accompanied by roaring thunder. The Beastmaster completely lost all resistance and slowly fell to the ground. The huge body stirred up the diffuse smoke. The light flickered at the same time. In the package of light, the body of the Beastmaster began to shrink gradually. Until it returned to the size of a normal person, and then the light faded. A charred elfman was revealed, and even his hair was curly. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed. It seemed to be in a deep sleep. Check it out a bit. It was determined that the consciousness of the Beastmaster had been almost completely destroyed by his own thunder. Luo Xingchen was relieved. After all, in this case, it will be relatively easy for Elfman to control the power of the Beastmaster in the future. Although it will not have the strength of the Beastmaster itself. But the victory is stability. Moreover, in the later stage, Elfman can also reach the level of the Beastmaster through his own cultivation. Luo Xingchen's turbulent magic power gradually subsided. It turned into a golden emblem and appeared in his hand. Put the badge away. Luo Xingchen picked up Elfman and walked towards Marajana's people. By the way, Brother Xingchen, Brother Elfman, are you okay? Looking at Elfman who has fallen into a coma. Both Lysina and Myra Jane had concerns on their faces. Don't worry, it's just a short coma now, and you'll wake up at 22 later. Luo Xingchen replied. After hearing that, Myra Jane and Lysina felt relieved. Xingchen, thank you this time. After everything was over. Myra Jane clutched at the hem of her leather jacket tangled. Hesitantly said such words. Maybe for her. Thank you or something, it's really hard to say. Luo Xingchen in front of him smiled slightly. Reaching out and touching the girl's silver white hair, I don't need to say thank you. Oh, and Xingchen, don't you need to say thank you? 35. Aside, Lysina, who was watching the movement of the two, covered her mouth. The tone was sarcastic. And also touching Mila's head so intimately, could it be that? Have a leg. Immediately. Urza's look at Myra Jane started to look bad. In this regard, Myra Jane is no longer as shy as before. Without showing weakness, they met Urza's eyes. For a time, the smell of gunpowder was full. If it wasn't for Marajana's wounds now. I'm afraid the two have already started a fight. For the silent war the two only saw. Luo Xingchen didn't pay attention, or just got used to it. Anyway, the two of them would always fight each other inexplicably. Looking at Lysina, who covered her mouth and snickered. Luo Xingchen sighed and said. Are you a tongue roll with happy? 55. Squinting slightly, and, speaking of rubbing your head. Saying that, Luo Xingchen's other big hand directly covered Lysina's short silver white hair. And rubbed desperately. The originally supple silver white hair suddenly turned into a chicken coop. Didn't I rub your head, kid? Well. Brother Xingchen, I was wrong, don't rub my hair. Lysina yelled complainingly. Hee, remember, Don't follow happy to learn anything like tongue rolling. Luo Xingchen smiled and let go. I know. Listener was full of resentment. Reaching out to straighten his hair. As if thinking of something, he shouted again. Also, I'm not a kid. I'm 15. Isn't 15 years old still a child? Luo Xingchen retorted. Immediately, Listener was speechless. Humph. In the end, it could only be turned into a cold hum. He turned his head away. The time is approaching evening. After helping the wizards in the town to completely expel the monsters, everyone also came to the outskirts of the town, ready to leave here. It's finally over. Listener murmured as she watched the devastated town. Because the monsters were all expelled. Therefore, people who had left the town to seek refuge also began to return to the town one after another. Although their homes have been destroyed in disgrace. But it was a home after all, and even if it was in tatters, it was the home of these residents. Besides, as long as there are people, then the broken city will one day be restored to its original appearance. At least, this group of simple residents thinks so. Although it's only a short day, it always feels like a long time. Perhaps it was a crisis between life and death. Listener always felt some inexplicable emotions. Myra Jane came behind Listener. Touched her silver short hair. Come on, we're going home. Well, I'm home. Listener looked at her sister, a smile on the corner of her mouth. The two of them came to the side of the magic four-wheeled vehicle parked not far away. At this moment, Urza touched his chin with one hand. Looking around, he said suspiciously, now, we have 7 people. How to go back? Indeed, this is a problem. Luo Xingchen's eyes turned to grey. Suddenly, Grey felt a chill down his spine inexplicably. Hey, you're not going to go back with these 2 guys, are you? He pointed to the 2 people lying behind him, with disbelief in his tone. One is Elfman, who has fallen into a coma. One left. It's Natsu with a bulging mouth and a pale face. Yes, within 2 hours of Luo Xingchen and others arriving here. Natsu has not returned to normal. You know, although Natsu gets motion sickness, he usually leaves the vehicle. It takes about 10 minutes to recover at most and it will be alive again. But this time, thanks to the reason that Luo Xingchen was in a hurry, the speed soared to nearly 300 km per hour. As a result, Natsu's motion sickness reached an unprecedented level. Until now, the dizziness in the brain has not recovered. Don't worry, how could it be possible for you to walk back? Luo Xingchen shook his head. Then he pointed to the top of the roof, you sit on it. 35. It's quite spacious up there. What? Gray's eyes widened. Why don't you tell me to walk back? Because of your character, shouldn't we just be thrown out? Gray's head shook like a rattle. Repeatedly refused. I agree with Gray's proposal. Behind him, Natsu raised his hand with difficulty. Don't worry, I won't be racing this time. Luo Xingchen smiled comfortingly. Also, I have ropes here that you can tie to the roof of the car. Urza took out sturdy ropes from the dressing room. He looked very serious. This is the rope Urza usually uses to tie his luggage in case of emergency. However, fortunately this time was urgent, Urza did not come with her luggage. Okay, then Elfman will take care of you. Myra Jane lined Gray's shoulders. The first to get into the car. Urza hands Gray the rope, eyes encouraging. Then got into the car. Listener came to the group and glanced at Gray, Natsu, and Elfman. Then he clenched his fists tightly, come on. Then followed Urza and got into the car. Seeing this, Luo Xingchen, who was clasping his hands, spread his hands. Come on, we have to rush back to the guild. He patted Gray on the shoulder. Luo Xingchen also stepped into the driver's seat. There was only Gray standing alone, and 2 figures lying on the ground who needed his care. With a sigh, Gray still chose to accept his fate. Otherwise, maybe you really have to walk back. Put Natsu and Elfman on the roof. And after the two people, including himself, were firmly tied with ropes. Gray had both hands on the roof handles on either side. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Xingchen, I'm ready." Luo Xingchen in the car nodded slightly. "Start the magic four-wheeled vehicle, and put the SE plug on his hand." Then, one foot on the gas pedal to the bottom. The magic four-wheeler roared violently. Gray, who was sitting on the roof of the car, shrank his pupils. The surrounding scenery began to regress wildly. The whole person also leaned directly towards the rear. But fortunately, there was a rope firmly tied to stabilize the figure. "Again, come again, help." Natsu, who was tied up with 5 flowers and couldn't move on the roof of the car, let out a wailing sound. "BD Xingchen, slow down." "Haha, I'm sorry, I'm used to starting." Chapter 89. Fairy Tale. The closed door was kicked open. At the gate, Myra Jane kept kicking the door. Although her right hand was bound by bandages at the moment, it was only a mere bandage. How could it be possible to suppress Marajana's broken heart? Ignoring Makarov's angry shouts at the bar, Myra Jane took the first step across the gate. Immediately behind Myra Jane, Luo Xingchen and other 6 people entered the guild one after another. Of course, Natsu and Elfman were carried into the guild. "Yo, when you came back, I thought you would not be able to come back until tomorrow at the earliest. What's wrong with Elfman and Natsu? Even Myra is bandaged? Are you all right? However, it's good to be able to come back. Xingchen went out in such a hurry, we thought something big happened. Yeah, it's good to be back. Come on, let's have a drink for the safe return of these little devils." 35. Oh. At the moment when everyone stepped into the guild, countless greetings filled with concern. And the joy for everyone's safe return filled his ears. Fairy Tale is one such guild. No matter who it is, as long as you are in this guild, then everyone is family. Between family and family, whether it is joy or worry, they will show it without reservation. Amid the crowd's welcome, Luo Xingchen and the others came to the guild bar. "Welcome back," said Happy sitting at the bar, paw raised. Happy Listener hugged Happy immediately. "I miss you so much." "Well, Listener, we can't breathe." In Listener's arms. No, it should be Happy in his arms pulling his neck hard and calling for help. "President, this is your car." Luo Xingchen handed Makarov the keys to the magic quadricycle. Makarov took the key. Suspiciously looked at Luo Xingchen in front of him. "Speaking of which, you didn't do anything wrong this time, did you?" "Don't worry, when I came back, I drove relatively slowly," Luo Xingchen replied. Upon seeing this, Makarov nodded and said, "However, I still want to know what happened to you. In this case, let me tell you." Myra Jane came up with a bandage on his right hand. Then, her narration begins. After a long time, after listening to Marajana's words, Makarov frowned and closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, "Open your eyes." "Elfman, was it actually received in reverse? It's really dangerous." Looking at Luo Xingchen. "Xingchen, this time, thanks to your vigilance. Otherwise, I can't even imagine the irreversible situation. However, what's up with Natsu?" Aside, Macau, who was drinking with Makarov, pointed to Natsu lying on the ground. Inexplicable inquiry. This guy, originally under the banner of helping out, didn't even kill a monster. 35. Gray found a place to sit, resting his chin in one hand. In a sarcastic tone. It was motion sickness the whole time. Listening to Gray's words, Macau couldn't help but smile. Looks like Natsu is really inferior to being afraid of transportation. Love. How useless. 35. Happy said while holding the fish Lisana gave him, nibbling while sitting on the bar. Well. I'm here. I won't take the car driven by Xingchen. It seems that he heard the ridicule of the people towards him. Natsu raised his hand tremblingly and said. No, I'm not taking transportation anymore. You have said this many times, and the result is still the same. Urza corrected Natsu seriously. Makarov, who was sitting at the bar, smiled and shook his head. Anyway, it's really nice to see you all returning safely. He picked up the wine glass beside him and stood above the bar. Raise the glass above your head. As a parent, I can only pray for your safety in the guild, it's useless for me. But at least I can say welcome home when you return safely. Old eyes stared at the children in front of him. Makarov raised a smile. Welcome back to Fairy Tale. Immediately, everyone in the guild raised the wine glasses in their hands. According loudly, welcome back to Fairy Tale. 95. Then, in order for the stars to return safely, let's have a banquet. Makarov shouted again. Oh, 35. Enthusiastic people shouted loudly. Hearing the word banquet, Natsu raised his hand tremblingly. Give me, the flame package. Love. We want fish. Lots and lots of fish. Then let's have a carnival after a long absence. Can you put on your clothes before talking about the carnival? Urza, let's compete. You're still sick, and you're still underage, Myra. Drinking? This kind of thing comes to me. Bring me a glass of milk. 66, 99. Looking at the noisy guild for a while. Luo Xingchen sat on the bar and smiled slightly. Joy is contagious. No matter how cold a person is, in such an atmosphere, will also be assimilated. Xingchen, there is something here that I think you still need to know. Makarov, who was drinking, put down the glass in his hand. As if thinking of something. Looked towards Luo Xingchen. Hey? You said. Luo Xingchen turned his head and said. It's about the Holy 10 Sorcerers. Makarov's tone became serious. After pondering for a while, he continued to speak. Some time ago, there were 2 vacancies for the Sorcerer of the Holy 10. Therefore, it is necessary to select people to make up for it, and this matter has been distributed to the major guilds. If there are candidates with sufficient strength, they can apply. He took the milk from the waiter. Luo Xingchen said aloud. Isn't the so-called Holy 10 chosen by the old men themselves? Makarov nodded. Although it is assessed by the council, the vision of the council is limited. And the sorcerer of the Holy 10 is the card face of the entire continent, so the demon, kings, law council will give priority to the powerful candidates of each guild. And in our guild, Guild Arts has no interest in these things, Laxus is too young and energetic, and Myra and Urza are somewhat lacking. 35. So, I've been thinking about it, and it's only you. Makarov's eyes stared at Luo Xingchen's. How about it, do you want to try it? Facing Makarov's gaze, Luo Xingchen smiled. Said, forget it, Saint Ten has a lot of things to bear, and I don't want to put shackles on myself. Makarov nodded and drank the wine from the glass. Then he said, in short, I will not interfere with any of your decisions. Indeed, at your age, it is too cruel to shoulder the responsibilities of the magic world. Any plans recently? Makarov asked again. What else can be planned, but to carry out the mission, and then? Luo Xingchen stared at the constantly shaking milk in his hand and said softly. Enjoy life. Chapter 90. X784. 2 years passed quietly. During these 2 years, except for Luo Xingchen and Laxus, who have already become famous but have gradually lowered their profile, the younger generation in Fairy Tale also began to show their prominence gradually. Urza, the Queen of Fairies, and Myra Jane, the devil. Fire dragon Natsu, ice wizard Grey. There is also a mysterious Mist Ogden, who has never seen his true face, but possesses great strength. It is worth mentioning that Mist Ogden also passed the test 2 years ago and became an S-rank mage. The names of these people also began to spread throughout the continent, so that in the eyes of outsiders, Fairy Tail has gradually grown into one of the 2 most powerful guilds in the entire Fiori Kingdom. The Kingdom of Fiori, the port of Harjan. As the largest port town in the Kingdom of Fiori, it has also gradually changed from a town that relied on fishing for a living. It has evolved into the largest trade exchange market in the Kingdom of Fiori. Therefore, there is an endless stream of people coming and going here every day. And in the crowd, a 20-year-old youth with short black hair, wearing a long black trench coat, and a height of about 1.8 meters is walking slowly on the street where people come and go. *R. Youth's name. The noisy crowd around didn't seem to affect Luo Xingchen in the slightest. As he walked slowly, he was holding something called a communication magic crystal. At this moment, 2 silver-haired girls were displayed on the magic crystal screen. Myra Jane Strauss and Lysina Strauss. By the way, has Brother Xingchen's mission completed? Lysina asked aloud while wiping the cup. In the past 2 years, because I don't like fighting and the like. Therefore, Lysina applied to be the Kenban girl of Fairy Tail. And Myra Jane and Urza are also in these 2 years. Start a solo mission. However, the 3 were still a team. After the last Elfman incident, Myra Jane deeply felt that she was still too immature. If you always team up with Luo Xingchen, then you will never grow up. As such, Myra Jane also occasionally performs tasks alone. In this regard, Urza is not to be outdone. According to her words, since Myra Jane chose to practice alone, then you can't fall down. As a result, Urza also started the mode of receiving tasks alone. Unless there is something very tricky. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the 3 to get together. However, this mode is also very useful, be it Urza or Myra Jane. Both have come a long way. Although the process is a bit tortuous, it is still a complete success. Luo Xingchen answered Lysina's question. Twisted? I heard that, you have frozen the Donalan Mountains. Myra Jane next to Lysina raised an excited smile. She leaned forward. The cheeks take up the entire screen of the magic crystal. That's the tropics, and you made a mountain that hasn't melted until now, and it's yours. Sister Mila, this kind of thing is not worth getting excited about. Lysina behind her reluctantly complained. As for the mission, I won't mention this. Luo Xingchen shook his head. After all, it's not a glorious thing. The frozen peaks have affected the economic development there to a certain extent. Maybe the complaint letters have already been sent to Makarov. No, it should be said that Makarov is probably already writing a review. However, there is no way. Who is Makarov as the president? Brother Xingchen should have arrived at the port of Harjan now, right? Lysina looked at the screen, the endless crowd behind Luo Xingchen. Ask out loud. Well, probably, I won't go back until tomorrow, and Harjan port is still worth a visit. Well, then don't forget to buy a gift. Don't worry, I brought some specialties from the mission location. That's good, Brother Xingchen, pay attention to safety. Lysina's voice just fell. Myra Jane, as if thinking of something, said. By the way, Natsu and Happy seem to be in Harjan too. What are they doing here? Luo Xingchen wondered. Those 2 idiots heard a little news that fire dragons appeared in that city. 39. Although I agree with their insistence, I'm very curious, how could they think that the dragon would appear in the town with a swagger? That's why they are called idiots. After the communication ended, Luo Xingchen put away the magic crystal. There seemed to be some kind of commotion up ahead. Slightly sideways. It was found that a group of young girls were surrounded by a greasy man. Seems to be glowing nympho. Shaking his head, Luo Xingchen ignored it. Then quickened the pace. Walked towards the snack street ahead. Fire, CCBB, Dragon Sama. 35. Very handsome. Look at me here. The crowd burst into cheers. Although Luo Xingchen didn't care. But there was a certain Sakura-haired boy who was also in town. And the blue cat was attracted by the cheers of the crowd. Are they talking about fire dragons? Natsu said to the blue cat beside him as he ran. Love is a fire dragon, maybe Igneel. Happy also moved his short legs. Go forward. Igneel. With a strong physique, Natsu pushed aside the rabid crowd. He shouted at the figure surrounded by the center. However, after seeing the middle-aged greasy man in the center, Natsu's excited expression quickly cooled down. Then it turned into doubt. Who are you? The middle-aged greasy man's expression suddenly stiffened, but he quickly recovered. Greasy flipped his hair, and the middle-aged greasy man said slowly. I'm a fire dragon, you should have heard my name, right? As he spoke, he looked at Natsu. A complacent expression. Cut. Natsu and Happy have no interest at all. Turn away. Hey, do you need to go so fast? Looking at one person and one cat who left without a response. The self-proclaimed fire dragon's expression is full of embarrassment. But the women around him were instantly angry. Without making any sense at all, he surrounded Natsu. Then came a beating. You are so rude. That's Lord Fire Dragon, a very great sorcerer. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. 35. What the hell are you trying to do? Natsu was confused. Forget it, let's just let him go. 35 Fire Dragon shook his hair. The voice grabbed the girl's attention. I don't think this guy is malicious. Okay, Lord Fire Dragon. The girls stopped one after another. Looking at the fire dragon with peach blossoms in his eyes. Hey, young man. Fire Dragon walked up to Natsu and Happy. I took out a whiteboard and a pen and began to write and draw. This is my autograph, then go show it off to your friends. The Fire Dragon confidently handed his autograph to Natsu. I don't want it. Natsu threw it away with no expression on his face. Suddenly, the angry girls broke out completely. Throwing Natsu out too. The Fire Dragon looked at the sky, smiled slightly, and said. Okay, I still need to go to the port ahead, goodbye. 35. He snapped his fingers with one hand. The magic circle unfolded, and flames bloomed under his feet. Then lift him up. Tonight, I will have a party on the boat, everyone must come. The voice fell, amid the cheers of the girls. The Fire Dragon rode the flames and left the place. Natsu sat on the ground and scratched his head in confusion. What's the matter with that guy? Love, not so clear. Happy was equally deceived. That guy is really a nasty guy. The blonde girl came to a man and a cat. Reaching out and saying hello, thank you just now. My name is Lucy. Chapter 91. Inside a restaurant in Harjan. Lucy looked at the man and the cat who were gobbling down in front of him with cold sweat on his face. Next to it is a pile of dinner plates and tableware. Lucy swears, I've never seen anyone who can eat like this. And cats. The waiter on the side was still, bringing food. Even though every dish was served, Lucy was greeted with a smiley face. But God knows how much her heart hurts at this moment. Originally, I was going to thank one person and one cat for saving me from the charm magic cast by that annoying guy. I just invited this person and a cat to eat. Was wondering how much a meal would cost? Who knows? Watching one cat and one man eating frantically, Lucy sighed. I took the initiative to find a topic and said. You're called Natsu and Happy, right? You're such a good person. Natsu kept stuffing things into his mouth. Hesitant opening. Well, I know you're very grateful, but don't worry, it's said that food has flown here. Lucy silently took off the fish bone above his head and threw it into the trash can. By the way, the guy named Fire Dragons just now must have used a magic called Charm. Speaking of this, Lucy's face also became serious. It is said that that magic will attract people's hearts unconsciously, and it is obviously a magic that was banned from selling a long time ago. Shaking his head, Lucy looked disdainful. I didn't expect someone to use this trick to attract girls. It's so bad. However, Lucy changed his attitude immediately. Thanks to you for breaking in time, so that I can wake up, thank you. I see. Natsu chewed the food in his mouth. Said vaguely. However, don't look at me like this, I'm a wizard too. Lucy pointed to himself proudly. Oh. Natsu replied perfunctorily, his hands constantly moving. It's just that I haven't joined the guild yet. Seems to think of something. Lucy's expression became excited. But, let me tell you, although there are many guilds in the world, I have always wanted to join a guild. Her hands were clasped together. Eyes filled with strong anticipation. That guild is very powerful, and it has gathered a lot of powerful mages. 99. It's an amazing guild. What to do? I seem to be joining. But it must be difficult to join that guild. Looking at the girl who kept twisting her body in front of her, her eyes glowing with light. Natsu and Happy looked at each other. Blinking his eyes, he continued to smother his head and cook. Seemingly noticing the emotions of the two, Lucy waved his hands again and again. I'm sorry, you must not know these things. After all, the world of mages is still too far from ordinary people. 5. Then he put his hands on his chin. Lucy seemed to fall into a fantasy, and after a while, he said. However, I must find a way to join that guild, absolutely. 99. Oh, come on then. Love. After one person and one cat responded perfunctorily, they continued to work hard. See, it's almost time. Lucy took out the meal money from the bag and put it on the dining table. Okay, it's almost time for me to go, you can enjoy it slowly. 55. When the words fell, Lucy got up and walked out of the restaurant. Thank you for your patronage. The waiter at the gate said politely. Was about to help Lucy open the door. But instantly froze in place. Hey! Lucy followed the waiter's gaze back suspiciously. His pupils shrank instantly. Thank you for your hospitality. In the aisle of the restaurant, Natsu threw himself to the ground under everyone's attention and said loudly. Thank you so much. 35 Happy the same action, echoed loudly. Don't do this. It's a shame. Lucy couldn't take it any longer and roared loudly. Then he took a long sigh. Well, you don't have to thank me. After all, you also saved me, so it's an even balance. Natsu looked at Happy suspiciously, did we save her? Who knows? Happy spread his hands. Right. Natsu flashed. He took the fire dragon's signature out of the bag and handed it to Lucy. This is for you. I don't want it. Lucy yelled. Lucy left here. Natsu and Happy are back in their seats again. Enjoy the food in front of you. That Louis is really a good man. Natsu was enjoying the food. Love, originally because I had no money and hungry, the front chest was attached to the back. Happy holds a fish with a face full of approval. Suddenly Happy looked outside the glass wall of the restaurant in confusion. Seeking flowers. What's wrong? Happy? Natsu asked. That looks like a star. 35. Happy pointed to the window, a black-haired figure walking past the glass while holding milk tea and skewers. Oh really? Natsu Kazuki forcibly swallowed the food in his mouth and said to Happy. Then let's hurry up and find Xingchen. Love. The stars will definitely invite us to eat a lot of precious fish. Happy is also very excited. Immediately, he picked up the whole fish that had not yet touched the chopsticks on the dining table and stuffed it into the package he was carrying with him. Opposite Natsu holding pig's trotters. While carrying a bag, I didn't forget to take 2 bites. Immediately afterwards, 1 person and 1 cat hurriedly chased out. Harjan Central Park. Lucy sat alone on the bench. In his hand is a magazine called Magic Weekly. It is a magazine devoted to all matters in the magical world. At the same time, because of its authority, it has been recognized by countless mages. Alala! Why did Fairy Tale get into trouble again? Lucy looked seriously at the content of Fairy Tale. Although the Devon thieves were wiped out, they also destroyed 7 houses. Ah ha ha ha, it's too much to do. Lucy's face couldn't help but raise a smile. Turning the page again, Lucy's pupils shrank slightly. This is Fairy Tale sorceress Luo Xingchen, who froze a mountain for the crusade against the Dark Guild. 99. Hey, is this too exaggerated? Looking at the magazine, the photo of the brunette youth. Lucy couldn't help sighing. I really didn't expect that this issue of Magic Weekly published the news of the sorcerer. It's a big profit. In the past few years, there has been less and less news about him, and I don't know if he is going to retire or what. Having said this, Lucy quickly shook his head again. No, he is still so young, how could he retire? But, it would be nice to join Fairy Tale. Sighed, but how on earth can I join Fairy Tale? Could it be an interview or something? He seemed to have thought of something, his cheeks turned slightly red. Lucy closed the magazine in his hand, and his smart eyes were full of yearning. The Sorcerer's Guild, Fairy Tale. It feels so cool. B. Chapter 92. Really, do you want to join Fairy Tale? Just when Lucy was full of anticipation, there was a noise in the grass behind the bench. Immediately afterwards, a voice that was both familiar and disgusting to Lucy emerged from the grass. I've been looking for you for a long time. Fire Dragon touched his chin. Put on a self-confessed handsome face. Winked at Lucy. Hey! Lucy was taken aback for a moment, then moved a little distance towards the bench. Looking at the greasy middle-aged man in front of him in surprise. Yes, is Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon walked out of the grass and raised his palm. Let the ring with the heart painted on it naturally aim at Lucy. Because I want to host you on board to my party. The corners of Fire Dragon's mouth curled into a confident smile. Your charm has no effect on me. Lucy shook his head and stood up, looking directly at the Fire Dragon, and said sharply. The weakness of this kind of magic is understanding 663, which is ineffective for those who know the inside story. However, for Lucy to be able to see through his own magic. Fire Dragon was not surprised. Spreading his hands, he said, sure enough, I can see at a glance that you are a magician. But it doesn't matter, as long as you can come to my party. Lucy curled his lips in disdain and turned around. Don't even think about it, I'm not interested in parties organized by low-level men like you. Low level? 39. Lucy's words were like a sword in Fire Dragon's heart. Lucy turned around. Said, is this magic of enchantment just for the crowd? Actually, that's just the prelude, I just want to enjoy the celebrity atmosphere at the party. Huo Long explained. But Lucy didn't appreciate it. Spreading his hands, Lucy's tone was full of sarcasm. This is a well-known sorcerer, I see, it's simply an idiot. Do you have to be so direct? Huolong complained silently. But soon, the Fire Dragon cheered up. Looking at Lucy, by the way, don't you want to join Fairy Tale? Lucy's body shook violently. Fire Dragon's smile brightened. The right hand gestured to the chin again. He thought he was handsome and blinked. I said, the fire dragon in the fairy tale guild. Haven't you heard of it? Yes. Lucy's eyes widened, and his head kept nodding. Suddenly reacted, stretched out his hand trembling slightly and pointed to the fire dragon. Incredulously said, so you are the wizard of fairy tale. That's right. Fire dragon tugged his hair. Continue, if you want to join, I can help you speak to the president. What? Abe. Lucy's expression changed from sarcasm to disdain, to excitement and flattery. With their hands clasped together, Lucy said wryly. I think tonight's party will be great, right? Watching Lucy's attitude change 180 degrees. The fire dragon silently shed a drop of cold sweat and complained. You're changing your face too fast. Lucy ignored fire dragon's rants. With her eyes twinkling, she asked excitedly. So, can you really let me join fairy tale? Of course, but you don't need to tell the charm of things. Fire dragon nodded. Don't worry, my mouth is very strict. Lucy stood up straight, with a very solemn expression on his face. The fire dragon smiled, turned around, and the magic circle unfolded at his feet. Then we'll see you at the party. The next moment, the flames rose to his feet. Go straight into the distance with the fire dragon. Okay, I'll go. Lucy smiled excitedly. Shout out loud. Suddenly she seemed to react. Looked at myself, I seem to be charmed. But, I can finally join fairy tale. Excited to the extreme, Lucy didn't care whether he was charmed or not. Instead, he stood there, giggling constantly. Night. View stop above Harjan Harbor. It is less than 200 meters away from the sea. Therefore, it is also one of the best scenes to watch the magnificent sea. Ahaha, I'm so full. Natsu patted his bulging belly with a look of enjoyment. Love. Happy nodded in agreement. Looking at Luo Xingchen, who was on the side. Fortunately, there are stars, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy Harjan's special food. Smiling slightly, Luo Xingchen rubbed the blue kitten's head. Said, since you like it, you will have the opportunity to come back in the future. By the way, Xingchen has been out this time for a long time, it's been a month, is the task difficult? 35. Seeming to think of something, Natsu asked aloud. Yeah. Luo Xingchen leaned against the railing, staring straight at the sea in the distance. Let the sea breeze keep blowing on his face. After all, it is a task defined as SS level, and it is difficult in itself. And this time the mission is still above the level of assessment, and it is almost comparable to the 10-year mission. 35. SS level missions. It is a super difficult task that has surpassed the S rank in an all-round way. On top of that, it is a 10-year mission. The 10-year mission, as the name implies, is that the mission has been issued for nearly 10 years. There is no task that anyone can accomplish. Hence the name. A 10-year mission. Natsu looked at the figure in front of him in surprise. Is that dark guild so strong? Natsu knew that Luo Xingchen's mission was to crusade a guild outside the Balam alliance established independently of the dark world. Due to its secrecy. Therefore, even the dark world knows very little about it. Originally, Natsu wanted to go with him. But unfortunately, Luo Xingchen rejected him because he was too weak. In this regard, Natsu was still sullen for a long time at the time. The most troublesome thing for that guild is their guild leader, whose strength can almost match that of the Holy Ten. Speaking of this, Luo Xingchen shook his head. If it weren't for that guy's own strength, he was especially good at hiding. Therefore, it took nearly a month of time to get it done. Look, that's Lord Fire Dragon's ship. Fire Dragon. Don't you know, he's in this town right now, and he's having a party now. I heard that he is the super famous wizard of fairy tale. Just when a few people were blowing the sea breeze and chatting. The voices of the girls on the other side of the observation deck attracted the attention of Luo Xingchen and Natsu and Happy. Squinting slightly, Luo Xingchen said, "Natsu, did you just hear 1.1? 99. Natsu nodded solemnly. "Ah, they say. Fairy tale. Is that the guy from today?" Happy frowned. "The greasy middle-aged man I met on the street today appeared in my mind. I don't remember that guy is from the guild." Natsu turned his eyes to the sea. "That is to say, it's posing," Luo Xingchen said softly. Glancing away, looked at Natsu. "Someone pretends to be our guild, what do you say?" Boom! Natsu's fists exchanged, and the flames exploded instantly. "Say aloud, what else can I do? Of course I beat that guy. 99. Come on then." Luo Xingchen turned around. His eyes turned to the ship that was swimming on the sea. "Happy. Take me there, I'm going to blast that ship." Love. Chapter 93. Xingchen, you don't have to take action, I'm not who I was a month ago. I can do it alone. Natsu, who was dragged into the sky by Happy, did not forget to shout at Luo Xingchen. "Forward." Listening to Natsu's words, Happy knew that Natsu was probably still upset that Luo Xingchen didn't take him on a mission a month ago. Although I would like to say, Natsu is actually not that different from a month ago. But Happy still didn't come out. Luo Xingchen on the viewing platform leaned on the railing with both hands. He looked at Natsu suspiciously. Then he said, "Well, it's not a very strong opponent anyway." 35. However, I still have to remind you. Very well, let's go Happy. Natsu obviously didn't listen to Luo Xingchen's words behind him. Immediately greeted Happy and hurried off. Love. Happy fluttered his wings and quickly approached the ships on the sea. Luo Xingchen, who was standing still, sighed. Still as reckless as ever. Though would love to remind Natsu, that was fighting on a ship. Better to keep Happy dragging him. But, looking at the confident back, Luo Xingchen estimates that Natsu should be very clear. Wandering on ships in the sea. Lucy, wearing a 22 red evening dress, is holding a fire dragon. What exactly do you mean? Lucy glared at the fire dragon at the moment. The magic you use now is the magic of sleep, right? Just now. Lucy originally thought that only after attending this party, I can successfully join my dream guild, Fairy Tale. But did not expect. The person in front of him quietly released the sleeping magic. Fortunately, Lucy is a wizard himself. This kind of low-level magic can be seen at a glance. Therefore, such a scene appeared. But for Lucy to be able to see through his own magic, the fire dragon did not panic. He smiled, "It seems that you know a lot. Don't get me wrong, I really want to join Fairy Tale, but that doesn't mean I want to be your woman." Lucy snapped at the middle-aged greasy man in front of him. "You are really difficult to deal with." Fire Dragon clapped his hands. The next moment, the curtain behind Lucy was pulled back. What caught my eye was a group of girls who fell into a coma. "Welcome to my ship, you should be obedient before you arrive at Bosj. Little girl." The fire dragon raised his eyes and looked directly at Lucy. As if he had taken off the mask of hypocrisy, his eyes were full of fierceness. "What, meaning?" Lucy's eyes widened. Involuntarily, he took 2 steps backward. "Wait, what about Fairy Tale?" "Haha, don't be silly, you are our commodity from now on." Huolong laughed unabashedly. As expected of Lord Fire Dragon. This time is really a bumper harvest. A group of big men who followed behind the fire dragon echoed. At the same time, he took steps towards Lucy and surrounded him. Everything in front of him made Lucy, who had not yet been deeply involved in the world, a little scared. He looked at the girls who were laughing and fell into a coma. Lucy felt for the first time. My own dream, the dream that I have had since I was a child, seems to be beginning to shatter. What the hell is going on with this guy? She raised her head reluctantly. To actually do such a thing, do you say? Is this the wizard of fairy tale? Lucy roared at the group. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling. Not only abusing magic, but also deceiving people. Tears leaked from his eyes and ran down his cheeks. This is the worst wizard ever. 99. With his right hand reaching his waist, Lucy was angry and prepared to fight back. However, Lucy's movements were interrupted by the sudden sound of breaking air from above. Immediately afterwards, the plank above Lucy shattered instantly. A boy with sakura hair falls from the sky. That's you. Impersonating fairy tale. 35. The roar of fury to the extreme spread in the narrow space of the ship. Natsu. Looking at the person who came, Lucy's eyes gradually lit up with hope. But the next moment... damn, the boat is moving. Natsu puffed out his mouth instantly. His eyes were white, and fine sweat was oozing from his forehead. He fell straight to the ground. Lucy. Fire Dragon, 66, 99. Crowd, 6,699. Did you just find out now? The Happy flying high in the sky complained. Looking at Lucy on the side, Happy revealed doubts in his eyes. Lucy? What are you doing here? 35. Happy. I was cheated, they said they could let me join fairy tale, etc. Only then did Lucy notice that Happy was flying in the air. He couldn't help but wondered, by the way, how can you have wings? The details will be discussed later, but let's take you away first. Happy, he lowered his body and grabbed Lucy's back collar. Directly into the air. The stunned fire dragon finally reacted. Immediately, he shouted to the people behind him. Hurry up, if you get accused in the Senate, you're done. Then he waved violently towards Happy who was gradually moving away from the sky. Don't try to run away, watch me shoot you down. The magic circle unfolded, and immediately countless rope-like flames stretched out. Go straight to the Happy above. Watch out, Lucy, I'm going to speed up. Happy, who was dragging Lucy, also noticed the flame whip chasing after him. Immediately increased the speed again. Dodge left and right to avoid Fire Dragon's attack. There are those girls and Natsu on that ship, so we have to go back and save them. Lucy looked at the cruise ship behind him and spoke anxiously. Lucy, listen to me first. Happy was interrupted by Lucy before he could finish. What are you talking about now? Boom. The wings behind Happy disappeared into a cloud of smoke. My transformation is released. Lucy's eyes widened instantly when the high number fell. You stupid cat. Love. Puff, puff. Two falling water sounds sounded at the same time. Lucy struggled in the water for a moment before swimming to the surface. Afterwards, Happy who was full of water slowly floated up. First, let's get the ship back. Lucy took out a golden key hanging from his waist. Then he touched the surface of the sea. Open it, the door of Aquarius, Aquarius. Ding dong. With a sound like a doorbell. A blue magic circle spread out above the sea. Then the calm waters began to riot. Like a water tornado, it rose up in front of Lucy. Then, the blue-haired mermaid emerged from the waterspout. Aquarius, use your might to push that ship back into port. In the surprised look of Happy, Lucy pointed to the shore of C-663 in high spirits. Cut. But the blue-haired mermaid doesn't seem to be too rude, she is. Exactly, I've been wanting to vent recently. Aquarius raised the treasure bottle in his hands. The violent magic surged out instantly, and then... Ola! Along with the roar, Aquarius held the aquarium in both hands and slammed it out. Immediately afterwards, it was a huge tsunami with a height of tens of meters. suddenly burst, not just the ships on the sea. The sudden tsunami swept the entire offshore directly. During the tsunami, Lucy was madly forced to turn in circles in the current. Why did you even rush away with me? Boom! The tsunami slapped directly on the port of Harjan. The huge impact directly sent Lucy flying high. Lucy's whole body kept flipping in mid-air. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the observation deck on the shore. His mouth opened slightly unconsciously, his eyes widened instantly, and even his pupils were constantly trembling. Right across from her, the black-haired youth is standing on the high platform. His hands resting on the railing seemed so casual. The strong wind from the tsunami blew the young man's black hair. The seemingly careless face was revealed. The flying windbreaker rattled behind the youth. At a certain moment, the eyes of the two collided in mid-air. Lucy's mind instantly returned to 6 years ago. That amazing glimpse inside the carriage. Can't go wrong. It's that, the boy who rides the ice. It was only a brief contact, and Lucy was instantly certain of this fact. The body began to fall uncontrollably. In Lucy's line of sight, the figure on the high platform began to grow farther and farther away.